Happy Sunday, blessed day. Y'all ready for a shite show? Mendoza in the chat, Austin Tatilia, what is going on? What are you guys doing? What are y'all doing? No, I'm not going to wear glasses the whole time. I just thought it would be a fun visual for y'all. Yes, David Patrick just notified me he's going to be sitting down now. Justin Henley wastes no time. $2. How Vagine got her groove back. That's right. Jason Scholl, what's up, dude? What's up? How y'all doing? So this should be, I don't know. I'll probably hang around a bit. I mean, these things can go 8 hours, so I'm not promising anything. That's for sure. What I want to know is, there it is. All right, good. How you guys doing? Vigo, Twizzard, Nub, Dayjire, Salomon Pat. I can barely see with these glasses on. So yeah, they take a bit to settle in. So I'll keep you guys here with me. The problem is, where is this? Oh, there it is. All right. Okay, they're not live yet. Keenan Beats, can you reply to everything with shit? Well, I'm trying not to cuss. I forgot I'm on someone else's channel. I'm not even sure if I got rowdy yesterday, but we'll see what happens. So DPH does have a goal up, so I'll be rooting for you guys to win that goal. What's up, Nathan? Teal's $5 for the goal. Let's do it. Alicia says, what the F? Well, sorry. Hey, Jenny. Did really good yesterday. It was really entertaining. Good. I was entertained. This should be more entertaining because it's not like debate. It's like a little something else. Where's my yellow filter? I prefer to be yellow looking. There we go. That's more my vibe. You hear about the Michigan church? I didn't hear about an attack. That's awful. One of our churches? It's JB Takeover. I took it over the whole weekend. No belching? One belch. You kidding me? I'll try. I missed Distinction. I think Distinction has like 17 accounts, and I think I blocked them all. He's really just a ankle biter, honestly. He's just an ankle biter. He just bites the ankles. Go with a little less yellow there. Okay, that's good. Dark, a little brighter. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. Simpsons, yeah, I look like a Simpson. The Joe Rogan filter. Yeah, it's a filter. It's called, what do you call it? You're born yellow. And I don't mean Asian. Howdy. Hey, what's up, screwed up Newski? A pew pew happened in the community church, a Cross Point Community Church. Open fire. Okay. Well, prayers to those guys. Hey, Jimmy, what a nice man. I am a nice man. Jason adds to the goal. Goal word, he says. That's right. Nice. Crispy blocked here. Is he? No, he isn't. I see Crispy right here. Jaundice, that's what it is. My son had jaundice. It was frightening. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, he's yellow. I know he's supposed to be kind of yellow, but not that yellow. Oh man, Brazi, I won't read that out, but that's funny. Well done. So your Ortho new channel has the potential to grow and morph itself into a Sunday cool hype vibe Ortho style. It will. It's I'm very excited. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about Ortho Thugs. Why is that reversed? What is happening? I've got to fix that immediately. There we go. Ortho Thugs. Go find it. Did you guys hear that snoring? My kid is sleeping and he's snoring. Is Jim Bob in the chat? Yeah, I'm him. That's me right there. I'm church. I'm COTEL tonight. There's Dr. David though, right there. The doctor. You don't hear snoring? Okay, good. So I don't know what, obviously tonight the format is the same. It's mostly chicks, lost women. What I do hope for every panel is some women come forward and they claim to be like conservative. That seems to be the best. At least the interactions that Andrew has had when the fake conservative women come in and they're like, and then it turns out they're coverts. Lost souls indeed. Jimmy Bobby, how I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Had a great Sunday, beautiful liturgy, fellowship, hangout. I love my parish. I like it a lot. Like a lot. David says they're filling out the questionnaires. So this show always seems to be a win-lose for the guys. Even if you win your argument, you lose your mind. That's right. That's right. Anybody saying they don't hear the snoring, please get some peroxide. Yeah, can't you hear it? It's intense. I'm gonna put a pillow over his head. Another evening of soul vibes. The playlist of Dr. David Patrick Harry. Do you miss movies from the 90s with Chris Tucker? Church of the Eternal Logos has you covered. We got all the best vibes and tracks right here at StreamYard. That's right. Are you looking for a fresh new batch of chicks getting wrecked on a panel? Well, you're in good hands. Hello, Rachel Wilson. How you doing? That's right. You ready to watch some femoids get surgery done by the doctor? That's right. Hodge twins?
Yeah. Man, I want to go on that whatever podcast. That'd be dope.
Yeah. That was actually quite disturbing when the Hodge twins had Blair White on. And they're all...
Damn, you actually look like I want some of that.
I was like, oh, guys, what are you doing? What you doing? This is actually David Patrick Harry singing. People don't realize this, but he does a whole side gig. He gets hired to sing at outdoor malls. Blair White looks like a dude. Yeah. Even Alex Jones, that was weird. What did he say? My biology says you're a woman. That's a weird way of admitting some blood has flowed. I was like, Alex, why? Why did you say that to everybody? Barry White? Oh, hell no. Blair White. Alex got caught with some troon prawn. Oh, no. Lord of mercy, Alex. Blame the frogs. Have they started yet or what? He said we're going to be live at... okay, so another 20 minutes. I'm fine with that.
Every night.
Baby. Not really, though, Axeman. I suppose it only came up today because we're talking about these silly women who come on these panels. Hold up, I want some of that Ortho Thugs vibes. Yeah, well, make sure to go follow. It's spelt like that, one word. Over at YouTube. I'm shilling it hard. Go follow it. All of you. Only takes a second. Takes 1 second. Get over there. I'll even help you out. Yeah, I'll help you out. That's right. That's right. There we go. Here, let me share. There you go. Get on over there. Leave the chat for just 2 seconds. Do me a favor in exchange for me being here. Right there. Click the Ortho Thugs right there on the screen. Give it a follow. Give it a like. See you on Thursday. Aight. see old man Andrew is taking a break. Well, he still has call-ins. You know, I think he's also becoming like bigger and in more demand other places. So, you know, he's opened the seat for other people. Ortho Thugs is how I heard about Jim Bob. Been watching Tony for 27 years. Tony's great. What's great about Tony is he's such a like a newbie to YouTube. So you ever go to like, not that you should go to Vegas, but some of us have been there. And there's this phenomenon where there's like a new person at the craps table. And for some reason, there's this consistency with new people like winning. Like their naivete and greenness to it all creates some sort of perfect storm. That's kind of how I see Tony. You don't know where to begin in dating? Oh, yeah. Well, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't even imagine, even a little bit. Justin Henley, I have a big bag of ginger chews. I will eat one for each super chat sent before the show starts. Wow. Nice. You go to the bread store? That's funny. Bring back arranged marriages? That's kind of what Orthodoxy has to offer, which is kind of cool. You know, when you get baptized and you're choosing your sponsors, and you have children, all of the concerns are about the compatibility of your children. Not all of the concerns, it's just included. Because the idea is that, you know, you don't want spiritual incest, but you're also structuring your position in the church to be compatible with other Orthodox Christians who might, God willing, marry your children, which is awesome. You know what I'm saying? Sorry for being disrespectful. I didn't know your channel. What channel? Well, you wouldn't know Ortho Thugs. It's brand new. My other channel is made by Jim Bob. If you don't know that, I mean, where have you been? It's like notoriety. It's like Andrew Tate, made by Jim Bob. Like, it's like disarranged marriages. Stevenstein could be funny rhetorical way of talking about normal marriages. That's funny. Yeah, because they always talk about arranged marriages with like the this hue of a blemish. They're like, oh, and you're like, what do you mean? Deranged marriages, more like. Am I right? Nothing like an atheist laughing. Alex, give us some soul. Sing it. Sing it. Sing it. There we go. Let it out. Let it out, kid. I like the soul music. I like it. What else has he got here? Sounds like a chant. Meg Bob is praying for Justin Henley to find a girlfriend. Are you even Nick-maxing? No. Honestly, I mean, it looks kind of tempting. It's like doing dip, but like not as gross. Apparently it helps with your memory. Like maybe if I had been taking nicotine pouches, I would have remembered the 3 branches of government. It's nicotine. I think it means nicotine, like the pouches. What do I believe? Read the Nicene Creed. You look like a character from Recess. Is that a show? Sounds funny. Turn it up. All right. Hit it up. Nice. They call this noetic trap music. Recess was a cartoon in the 90s. I'll check it out. I think it's a compliment. Chase Haggard says Recess was awesome. Chase, I still haven't decided between the 2 videos you sent me. Sorry. I'm torn. Because I'm looking at the video, too. Oh, this is good. Who made this? Keenan Beats, is this you? This song, I like this. This makes me want to sharpen my sword. And I just want to start a holy war. Just not an evangelical one. Nice. That's good. I'm gonna play it again because I liked it so much. It gets me pumped. It makes me want to do like an eternal stair stepper. You know what I mean? I want to go to the gym and be like, do you have an eternal stair stepper? Stochastic Decay, how are you? The name of the song? I don't know if it's a real song. It's called Lord Be With Us. I love it. You missed the harmonica? I don't know if I'll get the key. That's not it. Nope, that's not it. Nope. Nope. Not quite. It's almost there. I think it's in like some sort of minor. Where's Chase? Chase, what kind of harmonica do I need for that? Chase, buy me a harmonica. It's E minor. Is it an E minor? Spaghetti Eastern, that's funny. Spaghetti Eastern. Sounds like F. It could be. Hey, Lucas. Nice to see you. Hey, Jim Bob. It was good to see you. And now DPH on the Whatever podcast. Yet another Ortho Chad announcing his presence with authority. Yeah, it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see all around. Like Andrew and Jay on Pierce Morgan, which is pretty massive. And the word orthodoxy. I'm 44. And I was just telling a fellow parishioner today, we were talking about our paths and what we were raised with and such. And I didn't hear the word orthodoxy until I was like 40. Except for like Orthodox Jews. Oi! Lego.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
That's the only time I heard the word Orthodox was like those little hatted guys with the curls and Ben Shapiro. Now you hear it everywhere. It's everywhere. It's great. Corrupted Flame. We needed DPH, Jim Bob, Andrew, Jay on a panel. I mean, that could be fun. I don't know who would be oppositional, or it would just be like a glaze fest. You know. This song is, quote, Love Be With Us by B Dibe. B Dibe has several songs like this with ortho chants over a trap. Really? Is he Orthodox, or is he just kind of tapping in? We should pressure him. You guys versus the Daily Wire? That would be epic. That would be so epic. I would just talk like Ben Shapiro the whole time. Ben Shapiro would be sitting across from me. And I'd be like, I dare you, you little pipsqueak. I effing dare you. Say it. Say it. Say Judeo-Christian. I dare you. I effing dare you. And of course, Jordan Peterson would be on their side, not on our side. Of course. Well, I don't like to pick sides, you know. It's like I have sleepovers with bunk beds with Jonathan Pajou. But it's like I signed a contract. You know, it's like I signed my whole life away to Daily Wire, you know. It's like you're next. You're next, Peterson. You're next, Peterstein. I'm coming after you, Peterstein. I want my mommy and I want milk and I'm held. Oh, that's Dennis Prager. Why? I can't believe I even followed Dennis Prager for even a portion of my political trajectory. Why the Jews? Why? Why is kitty prawn bad if no one is getting hurt? What a sick man Dennis Prager is. Prager's intolerable. He's the worst, dude. He's just the worst of the worst. You know he wears like knee-high socks under his pants. I like them hugging my knees. I like my little chicken legs cozy. Why double down on Israel? H. Brozzi says that question is more of a David than me. I have no clue who the guy is, but DPH playing his music is how I found him. Chase, add me back on Elon platform. I'm going to check him out. B-Dibe? B-Dibe? I mean, it's not the best name. B-Dibe? They hide his varicose veins. No, they hide his... You know he's wearing like lace. He's wearing like black lace under his pants. I wear it because it's comfortable. I recently sat down with Dennis Prager, not to discuss political issues, but to discuss his attire. I understand, Dennis. I've known you for several years. I just never knew that you actually wear lace stockings and garters under your pants. I'm not judging you. Well, actually, I am judging you. It's like, I can't imagine doing that, something like that. When did you start? When did you start doing that? I think it's kind of weird. I met Dennis Prager once at an event. He was just a weird guy, you know. Like if Customato was still alive, he would say like, "Listen, Mike, you stay away from that guy. You got to stay away from that guy, you know." So, you know, Christmas. My favorite time is Christmas, you know. So be around family and my birds and my pigeons and stuff. So, and one of my favorite Christmas tunes is the one that says the one with the lyrics is like Sister Susie sitting on a thistle. It's like a challenge for me to actually sing the song, you know. So yeah, it's like I'm sorry. I told myself I wouldn't get emotional. They're starting now? Well, let's hope. Goodness, you don't have to look at that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up too early with the tatas. Stop it. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that stuff no more. You know, I had a wild life, you know. I was famous when I was like 20, you know. So I had all the things thrown at me, you know, drugs and girls and all that stuff, you know. Breakdancing and rap music. And it's like I didn't know that God was watching me, you know. Why do you squeak like that? I mean, you're a legend. You could breathe and talk however you want. I just find it a little bit strange that you squeak like a balloon at a birthday party. It's very interesting. Say it again. Say it again, Tucker. I'll bite your larynx out. I'll bite your throat out. Have you ever tried doing an impression of Bryson? Is it the rapping Unitarian? No. I feel like he's not known enough, but I'll check him out. I'll check it out. Can I do Ben Shapiro? Of course I can. Of course I can. Go die. Go die for us. The American project has been taken over. Meritocracy. I love that Ben Shapiro is just pretty much done. Like his influence is pretty much, he still has like a stronghold on these like classical liberal, like boomery types, but it's pretty much over. So glory to God. We've defeated Ben Shapiro. Try to Jay Dyer. Stop saying my name. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but this is just like this is pretty low tier stuff. So all right, I'm done. This is dumb. Next. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. H. Brazzi, $5. Before Brian steps foot in an Orthodox parish, we have to convince this nig to stop with it. Softcore prawn thumbnails. Yeah, he's playing a business model. He's just playing a business model. Dude. Just teleological. Just teleological. That's fallacy. On mute, bro. On mute. I've been covering this stuff for like, you know, it's like I'm not like bragging or anything. It's just like I've been covering this stuff for like 20 years or something. You're an idiot. All right, you're stupid. This is also low tier monist bullshit. This is like low tier monist cringe. 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 This is like low tier Is he going on whatever? Yeah, Rogue. He debated yesterday already. This is going to be the panel. You know the panel. You guys know the panel, right? You know what the panel's like, right? Actually show you. I can actually show you a clip of the panel. Here's a clip of the panel. There it is. There's a clip of the panel. Can I do Trump? I can. I actually, on my spare time, I try to practice it, but it's not releasable yet. I could probably do it. I could probably get there. It's just such a bizarre way of talking, that guy. Like I can't get it. I don't know what it is. I just can't get it. I'm also in the shadow of, you ever see Shane Gillis? It's like, once you see that guy do Trump, you almost want to quit. You know? Just sort of like, what? Am I supposed to, what the heck? And it's not just his voice, because there are really good impressionists who are just bad at improvising. You know? Like they're better at impersonating people, but they're not as good as at saying the funnier things. I see a lot of that. That Brad $10. I doubt that I watch for too long. Well, me too. I'm not vowing to be here this whole time. Whatever, especially the popsicles. Yeah, the popsicles have become too much. I just want to help support the doctor's channel. Jim Bob, you're funny AF. Never stop. I won't. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. Lucas, another generous $50. Thank you, Lucas. I agree. Orthodoxy has reached critical mass and now appears to be fully instantiated as a mainstream force in the cultural zeitgeist. Initially, as we've all seen, with a huge spike in male converts, but now I'm seeing a ton of women as well. Yeah, the women kind of follow the men, which coincidentally is the other part of the missing element of the red pill narrative. Red pill without Christianity is this like false battle between men and women. And a red pill with Orthodox Christianity, you start to see the men lead and the women follow. Now, there is something that came up today. I don't know if it comes up in your guys' parishes, but we're actually at a massive shortage of clergy and priests in Orthodoxy. And I don't know if many people know this, but my priest elucidated on this today. For instance, there's like, I don't know, conservative, like between 7 and like 900 priests or something in America. And from the main seminary that produces the Orthodox clergy, there was like apparently like 2 or 3 people, individuals, 2 or 3. That's massive. Like, I understand that converting people to Orthodoxy has been like the task. Now I'm changing my mind. Like, how is it we can use what we got to multiply the clergy? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. Yeah, they're old. Yeah, they're retiring. So they retire in mass amounts. You'll get like 100 retiring, and you'll get 1 added. You know? And that takes a while. Isn't it like 4 years? Isn't it like a good preparation? Isn't that like 4 years? I mean, geez. Prayers that men. Now, what worries me, not that the church could ever be taken over by Satan, but what does worry me is like in scarcity problems, people bend things, bend tradition, bend things. make allowances. And I really just hope I don't see the beginnings of like female priests because of the shortages. You know what I mean? That'd be heartbreaking. $5. See if he has a holy God in the options of song. Okay, let me check. Sorry, I've been playing this for a while. Thank you for that suggestion. B-Dibe's best song. B-Dibe. Have you guys ever heard of Econo? It's spelt like, I think it's like that. This actually sounds exactly like one of my chanters. Maybe one day I'll be one. Meg Bob has been nudging me. She's like, I can see you up there in that outfit. David Rubin would make a good priest. Not really. He'd make a good object at a downward trajectory toward the ground from a roof. Whoops, did I say that out loud on someone else's channel? Time code. That guy's so annoying. That guy's so annoying. Okay, thank you for the correct spelling. Yeah, someone sent me this, right? And it turns out my priest's wife is one of the sisters. And now I can tell when she chants. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, whoops. Sorry, DPH. I know you're a doctor and all, but I apologize. Couldn't see Andrew as a priest? Yeah, probably not. But I couldn't see a lot of us as a priest. Andrew as a priest would be pretty funny, though. What are you doing? What did you just say? I know this is confession. I know it's confession. I don't want to hear any of that. Don't ever tell me that ever again. Ever again. Not in the history of your life. In this church, do I ever want to hear those words come out of your mouth? Never again. So smoking a cigarette. How should be dressed? Just decent, casual, nice. Not jeans. Don't show your toes. Yeah, exactly. He says that. I'm gonna just stop effing it up, idiot. It's actually pretty retarded what you just said. Pretty retarded. Yeah, pretty much. Why do you do that? Why do you do it? Oh, it's here. All right, here we go. All right. Let's see.
Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements.
Okay,
this podcast is viewer supported. We rarely do sponsorships, and we face heavy YouTube demonetization so that we can continue to not be beholden to advertisers. Please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. To add on top of that, also, if you guys are on Apple device to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200, more than half.
Lucas says $50. That's true. At least at my parish, the male converts are impressive, handsome, viral young men who also appear to be seeking virtue. It's obviously stands to reason that young men would be attracted to that. Yeah, it just takes a little bit. Give it like 2 years for the culture to follow.
If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We do have a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. Also via Streamlabs, you can mute a microphone and pop a ball of champagne. Or if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. So the crypto options, you can see those in the description. We can pop a ball. In the sources, you're going to do just write big, or that's good for now, I guess. You're real. Where was I? Crypto options, Crystal. Yeah, Crystal. It's like a $500 ball. So for 1 Ethereum, we'll do that. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform. Both.
My recommendation is to add on to our goal tonight, right? We want to be paying Mr. Dr. David Patrick Harry tonight. We are already, before the show starts, 15 of 50 of the goal. So keep that going. Keep your support going for Mr. David Patrick Harry.
TV/.
Wow, we got a big one tonight over there on the right. We're looking at something.
If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something already scuffed, holy shit. How did it get past? Where's the merch? Is there no merch tab?
Look at Meg Bob laughing at the mean joke.
Okay. Shop.whatever.com, but you guys can't tab back to that. Was that like the next tab after this one?
No, I think we clicked on Streamlabs.
They put the two biggest women together. Get it? Because she's fat and the other one was blue.
All right. If you buy something during the show, Streamlabs will show it and we will give you a shout out.
Got a big one tonight.
Follow us on
boys.
Instagram at whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, you can DM at whatever. Follow me on Instagram, Brian Atlas X, and Twitter, Brian Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. 10,000 in the United States. It's a total tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. That's our behind the scenes tab. Be sure to check it out, discord.gg/whatever. If you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you are from, and education. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chloe Yummy, and I'm 18. I'm just kidding. I'm 19. But I do Instagram, Snapchat, and OnlyFans.
Okay. All right. Welcome back. What about you?
My name is Audrey. I'm 23. I'm from Orange County, currently in Vegas. I do a bunch of different things: makeup, prosthetic makeup. Right now I'm doing some plus size modeling.
Wait, don't click the pen,
I
please.
do a bunch of different things for work.
Okay. And you said any college or anything like that?
Not currently, but I did go to school to be a mortician, but I put that on pause.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
My name's Lindsay Lee, and I am 29. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and I have some college, but I am currently an adult film star.
All right. And what were you studying?
It was for a PTA, physical therapy assistant.
Okay.
But I did culinary school, so.
Do you have like an associate's degree or?
No, I've worked 2 to 4 jobs my whole life. So
Okay, got it. What about you?
I'm Katarina Hammond. I'm 24. I'm from Canada, and I'm a server, and I also do like Instagram content creator.
Okay, all right. Any education or anything like that?
Just high school.
Okay, what about you?
Hi, I'm Lucy, Lucy Lotus, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Oh, wait.
And I used to be a server in fine dining for like 4 to 5 years. And then now I'm in adult film.
Okay.
Yeah, as a
And
performer.
Wow.
Age?
20. Oh my God, I'm literally like, word vomiting. 27. I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
You're fine. And did you say you did any university or college or?
I was a server in fine dining. I
Okay.
joined the Navy at one point, but
We
I
got
was in boot
quite the
camp
collection
and
for
I
DPH
had
tonight.
medical issues, so
Well-
I had an entry-level discharge.
Entry level discharge.
You probably
It's an
got more
honorable
discharge
one.
than
It's just
that.
like you get let go during boot camp. Anyways,
Sounds
Did you,
really cool.
You got pregnant?
no, no,
Oh.
that would be really interesting though. No, I've never been pregnant.
Oh, okay. The Navy? Like, so
Yeah.
how many weeks?
Yes,
You
it's
said
the
you're in the
US
boot
Navy.
camp? So like how many days did you stay in?
Just
I guess?
half a day. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, really?
No,
Yes,
no, I was in it for 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay. How long does boot camp
8
typically?
weeks.
It's 8 weeks. You're almost there. What the fuck?
I just had medical stuff
Okay,
going. I mean,
sure.
it's not anything like that interesting, to be honest.
What about you?
My name is Anastasia. I'm 36 years old. I was born in Vladivostok, Russia, which is far east. I am from Charlotte, North Carolina. I graduated UNC Charlotte, and I am systems administrator for the job, as well as I do makeup and special effects on Instagram.
Got it. Any college,
Potato.
university? What was your degree in?
Organizational communications from UNC Charlotte.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
My name is Shula. I'm 31 years old. I have a degree in biology from Georgia Tech. I'm originally from Moscow, Russia. As of now, I'm a stay-at-home mom,
Potato.
but I have a YouTube channel, Simply Shula, and I do like influencing. I do pranks, woke cosplay.
Did you bring your costume change with you?
Yes.
Okay. So midway through the show, she might swap into something
If
else.
you guys want, I can do that.
What about you?
My name is Jordan. I am from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm 22. I went to hair school, so I have a cosmetology license and have been doing that. I also do nonprofit organization work with pregnancy resource centers and adoption stuff. And am I forgetting something? I think that was it. Yeah.
Did you say your university?
Oh, I didn't. So I
You
went
didn't-
to Aveda, which is like a arts and science technical school. To get my cosmetology license to do hair.
Got it. All right. What about you?
My name's David Patrick Harry. I have a PhD in religious studies from the Graduate Theological Union. I'm 35 years old, and I have a YouTube channel called Church of the Eternal Logos. I make online content, educational content, and cultural commentary.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm single, and the longest relationship I've been in was like in high school, so 3 years.
The longest relationship was 3 years, you said?
Yeah.
How long have you been single?
I mean, it's been like a back and forth thing with like multiple people, but like I would say like I don't know my situation. I'm single though.
Weren't you like in you just got out of something or?
Yeah, I would say like a month ago I was in like a relationship, but I don't know, I'm single now.
Single now. Okay. All right. What about you?
Currently single. My last relationship was my longest. It was 3.5 years.
What was your biggest
I'm glad
relationship?
that ended. And I'm currently wanting to be single until like I look for marriage. I'm not looking to date right now.
Okay, so sorry, you've been single for how long again?
It's been almost a year, I think. It's been a while.
Okay.
What else do you want to know? I mean, I was in a 3.5 long relationship with this guy, and it was an awful relationship. Good guy, awful relationship. Traumatized me. So now I'm wanting to be single for a while because I don't want to get back into that dating game again.
And you've been single, sorry, you said
For like a year.
1 year.
Since the
Okay.
last relationship.
Gotcha. Can you
Single, more like a double.
My jingle jongles
the
off?
jingle jongles
Yes.
off? Sorry, it's
Sorry.
jangling. Okay. All right. And what about you?
Lindsay. I've been in a 5-year, a 3-year, and I want to say a 2 or 3 year as well. But I've been single for at least a year, very happily so.
And you said the longest was 3 years?
5.
Oh, 5 years.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And then the one that ended a year ago, how long was that one?
Dude,
Like
that.
4 on and off.
How many times does
yeah.
that big one have to say, I'm
Four
not
on
into
and off.
dating?
Okay.
Technically, like
I'm
3.
really not looking to start a
Gotcha.
relationship.
But you've been in a couple, multiple 2-year,
Very
3-year, a
long-term.
couple
Mhm.
long-term relationships. Got it.
Yes.
Sounds so good right now.
The longest one, the 5-year relationship, who broke up with who?
He just blocked
I
me.
wonder if he found
so-
out you were.
He blocked you.
He just blocked me.
Okay, so he
Yeah.
ended it, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Yeah. His mom called me later and was like, he doesn't love you. All right, cool.
That's fucked up.
That's why I'm staying single. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. 1 in 4 stay single for the rest of their life. I'm hoping to be that 1 in 4.
You want to be one of the 1 in 4?
Yes.
What about
I wanna be
the
alone.
other couple long-term relationships you've had? Did you end them or did they or a mix?
It was a mix. Yeah. The last one was pretty mutual. We both knew it was not good. So, plus I was in therapy and none of them have done therapy. So
don't
once
say.
you have been through therapy and start to see some of the trends of trauma,
Oh, yeah.
you just decide I don't want to be around that anymore.
I'll come back to the therapy thing, but I'll get the rest of everybody's relationship status. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for just over a year, and longest relationship ever was probably like 2.5 years.
Who broke up with who?
For which one?
The 2.5-year one?
I left him. I have a
Okay.
restraining order against him now.
No restraining
Nice.
order.
Yeah.
And then the most recent one that ended a year ago,
Definitely left him.
you definitely left him
Yeah.
also. Okay. And
Got
okay.
quite the batch
what about you?
tonight.
I am single, and I would say my longest relationship, I was like 19, and it was 3 years long, and we were on and off. I think we broke up like 5 times. The first time he broke up with me, it was because I told him I had only had sex with 2 people when we first started dating, and it was like a lot more than that. So
You're a fucking liar! You're a fucking liar!
yeah, and so he broke up with me, and then I told him that we were done when I said we were done.
She belongs to the streets.
Are those your sounds or their sounds?
I don't know. It just coalesces out of the ether.
Okay.
So okay, your like first long-term relationship, sort of right after high school, you told him the body count was on the low end. You lied.
Yeah, he was
how
like,
did he
that
find
changes
out?
everything.
Like,
And
did you tell him, or did he like
I just
find
started
out?
feeling guilty because I started like really falling for him. So I was like, this lie, like I'm
Damn.
holding it in. So I told him, and he like flipped out on me.
Wait, so you told him, what was the number that you told him?
4,
That
like
it was
2 or
4.
2 to 4. Yeah.
2 to 4. What was it actually?
I still lied to him the second time, actually, but I had to
Actually.
raise the number a bit just to like let him know, because yeah. I
Well, so,
told him.
tell us the new
Actually.
lie, and then tell us what the actual number was.
So I
guess.
told him it was 22, thinking that it would be like chill, you know. And then he was like, he flipped out like really bad. But the actual number, All right, I'm going to say this. The actual number at the time was like 150.
Excuse me?
Sorry, Mom.
Wait,
Sorry,
how old were you? Wait, how old were you at the time?
I was 19. I had a friend who had an older sister, and she told me, have sex with as many people in high school as you can because no one has STDs.
What?
So I took that as law, and I really went for it.
Excuse me?
Wait.
What?
Can you repeat that part? What she told you?
Oh my God. Sorry. I'm so nervous too. I'm literally wiping my hands like aggressively.
No, you're doing fine.
No, it was like around 150. But she told me, like my friend's older sister, she was like, have sex with as many people as you can in high school because nobody has any STDs yet. And I just took that as law because I was hypersexual, very young. So, yeah.
Nice. Okay, that's cool. That's dope.
I guess.
I love that for you.
Thank you so much.
That's great.
It's my life.
Yeah. And you're 27 now?
I am 27.
Okay.
So do the math.
Gotcha. And wait, when did you join the Navy?
I joined the Navy. I joined the Navy actually while I was with that first boyfriend, and then he actually cheated on me the first day that I went into the Navy. But
yes,
Oh my God.
that's awesome.
Wait, so you were in boot camp for 6 weeks. How many how did it go down at boot camp or?
no, but so there's this thing in boot camp. I'm so sorry, guys. I wish I hate that it's like on me for this long.
You're good.
In boot camp, in Navy boot camp, you cannot talk to the opposite sex. You can't even look at them. You can't look their way, nothing. Like you will get in trouble. And, but there were church services and you could go, there was 3 every Sunday and you could go to all of them and you could sit next to the males, you could sit next to the boys and you could, kind of get away with talking to them. So I would make sure to go to every church service and I would talk to as many boys as possible and I would tell them like the wildest shit. And I would just like walk away.
No, she's a born again virgin.
But did you?
I never hooked up
Was there
with
any
anyone.
carnal knowledge? Did you have carnal knowledge with any of them?
No, but whenever I went to the airport with one of them,
right,
it was
exactly.
like, oh, let's go in one of the family bathrooms and I'm going to clap those cheeks. So
This
it's
is
like,
this is
I'm
modernity.
good, thank you.
This
We're
is
out of boot
liberalism.
camp now. We don't have a trauma bond anymore.
All right. Good times. Okay, that's cool.
Anyways,
right.
I'm done. I can leave now.
Okay. What about you?
I was married for 11 years and I am in a relationship right now about 2.5 years.
All right. And any kids?
No.
No kids. All right.
If dogs counts as kids, then yes.
Dogs don't
Who
count
initiated
as
the
kids.
divorce?
It was mutual.
Borscht.
Okay. So who filed for the divorce?
Potato.
Technically, I guess would be him.
Okay. And was there any sort of siding in the filing as to the reason for the divorce, just irreconcilable differences, or was there something else that was cited?
He technically found somebody else.
Potato.
He technically?
He
Actually?
found somebody else. Yes.
Technically. It's a
So was he
technicality.
cheating on you, or had you guys already been separated at that point?
So we were talking about separation as I guess he was talking to one of the girls we had known. And then as that girl she's a Russian Muslim, so, she has very strong traditions. When she told him they cannot work, that's when he kind of like, well, maybe we should be together. And then she introduced him to her friend, and that's when we kind of continued with the whole divorce.
Got it. Okay. And so you were married, you were together for 11 years. You've currently been in a relationship for 2 years. Any other long relationships, or are those pretty much it?
Pretty much it. I mean, I had an ex-boyfriend about 3 or 4 months. We were good friends beforehand.
Potato.
I was single at that time about 2 years after the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of, I guess, had something going on, but it didn't last too long.
All right. Gotcha. What about you?
So I've been married for 11 years now. Yeah.
So you've been married since you were like 20?
Uh-huh.
And then how long were you guys together before you were married?
Like 2 months.
Oh, so you guys got married really quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And let's see.
Potato.
Has that been your only relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And okay. What about you?
I'm currently single. Gosh.
That's funny,
year and a
Lucas.
half. And none of them have ever really lasted long.
You don't say.
Maybe like
No
7 months.
fucking
There was
dog.
one that was like off and on for like a year or two, but like never consistent, like full. Yeah, it was pretty sporadic.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm married. Been with her for about 3 years, and we'll be married in 3 months. We'll make it a year. So before that, I wouldn't say any super serious relationships. And out of those, there's maybe one that was also maybe about 3 years. But again, it was more about fun and not a serious focus on marriage or long-term commitment.
Okay. Got it. Wait, did you hide the StreamYard when you did that? No. Okay. All right. And you've had some other relationships, you said, but
Yeah, it was more, promiscuous 20s. And then I'm a Eastern Orthodox Christian. And so upon converting to Orthodoxy, took the idea of marriage and finding a long-term partner and building a family much more seriously. And so my wife also was Eastern Orthodox. And so we have a shared religious commitment and worldview. And the things that we both want in regards to building a family are kind of the strong bonds that brought us together.
Got it. Okay. And curious, were you, because you're like Orthodox Christian, have you always been Orthodox Christian?
No, I converted in about 2019. So it's been about 6 years. It'll be 6 years in October being Orthodox.
Got it. Okay. And were you, prior to being Orthodox Christian, were you like Protestant or?
No, well, I grew up I grew up kind of a conservative Methodist Protestantism. And then once I got into college, got really interested in studying religion, biology, traveled to China, studied Mandarin, and was really into like new age, psychedelic, spirituality, that type of stuff. So really, I would say kind of psychonaut spirituality, ayahuasca, DMT, LSD, psilocybin mushrooms. That was kind of the spiritual du jour of the time. And it was until getting into my doctorate program, started looking more seriously at my worldview and what I believed. And that forced me to kind of reconcile some of my beliefs, and eventually brought me to, again, Orthodoxy as my belief is the one true religion.
Okay. And were you and your wife like both virgins when you guys like got married, or?
No, I wasn't. She was. And so there's a 12-year difference between us.
And so you're 35 and she is 22?
23.
23.
Yeah.
Okay. And then were you 32 and she was
21? She was already turning 21. Yeah. She was like 21.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
she'll be getting ready to turn 24.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. And then going to you really quick, you said you've only been in one relationship. Were you both virgins when you guys met, or?
Well, I was, but not him. He's 10 years older than me.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So you're also in an age gap relationship. So you are 31, so he's 41?
Yeah.
And then you were 21 and he was 31 when you guys met, or?
Well, I was 20, he was 30.
You were 20 and he was 30. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Interesting. And going back around the table, there's quite a few people here who are single. Is there currently a guy in the picture?
Yeah, I would say like 2 guys right now are in the picture.
Why do you talk like a
Who?
dolphin? Why are you talking like a
You don't have to
dolphin?
say who, but like, when you say they're in the picture, what do you mean?
Well, one is at my place watching my puppy. And then the other one is like pretty well known, and he's in a relationship
Kanye?
right now. So
What do you
I'm like
mean?
basically
Who?
the other girl.
Wait, you're the side piece, or
Yeah.
Why are you,
You're-
are you
like,
frozen
okay
at
with
8 years old?
You're okay with that,
It's the
or
best position to be in.
What is that?
I mean, I would
Just
really
abuse.
love to like be his wifey. So no, I'm not that like happy about it, but like I was there first. Like me and him have been like hooking up since I was 18. So I was literally there first, but he like
wait, is this the
decided
guy? Is
to
this the
get in a
guy you?
relationship.
Is this the guy you were talking about last show?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's like really fucking mad at me for bringing it up. But
Wait, here, give me a bit of a timeline. Give me some timeline here. So, you're currently 19. You met him when you were 18.
yeah.
So how long have you guys? Like, how long ago did you meet?
Last Halloween.
Trauma voice, seriously.
October 2024
I believe so,
or
yeah.
2024. So 9 months ago, about
Yeah.
8-9 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And were you boyfriend girlfriend or just
No,
it was
it's
casual?
such a really, really weird story of like how we met. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mickey Mace. He's like a famous gambler. So my best friend was like hooking up with him, and he's like one of my friends, and he like lets us stay at his house sometimes, and he was throwing a really big Halloween party, and I'm gonna say his name. I'm sorry. Young Gravy. He came up to me, and
What? Wait, sorry.
Young
Okay.
Gravy?
So I remember you, Young Gravy.
Yeah,
Is he a bear?
Matthew.
Is he a bear
his real
tongue?
name.
Okay.
Matthew, what's his address?
Rapper guy.
Yeah, country singer / rapper.
Country singer?
He came up to me at Mickey Mace's party, and he was like, "You're mad pretty,"
Mad
and like
pretty.
he's like 7 feet tall and like really attractive in person. I mean, he's kind of like funny online, but he just like made me so wet when I saw him.
How
Is
old
it-
is he dating Ari? Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
He's dating
Oh,
Ari.
yeah.
Yeah. How old is he?
I think he's almost 30.
And you're mentally almost 9.
Okay. Okay.
Into the milk?
I didn't even know that he was into MILFs until after like we've been hooking up for a long time, and then like some of my friends.
Took some MILF.
Wait, but you're like, he's into MILFs, but
That's
you're.
like all his music is about like older women. It's really strange, and I didn't know that.
So that's why it didn't work out.
Well, he's with
between you
Ari now, and I think she's like 25 or something.
Oh, okay. So wait, hold on.
Actually,
Okay,
grossed
so
out.
you've known him for 8-9 months. I guess when did this other woman come into the picture?
Like 4 months ago, I would say. They did a very hard launch on TikTok, Instagram. They've been going super viral.
4 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. There's been there was overlap. Is that what you're saying?
For sure.
9-year-old.
When's the last time you saw him?
Last Saturday.
Wait.
Girl.
I just hear underwater dolphin sounds.
He's literally going to kill me. Like, literally. I'm so sorry.
Name drop on the podcast. I love you for that.
Snap.
Wait, what? How old are you considering a MILF?
Well, his music, like if you look him up, like all of his songs are about like fucking like.
No, yeah, I met him at AVN, but
Okay.
still.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Interesting.
it's really weird. and embarrassing a little bit. But so when we met, he came up to me and he was like, "Oh, you're like the prettiest girl at the party. Like, I really want to get to know you. Like,
What
are
a
you down
line.
to like chat in the bathroom?" Because it was super loud, and
Yeah, that's
I
where you
was like
chat.
pretty drunk, and I thought he was super cute. So we went to the bathroom. Nothing like happened. We didn't like hook up, but we talked for a really long time. And then when I opened the door, like both of his managers were out there.
Oh, no.
And they basically told me that all of my stuff is like in an Uber and like ready to go to his crib, and my best friend's stuff.
Oh,
Which is really weird because we were staying at Mickey Mace's house, and then I guess they did like a switcheroo, and then because they're neighbors, and then all of my suitcase was in the Uber or the personal driver, and my friend too, and she was really upset because she loves Mickey.
Wow.
Wait, this is all like, are you saying this is like, you're not making this up? Because remember, like last time you made some.
Why would I think of that?
I don't know. Well, okay. I think you mentioned something before the show about this, Nick. Just for the audience, they probably don't know who this guy is.
Did she finish preschool?
Find his Wikipedia just so we can cross-reference it, I guess.
Poor Ari.
Can you move us to right?
Young Oi. Oh my
Ari.
bagel, dude.
So do you? I have
straight
a
up
question.
Okay,
bagel.
so hold on. Let me, before you ask the question, I just want to go over. Okay, so
Go to
just for
early
the
life.
context, I guess for
Go to
the
early
panel who
childhood
don't
life.
know, because we do have some boomers here, including myself, and millennials. Okay, millennials. Okay,
What
so Young
the hell
Gravy,
is
that's his
that?
Wikipedia. He's a rapper.
Young Talmud.
He's like
That's it.
30, 29.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
And then there's like,
Cool it with the anti-Semitic.
you have his, you want to pull up the Instagram, I guess?
Wow, dude.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll do that. And wait, so, oh, you got it? Okay. Okay, so here's his IG, 2.2 million. Oh, wow, he's pretty popular. He's a rapper. I listen to like Pearl Jam.
And that's his girl.
Oh, that's the girl. The girl he's like
That's his girl.
sitting on, or I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
Wait, scroll
that's
down.
her.
Scroll down. Is there? Oh wait, what? Oh, that's wait. Click on the kissing the dude. Wait, what? Oh, that's the how do you say it? BB?
Oi.
No money?
Oi.
Dollar sign? I don't know.
Oi.
No moolah. Okay, that's interesting. Was he was also cheating on you with a BBN? No. Okay.
I guess so.
And then there's like the other next. I think you have the next tab over, I guess. Oh, scroll
Look
up.
at the nose. Look at the beak on this
Oh,
guy.
okay. So, there's the girlfriend you're saying. So that's a girl.
Yeah, she's really big on
Scroll
TikTok
down.
right now, I think.
So they make. Oh, that's the girlfriend. Scroll down. Okay. So they make a bunch of reels together. Okay.
Mhm.
So, and then, wait. So okay. And you're saying, I'm just confused timeline here. So you saw him last week, but like, is he in an open relationship with her?
I know. He said don't say anything or he's gonna like kill me or something. I don't know.
you.
Yeah, but you knew that. You knew
You
that
promise?
he was with Ari because,
I mean,
if
yeah.
you're in the know,
I
like
mean,
you know
yeah.
who Ari is, and
Well,
she's
yeah.
beautiful and amazing, and I'm obsessed
Can you
with
find
her.
her, maybe her IG and stuff, Nick?
And I don't know if I saw Young Gravy and he was hitting on me, I'd immediately run
Well,
to
I've
Ari.
like been hooking up with him since I was 18, so like way before they were together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they are together now, and like everyone
Okay.
loves Ari.
I mean, she's really pretty and a great content creator.
Can we
I
put a
think
vil-
she's
can we at least put a
really
filter on her
cool and,
voice?
like, honestly, better than me, and that's why he posts her all the time. But she thinks I'm ugly and like a horrible person.
Wait, are you in contact with her or what?
Well, he sent me a screenshot of like her message when she found out I said that we were hooking up on the whatever podcast, and she was like, I can't believe like you called this bitch fine, like you or something, and like I hate bitches like this. Like she was pretty
Okay.
mean, but I think she's really pretty.
Do you have it, Nick? You want to just pull it up?
Her brain has to be like
Okay,
the
yeah,
size
we'll
of
take
a
a look.
walnut.
Okay. Scroll down, I guess. Okay. I think I've seen next, I guess. There's another one you said. Damn, what the fuck?
She does only.
Oh, she does. She's OF. Okay.
Just smells.
Tab over, and then there's the you. Do you have something else? Oh, okay. Sure.
Tell her to stop talking like that. I want to talk. I would bring that up. I'd be like, why do you
Yeah,
talk like
that's
a
fine.
6-year-old dolphin?
And they like make content together?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay.
And it's like going viral right now.
Sure. We can pull it up. Just scroll.
What's gonna
Is this hers or
happen?
his TikTok? Oh, damn. Oh, she's got 4.5 mil on. Okay.
They're like going there.
They post scroll down.
Right now.
Oh, damn. Okay. They're posting a lot together. All right. Well, we get the idea. Okay. So that's her with the boyfriend, Young Gravy, with the cool, like the big hair. The big hair. Okay. And like, are you?
Can you imagine the smell at the end of the show? I don't have to imagine that, Brad.
Like still
I've
seeing
been
the
there
dude
twice.
or what? I don't know. What's the deal?
I mean, I think he's really, really mad at me for saying this. But I hope that we can like still hook up because like you're literally the best I ever had. Like
Oh
you
my
made me
God.
squirt all over him.
Ew, what is wrong with you?
This girl.
What is wrong with
Really in
you?
trouble.
Also,
throw her off a roof.
Is everyone tested?
Yeah, I'm tested.
Stop it. Get some help.
The audio sounds abnormal, a little loud. I don't know why that is. I'll have to take a look at it. Okay.
Do you have it at 80?
No, I usually just have it at 100. Maybe something got boosted. Kind of weird. Okay. So, but I mean, you said you're seeing two dudes.
Yeah, my
So like, you can't be that mad because you're seeing another guy.
well, I'm not mad at all. I
Oh.
said I was like aware.
how
I
can
just
a
wish I
dolphin
was,
be
like,
mad?
His main girl, because obviously they're like blowing up. That would be great for me.
That's so
but
fake.
he just
Yeah, it's so
always like
gross,
hid
dude.
me. Like we would go out together,
Ugh.
and like behind closed doors, I would think like I'm his girlfriend, and then he would bring me to like parties with him and like kind of pretend that I'm like I don't know, a groupie or like his fan or something.
Wait, but I mean,
Aw.
there wasn't
Oh no.
a relationship. Like he didn't say that
no.
you're the girlfriend. Like he wasn't leading you on, right?
It was just very confusing for me. I mean, I fall really hard easily, and I thought that he like really cared about
Oh,
me
you did?
until like he came out with Ari,
Oh no.
and
Yeah.
he was saying that he was like exclusive with me and like didn't tell me, and then I saw like them all over my phone.
Oh no.
All right. By the way, we have some super chats coming through that are you'll have to.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So the guy that's dog sitting right now, what is the status on him? Like, what's the relation? Is he aware of all this stuff going on, and he's just like simping and expecting you that maybe you'll like him one day, or like how's that dynamic?
I do like him. He's very fine and cute, and like he's literally so loyal. Like he doesn't follow any girls or on Snapchat, nothing.
Is he a dog?
Thank you, Kat.
Is he a happen to be a terrier?
Go ahead.
But he's like my best friend.
Is it
and, like,
is it a
he also
dachshund?
has really good tank too. And he's probably watching right now. He actually told me to say this about Young Gravy the first time. He was like, "You should just say that because that's really interesting." So yeah, he was aware.
Interesting.
Because we were like on and off during that time, and now it's just I kind of like broke up with him, but he still like wants to be around. And
Your dog?
Yeah, he's in love with my puppy. So
Can I ask a really stupid question? Yeah, what's a MILF?
It's a MILF.
Mom, I'd like to F.
Oh, okay.
just like older
Typically
women.
like an attractive
Oh, okay, I
Well,
get
it
it.
doesn't have
mom
to
or
be an
older.
older woman. I mean, I'm a mom.
Oh,
but-
okay. Yeah.
You're an older
That's
woman.
true, but I think Young Gravy was talking about older
yeah.
women.
She's all.
especially.
It doesn't have to be an
Can I
older
ask you a
woman.
quick
I'm a
question?
mom.
So do you just like him for the fame, or do you actually like him? Because I know you said it would be really good
No,
for
dog
you
did
to like,
serve it.
blow up.
Well, because of like how big him and Ari now, I'm like seeing how that would have been like really
Ari?
good
So it's
for
kinda like
my
both.
OnlyFans, you know. But no, at first
Why is she talking so
I
much?
really liked him, and like he was so cute in person, and like we just connected kid, and I don't know, I love like country guys, and online he doesn't really seem that country, but he is. So I thought that was cute.
I don't know. I have a question.
Well, I mean, it sounds like so they just have an open relationship, because if they've been seeing each other for 4 months, you saw him, you said last Saturday.
This old,
Yeah.
becoming old gravy.
Okay, well,
Sour,
I don't know
old
what
sour
the details
gravy.
are, but
Gravy.
I don't think they have an open relationship. I think he's cheating and like lying to her. I'm really sorry, Ari.
So that rhymes.
Is this like for clout or something? Like I'm confused.
Like I
Uh-oh.
said, like my
Fight,
dude back home,
fight,
he just
fight,
said that I should
fight.
say it because it's interesting. So partially, like, yeah, it's for clout because they're blowing up right now, and I have OnlyFans, and that's how I make money.
oh well, then
But
how do we know this?
also,
But how? I mean,
that's what's happening in my life. I think it's interesting. Like everyone, all my friends know and like have been around him a bunch. Like he was texting my best friend.
Her voice
and
is so
saying
bad.
that if I say
wanna
another
stab
word
my
about
ear.
it, that something's
I wanna
bad is gonna
puncture my
happen to
eardrum.
me, and like in Charlotte, something's bad is gonna happen to me, and that he's gonna get hackers
true,
to
Lucas.
delete my account if I say anything.
Why are you saying anything then, girl?
anyways.
I think
All
he's
right. Well,
lying.
It's a
we spent
coaching.
enough time
It's
on
going to
it.
be a coaching session.
Okay. Question though, going back to everybody's like
Verbal
relationship
waterboarding.
status here and stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Well, what I was asking Chloe.
Oh man.
A lot of people here are single. What does that actually mean though? Are you actually single? So you said you've been single for 1 year, but
Please
are there
don't
currently any guys in the picture?
Oh, thank God.
No, not really. I talk to men, but I'm not trying to date, so I'm not pursuing them.
You're not trying to date. I couldn't tell.
Only talk or date when I'm trying to look for a relationship, and that's not currently what I want. I'm looking at
Clearly.
career, making money, taking care of my mom, stuff like that.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. So there has been no guys in the picture the past year.
Imagine asking this girl out and the
been
date is whale
guy-
watching. Would that be rude?
Right away. 'Cause I'm not
Gotcha.
gonna-
Okay. Is there like a casual?
going on in my personal life.
Okay. What about you? You said you're single, but are there any guys in the picture currently?
No.
None?
Nope.
Zero?
Nope.
Okay.
I got
All
my
right.
cats. I'm
Cats.
You have your cats. What a surprise.
good. Plus, with my profession, like I already get what I need. So
Because of the adult content.
That's all you need is just sex, which makes up like 2%, less than 2% of your entire life.
No guys.
Nope.
None.
Not a single one.
But you've been single for a year. I mean, there's not been even like a month, 2 months, anything.
I mean, like I was seeing a guy, but he didn't want anything serious, so I don't really want to waste my time on someone who doesn't want anything serious.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple guys on my roster.
You got a roster? That's what I'm looking for. No roster, really?
well, but like, what do you count as a roster?
I mean, like I don't take them seriously, but
Yeah, like
Are you
can I call them over?
having
Yes.
are you having carnal knowledge with them? P in the V.
Oh my
Yes. Okay.
P, but not for work. Recreation.
Yeah, it's usually after the scene. So
Oh, you'll like the men you work with, you'll just for funsies.
the ones I like, yeah.
But there's not romantic component. Like you guys aren't dating
It's like the
romantically.
BFE. It's like the boyfriend experience. Where like,
hell yeah.
you know, there's no commitment.
Okay.
But they give you what you need. You give them what they need.
But so you do have a roster currently. How big is the roster?
It's very inconsistent.
Tell us about the
because, you know.
inconsistent roster.
Okay. Well, shout out to Donnie Sins, not Johnny
I thought you were about to
Sins.
say Young Gravy. I was like, God damn, how many-
Heck no.
Shit, what the fuck?
Not my type.
This guy's killing
Um,
everything in LA.
Definitely not.
God
no,
damn.
no. But shout out to all my great friends in the industry who have participated in recreational fun after. You're
So
imagine that's your shout out.
very
like
much
3
appreciated.
guys, 4 guys,
Probably 3 right now.
3. Okay.
Mhm.
No guys on the roster. No roster. You said you
I mean, how could you possibly defend feminism after this?
I have 2 currently,
2 currently. Okay.
and I'm trying to get it to 5.
Trying to get it to 5. Okay. And do the 2 guys, do they know about each other?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's like it's like I'm pretty open about it. Like I'm like, hey, you're for tonight. See you next time for the next night. They don't need to know more than that.
So
I mean,
they're
like
cool with
they
it?
know that I like see other people, but I'm tested constantly, and so are they.
And are they in the industry or are they civilians?
They're in the industry.
Okay.
I pick and choose them wisely on, the chemistry we have on.
Yeah,
set.
you have a lot of
both
wisdom.
both of you are in the traditional adult industry, right? You guys shoot traditional content, but you also do OF too, right? So that's your own stuff.
What the hell is traditional?
How long have you both been in the traditional adult content industry?
I'm gonna throw up in my mouth.
Since October.
Oh, so that's pretty new. Like when's that?
Yeah, I've shot about
8 months ago?
70 scenes
70 scenes?
ish. Yeah.
With how many different talent?
Well,
Because you probably do multiple
I've
scenes
done-
with like the same guy, right?
maybe like one guy, like 4 different scenes, like 3 or 4 different scenes, and then another guy. I think I've done like 2 scenes, but everyone else has been like new.
So maybe like 50 to 60 different scene partners.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said 8 months. What about you? How long you been in the industry?
I've been full time since I quit my 9 to 5 in 2022, but I was on and off. I tried quitting and came back and quit and came back.
quitting, I couldn't
So
kick it.
the money always brought me right back.
Gotcha.
I just couldn't kick it.
How many scenes have you done?
I'm over 250. I don't know. Yeah,
Over 250. Okay, gotcha. And
like professional ones, but that's not collabs.
And your roster, you said you have 3 people on the roster. Are they civilians or are they fellow workers in the industry? Industry people. Okay.
Yeah, you can't trust.
What's up, Adolf?
So sorry. So you've been in it for
We really
four,
need you right
4 years,
now.
5 years?
No, I've been full time since 2022, but I was on and off since I was 21.
Okay, and you're
So,
29,
well,
so like
22,
8
yeah.
8 years.
About 8 years, yeah.
But you've been like more active for the past 3 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And during that time, have you dated civilians, or do you only pretty much date?
No, yeah, I did date civilians. I was in relationships with 2 different people at 2 different times while I was also in the industry.
Mhm.
And they at first were understanding, but then as time goes by, opinions change.
Right.
They like the benefits of it in the 3 ways, but they don't want to face the other part. And it's like, well, this is how we go to Cancun. This is how I pay your mortgage. Like,
Oh, so you'd be the provider.
oh yeah,
You'd
I've
pay
always
for
been the breadwinner in every relationship.
Every relationship.
Every
Is that the case for you too, or
No.
no?
No, I've had I don't know. I was raised very traditional.
Oh, were you?
In a 2-parent home where, the man makes more money than the woman, and that's just how I was raised, and that's what I believe in.
Is that why she makes more than him? I think it's because she looks like Nicolas Cage in a wig.
Month or per year? You don't have to say, of course, but I'm just curious.
Is it more than OnlyFans or is it less than OnlyFans?
Well, we do. I mean, there's so many different platforms that we work
Yeah,
under. So
there's a lot of ways to make money. I definitely make more from doing the mainstream because then it will bring an audience to my platforms. And so that's why I kind of went full time with that. Plus, if you are a good performer, like they will just keep bringing you back.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to say an exact number, but I do
IRS
well.
is listening.
And how much time do you spend working? Like maybe per week? Like
Sometimes I don't work for 2 weeks.
big one's
but,
interested.
Like I will do 4 hours a day, maybe 8 hours a day, depending on what I'm doing. So
Good. That's great.
Poor David Patrick Harry. I mean, this is like
cool.
the
Love that
lowest.
for you guys.
This is the lowest of the
Going
lowest.
to Lucy in your notes, you said you didn't choose this career for money. You had
It is a
money.
good question to Lucas.
You didn't choose the
Yeah,
career for
it-
fame.
it
Fame
actually
scares
is.
you. You chose your current career, so the adult entertainment industry, because you're a sex addict.
I'm so sorry to my family right now. Yes.
Oh, now you're sorry?
Oh, you're sorry for the podcast?
No, if my,
This is some tame
if my
shit.
family is watching this, I am so sorry. Yes.
They
No.
don't know?
No, they're aware, but
Oh, okay.
ashamed.
It's
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so,
I,
she says. That's what you should get
yeah.
into,
What
man.
was the question? Sorry.
on.
Wait, so you you
Dude.
said you chose the career not for money, not for fame, but because you're a
So-
sex addict.
That is correct.
That's so annoying. That's where you jump in and go, you just said shame, rightly so.
It's
Or you know it's
well,
wrong.
like the exhibitionist side of me has always been something in like from a very young age, just like
Gotcha.
being watched. I found corn on a desktop computer that my family had where my oldest brother was watching, I guess, or something. I don't know. And I went on there, didn't even really know how to do like even go to Google really, but it was just popped up and I watched hours and hours and hours of it. I was like 8 years old.
Yikes. Damn. And do you think that's the genesis or of the sex addiction was discovery of this content
think,
at a
like,
young age?
Yeah, no, I think that seeing someone being filmed in such a vulnerable state and showing like that transfer of energy of, you know, sexual energy between people, it just always really excited me. And yeah, so.
Okay.
Can I ask her a question?
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're kind of morally, you're a bit conflicted because it sounds like
Good,
you kind of
thank you.
appreciate
Thank you,
the
engaged.
foundation that your parents offered you and your family.
Nice.
I had a great life, yeah.
Nice.
And I was curious, like, do you think that your exposure to corn at 8 years old was a negative effect on you long term? Do you think this is what led into it? And I'm just curious
Good
because
point, Lucas.
the way that you're framing everything, it sounds like you're like very morally conscious of what you're doing and choosing the opposite. I'm just curious of
Oh,
like the
yeah,
dynamic
no.
that's going
Yeah,
on inside
seriously,
you.
dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a constant conflict in my brain, like every single day, because it's only getting, I'm only gaining more and more traction, which is like really cool in the industry because everyone wants that. Like they all chase the clout and they all chase that. But every single scene that I do, I'm like,
You just
oh,
cry.
this is another scene that my whole family is going to disown me over. Like which scene is going to be the one that I get fully disowned? And I don't know why I continue to do it other than just the fact that I highly enjoy being on set and I highly enjoy what I do.
Okay.
And I feel good when I do it. But when I get off of set, I think about, my parents because they raised me my whole life.
Do you think that the exposure to corn at 8 years old influenced this potential sex addiction that you have?
1,000%.
1,000%.
Yes.
And do you feel like, again, content that you make, even though this is feeding some type of addiction or pleasure,
Thank you, Adam.
satisfaction, do you ever think about how that may affect other children, or imagine another 8-year-old potentially stumbling upon their older brother having your content?
Nice
up?
route.
My take on that is everyone's going to stumble across it at some point.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's
Everyone's
out
going
of
to
my
murder,
control.
so I murdered her.
And that is just
Well, murder's
the
gonna
truth,
happen.
Honestly, you're going to see something, that gets your blood rushing in that way, in some way or another.
What
And that isn't my battle to fight. This is just something I choose to do. And if someone chooses to watch it, then someone chooses to watch it.
Total
But that's, parents should maybe have controls on their.
I call this the George
on their
Soros
computers, and that's not my battle to fight.
Mm-hmm.
You have no responsibility.
And did you have?
No, I was just like, agree.
Oh, I thought you wanted to come in.
Is actually sad.
Wait, so I'm just curious on this. So, at what age did you start having sex?
Yes, exactly.
I lost my virginity when I was 12.
Yikes. Is that junior high?
I was
Yeah,
in middle school.
I was playing Pokemon cards and shit. Fucking Game Boy, Pokemon Red and shit.
Tetris.
Pokemon Blue and shit.
Some people grow up differently.
I was like a little skater girl.
You just grew up
back in that
Was
day.
it also
a 12-year-old?
You just grew up differently.
Yeah, I was like all into skateboarding because my older brothers were like all into like dirt bike and like skateboarding and just like that kind of lifestyle. So I got into that. They were a lot older than me, so I was like,
Were they of legal age? I'm just curious.
the
Or
guy,
the first one that took your virginity.
he was in high school,
Okay.
sophomore.
Yikes.
How do we know?
Going around the table, I'm just curious. I guess at what age did you lose your virginity?
17.
18.
18.
14.
12.
20.
Yes, Lord have mercy.
20.
I'm not gonna disclose that.
I'm not disclosing that because I was
18.
a man at that point.
Brian?
17. 17, yes. Good times. Good talk. Wait, okay, so hold on. We were talking about the roster. We kind of went down like a path there. But you chose the career because of your being a sex addict. And question, by the time, because you said the body count when you revealed it to your boyfriend, but you felt bad about it.
Right.
It was 150 and you were like 19?
Yeah,
was it?
exactly.
Yes.
They don't-
By the time you graduated, like the day you graduated high school, what would you say your body count was then?
It was like, that's when I, racked up that many because I met my boyfriend of that time, right after high school, like right after I got out of high school. So it was like, I basically hit, every person I could possibly get in high school.
Wait, you hit every
yeah, like
person
not
you
like
could
hit, but like,
Yeah, no, I know
I
what you
got
mean.
with, sorry.
How big was the high school?
Why?
I think in my graduating class, it was like 2,000, 2,200.
Yeah, totally, dude.
So
pretty big.
Thought you were gonna say
Did you
150.
like?
I was complaining the other day about changing the threshold of my door and how much of a pain in the ass it was. Now I'm just like, okay.
High school, like I went to like the district.
School district, branching out and shit. Okay, that's cool.
And they can all vouch for that if you're listening.
Wait, so did you walk for graduation? Did you do the whole gown and cap or whatever?
No.
What kind of question is that?
Did you graduated or
No.
you just dropped out?
I got my GED.
Oh, okay. So let's say the day you turned 18, what was your body count?
I
Empty
think
in
that
the
was like,
bathroom.
over 120 for sure. Like between 120 and 150. Yeah. And I never got any STDs, so my friend's older sister was correct.
About the sleep with them? and
Yeah, because you
because everybody is young and less likely to have STDs.
Did your parents realize that you were doing this, or?
That's fine.
My parents, I don't want to get too much into them because
Yeah,
they
you
don't,
don't have to.
deserve. I chose this, not them. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, they
That makes it all better.
aren't stupid.
Wow. Wow, that's giving your
Good
parents
times.
a lot. Huh?
Good times. We have a chat here from Eric Hart. He says Willy Wonka has been with over 150 Oompa Loompas.
Oh my gosh. She's slaying
Oh
that
my
bob.
God, Willy Wonka, I'll take it.
That bob is bobbing. Don't play with her.
Word.
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 It is.
Sometimes I get Lord Farquaad too.
Not everyone can rock a bob. You're
No,
rocking
you're
it.
definitely hotter than both.
Not
have the
everybody
right face
can
And she's got that face,
Yeah.
so.
rock bod.
Does any of this exist if Western culture remained in the hands of fire and brimstone conservative? I don't think so, but Lucas, I would point to individualism, Enlightenment principles, classical liberalism as well. It's just a terrible. It's been a terrible project.
/whatever, so YouTube doesn't take their cut. Support us, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. I want to do shout out to Aaron, thank you for the 5, Crystal, thank you for the 10, Thomas, thank you for the 1. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream so far, like the video. Very interesting panel. We got twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Also, guys, get yourself some merch. We'll give you a shout out during the show if you get one. Shop.whatever.com and also join our Discord. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. So let's see here. We're going. Single. Do you have any guys in the picture?
Well, I'm in a relationship.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Sorry. I got my. Do you have any guys in the picture?
I got my horrors
notes
mixed up.
Do you have any guys in the picture? I know.
Kind of. There's somebody that
Kind
I
of. I like
want
my
to be in the
mechanic.
picture. But I've kind of gotten really picky right now.
You have
what do you mean?
no
Picky?
You can't be picky.
I guess my
lady.
standards have increased a lot. I don't want to tolerate something, disrespect.
Here we
My
go.
morals. I want a man who loves Jesus and can lead me. And I want to get married. And I also want them to understand and
This is the
respect
covert
fact
feminist
that
right
I'm a
here,
birth
though.
mom.
Is anyone else sensing
not a lot of guys
covert
get
feminist
that, I
right
guess,
now?
at my age. So
Can you explain what you mean when you say birth mom?
Oh yeah. So a birth mom is basically a girl or woman that has gone through pregnancy, chose life, gave birth to a baby, and then placed for adoption directly to a family unit. And so I
A
did
gay
that
one? Did you do it for a
10
gay
and a half
dude?
months ago.
You do it for a gay dude?
So I have a baby boy.
Kudos.
And I abandoned it and I gave it to a gay man.
But yeah, I am a birth mom. So that's kind of what.
Oh, is that the title? It makes you feel better about it?
Yes.
Okay. And with the adoption process, is it somebody local to you? Are they across the nation? Are you going to like remain in touch, or like what? Isn't this all laid out in some sort of adoption agreement or contract?
Yeah, there's a lot of legal stuff within it.
Thanks for the baby.
And there's not a whole ton I can say. But I went through an agency, selected a family, and got to choose to hand place him myself. But yeah, it was a interesting, hard process. But it did change my life in a beautiful, amazing way. But yeah, they're great, and he's great.
I think I saw a TikTok you made. You said you did it. It was for the best interest of the child.
Yeah.
And you also said that you found yourself pregnant.
Yeah.
You found yourself pregnant? You woke up and you're
the
pregnant?
phrasing there intrigued me.
Yeah, I
you
found
yourself. Well, I
It
think,
wasn't planned. Before my pregnancy,
have
I
sex?
was not living the lifestyle I'm trying to
Did
live
you
now.
have sex?
And yeah, I came home from work one day, and
then I was pregnant?
took a pregnancy test, and I found out I was pregnant, and I was shocked.
Oh, you were shocked. Did you have sex?
In denial. It was right before Christmas too, and so it's just not it. But yeah, I was.
It's like going on a roller coaster and be like, I went into a loop-de-loo and I just couldn't believe it. We did a loop-de-loo and I was on the roller coaster. I just was so surprised.
in your past, you dated drug dealers and abusive guys and guys that were just upright crazy. Everyone in your life makes fun of you because you really pick the craziest and worst options of men.
Yeah.
You wrote also that you would meet people out at clubs, at the after parties, and you'd be put in crazy situations. The last guy that you dated was someone that you met that you intended to be just a one-night stand, but you ended up getting pregnant. Wait, so question.
Accidentally
was
fell
it
on
a
penis.
one-night stand
Just
that you got
accidentally fell right on a penis.
pregnant?
No, but that's
so you guys
the
had been-
intention. Like, it was very short process.
Yeah, the penis
Like how
went
long
into
had
your
you been
vagina.
seeing him
And
even
then
casually
that's what
before you
happens.
got pregnant?
Like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Were you on birth control or
No
birth control? Okay. And were y'all, was he just blasting? Who's just
I don't want my family hearing that, but yeah, I mean,
Shit,
yeah,
you gotta take some precautions at
Look at
least.
that terrible tattoo
yes, I
she
got
has.
pregnant.
That is the worst.
And
Look at
I mean,
that
for the
thing.
longest time, I'd been kind of told that I might not be able to, so it was very random
that
for me,
tattoo.
and
Like a
it wasn't
doctor
something.
told you that,
Yeah.
or- Okay. You have
so-
like endo or something? Or?
No, I have PCOS.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I didn't really take it like seriously. I kind of just was winging it.
Oh shit. Okay. So, and with PCOS, it can make it harder to get pregnant.
dude.
And you thought maybe
You
did
would
the
have eaten
doctor
these
tell you
people
like
alive
your
already,
chance of getting
dude.
pregnant is low. Is that what he
They
said?
she basically just kind of said like, when time comes when you want to get pregnant, like, we'll just have to like watch to see when you ovulate and stuff like that, because it messes up your ovulation, I think.
Yeah.
So like if I was tracking it on my phone, it wouldn't be like specifically consistent.
Gotcha. And you said you ended up becoming Christian during your
Yeah,
pregnancy.
sure you would.
Yeah.
Changed
Sure
your
you did.
heart and mindset on life entirely.
Get her.
You were put in this difficult situation. You did place your son for adoption. You said that you definitely struggle with finding men to date because most are looking for something easy. You don't live that type of lifestyle anymore. You've changed your perspective on life, becoming a Christian and trying to find someone to.
You know, we should get Lucas on the show. You know what I mean? He's like a top donor over there. I feel like we can get him on the show.
Are you waiting for marriage before you get frisky with anybody else, or what's your position on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to. Obviously,
You actually
once
believe that, do you?
you have sex, it's really hard to not. And so, you know, that's why I want to find somebody that can stay true to who they are and what they believe, and that
Yeah,
can lead me.
no, it's true.
And so I'm not feeling like I'm constantly having to say no or
It's true.
push something. Like I want a guy that can lead that strong and well. And I believe that the right one for me will never put me in that.
Do they have raspy voice coaching?
Like to, I mean, I truly think that I want my heart to be pure and my intentions. And I think that goes a lot further than just not being intimate with somebody.
So it's like you're dead set
beautiful.
on that, or what?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. But it sounds like you found it hard to navigate that as it relates to dating, because maybe men hear about your past experience, or you relate to some degree about your past experience. You had a son, and they're like,
That's the target right there. That one right there is the target.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely one of the things that is always a hard topic on a first date. Most people that I have shared it with when I go out with them take it really well, or they don't understand and they kind of think it's like not a big deal. I think that's like the one thing that like bothers me the most, and it's like aggravating when people treat it like it's nothing. You know, it's a child. It was a human being that grew in my body for 10 months.
No, it's your son.
And, you know, placing him was not easy. Or like when
I hate this. Oh, is it being? Is it being? Is it human? It was your son.
And yeah, most guys like either take it really well and they're very respectful about it, or it's the complete opposite. And then I don't give anybody the time.
She's all now. Dave Rubin has my kid.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, because it will forever be a part of my life. And so I need somebody that's going to honor, respect that, and, you know, love my son, even if they don't ever meet him.
You also said that you wanted to talk about purity and redemption. You used to think purity was a status you either had or lost, but now you know it's a daily decision to honor God with your heart, body, and boundaries.
Ready for the violin
and that
music.
His grace is big enough to redeem any past.
Let's do it.
Do you categorize yourself as a born again virgin?
Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
No. Okay.
I don't really think that's a thing.
Okay.
I mean, because I do believe like I'm born again into salvation, and that, you know, my old past has died with the past, and I'm living my new life now, honoring the Lord and walking in obedience. I think purity in that standpoint is intentions behind anything I say, anything I do, how a relationship is, friendship wise, family, a serious like relationship with a man that I would want to marry. I think it's also internally.
Hey, can you imagine waking up to that voice?
I mean, in the Bible, it says, "Blessed are pure in heart, for they will see God." And like that, I want that, and I don't want to have to take account one day for my life and say that I didn't uphold and honor that, even though it is hard. And you know, I will never be perfect in that department, but I will.
This music works every
to
time.
walk in obedience with that.
And do you, go ahead.
I was going to say, does that include like this new journey with Christ? Are you going to be voluntarily celibate until marriage? I mean, I'm just curious about the degree to which you're approaching relationships in this new life.
No, I'm not going to do that.
And trying to find a man, obviously talking about your story, that's a, you know, a difficult
truth.
conversation that you've been having with people. But I was just curious about sexual relationships, again, trying to find a man that's willing to commit and be that
Get
leader
her,
provider
dude.
that's Christ
Get her.
centered. Does that also include like being voluntarily celibate and making somebody wait?
Yeah. You know, that's ideally what I would want. I would want someone too that at least has somewhat of the same mindset in that way, because I also believe that nobody's ever going to change for someone else. If they don't do it for God or themselves, what makes me think that they're going to do it for me? So that would never be something that I would want to pressure or push onto somebody, because it wouldn't last. And I would want them to honor that
The wisdom
with their own heart and mind without telling them to do it.
Would you feel it would be unfair if a guy who perhaps was initially interested in you,
She's so full of shit,
but he heard about some of your past, let's say it's a Christian guy, and he determined because of your past, he didn't want to date you. Let's assume he wasn't rude about it or anything, but would you think that this is unfair? Would you take issue with that in any sort of way?
I guess like it would depend on the situation.
It
of
is
what
actually,
would
dude.
bother him. I think that everyone
Do I
has
have
the
to
right
play
to
this
say
again?
no and reject somebody.
One more time.
Within,
One more
I
time.
guess, a Christian's perspective, I don't believe we should judge people for their lives or their past. You know, why I'm not going to be the first to throw a stone when I know I've done the same thing. So I don't know. I think if a guy were to say that, that is his right, his opinion to do that. And that also just shows that he wasn't the one for me. But it wouldn't bother me, because I mean, I would also consider things about somebody else's past as well. But I also do know that because I'm walking in a new path, that life doesn't define me. It doesn't own me, and it has no control over who I am.
Did you light an
and whose I
M80 and
am.
put it in your
And
throat?
so, you know, if
How do
he
you
was
sound like that?
looking at me for that, then I would maybe question, you know, his relationship with God.
Well, I'm not an expert on Christianity, but we do have an expert somewhat in PhD, religious studies. So question for you, Patrick. So my understanding is whether it's like a past of promiscuity, or, you know, we have some OnlyFans people here, if they were involved in sex work, or, you know, whatever it may be, anybody can be saved by Christ is my understanding, but men do not need to then disregard women's individual baggage and marry them. And these two things are compatible under the Christian faith. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, the church, it's a hospital for souls. So it's not like we reject sinners. Everybody can be saved and everybody can bring the baggage. The point is to pick up your cross and follow Christ and try to get rid of that baggage and become more like Christ. But in regards to things that we do before we kind of make that transition or try to live our lives in that light, it all has consequences. And I think that that's the delineation here, is that there's consequences to our actions, but it's not that you can't be forgiven or be the ideal person that you choose to be in the future. And I think that delineation can be difficult to talk with people about, because, you know, if you are a man of high status and you have good values and you're ready to get married, I mean, it's important, like choices that people make and the consequences that come with that are important, because you're sharing a life together. And so obviously regarding OnlyFans and all this different stuff, I mean, one of the things that I was very conscious of is some of the work that's been done on how many sexual partners and the pair bonding and how that breaks down after 6. And I think that's a really big deal if you're trying to find somebody to have a long-term relationship with and a life with. Doesn't mean that is a
Totally.
marker in
Like
which you have to
9
reject all
days.
people.
It'd be like 9 days.
You know, and be very rigid. But it's a real conversation. And I think that's difficult to have with people, is like, hey, I know that maybe the man that you're looking for has the qualities you're looking for.
Not a good
but
trade-off,
also
Lucas.
There's a conversation here, and him trying to live his life the best way means that he should have some say in the type of people that he chooses and who he's going to build his life with and who's going to be a great mother and steer his household.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm a dolphin.
Do you know who Nala Fitness is?
Yes, I do.
So I'm like from the same agency as her.
Oh, are
and I have
you?
the same manager as her.
Uh-huh.
Like, what do you think about her? Because, I mean, I would like to do that one day, like
Oh, you would like to?
transition out of OnlyFans and get married.
Oh, really?
Like,
Just
what are your
transition
thoughts
out?
on her situation?
Yeah, just switch
My
over.
thoughts on Nala is I think it's great that, again, she claims that she
Switch
found
over.
Christ and she's turning over a new leaf. I don't think she should be in a position talking about theology. So in my opinion, if you did have a promiscuous past, you're doing, adult content, OnlyFans, this type of thing, and then you've turned over this new leaf, and 3 months later you're lecturing people about what Christ means or what the Christian church teaches. Again, she's kind of Protestant, so we have differences. I'm Eastern Orthodox, but still, if somebody's truly repentful, I think it'd be appropriate to kind of step out of the limelight for a few years and actually try to live that life. Instead, some of the content that I've seen is she's like doing trad cooking videos, and then she also has her tits pushed up and she's licking the spoon in a very sexual manner. And so is that somebody that's truly repentful, or is that somebody that decided, yeah, maybe that lane isn't what I want, but I still want all the attention. I still want all the gratification of young men simping for me and tell me how beautiful I am. And now I'm just a trad wife, and look,
Yeah.
I'm a non-denominational Christian.
New
and
costume.
I can kind of form my own theology and what the Bible means. So in my opinion, I think it's, again, if it's a sincere repentance and a transition, good for her. I think that's great. At the same time, she is not in a position to be lecturing people or doing online content, telling people about Christian theology and why we can't criticize or be upset that she's doing certain things, even though she's turned a new leaf over.
A lot of people I've been seeing that are like very Christian and stuff are saying that she should like donate her money because she made, I believe, like $18 million on OnlyFans. And what do you think about that? Like keeping the money or giving it away?
I mean, if that would have to be, again, I would advise her if she actually had a spiritual father. I mean, if she was Orthodox, she would have a priest. She'd have somebody that would know her background story, the intricacies of her life, and they could actually give her advice on what would be spiritually beneficial for her. Again, I'm not a priest. That may be the recommendation, is saying, look, you have all this money. You made it in a way that was very sinful. And
Consecrate the
you're very
money.
conscious of that now. Could you do something beneficial with that? Or, she claims that she lost a lot of it through taxes and all this different stuff. So I don't know her financial situation. I don't know what would be most beneficial for her soul and her spiritual state. But I would imagine that, figuring out how to use that money in an appropriate way that reflects this new lifestyle that she claims to be living. Yeah, I think that would probably be the more ideal version to go.
Okay, can I say something? So I actually met her yesterday.
Really?
And she was amazing. And I do understand your point of like theologically talking about it or putting it out there. But I also do take the standpoint of, in the Bible, Jesus's last thing here on earth was like sending out, go tell everyone in the Great Commission. And like, no matter if, she's this amazing person, bad person, we all fall short no matter what. And so I'm not going to go judge her for what she's been through, but wants to walk now in a new life when I know that I've messed up every day too. And I think what she is doing, because God blessed her with the platform, she went through all of this for a purpose, for a reason. And now she has the ability to speak truth. And whoever's seeing it, listening to it, watching it, no matter where her heart is on that inside of her, the message of the gospel and Jesus is still being received out of it. And I think that's a good thing.
Do you think Jesus would appreciate her doing sexually content with her trad cooking videos?
No.
So again, that's my point, is there's still a lot of baggage there. And I think and this is generally speaking regarding the attention economy that we live in with social media, is that attention is currency. In fact, it's almost more powerful than the actual dollar. How much attention can you garner? Because you can always turn that attention into actual money. And so for women, this is what, so many guys have come on here on this whatever podcast and talked about how this is like deforming the dating and sexual dynamics between men and women, because women can get so much attention and gratification online through social media posts. So if that is the new version of her, well, why don't you just kind of step out of the limelight? And wouldn't that actually encourage more people? And maybe she made a video every once in a while talking about, hey, I'm happily married. Hey, now I found a man that actually supports me. Look, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm at in my journey. Okay, great. But still constantly feeding the attention economy, now in a new grift in a way. Again, I don't know her heart, and God bless her and her husband. I'm not here to condemn anybody.
Have you met her?
No, I've never met her.
Well, I mean, her heart was pure in this.
Okay.
I mean, I was watching her speak truth to other young women.
Well, she did come on
yesterday.
here with Andrew Wilson and denied the Trinity. And so that's my
Okay.
point in regards to, like, just set it out for a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
why don't you
Okay.
actually adopt the lifestyle and the worldview and get comfortable and learn what it is that you're actually participating in before you come on the whatever podcast as a born again Christian and like make like obvious elementary mistakes on what it is that we believe and who are we worshiping.
I can understand that.
Do you think that's a problem that she doesn't know everything, even though she's beginning to start? Like maybe she really changed her mind and her mindset, and she's trying to do that to other women.
Yeah.
And she might not be as educated as you because you took, your whole
Sure,
life to
sure.
do that. So what's your like actual problem with her saying something while she's not fully educated in the matter right then?
It's not about, she doesn't need a PhD or a doctorate degree in theology. My only point is just set it out for a little bit. Like, why don't you just give it a break for a couple of years?
So she's like proving that she's really
That's my only
devoted
thing.
to that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not saying, and she could come back and she could still not be super well educated, me talking more from a testimonial, personal perspective, subjective experience. That is fine. She doesn't need to know, but it's like to just make this quick transition and still be engaged with all the attention and garnering attention from young men. I mean, just go look at the comments on some of these videos. I mean, clearly the young men are seeing what I'm seeing, the ones that are simping for it and like interested in, online women kind of presenting themselves in sexual ways. So all I'm saying is she may have a wonderful heart. I've never met her personally. My only thing is, why don't you just give it a break instead of going on Michael Knowles and doing all these podcasts to like glorify, look at me, I'm the archetype of the transitionary figure from OnlyFans to Christianity. It's like, okay, great. Why don't you just live that life for a little bit?
But isn't it a good thing that she's like, educating girls that might be in the same situation? Like for me, it was like a really big.
Hey, we have 4
eye-opener,
minutes.
and, like if she did what
We're
you were
13
saying, like,
short of the goal.
taking
We
a
have
couple years off, like
13
I
we have
wouldn't
4
really
minutes,
think
y'all.
that would be
4
even
minutes.
possible for like someone like me.
Let's go.
Where like she was in a very similar situation as me, so for me it was like eye opening.
But she could tell everybody she's
4
quitting
minutes.
OnlyFans and becoming a
13
Christian. Like she could
13
let the
chats.
whole
Come on.
world know what
Come on,
it is she's doing and the journey that she's going on without still trying to be some type of public figure now in a new context. That's my criticism here is that it's, again, I'm not criticizing her body of knowledge. It's the idea is that she makes this huge transition and then she's lecturing people about it. And it's still, you look at some of the content.
There we go. Come on.
Some of these cooking
3
videos,
minutes.
it's like
3 minutes, y'all.
maybe it's better than the content
Come
she was
on.
making before. But
There we go.
Is
Come
this
on.
is this
Let's
truly
go.
what Jesus Christ wants her to do with her life? Is this truly the
Well, like, she's
emblematic of
spreading
a
the word
Christian
of
traditional woman?
Christ.
Huh?
She's spreading the word of
No,
Christ.
she's a
through her
heretic.
huge
She doesn't know what she's
platform.
talking about.
So isn't he would want that, right?
I would think that he would prefer her to live the lifestyle and spread the gospel.
Thank you.
And what do you?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
5 and up.
So you
Let's
have
go.
a
Let's
problem
go.
with her being a public figure in
2:50.
general, or you
2
have a
minutes
problem with
left.
the kind of
10
content
more.
she's creating?
10 and 2.
My
Let's
problem
go.
is just that she
10 and
is
2.
presenting herself as a voice of Christianity,
There we
and
go.
she's
10 and
very
2.
new to this.
But like if
And
she's
she-
making
It doesn't. I
cooking
wish it
videos,
did,
not-
But
Lucas.
again,
It doesn't.
have you seen the cooking videos?
Thank you so
I
much,
think I
Lucas.
saw
Yeah,
one.
so she has her tits out, her things on top, and then she's like licking the
That's the way
spoon
you're
while
watching.
looking at the camera. I mean, is this
Big money.
is this
Big money.
this isn't like traditional trad? Like I have
7
buddies
left.
that
Let's
have
go.
wives that are very
7 left.
traditional and they have very large online followings. They are totally covered up. The content is not about them. It's about the cooking. It's about how we make sourdough bread. It's about the things that they're doing. Her content is still about her.
I think
camera's
maybe
focused
if
on her.
people like
2 minutes,
sexualize
7
her
chats. 2 minutes, 7
without her
chats.
meaning to
$5.
do that to herself. I mean, she's really pretty, and I think
Support this
she
man.
has a lot of fans that like knew her before, and like maybe they just the comments that you're seeing is like guys sexualizing her when she's really not meaning to and like meaning
Thank
to
you,
be
Lucas.
modest.
Well, the super
Don't
chat
put-
right there says, again,
Don't
Rachel
put it all
Wilson
on
says that
Lucas.
she's now selling
Don't put it on
theology courses,
Lucas.
which gets to my point.
Okay.
Like again, now she's making
1
money
minute,
off
40
teaching.
seconds.
And again, and if she was true to
6
scripture,
more.
I mean, what does
1
St.
minute,
Paul say
40.
about the role
Come
of
on,
women
let's go,
in
guys.
regards to teaching people about
Jordan
the faith?
Torres,
Not that they
add it
can't
to it.
evangelize.
Let's go.
Women
Let's
have been
go.
incredible at that
Let's
throughout
go.
history. But being a sort of
4 more.
authoritative
Let's
figure
go.
on theology or on the church, I mean, it's right
Let's
there
go.
in
Here
the
we go.
epistle.
Let's
So
go.
that's just
Let's go.
not
1 minute.
That's what I'm saying. It's just it feels like it's not a full transition. Maybe it's a journey for her and is totally
2
sincere,
more.
and she's on this journey. But just why don't you just take it a couple years off? I mean, is that
Here we
really
go.
like?
Here we go.
Is this like a
Here
controversial
we go.
take
Come
for
on,
me
you're
to
gonna
say?
get
Like,
big
if
goal
this
on
is
this
really
one.
true
Big goal.
repentance, just step back a bit.
I mean, not really. You're very well spoken and obviously educated. So I just
Goal.
wanted
Sure.
to
You guys
know,
get a
like,
goal.
what you thought about it.
No,
You
it's a
guys
good
get a
question.
goal.
It's not a crazy view. It's more like I feel like as a woman doing it, like that's and she did do sex work, so that's why she's viewed still in a sexual
Nice job,
manner.
guys.
And even
Nice
if she
job.
fully believes that that's not herself, I feel like she can never get away with that, and that's unfortunate. But I feel like that's why I was asking that question, because if it was a man doing it, you know, he doesn't have boobs to show, and you know, what I mean, maybe she's an outfit that shows that.
Right.
But is
What about
that
my
her
boobs?
intent, or is that what you're, you know, seeing from that video?
That's what I'm seeing, and that's what I
Oy
just
vey, many
observe as a
shekels.
third party.
Oy.
Look at the comments.
You
I
guys
mean,
get
look
a
what the
goal
guys
in
are
a
saying that are
She'll never
watching
be
it.
able to get away from that, and that's what's sad.
But she could cover herself up. I mean, like again, like lowering the sweater, so you, and then making sure your tits are pushed. I mean, you could obviously not do that. And again, you can
Yes.
make the content about the thing you're doing. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, hold on here. No matter what somebody's wearing, men are always going to find a way to sexualize. I'm not saying all men,
That's not what's
but they
in
can.
question.
They have the ability to, and they certainly do. Our industry wouldn't exist if they
Sure.
weren't paying for it.
Right.
So clearly, there's a demand, and they want it.
Right.
But not only that, you know,
Say that about CP.
I've been victims of stuff that I don't want to say out
Mhm.
loud and all that. It didn't matter what they were wearing, and there's been several displays out in Europe and in the US showing like
Billy says we can't hear what they're saying. That's because I'm raising money. Okay. I was raising money for David Patrick Harry. And guess what? Now we can't hear what you're saying. 24-hour ban. Goodbye, Billy Smith. Get out of here, you whiny little twat. You didn't donate anything to this guy. Get out
you
of
know,
here.
everyone is different. You can't generalize because that's one of the
Sure.
7 fallacies. It's a hasty generalization. You cannot.
It depends
just
on
say
what you're
that
talking
it's-
about. But when you're having a general conversation about
Right.
dating, you do make generalizations. and
But
that's important. for the conversation to move
97% of all, you know,
That's totally what's happening. dude.
SA
Sure.
happenings,
Totally it.
the perpetrator is a man.
They're coming out of the
I dispute
woods,
this
Tim.
claim.
Look it up.
I dispute this. Well, here's the interesting thing that you're conveniently ignoring. So, for example, in many jurisdictions, the crime of rape categorically cannot be applied to women. For example, or they'll say men cannot be victims of this crime. They can be victims of other forms of SA, but this specific thing, and it's this very disingenuous thing that typically feminists do, where they say, well, 99% of rapists are men. Well, if the definition itself
I'm talking about
legally,
people
hold
who
on.
offended children.
Well, actually, just to be clear, I think the rate, if you look at, for example, female teachers, the rate of them essaying their students is exceptionally high.
I mean, look
and
at-
then additionally, the incidence of
Lesbians.
moving off of SA to just general violence, mothers are much more likely to unalive their children than fathers are to unalive their
It's a
children.
fact.
That's true.
It's called infanticide. Women are far more likely to
It's a fact.
commit infanticide.
Right, but more than 50% of all girls who have been assaulted, it's by a family member usually, and it's usually the father or the
But we're
brother
getting,
or the uncle.
I mean,
So, I
I'm
mean, it
happy
still
to
goes back
engage with
to
you on your
men,
point,
you
but I
know.
think you're kind of, this is a bit of a red herring. He's talking about under the purview of Christianity, there's a component of modesty that should be observed. He's not, as far as I understand, making some sort of argument that, well, because you're trying to say, well, even if women dress modestly, they get raped.
Yes.
I don't think we even dispute that. He's just saying, under the purview of Christianity, Nala's out here being a strumpet, and that is not commensurate with the Christian faith.
Right. But one of his main points was look at the comments. And it doesn't matter what the comments say because there's men putting comments on children's stuff too. So it doesn't matter what the comments say because those are all opinions. If she's going to church and then they give her that feedback, or she's got a community of believers and they're giving her that feedback and she's still not following, obviously that's on her. But I'm just saying for you to give men in the comments more validation than
my point in regarding the
women.
comments is the way that people are receiving it. So I'm not judging her based on what men are saying. My point is look at how people are receiving the content. And the content, it has her licking spoons, her tits out, like doing things that are very sexual. Yes, she's baking something. But again, if you just compare it to other traditional wife, like Instagram accounts, the camera's focused on the things. And sometimes you'll see their face or they're explaining something, but usually they have a long dress on, they're covered up.
Yeah.
And so the content is about the actual stuff. Her content is really about her. And that's what my point is in regards to, hey, just step out for a second. Just like get out of the attention economy that is so consuming. And again, I mean, we've talked about OnlyFans, like the industry, like that is a thing that actually draws women in, is that you can get so much attention. In a sense, that is power and that is a currency. And that's all I'm saying is just if you're in that industry and you're trying to now change a new leaf, like why don't you do that just for a little bit so people can see the full sincerity of it.
But I just don't think like the feedback from these men in the comments, especially online when it's easier to be a bully online, should be where you determine whether or not she's wrong or right. I mean,
my point is like they're simping for her. So they're making sexual comments about like what she's doing. So they're interpreting it as very sexual.
Right.
My point is it doesn't matter. I'm not judging her based on what they're saying. My point is, look, here's content, here's the audience. I'm just observing the how it's being received.
So it's specific to both variables.
Yes, that's I'm not blaming. I'm not saying, oh, we need to look at her, all the young men comments, the simpy fans, and then judge her based on what they're saying. No. I'm saying, okay, here's the content. I'm aware of her context and her transition. Okay, interesting. Now let's just look at how it's received, and you look at some of the way it's being received. They're receiving it as very sexual.
Right. Okay.
We have some chats here coming through. We have Creamy, what the fuck is this name? Creamy Seagull. God damn.
Creamy Seagull donated
I don't know. That shouldn't be a TTS, my mistake.
6-4, conservative/family-oriented kind of cologne a girl or spends too much time at liquid zoo kind. If it's the former, let me know if we can grab a drink sometime. LDMU, solid 5.5 here.
What the fuck?
$500.
That's I think that might be true.
One sec. Sorry, that should have came in through as read. That was just a setting that was unchanged. So Creamy, God, that's a weird. You got to change your name. I charge a simp tax. If you are simping on any panelist, you have to send in another message. Same for you have to send another 100, and you must. I guess you got to apologize to me, to the men in the studio, and then just to the world in general for your simpery. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's see here. And if you guys do want to get a message in, $100 read. TTS is $200. We're going to go through the rest of the notes here. We have, going back to Lucy Goosey, my favorite.
I actually say that as a joke on set.
Lucy Goosey?
I'm like, Lucy Goosey. It's a joke.
I love it.
Is it? No.
So you said you were on a date with a guy, and the guy you slept with the night before came up and told him to have fun. You know what? You just say it.
You really want me to?
Yeah, you can say it.
Okay. I was on a date with someone before I started in this industry. I was probably like 21, 22. And this other guy that I had, slept with, he came up to the other guy and was like, have fun tasting my, nut.
Ew. Why are people confused about fascism on the rise?
So I think
Okay.
that I think that he just was upset to see me on a date with someone else.
Has that happened before, or was that the first?
No, that was the first time.
Okay.
I tried.
For
I
that
tried to. I
instance,
tried
yeah.
long tarps.
You also
I
wrote
tried.
people date in the adult industry way more than they do outside of the industry, which is interesting to you. I think we didn't really talk about that, but you said you agree with a lot of the points that Brian makes. You're just contradictory towards yourself being in the adult entertainment industry.
I feel like we covered that kind of, like me being like in a battle in my
Morally
head.
contradicting.
You said you'd love to talk about gender roles and being raised traditional, but still choosing to do the career. So when you say you're raised traditional, like are both your parents still together?
30 plus years.
Okay, and they're married or?
Yes.
Okay, and are religious, Christian, or?
My dad was raised Catholic, and my mom was like
Good catch,
Catholic.
Paul.
I think she's like in Catholicism, but yeah, and then they decided to break away from the Catholic world, but they still held on to like Catholic morals. So I still had like the roots of Catholicism, so to speak, just not the religious aspect of it.
Okay. All right. And then you wrote, as far as modern dating goes, part of the reason you decided to get involved in the industry was because you were tired.
I was questioning it from the start, Andrew.
You were tired of
It's like, is that a dude?
dating and not getting satisfied in the bedroom, yet every guy you've been with felt it was cool to film you during carnal knowledge.
Yes.
So, okay, you got into the industry. One of the other reasons you got into the industry is because all the guys prior to it were, or maybe most of them were bad in bed, basically.
No, I just
seriously.
I
was looking at that.
I don't know.
From the
I
start.
had dating now. I feel like outside.
And
of
again, my shoulders are really
porn,
narrow, so
like
it's
outside
like
of even like
any chick could be a
OF
dude
or
compared to
adult
me.
entertainment. I just feel like it's like really shitty nowadays. Like just dating in general, like on both ends for the guys and the girls. And that I feel like everyone can agree with that.
What do you think's contributed to that?
I think honestly, I don't know. Like, it's just this day and age. A lot of girls, and I'm not just saying just girls, but girls. I mean, the sex industry is like rising.
What are you, a two-seater?
By number, and a lot of girls are making a lot more money. Like, I'm not saying that
What are
guys
you, an
make more,
18-wheeler?
or girls make more money than guys right now, but a lot of girls are growing to make more money than the typical guy nowadays. And like, I feel like it's, I don't know, guys I feel like are not stepping up to the plate as men. And I feel like girls are starting to become men.
What are men not stepping up to the plate?
That's actually true.
What does that mean?
Does that make sense?
That's
I don't
Does that
know.
mean they're
I
not
just,
making
like,
enough
blacked out
money?
saying
What
that.
does it mean they're not stepping up to the plate?
That's true.
But,
Carfax for
like-
people. That's hilarious, dude.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna get so much like hate for this.
No, she's actually saying
please
something
don't hate me.
descriptively true.
No, I feel like guys have taken a step down because girls have taken an alpha step up, if that makes sense. And I don't
Okay.
mean that like offensively. I just mean that like I've seen a shift. Like women have really like made a stance to like, you know, like we've pushed, like as women, like we've pushed hard to become, you know, equal and
You're
just
not
be seen as
equal.
equal
Shut
and
up.
just like financially equal. And I feel like we've pushed past that threshold,
didn't.
and now we're like alphas.
No, you're not.
In a sense. Not fully, but yeah. And I feel like men have like kind of just yeah.
Do you think that dynamic actually, like, they bring each other together? Do you think the alpha men out there are dealing with alpha women? Or do you think they're finding traditional women that actually are submissive and want the same things in regards to traditional roles?
I mean, I think that still happens.
So
I just feel like it's the percentage of that has
Yeah.
dropped like tremendously.
yeah. Do you think religion and tradition has anything to do with that? I mean, like, what is?
Oh yeah,
what,
I mean, I feel like tradition has died
need to
over the
give
years,
TPH some beers
for
immediately.
better and for worse.
and the normalization of sex work is one of the things that is sort of deleterious to our culture and to again, young men that become addicted to masturbating and doing watching the stuff online. I mean, they're naturally going to become more simpy and more beta because their highest goal is sexual gratification, and so they're going to be more submissive to a woman if that opportunity means that they can have sexual gratification.
1000%. Yeah, no, I mean, I just see the shift and I know the shift. So going back to what you said before, like as far as dating goes, like I wasn't getting satisfied by men, emotionally or physically anymore
because you
outside
look
of the
like
industry.
Nicolas Cage.
And I was like, I'm tired of, hoping that I get that spark when I go meet up with a guy rather than just like getting booked with a really hot guy and like possibly having that chemistry and possibly like we're both in the industry, we both get each other and we both, like can grow something together or not.
You
like,
can grow something together? What?
Sorry.
You had something? You were raising your hand?
What are you saying?
Because I think a lot of the
Wait, can you just like straighten your mic a little bit so it's just like
Yeah,
half
before
facing?
your story, just straighten
I
your
feel
mic.
like a lot of the fault is trying to be placed on the women who are in the industry, and obviously they are accountable for their own actions, but why aren't the men accountable for theirs? Why are you paying for that content? Why are you supporting those sites? Why aren't you going after the
They are
companies?
accountable.
Because we're employees.
The
That
companies,
bans
you mean?
getting mad at Amazon employees for what Amazon's doing.
Well, hold on. With your OF, you guys are independent contractors.
Yeah.
Right, but
You're not employees of
no, but still, we don't own OnlyFans.
To Croquet.
And they take a 30% cut. So it's
I
not
can
like,
almost pronounce it.
Yeah. So it's not like
Damn.
we didn't create our own website. I mean, yeah, there's some women who do that, and that's fine. Again, take accountability for your own actions. But the Hub and all those other sites,
yeah, I agree.
Who are they owned by?
I mean, I agree
women.
with you that men
Who are they owned
shouldn't
by?
be consuming this content. They shouldn't be following a bunch of thoughts on Instagram. They shouldn't be liking their photos. They shouldn't follow any woman on Instagram. No offense.
Exactly.
I agree.
Yeah, these guys, because they're simple.
Who are they
They
owned
should
by?
not be following random chicks, thirsting
No,
over
yes.
them.
Please do. Please continue.
Well, you guys want men to keep doing that, but to
I
your
don't
point-
care.
And that-
But I
well,
know
that-
it won't stop.
That
so.
it's like a chicken and the egg because I mean, I agree with you. It's like men have to stop consuming this content and men have to actually like have orientation and direction in their lives so that a woman that they meet when it's the right one will be submissive to where they're going and what they're building in their lives so that they can help them.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, the chicken and the egg is we just talked about the erosion of tradition, the erosion of religion, and how sex work in general is part of that hamster wheel. And so it's like, yeah, I totally agree with you. Men are at fault. They should need to stop stemping. They shouldn't be paying for all this stuff online and giving women this ability in these platforms. And at the same time, choosing to do it because of the opportunity. It's just like this cyclical feedback loop that feeds on each other.
Right, but we wouldn't have jobs unless the demand was there.
Oh,
so
you
if that's
can't
cut,
fuck a
we
dude.
won't have jobs.
The
and we
no
won't
job. Okay,
exist
okay,
anymore.
okay.
It has to start at the source. We're not
I
the
wouldn't have a
source.
job. What are you talking about?
I mean,
It's the men.
it sounds like you don't
blame-
have agency.
I wouldn't place the blame fully on one or the
wouldn't have
other.
a job.
It's not on one or the other, but
Right.
I'm saying
You can't do
Men shouldn't
anything
be-
else?
the consumers of it are men. The owners of these companies are men.
Yeah, why are these
The ones who are
girls-
paying for our salaries are men.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
where's their accountability? Where's their
We're
not-
values that you're talking about?
we
Like
both recognize that men
Men.
consume this content. We're
Right.
saying that they shouldn't,
Mhm.
but there is a shared culpability and blame
Your
that exists
Honor,
both
yeah,
on the men
Justin,
consuming it, but also
Your
on
Honor.
the people producing it.
But all the action and blame towards women, I don't see any of those same actions or effort towards
That's right,
stopping
Brad.
men.
There's a massive
That's right.
effort to stop men
Yeah.
from consuming
Chicken or the egg?
adult content there.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire whether you're Judaism or Islam or Christianity, understanding with all these religions, there's a big push against consuming this sort of content. But outside of even religion, you have like there's apps that are trying to get people to quit, and there's like even secular components of people saying, hey, this content's not good for you. Even if you're not looking at it from a religious perspective, there's definitely
She's hoping. Ian.
there's people
She's
out
just
there
hoping.
who are advocating this is just blanketly, whether you're religious or not, it's unhealthy for your relationships as a man to be consuming this content. It's going to impact your libido. It's going to impact your sex life. It's just going to impact your general relationship with your girlfriend or wife. And so I think there's a whole bunch of angles that are coming in and saying, I think women themselves on the individual relationship level, I think most women's stated preferences is strongly against having a partner that watches or consumes this sort of adult content. So I think there's a whole bunch of angles that are actually tackling the male component of this.
Right.
But I think it should be both.
And if the efforts aren't working to stop the men, then again, it goes back to stopping the companies, because either way, we're just employees or people working to make the content that's in demand by these companies.
Well, I make online content. Vast majority of my audience are young men, typically under the age of 40, mostly in late teens, mid 20s. And so I'm constantly criticizing and putting more and more onus on them to stop. So my community, my audience, and the Orthodox Church in general is seeing a massive increase of young men converting to the church. This is all tied with the priests trying to rid them of these problems so that they can actually be truly masculine men that are marriageable. And so there are major cultural phenomenons right now that are happening where people are becoming more conscious of this, and young men are trying to break free of it because they're realizing that the lust, the sexual imagery, all the sexualization of our culture that's constantly around us is that they can't turn it off. And once you get trapped into that feedback loop again of like constantly lusting and watching pornography and masturbating, they become very weak. And I agree with you, but there are many people, myself included. I mean, this is what this podcast does, is try to wake men up and criticize the simpy men that are contributing to it, to shame them in a way. We need to bring back shame. We need cultural shame again. Shame.
We need to shame these men. Men should never simp ever. We need to overcorrect, in fact. You know what? We got to overcorrect these men. Honestly, I think for at least a period of 50 years, maybe a century, I think, don't even pay for dates. Don't even pay for dates.
You've never simped over a girl ever?
Oh, I've probably simped.
Okay, so why are we? Long time ago. Long
time ago.
Why do we need to end simping? I think it's like a good thing. Like, I feel like it's like
I'm exaggerating.
No, like I feel like there's levels of everything, right? Like being a simp, there could be an extreme level of being a simp, right? But I feel like even the corn thing, like you were saying. Let me think about my thoughts before.
Yeah, you should think about your thoughts.
Why do you think it's a bad thing to be a simp? Like, why do you think that?
Well, I think the whole simp thing is you basically have these guys doing way too much, being way too extra for women who are like vaguely interested or not even interested at all. I think it's fine to be a provider for a woman when there's like some degree of established relationship, but you'll have guys who are simping over women who like those men are invisible to that woman. And the other thing is, like if a woman is sexually involved with another man, I know a lot of people move this way, maybe at this table, I don't know. But like you can't be doing the traditional thing or simping for a girl who, like in your case, you said you were out at a club or something and you were on a date with a guy, and the guy who you fucked, a different guy who you fucked the night before, he walked over, I don't know if he said it to you or the dude, and he said something about like, enjoy my seed inside your girl. I'm sorry, we can't be simping for women who are sexually involved with other men. I think, but my other baseline, my other threshold is you can't be simping for a girl who's even romantically involved with another guy. My rule is if a girl wants to deal with me, there can't be other dudes in the picture. She has to give me her undivided romantic and sexual attention as quickly as possible.
And we know,
well, if she's involved, just to be clear,
here comes the dolphin.
If she's even sexually involved with another dude, I don't want anything with her. Why are you laughing? Chill out, Chloe. Damn, she's chill out. Why are you singing like that? That's just crazy, son. Chill out, Chloe. So anyways, hold on. But anyways, chill out, Chloe. So anyways, look.
He's simping right now.
I'm just saying, a lot of women, they're dealing with multiple dudes. You can't be doing anything with a girl. You can't even hold a girl's hand if she's dealing with another dude.
Guys are dealing with a bunch of.
I was about to say,
are you kidding?
Both ways.
Ryan should just put wings in the middle
right?
of the table.
And this is like my brain. My brain is,
Tell us about your brain.
traditioned to like, or whatever, conditioned to believe a certain thing, right?
Yeah.
But I'm trying to break away from that because
break that shit.
It's not making sense in today's age, right? Like girls don't get out of high school and be like, oh, like oh, you can join college, you can go in the military, or like you could go do corn, right? Like no one says that. Like no one says like go, oh yeah, you could go do OnlyFans. Girls literally like stripping. I don't know if I can I say that?
That's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Like girls don't even do that anymore. It's like just immediately to OF. And like, do I 100% agree with that? No. But at the same time, like it's making us a lot of money. And how are we making that money? The men. Like that, and the women, everyone, all the consumers,
Right.
and they're all buying that.
So-
and guys have a bunch of girls, and girls have a bunch of guys, and
I'm
it's
not-
just a lying age, and that's what we're doing. We're
No,
all
no, no.
lying.
We
to
have
each
to
other.
reject that
cynical,
shit.
dude.
We
It's
have to
all so
embrace
cynical.
masculinity
Oh my
and
God.
reject modernity. We have to reject that categorically. Promiscuity in men and women is bad. We need a return to masculinity. We need a return to femininity. And we're not going to have that when people are fucking a bunch of people. I'm saying this. If I'm going on a date with a girl
You
and
know what
she's
they should
dating
do
3
right
other
now?
dudes, it's a wrap. I
Dude,
don't want
you know what you-
anything to do with her. So when it comes to simping, right? Again, I think you should be head over heels for your girl,
Right.
but you can't be head over heels for some girl who's texting 20 other dudes
should have,
and who's fucking 3
Andrew
other
should
dudes.
call in.
If you're gonna be,
Why not?
Have that
20
love
minutes.
for a girl, or if you're gonna be providing, or you're gonna be protecting, it has to be your girl exclusive. You can't deal with some chick who's fucking another dude. Point blank. Period.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did
very
you hear
much.
the word masculinity from both of you? Like when we're talking about this topic, like do you think it demasculines like them being like overly sexual or overly, simping or any of that stuff? Like does that show them as a man of some sort? Like
The way that I believe masculinity has to do with boundaries,
What?
right? So
Okay.
men defend boundaries and maintain boundaries. And I would say, as he was mentioning modernity, we live in a modernist period, and the whole project of progressivism is actually eroding distinctions and boundaries that our cultures typically upheld.
That's right.
And so that by its nature actually feminizes our culture and feminizes the men within it. I mean, when men go to battle in history, they're defending a boundary. It could be a territory, it could be their tribe, could be their women and their children. But that's what men are called to. Masculinity is about maintaining boundaries in a metaphysical sense, right? It can mean a lot of different things. And so we live in a period where there are no boundaries. There are no boundaries between men and women, right? Men now menstruate, right? Was what we're told. There's no boundaries between man and machine. There's no boundaries between man and animal. I mean, you have like Antifa saying no border, no wall, no USA at all. This is a dissolution of national boundaries, of national identity and heritage, and so all of this stuff is eroded. And so the meaning crisis that people like Jordan Peterson and Paggio and Vervaeke are talking about is that men have no identity because there's no boundaries that actually conforms to them that they can defend and actually live within. And so this is where the loss of masculinity is, that there's no boundaries for men to actually defend. And a man's identity is about defending something. That's why when men have children or they get married, it gives them the sense of masculinity. Hopefully they live up to that role in a traditional Christian sense, because we have expectations on what that looks like.
and what is that? What's that role?
Oh, protector, provider, and a
You know
spiritual
about
leader.
roles.
And it's not like your wife is your slave or something. You love her just like Christ loves the church. You love her in a
cinnamon
loving
rolls.
way, and you care to her. You give her the opportunity for her to then express her femininity. And at least in my perspective, like the highest goal is not a career. My career is a way to provide for my family. And my wife, her highest goal is to have children and actually nurture that
Give
family and
this
raise
guy
those
a
kids.
super chat.
And
What
so
are you
everything
guys
comes
doing?
after that.
Give this guy a
Everything is
super
a
chat.
secondary effect that contributes to that. But just as we were talking about the boss babe and the money you make on OnlyFans and the alphavization of women, well this is
look
an
who decided to
inversion of
show
roles, and it's tied with, again, the dissolution of boundaries through the sexual content and all this different stuff. So I think there's the larger problem with masculinity is men do not have boundaries in which they can have structural identity and actually defend something and be proud
Don't
of
tell
something
me what to
give
do.
them some meaning in their life.
I do not want to be a boss babe at all. Like I'm so submissive. Like I do not want to be like
I'm
the
a dolphin.
provider, even though I make a lot of money. Like I just don't like that.
I'm a
at all. So I
dolphin.
don't see like all of OnlyFans girls are boss babes.
I'm a dolphin.
Wait, can you move your mic to the edge of the table there?
Well, would you date a man that doesn't make the same amount of money as you?
I'm a baby dolphin.
He has to make more than me.
So to the point is that's what they were talking about, the difficulty of dynamics with their relationships is that they tend to constantly be the providers, and it's difficult for them to find something that fits what they would feel more comfortable with. At least that was your kind of general contention. And so you're still, even though maybe you're submissive and you present yourself in, very more feminine in certain ways, but still what you're doing as an industry and your OF being really the center of your life, you are a boss babe. You may not be the alphavization that they're talking about. You may not be like mute to your feelings or very stoic, but you're still kind of the boss babe that's making money, focused on her career, wanting to get clout. You're talking about clout chasing earlier, and all these things are contributing to the things that.
Well, yeah, I want to make a ton of money, but I'm saying like in dating or marriage, like he's gonna have to make way more than me.
But don't you see that as that journey progresses for you, that's going to be much more difficult for the window and selection of men that you're going to be able to have.
Why am I making this?
Keep going. Sorry, I was just making a.
I'm just saying, the more money you make and the more you go down this journey, the pool of eligible men that would fit in a category that you would want is become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
And you got to stop fucking rappers. You're fucking too many rappers.
I literally fucked one.
That's one too many.
And he's rich as fuck.
Is he reaching?
Still too many. One too many. If you fucked a rapper, it's over. We were talking about this. Maybe it was 2 episodes ago.
Seriously, dude. Seriously.
When it comes to like body count, I call it. I've not quite given it the best title.
I
yet.
don't have a high body count. I have less than 6.
But see, here's where I'm getting to. Okay, Chloe? Take some notes. It's called the body count qualifier.
That's not her voice, dude. That's a fake voice.
If the body, the specific body, I'm not saying the goopy gravy. What's his name?
Young Gravy.
Young Gravy. Sorry. I don't
think
know.
it's biscuits and gravy.
It's actually a better name.
Wet biscuit.
Gravy. I'm not saying that's the case for him, but certain dudes have a multiplier next to their body. So like if a girl fucks a grimy dude, that might as well be like 10 bodies. Like that, your body count is not, let's say she fucked one grimy dude and that's it. She doesn't have a body count of 1. She has a body count of at least 10. Now she hasn't fucked 10 dudes, but like, her body count is 1. Her body count is 1, but like the multiplier is 10.
I don't agree. As long as you're like clean and like.
No.
I don't agree.
It's like, even if you don't have an STD, what I'm trying to say is if a girl fucked like the nice guy next door and he's like, I don't know, fucking virgin, whatever, whatever. But if she fucked like Tekashi 6ix9ine, that's like 10 bodies. It's 1 body, but it's 10 bodies.
Is that guy math?
That's boy math.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
also, who's touching
Wait,
him?
but y'all don't feel that way? Like, if a guy, like, you knew his exes and, like, they were, like, you knew them, you didn't have, like, beef with them, and they were nice girls or whatever. They weren't grimy. But if, like, a dude hooked up with Bonnie Blue, that's a grimy chick. And then you're like, damn, like, his body count is higher.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, this lovely lady over here has a higher body count. She's a lovely lady. Doesn't mean her grimy, right? I think she's a lovely lady, and I don't think a body count.
But if she
No,
fucked,
guys, I'm real grimy.
Okay, but like, we're talking about, you know what I mean, babe.
Wait,
okay?
pull up the photo, Nick. Pull up the photo. The photo, with the guy.
Oh gosh, they did research.
Oh no.
You got
guy. Which one?
All right.
Can we
check
not?
this out? We're.
Isaiah.
Oh
I'm sorry, bro.
We love
I don't even know.
Isaiah
I don't know
Maxwell.
who that dude is. He's
Isaiah
probably
Maxwell.
a virgin.
He's amazing. What?
But if a dude has the toxic symbol tattooed on him, that's a body count amplifier multiplier.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry. If you fuck a dude who's got a chest tattoo with what is that symbol?
Sorry
With
to
the
radioactive.
toxic symbol.
Isaiah Maxwell is an OG in the
He's an
industry,
amazing
and I will
person.
not let you say anything negative about
No,
that man.
It's not even him. It could be anybody. It's just a tattoo. I don't even know the guy. No beef.
I feel like looking at you, you look like a very average individual. Not saying in a bad way, like saying like you look like not you're not.
Average.
Like, I'm saying
Average
if I saw you on the street, I wouldn't be like, oh, this man is
grimy.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can be grimy. I've met a lots of people who look average and they're the freakiest of the freaks, and especially girls who like are the girls back door with the glasses on. Those are the freakiest ones. So what I'm saying is like I feel like.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
I feel like just judging I don't care what, as long as you're showered and tested, I don't care what your background is. That's me. I don't think.
Sure.
Also, why is all the heat on me right now with this picture? And then we have like
you came into the conversation. But no, look, and by the way, just to be clear, you were like, oh my God, don't talk shit. I don't know the guy, whatever. He's an adult
he's
actor.
like an award-winning. Like
He's an award-winning. He won an award.
That's like for males in the industry. That's like difficult. It's not just.
It was more.
Oh, it's hard.
So the tattoo, I guess, because like the radioactive toxic tattoo. I don't know. I feel like
So
that's an
I
indicator.
feel like you guys should go try and do corn for just
No,
a little
no,
bit
no,
and see how it goes for you.
No, plus Isaiah and
Because it
Donnie
ain't
and all them.
as easy as it
But
seems.
I mean, what I would say though, I mean, since you did elaborate that he is a porn star, any girl who's dealt with a porn star, no offense to male porn stars, that's grimy.
To you,
why is it grimy?
So is he
Like,
not
no,
grimy?
it's
Well,
okay
because
if it's
first
grimy,
off,
but why is it grimy? Like,
most
what
of the
makes you
people,
grossed out
most of
about
the
it?
people in the traditional porn industry, they have herpes, or they will get herpes. So that's grimy on the STD front. The STD rate in the adult industry is pretty high. They're going to deny it, but it is. Otherwise, if
get
it,
tested every 14 days.
Right, but why do you get tested?
Because we're having sex with multiple people all the time.
And do they test for HPV and herpes? It's not full panel testing, right?
They
There
do not
are a lot
test
of
for
personal.
HPV or
There are a lot of personal tests that people take too, but people
But the industry mandated STD tests. Do you need to test for herpes or HPV?
Oh, yeah, HPV, yes.
HPV, yes.
On TTS, yeah, I'm like 99%.
I mean, if it goes,
Plus,
go get my
plus,
phone, I can pull out a list.
we
Have you guys
look at
gotten-
mycoplasma
have you guys, like, got
genitalium
anything?
and ureaplasma genitalium, which most of these guys don't even know what that is.
Herpes?
No.
So like,
Really?
but
Really?
with Isaiah and Donnie and stuff, they've used the industry to fund their other businesses. Like they started Pornabis, which is a cannabis company, and they own these shops and stuff. So they make
Pornabis?
transitions. Sometimes the industry
I
can be a
actually have
transition.
had nothing. There's this thing called Imgen. You guys, I don't know if you've had more than like one sexual partner, you probably have fucking Imgen. And who knows what that is?
That's a new thing.
Nobody knows what that is. No one can explain it properly to me. And anyways, I'm not going to get into this because I don't even know.
How great is it to be married? Are you
She's
kidding me?
clean and she's not grimy. We're not going to talk about her like that, okay?
I'm just saying, if a girl has dealt with whether, well, I mean, you guys are in this industry, so of course you're sleeping with these men, but even if she was a civilian and she fucked a porn star, that's a body count multiplier for the chick. She done fucked a grimy dude. Any guy who's been in the porn industry is a grimy dude. I'm not saying that to be mean, but if you're in the porn industry, like, no offense.
Yeah, and once I quit my 9-to-5 and did this industry, I multiplied my salary by like 5. So also a multiplier, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's a
What
grimy
good
industry.
does it? I'm not a Christian, but I take great inspiration from the Bible, and I think it goes something along the lines of, "What good is it for a man to gain the world if it's at the cost of his soul?"
There we go.
Well, what if it's for supporting your family?
Well, there's other
You
ways
sell
you
your
can support your
no, well,
family.
hold on.
You can't on the salary
Sell your
without
soul.
a degree.
I'm
Alright.
just saying, that's an exchange.
Name-
Though. That's an energy.
name one-
I'm not in a position to name you what
Exactly.
industry or what job, but it's still there's a moral exchange here, and I do believe that there's a spiritual reality, and it does have a spiritual impact.
Right.
The more you engage in it, so
No,
yeah,
I
you're
agree.
getting money. That in the Bible we call that mammon. And so you can't worship mammon and worship God. And so, yeah, there's an exchange there. I'm not saying you don't make the money. I'm not saying you can't help your family. Maybe you can do really wonderful things with the money, but the way you made the money is an exchange of yourself in some way or another.
Yeah, but that's every job.
No,
it's not.
Yes.
No, you can
Yes.
be. No, you can do. No, there's no sin in being a craftsman. There's no sin in being
But
a
look,
carpenter. There's no sin in being a plumber.
No, you sell your soul to any job
No,
that you do,
you're not
especially now
selling
in
your
this
soul.
economy. Are you kidding?
So-
Yeah, with inflation and prices, which I had
Damn, these
statistics all written
electricians just
anyway.
fucking
Selling their soul out
just
here.
God damn, bro.
Yeah,
These
but
are-
ask how much free
Talking
time they
about-
have. Yeah, they're
Okay.
selling their soul.
Talking about a one-person household.
Damn, these
like,
bricklayers,
you're-
just every brick, bro, every brick just chopping away at the soul.
Can I say something?
Go
I
ahead.
feel like it's different for like modern women versus women in the past, because in the past women didn't have options. You know, like nowadays women can get jobs and do something else with their life, but
Yeah, we
in the
couldn't
past,
vote.
yeah.
We couldn't own a home.
These people
Option-
laying concrete
options
every
suck.
fucking
You're right, they
mile of
couldn't vote, they
concrete.
couldn't own a home.
Yeah, like you couldn't get a job as a woman in the past. So like a lot of women would do like things like that out of desperation, like to feed their families. It's like, and that was different. Like
These
now,
damn
we
gardeners
have
fucking mowing
options.
lawns and shit.
Like,
Every grass
yeah.
of lawn,
She's
every
talking.
blade of grass cut, losing a bit of their soul.
Can I? Okay, question. And like the money, the aspect, the fame of that, do you like believe like in heaven? Like, do you believe in God? Like, because at the end of the day, like I look at it as what I have in this world dies here with me. I'm not taking my money. I'm not taking my fame. I'm not taking art, like anything, objects here.
These accountants making sure people don't get fucked by the IRS. Their soul is getting fucking demolished.
And I was trying to answer, but they kept talking, so I couldn't. So I just waited. I've been a Christian my entire life.
These
and
fishermen, every fish.
Oh my
I've been in the industry for 8 years. I quit several times trying to trust God that He would pay my bills and my family. Like, I support my family. I don't want to get into specifics for my mom's respect and everything. But
God,
like,
pay my
you know,
bill.
we grew up in extreme poverty, like foreclosed trailer, like very poor. And
God, pay my bills or I'm
stuck
gonna suck a
behind
dick.
and helped. And like I've been able to provide not just for her, but for other people. And on top of that, there's been girls in the industry I've met who, if I wasn't around and talked to them about my faith and my experiences and helped them, they were spiraling down a very bad, like, you know, mental health space. And I feel like everything happens for a reason. So if you believe in God and you believe that all things can happen for good, then why can't you believe that at the end of the day, you might be placed in this position temporarily because you are helping those people and you are helping to better not just yourself.
These lumberjacks, every tree they chop down.
I got a question for
down.
you. So when you read the Samaritan at the well, when Christ talks with her, does he say, "Oh, you've been sleeping with all this men, you've been an adulterer. Just continue to do that. It may work out really well, and something providential will occur." Or does he say, "Sin no more"? Like, is it wrong that you continue to engage in it as a Christian? From your perspective, I mean, obviously, from mine, it is wrong, and so Christ's message isn't like, don't ever judge, never criticize any sort of action. Everybody's wonderful. And look, something really grand. And if you don't make enough money, well, just go ahead and do it because I can't bless you enough to make sure I can give you enough financial stability for whatever. That's not the message of the gospel. The message of the gospel is to not commit sin.
So when Jesus was asked, what is the most important law or rule in the Bible? What were the two he named?
Love your neighbor as yourself and love God with all your heart.
Okay.
And so are you loving your neighbor as yourself when you contribute to an industry that we just talked about, that's shifting cultural values, degrading tradition, shifting sexual dynamics between men and women? Is that loving your neighbor as yourself?
You could say the same for employees of companies that cause a lot of damage and toxic waste and health problems to people.
And that would be sinful.
That's like saying,
That would
like,
be
oh, if you
sinful.
work for McDonald's, you don't love your neighbor as thyself because it's killing people with
Too
diabetes. and-
So you're saying
No, but I'm saying it's all perspective.
a Big Mac is the same thing as corn. Is that what you're
No, I'm
saying?
saying
There's
you're trying
no
to-
The
spectrum
seven
here.
deadly sins. I don't know. I'm not religious. I'm doing this for selfish
You're
reasons.
trying-
I don't know.
You're
I
trying
want money
to-
for myself. Like,
Because you're trying to blame one
goddamn
aspect
software
of it.
engineers
My
making
point is just that there
programs.
has to be an objective morality.
I
That's
agree.
all I'm saying.
However, I think that in my certain circumstance, and I can't speak for other women, they may want the fame, they may want the attention and whatever. I know for myself, I decided I'm going to sacrifice and do whatever I need to on a selfless level for the people that I love and care about. And if that at the end of the day tells God that I'm not worthy of going to heaven, then like, so be it. But I'm going to continue to do what feels right because, you know, everything you do, guard your heart
feels
above all else,
right.
for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs,
Okay.
4:23.
These damn
I have a
Astro
religious
truckers.
saying. I have a religious question. This
Let's
is
hear
like
it.
honest, and I'm not trying to. Yeah, like I'm
Fucking
genuinely
losing your
asking.
souls, boys, out there in Alaska.
Oh my god, and I literally just lost it. It's like,
You got this.
Wait, oh wait, okay, yeah.
He's
Sorry.
five.
Like ADHD and nerves are like.
I want to hear from the dolphin.
Firefighters losing their
yeah, they're like,
souls in the fire that put out.
God's plan, right? Like everyone says God's plan. If God has a plan for everyone, then like wouldn't it like her plan be what it is now, and wouldn't her plan be what it is?
So we don't have free will.
We got free will.
We don't have free will.
Got free will.
We don't get to make decisions. I mean,
I'm
what's
genuinely
the point?
asking. I'm like
No,
not religious,
okay,
so
okay.
like I'm like actually asking. I'm not trying to be like.
Well, the whole worldview is that from a Christian paradigm is that we are made in the image of God, Genesis 1:26. And with that, God was not forced to create the world. He did so because he freely chose so, and it's out of love. And love demands two people being able to choose. So love cannot exist in a deterministic world or in a relationship where somebody dominates you or forces you. That's not love, right? So love has to include free will. And so the entire understanding of creation, our relationship with God, is that we are trying to align our free will, made in the image, being able to actually be a causal force in the world through the things that we choose, to align that with God's will. And the more we do that, the more we as individuals become conduits for God to act in the world. And the whole point of repentance is that we can make wrong choices. Obviously, none of us are perfect. Christ is the only perfect one. So it's same for me, same for everybody at this table. We've all made choices. We've all made the wrong choice. The point that I'm saying is that there has to be an objective standard for us to know if we made the right or the wrong choice. And I'm not condemning anybody or blaming anybody for all things. The point is, if you do believe that there's an objective morality, well, clearly, from a Christian paradigm, corn is one that's going to transgress that morality.
Right.
I
understand.
Do I accept calls not from Africans?
Like, so,
What is predetermined? What do you like? Give me an example of what you would
fate
say.
kind of thing. Like you were.
God has your life planned out.
Not like
written.
Quoque is my rapper name.
certain things could be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm confused about.
Like I'm not
I
saying
was gonna
little
say
details,
something.
but like I don't know. Certain basic things, like how many kids
Hawaiian?
you have.
Maybe.
No, I mean,
Maybe.
that's still, again, this was a conversation that came up yesterday in the debate, is God's perspective is outside space and time, right? So from God's perspective, you've already lived and you've already died, because he's already knows the decisions that you made, but his knowledge, again, this is a logical fallacy that foreknowledge entails causality. And this is what I was trying to convey to Zena yesterday. It violates the laws of logic. So just because God knows the choices we make and knows the end point of our lives, that we are living within temporal space and time right now, we are experiencing the journey. But God is outside space and time.
Yeah.
So he can already see the choices we made, and he doesn't determine the choices we made, the fact that he knows what we've made. And in that journey, he can absolutely have providence and providential occurrences in which things line up. And it does feel like fate or destiny, but your future is not written in stone. You get to choose that.
I got a question for you. And then we do have to move off the religious stuff. But so you're a religious studies scholar. Is it logically possible? And just I have very pro-Christian sentiments.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not stating anything like that this is the case.
Mm-hmm.
But is it logically possible that Christianity could be false?
Well, I would argue if you utilize logic and you begin to analyze different systems. So obviously atheism is already out because the materialistic framework doesn't allow for objective epistemology and objective morality. They're all cultural constructions. So therefore relative, and therefore they can change. So
I'm not smart enough. Can you remember, I'm not
possible.
You explain like I'm 5.
All right.
Christianity
So
is
then,
required
well,
for
you're
logic
asking me
and
to
truth.
defend entire religious orientation, and that's going to take a few bigger words than maybe 2 syllables. But
by the way, I'm not saying it is false. I'm just asking if logically it's possible that it could be.
No.
I would say if you utilize logic to the end point, it's the only paradigm that makes knowledge, objective morality, and a coherent metaphysical world makes sense. And so when people do apologetics against something like Islam, we are then using the laws of logic to analyze, okay, this is the God that you worship. Does it violate things, or does it become incoherent or self-contradictory?
Yeah.
And so from a Christian perspective, we would say, Actually, if we use reason and we use logic and we use even natural observation, we can make the case that our faith is actually superior. And we're the only one that claims that God came into the world. So out of all the world religions, it's only Christianity that says God actually took on human nature so that we then can participate in divinity. All of them still has a barrier between how exactly does me as an individual engage with God, something that's totally transcendent.
You could
and I would
call
say
in
only
after, dude.
Christianity
You don't have to
actually
be
fully
a
bridges that
little
because
bitch
God
about
became
it.
man.
You can wait around.
But
you can call in later.
Is it
little
so?
whiny
No,
little African.
No, logically, no. So no logic. It's not logically possible that it could be false. Your answer would be.
I
no.
would say no,
Okay, I
because
see.
logic would entail that it's superior to all the other religious orientations.
Mhm. And then I wanted to ask. I
want to hear the dolphin.
Could there be some circumstance, like if it was proven to you, like for example, let's say you could time travel to the past, and it's a perfect time machine. There's nothing faulty with it, and it is. There's theories about like different timelines, different universes,
Yeah, I want to hear the
stuff like that. But our current timeline, assuming you could travel back to our specific universe, our specific timeline, it is a perfect time machine. And you witnessed yourself that, say, the story told of Jesus. Let's say it's not accurate. There is no resurrection. None of the miracles described in the Bible occurred. The healing miracles, nature miracles, exorcisms, resurrections. If you witnessed it yourself, and this is a hypothetical, would you still be a Christian?
Well, I would say that the question is it's filled with the answer. So you're saying, theoretically, you're saying, if it's all false and you saw it's false, do you believe it's false? And it's like, well, you've already asked me a leading question that I can't actually have a different opinion.
I didn't ban you from anything,
You've already
lady.
said it's okay.
I don't ban
false,
under
those
and then you know it's false.
Sure.
Would you believe it's false? And it's like, well, you just put me in a position where you characterize the whole thing as wrong. So there is no out on that.
Would you
hypothetical.
But that would only be a discrepancy in terms of Jesus. Would you still believe that there could be a God?
I mean, yeah, there could be a generic deity.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm Christian because I've kicked the tires. I think that's the difference between Christianity and some of these other systems, is it welcomes criticism. And I think Orthodoxy in particular has a long history. It's a 2,000-year-old church founded by the apostles, split with Catholicism in 1054, and it's maintained that structure the whole time. And it now still exists in 2025, unchanged in many ways. So in my opinion, we welcome criticism. I think that's why when you look online and you see who are the best debaters and what's really kind of getting the views,
that's like saying it's a good
because
thing.
We welcome the criticism. Kick the tires, debate us. Yeah. We welcome it because we think that we have the superior position.
But yeah, I guess my question is going back to my previous
do have the superior
question, though. We are logically possible that it could be false. Under this hypothetical scenario where you could time travel back in time, it's a perfect time machine. It is the same universe. There's not any like funky, stuff going on with like multiverse, whatever. And, you saw with your own eyes, there was no, no resurrection, etc. Would it, under that purview, wouldn't it then be logically possible that Christianity could be false?
But you did the same thing. I don't think a time travel is logically possible. No. So you're telling me logically possible. Let me give you a illogical hypothetical and then say it's false. Could it then be logically false?
I don't ban anyone, Marilyn. I will ban you for accusing me of
just
something
disagree with the way you're framing it.
I think it's too smart for you.
Are you?
I think he's pretty smart.
I don't think you're. I don't think.
Did I hear the dolphin?
He's listening intently.
But so is your?
I'm just not going to let you.
By the way, I'm not.
I know. I know. You're just doing it as a thought experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you put me in a hypothetical in which I could say that something that I truly, deeply believe to be true could be false. Because I've lived a very different lifestyle before I became Orthodox, and I was very much into psychedelics. I was very much into progressivism and living a contemporary American lifestyle. And so I've done those things, and I got out of it due to questioning and trying to come to concrete solutions and answers. And so.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, you said that it's based on belief. So belief is different from love.
No, not really.
Right. So.
Right, but again, belief can still be built on rational, logical principles. Just because I can, you believe that you're going to exist tomorrow, it doesn't mean you can't make a logical and rational argument why you'll still exist tomorrow.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you believe in hell and heaven, right?
Of course.
Okay, so if someone's not religious and they live their life entirely without God or anything, where do they end up when they die?
So as Orthodox, we do not make claims about people's salvation. What we would say is that God judges. There's an objective morality, right? This is the teachings of Christ. We'd say that's just written in stone fact. That's what everybody's judged on because Christ had a perfect human heart. All of our hearts, which is really who we are, that's what's going to be held up to the light of Christ. So let me finish. I'm gonna answer your question, I promise. So we would say everybody is judged within their context. So for example, say there's an old lady who's a Protestant who has lived a very, again, from all standards, a very pious and righteous life. But she's not Eastern Orthodox, what I believe to be the one true church founded by the apostles that still is unchanged. Do I think she's going to go to hell? No, God's going to judge her in her context, and I don't know the fate of her soul. That's outside my pay grade. What we say is we are the fullness. If you want the fullness of Christianity and the historical faith, that's us. Everything out there. So again, like the Taoist monk on Wudong Mountain in China who's doing Tai Chi every morning, is he going to hell? Well, how can I make claims about salvation when he hasn't heard about Christ?
I'll do it for you.
And that's where when you ask, you shall receive. When you want to know the truth and the truth shall set you free, the difficult thing that people don't realize is God will give you the answers. If you really have a question you're struggling with and you pray about it sincerely, you'll get the answer. The question is, what are you going to do with that? Because now you are held guilty if you reject it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm very religion is a big thing for me because I respect all religions. Do have a cross my. I'm not religious, but I do respect.
You're religious
every
about
religion,
cheeseburgers,
and I don't want to choose one as my own until I fully study and understand.
Do a
because
taste
I think a lot of
tester?
people go into religions as their parents are religious and they're born into it, and I feel like you as yourself should
Genetic
believe in it
fallacy.
yourself.
Right.
But I also feel like the world is so crazy, in the science
You're so
world,
hungry,
right?
and I'm
How
hungry
we're literally on a
because of it.
floating rock and all this stuff's happening. God to me can be real because everything else is unbelievable to me. How is all this stuff real that we can see?
Actually, what's interesting to me? One of the very
so
compelling
hungry.
arguments is the fine tuning argument. I actually think it's a strong
It
argument
makes me
for
hungry
the
every time
potential
she talks.
existence of agon. So this idea that sorry,
You want me to explain it?
give me a chance, but I'm gonna have you come in with the dunk, not the dunk on you guys, but with the assist.
All right. I'll be
It's
your
the
feet
idea
mash.
that
He is good. That's why you should donate to him.
Basis. God damn, they're laughing at me and shit. What the fuck?
What was that?
It's been a year since I've heard the fine tuning argument.
Don't do it.
Fuck it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So
This is why I have it there.
Yeah, the fine-tuning argument is essentially when you look at the cosmological situation that allows life to persist on the planet, it is so fine-tuned that if you change
Interesting,
any
because
one
none of them are
thing,
talking
life
except for
couldn't
that.
exist.
Like
But we're
the
told that the Big Bang, again, it was 13.8 billion, I think a year or two ago. They then upped it because there was statistical mathematical problems with the idea of just Darwinian macroevolution, which is total random selection. Actually, if you just did the statistics, that would not be enough time for all random possibilities to actually present us to the present moment. And so we saw that based on their cosmology, that the universe has now been upgraded. I think it was 28 billion years is what they're arguing now. But the point is, the fine tuning of life to exist on this planet is so precise that how could that possibly be totally random based on what we're told by secular cosmology?
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I have
that
a question.
in the back. It was
really got there.
I have a question. So going back to what you said, where so you're Orthodox, and if she said, if you're not religious, where would you go, right? Heaven or hell? And so
You still have this
this is
location-based
my best
idea.
friend right here, Lindsay, and then we both do the same work,
Mm-hmm.
and she's one of the best people that I know, and I'm a good person. So where do you think we're going?
Well, based on what standard is a good person? So again, my standard is Jesus Christ.
Right.
So that's the standard.
Just in the day to day, we are good
Okay,
people,
well,
but
you can
what
be
we do for a job.
you can be a really nice person. I won't even debate you on that. Maybe you are one of the nicest people, and maybe you're a really good
Like,
friend.
I'm really nice
but
about prostitution.
again, day to day, how are you lining up with trying to strive to be like Jesus Christ?
No.
And that then calls
Done
into
being
question like
gross?
objective morality,
No, they are
objective
literally
ethics, these types of
ontologically
things.
gross. Do you know
And
what
I
ontological
would never
means?
make a claim about you particular, but we can certainly make claims about behaviors, right? So Christianity, this is where I get like this feminized Christianity where you can't criticize behavior is ridiculous. Like, that is not what Christ did in the gospel. They cherry pick a quote here that says, oh, well, you know, he said, just love everybody. Well, that's not what the gospel says. The gospel is very clear on what things we should and shouldn't do.
DPH
and so
is
when somebody
great on this
transgresses
show.
those behaviors, you can call them out. Doesn't mean you
Fantastic.
then claim what their salvation is or the state of their soul or the interiority of who they are as a person. We can't know those things. Only God does. But
Is there another
with
word for
what you've been given and the knowledge that you have, you will be judged. And St. Paul says the law has already been written on your heart. So deep down, this is where, you know, even if somebody never heard of Jesus, and maybe they live in a tribe down in the Amazon, but they participate in cannibalism and human like those things are just naturally violent. You have to be desensitized to those things for them to become normal. And so that's because God's already written morality on our heart. We know it. And that's why we try to preserve innocence in children and women, because they're closer to that structure and they can feel when it's transgressed. But when you violate the purity and you get rid of the purity, you're so desensitized to things that you can't feel like when actually transgressions occur.
Yeah, and that's what's happening now is we have so many women who've been affected negatively physically from men and children as well. You expect
By
them
children?
to
What?
be able to
Gonna
grow
blame
up and
kids?
still abide by the same morals that did not protect them.
What?
So like
Well,
where are
those
those
men-
examples set?
I'm not
lady.
in favor of defending any man that violates a woman or a child
Talking
in a
about
sexual manner. I think we should have, especially children. I'm not against capital punishment.
Millstone.
I mean, those
Millstone.
people need to be like, that is a sickness. That is, and Christ says, like, those people deserve a millstone.
Do you think
Like,
what
you did
we do
not.
is a sickness?
Millstone.
I think that it's a sickness in regards to society. I'm not going to make a claim about you two as individual people. I don't know your lives. I don't know your context. Again, I don't know the interiority of your life. God does, though. And you guys know that God does.
Rock.
And so if you feel convicted about things, that's the Holy Spirit. And I do believe that the more you sin, the more the Holy Spirit leads you. I mean, as an Orthodox Christian, we believe in these uncreated energies. So things like love, truth, logic, mercy, compassion, honor. We believe these are actual energies from God. And that's how we engage with him directly. Like directly, there's no mediator. It's if I am loving and compassionate and I'm led by logic and reason and I'm pursuing truth, like I am moving towards Christ. And so when the more we participate in sin, the more we dissipate those energies in us. And that's why sin is death, because without God's energies, how could you live? God sustains all life. He is the source of life. That's actually another uncreated energy. So if God's energy are totally abase and absent within you, you are filled with death. And that's what sin is.
It's interesting.
Well,
I do have to move it on.
Yeah.
We have
Sorry
some.
about the
No,
theology.
you're totally fine. We have some chats coming in. We got Desert Joe as a representative of the Phoenix
Guys, where's
metro
his
area,
super chats, though?
along with Based Thor. We do not
Where
claim
is
Chair
it?
3 as one of
Where are
ours.
his super
She gives the women from the Valley of the
They're not
Sun
my super
a
chats.
bad rap. Disavowed. You're in Arizona?
They're his.
Oh, okay. Do you want to respond to that or?
His.
I think he's just mad about where I live and he doesn't, you know?
Oh shit, Desert Joe.
Sorry.
Desert Joe.
You should see the view. It's great.
Yeah. All right. We have Master Monkey 34. Narla
Sure
is
did.
proof Christianity
Yeah,
is
he did pull
unserious.
it.
Philosophically, it is focused on orthodoxy, correct thought, and not orthopraxy, correct action. If you forgive everything, you stand for nothing. You want to do a quick response on that one? Or?
I mean, I would assume that what the super chat is trying to say is kind of this weak, feminized Christianity that I was speaking about. And I would agree with him. If it's all about sort
No,
of
dude.
satisfying
No.
people's emotional states and like things they're doing and sort of reassuring everybody, yeah, that's totally a fake Christianity. But again, as an Orthodox Christian, Eastern Orthodox, I mean, the whole thing is orthopraxy, because if you don't live the lifestyle, you're not filled with the energies of God. And that equals death. And so if you die and you're filled with sin and you're filled with
There you
all these
go.
things that
There you
actually
go.
take the energy away, well, of course you're going to die. And that's what hell is. Hell is eternal separation from God, but we're choosing it right now. God is not like there's a bouncer at the pearly gates that looks to see, is your name on the list? I don't see your name on here. No, we're doing it right now. We're choosing where we're going.
All right, we have Cap. Is it easier to stop people who deal drugs or every single person who consumes drugs? It's probably related to the
hamster wheel I was talking about.
We have, thank you, Cap, for the big $100 message there via Streamlabs. We have Pasty George. This is late. Women are gatekeepers to their body, so why are they not taking the high ground and quit OnlyFans and other lewd content? Are they not strong, independent women who do not need men? From Pasty George. Thank you for the message, man. Appreciate it.
I don't think we ever said that we don't need men.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Josh Brooks, could it be that because we know nothing from before we were born, that we will know nothing after we perish? An acute dopamine dump into the brain could be this afterlife. People talk about thoughts.
That was retarded.
What would you say if I told you it's mentally retarded?
Wait, I have a question for you. Would it be, so there's certain advancements in technology. I've heard of this thing called cryonics, where essentially, because for example, the point of death, at least from a medical context, has kind of shifted over time. For example, if somebody's stopped breathing, that doesn't actually necessarily mean, like perhaps historically, if they stopped breathing, doesn't necessarily mean that they have actually died, for example. Like they could have, I don't know, some medical thing could have happened, and now we're able to keep people alive. I think typically now it's when there's brain death is when I think the medical community considers it actual death.
Truly is risen.
With cryonics, essentially what they're doing is
Scarlet Slayer.
Upon death, they freeze the person. They like inject them with some stuff, and then they freeze them and keep them in this sort of frozen state with the hopes that currently there's no such technology to revive people, but perhaps in the future there will be. Our view of what is death perhaps could change through means of technology. But I have a sense, perhaps under the Christian worldview, that this would be some sort of, I don't know, this maybe it's a blasphemy or something, to essentially keep people iced on ice, and then one day when the technology would allow for it, to revive them. What are your thoughts on that?
So I would say it's a form of it's like an inverted form of resurrection. And so what you're referring to, like Alcor Life Extension, this
Alcor,
is kind of,
yeah,
that's the leading cryonics research place in the United States. It's in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's led by Max Moore, who's kind of one of the leading philosophers regarding transhumanism. And so my academic work is critical of transhumanism. That's what I talk about. And I view it as a satanic inversion of Christianity. This idea that you will become God, or you unite with God through the machine, and which is the AI, which is the sentient AI and the singularity that they're waiting for.
Right.
So when you're talking about these cryonics, like Bill Gates has already purchased his cryonics. And so really big billionaires and tech moguls are going to Alcor, and right before they die, as Brian said, they get put in extremely low temperatures to preserve their body. And the hope is in the future, we're going to have the ability to replace their biological parts with synthetic parts and bring them back to life. I personally think it's philosophically flawed, because I don't believe that you can exchange neurons with, the hardware of an AI system, and that you preserve the same person. It has to do with their philosophy on what actually the person is. And they believe as long as the functions, it's called functionalism, it's a theory of mind, that if, for example, your computer, you can do 2 + 2 = 4, the computer can do that. I can do it in my head. Functionalism said, well, then they're equal in their sense of capacity. And so the way that they're defining sentient AI is, as long as it can do the functions that a human can do, then it's equivalent in their worldview. And I just don't believe, because I believe that we're made in the image of God, that even the possibility of the resurrection through cryonics that they proselytize, I view it as a form of Satanism, that it's kind of locking people into this anticipation and this false worldview that they can actually be preserved and they can live forever. This is the whole narrative of the singularity and transhumanism.
Got it. Just a curiosity there that
Boom, that's a clip.
Came to my mind from that previous chat. We have Pasty George. Science has found that atoms make up everything in our reality and that it has a frequency or vibration inside of the atom. But
It's not even what
science
science does.
has yet to discover what is inside of the atom, where he says continued. And he follows it up with many indigenous peoples in each tribe beat the sacred drum because it is supposed to represent the sound or heartbeat of creation. How did they know about the atom? By the way, Pasty George is our resident Canadian First Nations individual. And I think last show, or maybe it was the show before, they granted me an honorary tribal name.
Wow.
It was called Walks with Burritos, I think. Or what was it?
Squatting Dog?
No, what was it? What was my name? Burrito Walker? Walks with Burritos?
Oh, that's
okay.
terrible.
I actually have a burrito in the refrigerator. So, Pasty George, if you do champagne pop, I'll eat the burrito on stream. I don't know if did you?
I want a burrito now.
Were you wanting to weigh in on the atom thing, or I don't know if
I mean, in regards to, I would totally agree. As an Orthodox Christian, just Christian in general, Christ is the Word.
You're next.
You're next. In Greek, that's the Logos, which has more of a context than just like the spoken word, but He is the Word of God. And so we do believe that God spoke the world into existence, and that language actually has a supernatural power. This is something that differentiates us from animals. Animals can communicate. They do not have higher order language. This is a unique phenomenon to us as humans. And so I would say this is an ability that we participate in God, that co-creation demands the ability to use language. And so when he's talking about something like cymatics, that's kind of what he's getting at, is that that sound itself has sacred geometrical patterns, and that the structure of reality are actually tied with like an undergirding vibration, in Hinduism or the Vedic tradition, Buddhism, they talk about Om. And so this concords with a Christian worldview because Christ is the Word. He speaks the world into existence.
All right. We have Red Fox here. Thank you for the super chat, Red Fox. Dr. David Patrick Harry, you already helped so many, me included. I pray that the women hear the message and understand you actually venerate women. Question, does your back hurt since you have been doing the heavy lifting this weekend? Christ is King.
That's why I work out, Red Fox. I do appreciate it, though. God bless, brother.
Thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. And we have one chat, then we're going to get back to the stuff. We have Pasty George. Women have the power to stop OF and other lewd content, yet they blame men. Why is it only men's fault? Why are they crying victim when they literally can stop at any time making OF and lewd content?
I don't think anyone claimed victim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I definitely don't claim victim.
Yeah.
Word.
No, super self-inflicted.
I'm gonna get into this next show, but there's this girl who just flaked, and she was a victim, and it's the weirdest thing ever. I'm gonna talk about next show though. I don't know if you guys recall in our pre-show notes that we send all of you. We say, maybe avoid these colors, don't wear a hat, avoids like heels, and don't wear glasses. And she went full Karen victim mode on me. And she took issue with I think the way it's worded is, if possible, don't wear glasses, because we want people to see your face. Sometimes glasses cast glare. The glasses, we're fine with letting people
Ava, like half
use
of
it.
them
Anyways,
are.
I'm going to save that for next show though, because we got a lot to get through tonight. But she blew up at me, and I told her, I was like, hey, it's cool for you to wear the glasses. But she was like, she's freaking out. And then she canceled. And then she was blasting me on social media, like, how dare. And I told her multiple times, it's okay for you to wear glasses, but she wanted to be like some big cause or something. Like I was, and by the way, and then I started talking shit. I was like, I wear glasses too, huh? Oh, you didn't know that, huh? I wear glasses, but I have contacts. And I was like, I bet my prescription is worse than yours. I'm like -6.5 something.
Damn.
That's bad. Anyways, whatever. I'll show you the guys. She's been like posting stories and shit. So I'll talk next show about that though. Hot shot. I really want to know if it is written that the price of sin is death. How can you say that if we sin every day and we can go to heaven? Okay.
That's what repentance is for. So of course we sin every day. The point is to turn from it, ask for forgiveness, Obviously, I'm Orthodox, so we have confession with a priest. But that's you can still get to heaven and be a sinner. I mean, that almost denies the entire salvific purpose of Christ's incarnation. So I don't follow the logic in the question.
Going to Lindsay in your pre-show notes, you said that you're a full-time content creator and you're a P-star with 2 AVN nominations and over 200 scenes. You said you have some interesting, surprising dating stories. You said you wanted to talk about virginity. Was there something specific on virginity?
I don't know. I can't even. I've taken a lot of virginities. I don't know if it was about that or if it was. I don't know. I mean, my ex of 5 years, we were each other's first for everything. We were actually trying to wait till marriage, and then he pushed. And ever since then, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. It's already done. Might as well. And then I made money.
Okay. Going to Anastasia. Let's see here. We have a video that we're gonna pull up from her. So can you get that pulled up?
Yay, someone else. I was like, they can't play the videos.
While he's pulling that video up, I'm pretty sure it's one of the Instagram video.
Yeah, probably.
You got it. Take your time. You said that you're spiritual and / divinely guided.
Well,
but when you say divinely guided, is that like religious thing or?
No, I'm more spiritual. I believe in God in my at my heart, but I do not believe in Bible, and I not believe in most churches here. Mostly when it starts, including like membership requirements, stuff like that.
Sure.
But yeah.
And then you said something about something about welcome to my asylum. Like, so are you crazy or something?
I wouldn't say crazy. People just weird. But I don't think I'm a bad kind of weird. I'm just weird.
And then you also wrote that I think this is on your Twitter, you're a pansexual and a pervert.
It can be.
So when you say you're pansexual, you date women, you date men, you date transgenders.
Basically, yes. Everybody's fine.
You date dwarves. Would you date a dwarf?
Is that like the correct terminology?
Yeah, that's correct, right? I think it's a short.
Well, first, here's the euphemism treadmill. It was midget, then it was dwarf. I think they're still cool with dwarf. Midget's not good anymore, trust me. But now it's little person or little people.
Okay.
But dwarf, I'm pretty sure 97% of them are chill with it.
But isn't it actually called like dwarfism?
Yeah.
So how is it offensive?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
The euphemism treadmill. The use of I would date a dwarf actually. I've been trying to date a dwarf.
You talked about this.
I want to do a scene with a bunch of dwarf, like a bunch of. Is that the correct term? Like really, dwarf?
You're canceled. They're
I want to be Snow. Yeah, exactly. I want to be Snow White, and someone else is going to take this idea now, but whatever. I want to be Snow White, and I want like a bunch of dwarves.
7 dwarfs.
Yeah, the Disney
dwarves.
stuff. And
Well,
if
you're
there
so
are
creative.
7 dwarfs out there that would like to do that, just please message me.
I'm going to throw you off a roof.
Now you might be. Now you're in trouble. Now she's in trouble. Talking about.
And no one else take that. But if you
Wow, it's so creative. Someone's going to take that. Wow.
But so have you dated a transgender person?
No, I haven't.
But you're open to it.
Yes, I'm open to it.
Anybody else here bisexual? Any bisexual people at the table? Okay. Any pansexual people at the table?
I won't date girls, but I do stuff with girls.
You, huh?
I don't date girls, but I do stuff with girls.
You have carnal knowledge with girls. Okay. And you said you're a pervert.
I mean, so when I have close friends, I'm known to not have a filter.
What?
Just.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Potato.
Cool. We have a video from her that we're going to.
Potato. Borscht.
You can play it, yeah. And it can, if it repeats, that's fine. So the caption, I'll read it. Your whole life you heard, or maybe, can you see it?
Yeah.
Can you read it?
Yes.
Like a monster.
Do you want me to read it or do you want to actually tell it? Like us?
You can make it bigger, Nick. That's fine.
So you want me to read it word for word?
Yeah.
Okay. My whole life I heard I thought you were in your teens when I was in my 20s, and I thought you were 20-something in my 30s.
Pushed.
My mom heard we thought you were younger her whole life too.
What a waste.
Obviously with makeup, I will look about my age or order. That's just what makeup does. But I love how millennials is the only generation that look younger than their age, especially Pisces, inner witches.
Nobody knows what you said. You look
I'm
like
spiritual.
You look like you just got stung by a whole.
Are you a witch?
No, I'm
bunch
not
of
a witch.
bees.
I love Halloween. So I love Halloween. I love like this gothic style. When it comes to the interior design, a bit on the Halloween I will dress like that.
Have you ever cast a spell on anybody?
No. So I am a strong believer that it is a bad karma to spell the. So I do not indulge in that.
Wow.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
I think that's referred to as being a white witch.
Probably a good witch.
A good witch, potato,
So I don't
vodka.
basically. I wouldn't say I do a witchcraft. I would kind of
Witchcraft.
put intentions of like if I need to protect myself or protect my energy or the
It is
family.
getting
That's
cold.
most of what I would do. But like I said, anything past that is really doing anything against anybody's will is gonna be a bad karma.
Store the fat.
But it sounds like prayer to me. Isn't
In
it?
a sense, I would say yes.
Prayer?
I would take a little bit of umbrage with that ritualistic magic of any sort, incantational, sigil magic, any of that stuff would be equated with Christian prayer.
She's saying
I know.
she doesn't
She's
do
got a vision board. She's got like Brad Pitt.
Okay,
on that.
so it's like this. It's like a secret.
Well, I don't actually.
Law
I
of
don't
attraction,
have a
positive
vision
thinking.
board. It's more like kind of intentions, and then it's like, universe
intention
just
bleeding.
protect my energy to be healthy.
Damn,
in a sense,
Chloe,
it is.
So you're like manifesting.
Damn, bro, get your head out of there.
Well,
What the fuck?
not putting the intentions out there to kind of keeping her safe, or like when I fly, like
Who keep you safe?
the same way, just to because I
Who
hate flying.
keep you safe?
Okay, cool. We have Pasty George here. I believe the word of God is the unknown frequency in the atom, and each atom in our reality vibrates
Shut up, retard.
at different frequencies, which give us earth, air, fire, water sounds.
Wow.
You've been.
Wow.
God is in the atom. Okay. And then we have Josh
Wow.
Brooks. Thank you, Pasty. What's up? Why did I say what's up? That was weird. To the panel, including the two Chad gentlemen. Oh, well, thank you. What is your most embarrassing dating
Bruce
or
Wind
carnal
and
knowledge
Fire.
story that stuck with you? Could be embarrassing to you or the other party.
Let's hear from the
Thanks.
dolphin.
Anybody have any embarrassing?
any
I've got
dolphins?
one. I've got one ready to go. Any embarrassing dating stories? Lucy, what's up? Lucy Goosey, tell us.
Come on, like you guys, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Say something.
Why don't you give us your dating story?
I've shared it a bunch so the audience knows, but I mean, there's been a couple. Like I went out with some like environmental chick, and she freaked out because I brought a ball of water to the date, and she totally torpedoed the date. That was pretty embarrassing for her, of course. And then I had it locked in. This baddie, she was locked in, and she was coming over.
Were you simping?
Nah, I ain't ever. Nobody catches me slacking. Nobody catches me slacking. So she's baddie coming over, and I kind of like where I was living at the time. There's a lot of bushes and shit in my house. It's like green, a lot of green around my house, and there's fucking spider webs and shit. Lots of spider webs. She walked through a spider web, got bit by the spider, and then she started feeling sick and shit. And then needless to say, it did not go down. She went home because she was like, oh shit.
Black Widow.
And she was scared of
Is it Widow
spiders
of
too.
color?
She had arachnophobia. So it was like double trouble. She got bit, spider web all in the face. Anybody walk through a spider web?
Yeah,
That
bit by a
shit,
neutral.
oh my God. That ruins her day.
It would ruin my year.
That ruins your week, honestly. And then, I was still trying. I was like, let me put on a Spider-Man costume. And it still wasn't. No, I'm just kidding. About the Spider-Man costume thing. But yeah. And then afterwards, she was like, you know what? I really liked you, Brian, but I think it was fate. I don't know. It was a sign from the universe that I can't date you because I got bit by a spider. It was like a Black Widow too.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
She had to go to the hospital.
she was like laying down.
You don't have to go to the hospital for a Black Widow.
How romantic.
I know. I mean,
Did you bag her at that? No, she's old news.
what?
You're saying it never worked out. You didn't even go on a date with her afterwards.
I mean, we had kicked it like 2 years back. Yeah.
And the spider ruined all the romance.
But we kind of separated, and then we were reconnecting, but then the spider cock blocked me.
I thought you don't do that. I thought you're like, it's a no-go if like a girl was with another guy, but how are you reconnecting with girls?
Talented animals.
Like we had seen each other initially, but it didn't work out. And then there's a period of time, but then we reconnected. To my knowledge, at the time, she was not involved
Yes,
with any
that's
other
right,
people.
Marilyn.
See,
That's
the whole thing about the body count thing. I feel like
naivety.
lying is such a thing. Like that's why it doesn't matter to me, because everyone lies about it. Like, and I just don't care in general. But I feel like most people lie
A
about their
woman
number.
has never lied to me. about
Yeah,
anything.
well,
Just
that's
kidding.
a lie.
That is
That is a lie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think, maybe that should be a crime.
A crime for lying about your body count?
Yeah.
There's so many more things in this world to care
maybe a
about than
felony.
who is
I
having
think it
who
should
with
be
what.
a felony, 1 year maybe in
How is
prison.
she
So you are
fat?
telling me,
Yeah.
everyone, Brian said
Yep,
it's a
that's
felony for you
It
to
should be.
lie about. Okay, so why is
Like
the body?
if I was dictator of the country,
No
I
pun
would-
intended.
I would
Dictator?
make it a felony to lie about body count.
That's why I'm saying you think body count is so bad that
Yep.
someone deserves to be in jail.
Yes.
Okay.
Put them in strumpet prison.
See, that's
What would be like
crazy.
the max?
What do you mean?
Like the number, like for a girl, like what is your max?
Well, hold on.
Until
I'd
it
like
gets
to
her
talk
grimy.
about my political ambitions and also
goodness.
what I would do if I was dictator. So, in addition to if you go to jail for lying about your body count, I also think we're going to ban plastic surgery unless, look, there's some exceptions. Some people do have like cleft lip or whatever. And there's also, there are some, look, if somebody's disfigured either genetically or my wording is terrible. If somebody, there was an accident, a terrible train accident, and, I think we can, that plastic surgery that is kind of corrective, but fake titties, gotta go. BBL, gotta go.
I don't have a fucking
see,
BBL.
but you're doing this like thing. You have hip augmentation.
I don't.
You have hip augmentation.
Too skinny. That's just her body.
She's got.
You're just mad her body's
she's-
tea like that.
No,
Thank you.
she's
I
got hip
swear to God,
augmentation,
I
bro.
don't.
No, she does not.
I'm too. I
See,
would
she
like
tried-
to have a
she
BBL,
tried to
but I
do-
can't because I'm too
She just has
skinny.
an
I don't have fat to like move. I would love to have a BBL, but I really can't.
I've never seen a BBL that looked like that. If that is a BBL.
What is your hatred for like plastic surgery?
One second.
I
Also, you're being
I'm very
selective.
flattered that you think that every show.
Every show.
Yeah, he thinks I have a BBL every single time.
A BBL. I mean, I would say your boobs are done before you had a
Yeah,
BBL.
my boobs are done. I've said that multiple times, but
Oh, okay.
I don't have a BBL.
Okay. All right. But see, I've asked this question before, and girls will like do this word game where it's like, well, I don't exactly have that.
Every time, Brody. Every time.
I'll say, oh, you have breast implants, and they'll say, no, I don't have fake boobs, but they got fat transfer. And they'll do this like technicality. Technically, it's not.
I don't
But
have.
so you have something where it's either hip. You got the hip augmentation shit.
No.
All right, whatever.
Like, what's your problem with people improving their body count?
What's my problem?
Yeah,
What's your problem with not having a problem with it?
Like, if someone
Boom.
wants to look
Debated.
better, someone wants to look better. And
What's that?
If someone wants to look better, and
No.
I mean, what's
No.
the problem with that?
No. Here, look. There's a couple problems. There's a couple problems. One, you've got these. You've got the entire cosmetics industry. You've got the entire beauty industry. You've got the plastic surgery industry. You've got the cosmetic surgery industry. They are predators. They are preying on women's insecurity. We all know that beauty is this very, very important thing. Everybody wants to be beautiful, and especially in society in 2025, everybody wants to be beautiful and good looking and all this stuff. People are very superficial. They're very materialistic. Everybody wants the perfect body, the perfect face, all that shit. And I'm telling you, they're preying on women and men's insecurity. They're preying on it. They're profiting off of it. You guys are going to defend it because you are in a prison for your mind.
Oh my
Yeah,
you are
any
so
girl who goes and gets
society.
it done, like every guy will be like, no, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. And then they go get it done, and the guys are like way more into them every single time.
Oh,
every
your deception is
time.
effective. Don't get me wrong.
Every
The deception
single
is
time. Every
very
time a girl
effective.
gets enhancements,
But
it's that way.
But if
I
it
would
was
rather live in a society where people, I think, look, you shouldn't just be you should take good care of yourself and take good care of your health, and you can work on your appearance within the metrics and paradigms that don't involve cutting your body open and painting your face with a pound of makeup and
What about your sir? You had a beard and no beard. No, I think the beard gives you at least 2 points, at least. And I don't think you're an unattractive man without the beard. But I'm saying a beard.
She's trying to smash right now. What's up?
Yeah, he's into the BBWs. But I feel like this makeup thing is very crazy. Because I'm not afraid to not have makeup on, right? But also I do it for my own self. Like I love it. Every day I get going from the mirror, and the hour I spend on it is the best time of my day.
Wait, do you have a tongue piercing? Can you?
Let's not.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
I'm 23 years old, and I'm going to take it out when I'm married. Yes, I have a tongue piercing. Is
Okay,
that a problem?
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Well, what is the male equivalent to makeup and plastic surgery?
That's what I'm saying. A beard.
You think growing facial hair is the same?
I think you having a beard is absolutely like.
That's the same as makeup?
Okay, wait,
but I don't want to hear the whataboutism. Why don't you contend with my argument?
What are you asking?
That you guys are just hopelessly dependent on your paint. That you guys at no other point in human history have women been undergoing expensive, dangerous, and unnecessary surgical procedures. Every time you go under anesthesia, there's a risk of something, especially like, look, I don't know if there's any BBLs at the table. BBL is like a notoriously dangerous procedure. And these women are, for the sake of vanity, for the pursuit of beauty, a lot of them, it's not good for your body. Anytime you go under anesthesia, it's not good. It's never good. There's women who die from these things, or they face various complications. Yeah. I know it's not the case. To be charitable, I know most people probably have like breast implants, and there's minor or no complications. But there's enough where I'm like, that's crazy. And then you grow don't you grow mold on that shit? I've heard some crazy stories. The breast implants, they leaking titties. The titties are leaking, bro. The titties are leaking. The plastic is leaking out. I'm just saying, why can't you got an A cup? Rock that shit. Do some squats. And that's another,
Okay.
When it comes to makeup, I feel like makeup has made a huge shift. Like girls are actually going more natural, if anything. I feel like there's more natural brands out now. Like that, or it's like barely anything, like the liquid blush and the liquid whatever.
And
you know what I'm
how
talking
does
about.
it
You girls know
feel?
what I'm talking about.
Hold on. And I'm going to make an environmental argument. You guys are getting your there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of these massive transport ships coming from fucking China and India and all these fucking countries, and they're crossing the Pacific or whatever fucking route they take, and they're dumping that bunker fuel, son. Dumping the bunker fuel. You know how fucking bad bunker fuel is? Do you even know what bunker fuel is? You know what bunker fuel, terrible. One of the worst. Very bad. Bunker fuel, very bad. Trust me. They're dumping this shit. And these shipping boats,
oh my god!
They're all just full of your Sephora bullshit and your fucking whatever, your fucking fake nails. They're just those big giant shipping containers. They're just full of claws. The nail claws. They're full of fake lashes. They're transport. Imagine that shit, bro. Imagine that shit. We used to transport fucking tea and shit and spices. Now they're transporting. Now they're fucking transporting fucking fake lashes and hair extensions from fucking China. These poor little Chinese infants, fucking 3 years old. They're in the mines. They're in the mines mining this.
He needs to get this
They're
out.
mining. They're mining. I'm telling you, they're mining. What's it called? They're mining the ingredients in your makeup, son, and they're shipping that. They're dumping bunker fuel, son. You know, burning bunker fuel. You know about bunker fuel? Let me tell you about bunker fuel.
I don't
That
want to
shit's
know
crazy.
about bunker fuel.
Right?
But
You don't even know.
I don't
You don't
know.
even know.
I don't know.
The cost
I don't of my makeup.
of your makeup.
It's ruining the
ruining
bunker
society.
fuel, the oceans,
It's ruining the fucking
everything.
dolphins and shit. You're killing dolphins every time you put on some blush.
My wing eyeliner is killing the dolphins.
Every time you put on a little mascara,
See, like,
a little
this
baby
is so
kitten,
crazy. Okay,
a little
you-
baby kitten in China is like, oh, the fucking.
Do you have an iPhone?
See, that's what I'm saying. You're wearing. What about the clothes you're wearing? That's imported
Well-
by bunker fuel, right?
That's
Okay,
why I'm
do
not
you
an
date-
environmentalist.
Exactly. Well, you sound like one. Do you date women that don't wear fake nails or eyelashes or anything? They're
It is my
bare.
strong preference.
So they're
I
bare.
date natural.
Do you like date like Amish girls?
And that's okay.
Hell yeah, sign me up, bro.
Amish beautiful.
I'm moving.
Amish.
I'm moving
Nothing
to
wrong with being
Pennsylvania.
Amish,
Send me to
But I
Pennsylvania.
feel
I'll
like
date the
I
fucking
feel like
Amish.
it goes back again to like why are the women wearing makeup?
Because society has presented to you
Who's
from
society?
before you could even understand anything, from when you were little fucking infants and children. They've been presenting to you a Disney-fied image on every single piece of media that you've consumed before you can even understand what the word media
Right.
is.
For
You've
whose
consumed-
benefit?
For corporations, probably. I don't know.
No,
Are
but
you
how
gonna
are
say
they?
men?
But how are
You
they?
gonna say
How,
men?
how,
So much
yes,
sass in your face.
yes. That's why the women had those
Wait,
corsets
so women
that
wear
were
makeup
like
for men? Because I hear women don't wear makeup for
It's
men.
for
now.
It depends on
For
the
now.
person.
Now,
But I'm saying, I mean, it all started, first we had the corsets squeezing our organs together to look
bro,
smaller.
y'all, women do
and
their
then we
beauty
had-
shit for them. Women
No,
do
like,
the
if
beauty
it was an all-female society, we would not be in
if it
competition
was
with
up
each
to
other.
men, if it was up to most men, you ask most men, we don't like all the caked on makeup. We don't care. Most men don't care about your stupid nails. Most men don't care about the lashes. They don't care about your hair extensions.
But when you go online and you see the girls who end up going barefaced on TikTok or show their acne or whatever, you'll see the comments, oh, put makeup on. It's always
Because-
for the
Okay,
male
look, I'll explain it like
satisfaction.
this.
Women never win.
I'll explain it like
Yeah,
this.
there's no winning.
If
I agree.
these sports leagues or whatever sporting you're into, if they allow steroids, all of the athletes now have a new metric by which they have to be at. So if you have all the athletes in a given field, if they're taking steroids, all the other athletes are going to take steroids too. If magically all women stopped doing plastic surgery, stopped wearing makeup, it would just lower the bar. It would completely lower it.
So you're putting makeup as like this thing that's like controlling all the like. Why can't makeup just be a fun thing? Like for me, I don't. Most of the time, I don't wear makeup. I enjoy it for myself.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me
If
a
you-
question.
You say it's fun. If you
absolutely.
go out, do you feel less comfortable if you're not wearing any makeup?
It depends on where I am. So if I'm like going to the grocery store, I don't care what I look like. If I'm going in a place where a lot of my friends, peers, like it's not about, this is the way I present myself. I'm very glittery and sparkly and my makeup's always crazy. It's because that's the way I like to look. But I don't feel uncomfortable. Like whenever you pull out the little makeup wipes, like I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? Because I'm comfortable as my natural self. But I think your judgment on makeup is this broad judgment about the what am I doing? What am I ruining?
Bunker fuel.
The bunker
Yeah,
fuel.
don't forget the bunker
That's
fuel.
very this is my job. I do this as I do makeup as a job. It's something I enjoy. It's my not everyday life. Like my room is filled with it. Like it's something that brings me joy. Just like a nerd who likes a book. Like I don't judge that. So why do you judge? Just because my makeup, it is a bigger thing, right? How makeup is this thing that it's like covering these insecurities, and yeah, it is parallel to that, but it also is parallel to the thing. It's something that someone enjoys, and we should understand that as well.
Yeah, I recognize that women will put on makeup for I suppose, I mean, I wouldn't understand it personally, but I'll take their word for it that they enjoy perhaps the creative process of doing it. But so
See, that's
I
can say that about your bunker fuel. So
I go
you know what I
without
mean?
makeup
It's like,
a lot because I'm comfortable without, but it took like 2 rounds of Accutane to get where I am. However, like again, we wouldn't make as much money if we go barefaced.
hell is she
Because the
saying?
men are
Sure.
not attracted to the women who are all natural.
agree with that. I hate doing my makeup, but I definitely feel comfortable in makeup.
Look,
like I'll wear that shit every day.
I don't dispute that makeup makes women can make them more attractive. But I mean, as far as so from the dating lens, what I have against it, I have an issue with it more like on a societal level, but on an individualistic level, there's a dating component to it. So the dating component is you're misrepresenting how you actually look. So you are augmenting your physical appearance. That's not how attractive you actually are.
I understand that in a way, but I feel like if we're going on a date, I send you only photos of that, and they don't know exactly what I look like, then that's one thing. But I mean, if they see me in both ways, like why is that a problem? That when I have makeup on, obviously I'm going to look different. I don't have a fucking wing eyeliner and sparkles on my eye.
Dude.
I do this to look different, but I'm also okay with the way I look without it.
You look
And
like
I
a
feel like we should
watermelon.
be okay with us being okay with having it on.
Like
I
makeup
don't know
on a
why it has to be an
watermelon.
argument. Like makeup doesn't have to be an argument because it just doesn't. I feel.
Look at him like calculating in his brain. He's like,
Because
no.
there's so many things in the world to like be upset about. And like a girl wearing makeup, it's like if we're faking it, he never saw what she looked like without makeup. She goes to sleep with makeup. She wakes up and does it before. Like that's crazy. But if she's just wearing it to dinner and going on a date, and that's okay.
And talking about the bunker fuel when literally all the burgers cause.
Wait, can you move your microphone over?
Shut up.
But yeah, I mean, look, the thing is though, again, from the dating perspective, I think it manipulates at this instinctual, subconscious level. So even if the guy knows that she's wearing makeup, it still is going to have the intended effect of him assessing her as more attractive than she actually or otherwise is. And even if we know you're wearing makeup, and if we're experts on makeup, and we know that you're wearing foundation and blush and mascara and eyeliner and whatever it is, it still has this subconscious manipulation. And the other component is that let's say it's our first time seeing you and we don't know what you look like without makeup. Even if we acknowledge you're wearing makeup and we know that you might not look like that, we don't necessarily know, especially if you're wearing like a little eyeliner, well, even just eyeliner and mascara can do a lot of heavy lifting for a woman. But if we're talking foundation,
So a dolphin and a wig swim up to a bar.
Essentially is in makeup. We don't know the extent of the difference. So she could be 1 point down or she could be 4 points down.
And I still don't understand your argument. You're saying 4 points, but he does know if she's 4 points or 5 points. Like if he's dating her, like I don't really understand what you're trying to argue. Like, what's the problem? I'm just confused, to be honest. Like,
well, I mean, if he's dating her and then but let me ask you this. What if men lied about their career and then they baited a woman into a relationship and now she's invested? And then now 3 months after she's already fucked him and she's invested in the relationship, there is he reveals BTW. I'm actually not an attorney. I work at McDonald's, but now we're already here.
Can I make a comment on that real quick?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to forget what I'm going to say, but yeah.
Sorry, this one's really quick. That actually affects people's relationships, whereas makeup doesn't affect the relationship at all.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. So you're saying
I think
makeup.
it does.
Okay, wait, hang on. So the man lies about the job, says he's an attorney, and then he works at McDonald's. Okay, that affects our day-to-day life. That affects if I can marry this man, because I'm not a person like I don't care. We just need to make enough that we can be living in California and all that stuff. I don't need to date someone who makes $500,000 a year.
But just live in California.
You meet me the first day. By the week, you should know what I look like without makeup or not. Like,
oh, I know what you
that's
look
what I'm saying.
like.
So why are we even? You shouldn't be dating someone that isn't going to like show you their true self. Like you should.
You
send you a photo or something
can't
in the
hide
beginning.
anything
like,
with makeup.
Why are you going to keep talking to
Makeup
someone if they
doesn't
haven't
apply to
shown?
you.
Like that's kind of weird to not send a photo how you look. You do what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Like the job thing and that is so separate. Like,
but also,
I
aren't
mean,
we dating because we like the personality? So if you're looking for somebody just because they are attractive or not, you don't really look for the personality.
Exactly. Like I really will date anyone. I tell my friends,
No
like,
shit.
I don't care if you're missing an arm, if you're whatever. I
You
don't care.
don't
Whatever
say.
that's genuine. I'm not kidding. As long as I know how to take care of you, because I take care of my mom, and that might sound rude, but I've done that my entire life, be a caregiver. So that's the only thing. I won't be a caregiver for my partner. But I don't care what you physically look like. I mean, as a fat person, I don't think I should judge other people. But also, like, why is it such a big deal? I care about what's in here, how they treat me, how they treat others.
Can I change the hypothetical? So let's do a hypothetical where a woman has her face totally reconstructed.
Okay.
So maybe she was upset because she had a nose that was really big.
Yeah.
Comes from a different culture where that's very common. She gets her lips, her cheekbones,
Bagel.
her nose done. Man is not aware that her face is totally reconstructed. They have a child, and
Okay.
the child takes on all the woman's genetic characteristics, and he had no idea.
Why? That's. Go ahead.
May I tell a story? There's
a story of that.
That's my point. This is a real hypothetical.
I think it's a Chinese couple because the lady had the whole like surgery, everything is done, and when they had kids, he kind of like I think divorced her and stuff.
But that's like even crazy. Okay, I feel like she should disclose that just as like her story of date. Like when you're dating someone, you're in this real relationship, you're gonna have kids with someone, they should know everything about you. I don't think that should be a secret. But also to say once I have a child and the child has a weird nose and this, you should love their child no matter what it looks like. And I'm saying like even then it shouldn't even be a problem. But
the conversation
woman,
was deception.
yeah, that's not okay. Like I think deception in that way is not okay either. When I'm dating someone and because I do present myself like this every day,
You
they
do?
instantly know
You
what
have
I
a
look like with my
choice?
makeup because I think that's what you should do. I'm not looking like this all the time.
But
You know,
You
I think
are
we're moving
looking
away,
like that
okay,
all
so
the
we can get
time.
into these scenarios. Well, okay, further on into
Your
a
silhouette
relationship,
is
there
always
will
the
be
same.
some degree of disclosure as to what you actually look like, whether that's you saying, "Hey, I've had these surgical procedures," or you just take off your makeup or whatever. But from the initial get-go, like for example, my experience when I was on dating apps, I'm not anymore, is very often it would be the case that a woman would not post a singular photo without a filter or without makeup. Now there are some women who they'll put like one
seriously.
makeupless photo on, but the majority of the time, and if you look at most women's Instagrams, almost universally, they're not posting a bunch of like no makeup photos on there. They're wearing full face of makeup in most or all of their photos. The deception happens very early and initially. So for example, if you
can't deceive as
at
much.
a club or whatever the context is that you're meeting, you guys are wearing full faces of makeup, but even on a dating app or whatever the context that you're meeting, I do think there is a degree of deception when it comes to makeup usage and cosmetics and plastic surgery.
I think a majority of women wouldn't want to wear makeup anymore, but just like you were saying, it takes women to not do plastic surgery, but also takes men to say, hey, we're going to accept you without makeup and without plastic surgery.
We do.
They don't.
We literally do. Look,
you do.
No,
but you're not seeing the men weird.
When men are
in the world.
Look, wearing makeup and getting these procedures does confer. I'm not going to deny that it doesn't confer you benefits in terms of attracting men. Like it does, right? You are going to be appraised as more attractive when you're wearing makeup. Me personally, like I prefer women without makeup, but like I can get bamboozled too. I get bamboozled. The point I'm trying to make here is that. Actually, I already lost my train of thought, so that was great.
Wait, I actually have a question.
Yeah.
So, in that kind of, I guess, aspect of deceiving somebody or something, at what point do you think like somebody should disclose something? Because I guess not cosmetically, makeup wise or changing my body, but I will say like I don't go like posting or publicly emphasizing that I have stretch marks or loose skin from having a child. So is that something that like as a woman that has had a baby that I should publicize just like right off the bat? Because well, one, it is an insecurity. Like that's a vulnerable piece of me. And of course, looking at someone that has an amazing body that I might not ever fully have, like being scared to just upfront and say that to a guy because how a guy will perceive that and look at it because of how like society has framed how women should look. So like, is that something that I should like upfront be very public about?
I don't think you would have to like post photos of that. I mean, it's. I would also say, you know, you said you're. I mean, I don't know if we really got a clear answer on if you're like 100% committed to waiting until marriage. I'd say in your case, there's probably other factors at play here.
Maybe like a bathing suit.
I think men are gonna. If you tell men that you've had a child, they're probably gonna make some assumptions that, like, you might have some like loose skin around your belly area, and maybe you have some stretch marks. If men know about, you know, what happens when women have pregnancy and give birth or whatever, but I mean, my conversation is specifically about makeup and plastic surgery. I think my position is fairly. You can make some arguments when it comes to makeup. My argument is far stronger though as it relates to plastic surgery.
Can I say something about plastic surgery?
What's up?
Specifically about my boobs, I had a really weird thing happen to me yesterday. I like never go out by myself because I'm scared. But yesterday I had to go to the mall to like get white lingerie for this like white lingerie party last night, and so I went to the mall by myself and.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
I promise you, this is crazy. So I was like, just walking around, and I saw this like white dude. He kept following me everywhere I go, and like every time I would look at him, he would just be like staring at me, and I was like, maybe like he knows me like from the internet, possibly. And then I like went into Macy's.
What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Just speak clear. Look. Just speak straight. Speak straight to the mic. Go ahead.
So I was like in Macy's looking at white lingerie, and he finally comes up to me and he's like, "Are you Chloe Yummy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm always like super nice to my fans, like nice and he's like, "Are your tits real?" And I'm like, I was like a little scared, and I like looked down and he was like touching his dick, and he had like this huge ass boner, and I was like, "Sir."
Bro, that's a crime. You should have gone to the police. Why are you telling me? You should have told this shit to the police.
I was really scared, and I started like running after that. But that was like honestly the weirdest encounter I ever had.
You should
with
have
a
kicked
fan.
him in the dick.
It was so weird.
Fucking karate kick that motherfucker.
And he was like a young guy. Like I thought he would be kind of normal. Like when he came up to me, I'm like, oh, he's like chill or whatever. But he was not.
Wow, thank you for sharing.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
That's like a sex crime, bro. You shit.
I feel that makeup is different from plastic surgery. Is that like makeup is not permanent. Makeup comes off, and plastic surgery is permanent. So like, if someone has an ugly nose and they they do plastic surgery and now they have a good nose, like beautiful nose, then it's not deceptive. You know, like this is something that will stick with them for life.
You should line him up so he's wearing my hat. Yeah.
Representing who they are.
Well,
okay.
Why are people attracted to? Like, what is the basis of attraction?
For men or for women?
No, what is
All
like
right,
the
y'all.
evolutionary reason for men finding women attractive and women finding men attractive?
What
is the like
reproduction,
right? So Patrick raised a good argument. It's like, okay, well, what about one of the reasons that we find that we're I mean, there's a bunch of reasons, but one of the reasons we want to be with somebody who is attractive is because that will confer benefits to our future children. Because the reality is, it's way easier to move through life. Pretty privilege is a thing. So if your children are attractive, they're going to have an easier time in life. They're going to perhaps do better from a career perspective. They're going to have an easier time finding a partner. We all want to set our children up for the best life possible. And if we can mate and match with somebody who's attractive, that's going to confer privilege to our children.
My mom did that. She was like a pretty well-known model, and she was working with elite management, and like she wanted to have a baby, and she like seeked out like genetics of like another male model, to have me.
Makes
What went
sense.
wrong?
Well,
Oh, come on.
Are you kidding?
What?
well,
No.
I was a child model in New York and stuff, but I don't know. I just became an OnlyFans girl.
It's okay.
Really sad.
So that was done through in vitro fertilization.
Yeah, my
Wow.
mom talks about how she wouldn't have had a child with him if she didn't think
There it
he
is.
had good genetics, because she really
There
cares
it
about
is.
looks a lot.
Right.
Yeah,
What a horror show.
No, they were dating.
What an
Oh,
absolute
like,
horror
like
show.
Stoner.
No, now they're married.
Okay, so she seeked
One
out
more
a
for the
man
pain?
just
Yeah.
for the purpose of
Thank
having
you.
a baby and they
Yeah.
actually had coitus.
Yeah, thank you, Solid.
They actually had sex.
Yes.
It wasn't the way you explained it. It sounded like it was like in
Yes.
vitro. Like she found,
No.
oh, those are the ideal genetics.
Maybe
okay,
Well,
here's my egg.
kind of.
Maybe I'm not fully like making.
I'm going to just pause this or mute it for a second because I'm going to check out now. It was great being here. I'm going to leave this stream open. I'll be watching it to hit the close out end stream tab. Okay. But I've been here for a couple hours, 4 to be clear. So, that's going to be it for me. I won't. I mean, I could, but I won't. So with that said, keep supporting David Patrick Harry. He's done an incredible job tonight. Shout out to DPH for making the trip out and doing a great job. He'll surely be back on this show, of course. And thank you for all of you supporting him and hanging out with me. I'll see you guys around the block. Again, I can't tell you enough to go follow Ortho Thugs, my second channel that I started with my buddy. Definitely go follow that channel. And then look,
Can I join them?
look, oh no, look, Vagine's trying to get in on this. But that's it. Hang out, have fun. I'll be watching this. I'll close out the stream when it gets time, but my time is up. My time is up. Okay. God bless you all, and I'll put these.
You come in, you're setting expectations, managing expectations. It's kind of like you got to tell a girl you're bad in bed. Then when you do a decent, like okay job, when you're like average, maybe above average, she's like, oh, okay, my expectations, I wasn't expecting much, and now.
I have a story. Okay, I dated my relationship. I fell in love with someone before I found out how big or small. We're talking very, very small, unusable. And I was in love with this man, and I stayed with him for 3 years.
Wow.
Because I'm a good person. Yeah.
You're a good person.
I'm a good person, and I'm also very about the heart. And like, if you treat me, he was like movies boyfriend. Like, opened every door for me, bought me anything I ever wanted. Like, treated me like
just
a queen.
didn't make you come.
Yes. So he lied to me before, like didn't tell me. We were like talking. And I was like, what's going on? It's not moving any further than this. And I was like, sir, we're going to like have to break this barrier before I realize like if I can date you or not. And it was like 2 months and I already loved him. And then he's like, oh, it might be small. And I was like, okay. In a man's head, small is like 4 something. I'm like, that's workable. We're talking non-usable. Okay. And I stayed with him because I loved him. And that's why I'm not dating anyone, because people lie about it. And that's the thing. You can't say it doesn't matter. It matters. If you can't have sex with someone and it's that small, then it matters.
So he wasn't able to consummate.
Also, because I was the first fat guy I ever dated, and I will never, even though I'm fat. Yes, and 2 fattos do not go together. You can't date a fat when you're fat. It just doesn't work.
But I was gonna ask. So he was fat.
Very fat and fatter than me at the time.
What if he actually, because you were both?
No.
Wait, let me explain. What if because you were both fat? Your words. I'm just using your words.
Yeah, I'm not offended by the word fat.
Okay,
It's just it is what I am. Yeah.
Because you were both Rubenesque. I want to use a word. I don't want to use fat.
You can use fat. It's okay, Brian.
Because you were both
fat,
big boned.
Oh my God. That's not what I am. I'm fat.
Because you were both plus size.
Oh my God.
Is it possible that it wasn't
physically possible?
Hold on, let me finish. It wasn't the size of his penis that was the problem. but it just wasn't able to reach.
No, that's not. I understand what you're saying. So even if it was,
because look,
I understand.
But let me explain.
2 plus 2 does not. Yes, I understand.
Because sometimes I've been with not a fat girl, but
Yes.
she's got thick
Yes,
legs,
and it's harder.
She has a fupa. No, what the fuck, Patrick? No, I've been with I date, fit girls. There you go. But sometimes they be thick,
Yes.
and I'm okay down there. I'm average, right? But
can't get through
I'm
the
not-
thick thighs.
But I'm sometimes there's some positions they're so the legs,
Yes.
she got bigger legs than me,
Yes.
and the ass is damn,
Yes.
the ass is huge,
Yes.
bro, and that's there's just some positions that are off.
Yes.
There's some positions
So
off limits.
unfortunately,
There's a couple positions off limits with a big girl.
Yes.
Like not a fat girl, but she's thick, she got cake, son. She's
You guys.
Sorry.
Okay, I understand. So that was no, we're talking even if I was.
Well, I'm saying with
this
you-
girl size, it's not working. There's some things that are just not workable, and that was not workable. And I couldn't do any. It was just I couldn't do anything. And I'm just because you're fat doesn't mean you can't. A lot of people think fat people don't have sex. It's such a weird thing. It's not. It's a thing.
It's hard though.
It's a whole
I'm not.
niche.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
can't. I
industry.
can't do what she can do, but I can. I'm not I'm 23. I'm still movable. You know what I mean? I can still do stuff. And I also we're talking big butts. I got a wagon back there, and there's positions you can't do, but he couldn't do any of them. So, and I was with him for 3.5 years. Oh.
I just don't even know.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I've
I'm
never
sorry for
been.
myself, my friends, my mom. I cried to my mom when I found out because I was I love this man. He's the best guy I've ever met, but his dick is so small. And I was what do I do?
But
She told
I
me to
don't.
leave him.
How do we know that?
I didn't leave him.
That's
'Cause
giving Samantha from
I
Sex
just
and the
don't know
City.
Yeah.
what position, because do you have to
Are we talking about when you're fat? Are you
how
saying?
do you?
Oh my fucking god, Brian!
I'm just saying I
Oh
don't.
my god, that's crazy. No. What are you talking about? It's okay, I get what you're saying. Yes, there's more
Is
things.
it you got
to-
part the Red Sea and
Okay,
shit?
men who
how
are
do
into
you-
the men that are with me are not just into big women. They think that big women are goddesses, right? We're a
Yeah.
different category. And I think I'm I'm not one of those fat people that think it's not okay if you don't like fat people. I think it's fine. Stop talking like that.
What?
I think for sure word. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to not want to fuck a fat person. I'm more if you don't want to be my friend because I'm fat, that's weird. You know what I mean? But
I'll be friends with the fat.
you'll be my friend?
I'm friends with myself.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta lose some weight.
That's
Am
what
I
I'm saying.
fat or am I chubby?
You're not fat or chubby. You're just
Big bone.
What the fuck?
Dad
oh my,
bod.
yeah,
I got
You're
alright.
big bones.
I'm big bones. Was y'all chuckling back here and shit?
oh my gosh. So you're
Look,
saying
I'm just saying-
how does fat sex work? Is that what you're asking me, Brian? Just say it out loud.
Yes.
Okay,
But-
so I understand there's some things it's not maybe as fun and you can't throw me around and all that. Yes, but it's doable, it's possible, and it's a thing that people do. It's easy. Fat people are flexible. It's not
Yeah.
I'm not able to move. You know what I mean? I
But-
haven't gotten to that point yet.
I
Thank
just
God.
don't I'm trying to visualize it
Oh
in
my
my
gosh.
not you, I'm trying to visualize it in my head.
What is there? You think my stomach is covering my kuka?
No, I'm just even if it was I feel like doggy style would probably be the best angle.
Yes, unless they have
but
you
I
know,
just
'cause
don't even know if
It's
I
going through a
could
cavern
reach.
back there. You know.
I don't know if I could get there.
You cannot. I know that. I'm sorry.
I just think there's such a thing as too much
Ass.
ass.
Yeah, I got too much ass.
I don't think and I could be full mast and I just
Can't reach it.
I don't think I could reach.
It's okay. Not all of us can reach it. It's okay.
I don't think I could.
And that's okay to admit. I'm glad you're admitting that. But some people can, and those are the people that I.
Wait, so what size do you like?
But it's the
It's not more
struggle, man.
it's literally about what's going to work. Did you see me walk in? That thing is huge. Okay, so 80 inches, and it's a very big one, and that is a lot of things to get through. So it's more of what is going to work. And
BBC.
Do you need forceps to
No. Oh my God, this is craziness. No.
I just don't know.
A 5 is perfectly fine. Anything below 5 is not going to work. I won't feel. But anything
Sorry.
above.
Hey, sorry, boys. I'm sorry, boys.
But I mean, it's. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Wait,
Everybody
so
who
what's your
watches my
type?
show
I'm
has
so
a
intrigued.
My
fucking
type. I like
python.
everything. I like everything and everyone. I'm also into women, so I'm.
There you go.
I say I'm down. That's what I am.
That's dope.
Yeah.
So wait, you won't deal with a fat guy though?
I'm attracted to I was attracted to this man. This man was like, if we're talking about rating and all this stuff that you like to do, this man was like a 2 or 3, but to me, he was a 10. Like when I'm in love with someone, I don't care what you look like. I am in love. I think you're the hottest person ever. Like that's why the whole rating thing, when Andrew talks about his wife and rates her a 6, you should think the person you're with is a 10, no matter what. Even if like we're talking about like, oh, this person's on the cover of Vogue, obviously she wouldn't be on the cover of Vogue, but she should be a 10 to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was a 10 to me.
Yeah.
Man, what do you mean, man? It's not about facts.
Well,
it's about,
speaking, thank you for bringing up the rating thing. I think why don't we do it right
Christ,
now?
I hate this subject so
M1
much.
Grand,
That's the stupidest thing
ask
ever.
everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting, why don't we start with you? Go ahead.
You said rate myself 10, and I think every other woman, man should rate themselves a 10.
So
Sorry.
10 for you,
And everyone's a 10 in my eyes.
Chloe.
A 6.
Girl.
5.
Into the mic.
5.
5.
I'd probably say 6 too.
7.
You can't pick
I
7.
would say between 6 and 8, depending like on a day, like makeup, no makeup, how my skin looks.
What about right now?
Maybe 7, maybe like 7.5.
See, this is like crazy. This
6
is
or
like,
8.
girl,
You got to
should
pick 6 or 8.
have to do that by yourself.
6 or 8.
Right.
I hate this question.
Can I do 6.9?
Nope.
So stupid. Such a stupid question.
I guess.
Full numbers. No more.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
8. Let's do 8.
8. Okay.
6.
Okay.
5.
Patrick, what do you rate
That
yourself?
hurts me.
Since we can't choose 7, I'll boost my ego and I'll say I'm an 8.
Okay, I give myself a 5.
Sticking with that one.
Give myself a 5. So we have a 10. We got the.
Oh my God, it's not about that. If we're talking about please let me talk about this topic. So if we're talking about realistic, because I'm a very realistic person. I know that when I go outside, not everyone's going to think I'm attractive, and that's okay. I'm realistic. But when you're talking about rating yourself, I feel like every individual should feel that they're a 10. They should feel that about themselves. That's the best way to live. If like I had to come to realistics, right? And you're like, do you think you could be on the cover of Vogue? I know that I can't, right? That's okay. But, and also if I'm having to rate myself, if someone's like has a gun to my head and they're like, rate yourself, give me a number. I could give myself a number. But as myself, I rate myself a 10 because I know who I am and I know what I'm about, and that's what I give myself. But I'm also realistic. So,
what do you rate me?
Love this question. I think with the beard, you're like a 7, 8. Without the beard, I think like a 6. I just rate yourself because you rate everyone else. I'm giving you a rating.
Well, I think
you're a 10 though in my eyes. You know what I mean?
No, but you just said I was a 6.
No, because you are very like, you will tell girls that they're, you know what I mean? So I'm giving you the same energy back. But in my eyes, you're a 10.
I feel like Brian probably wears the beard because, like my ex-husband, if he shaved his beard, he just had a baby face.
That's what I'm saying. That's why the beard, I feel like when I see girls taking their makeup off, I've seen more dramatic beard shavings than makeup taking off of things. Like if you
just a haircut.
No, literally a man taking off his beard is like game change. That's what I'm saying. When do you think you should tell a girl that you can, like a picture of you before the beard?
I have like most of my Instagram is me without
Well, not
a
you,
beard.
I'm saying in general. Like, well, I guess you and in general. Like, do you think a man should have to, if they have a beard, they should do the same thing? I feel
I don't think beard is a fair comparison to makeup.
Why
or
is it with the man thing though? Like, why is it like when it is a very big difference when you have no beard on and when you have a beard on, you look very different, and that's okay.
I think
so
you
why
look
is it
better
different?
without the beard.
Better?
Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I like the beard.
Beards are
Yeah,
cool and all, but like,
not a
you know,
one to. It's not a similar comparison.
Why?
Well, but it's a part of his body.
The beard
Well, one,
hides
it's
half
natural.
your face.
Beard-
I understand it's natural, but the way it changes we're talking about changing appearances, right?
Maybe a fourth of the face, but the beard one, it's natural, so it's not something that's artificial, right?
Okay.
So that's one of the big differences that I would say.
Why do you want women to rate themselves 1 through 10? What does it give you? What do you think it does for people? Why
that's
do
a
you
good
think
question.
we need a rating? Like, what is this segment even about? You know what I mean? Because they go around the circle and this woman calls herself a 5, and that makes me want to cry because you're not a 5. You're hot as shit, and you guys are all hot as shit. And then a woman thinking themselves as a 5 is so sad to me because I think you only get one life, and you should yourself feel like you're the hottest girl in the world. Now, you don't think you're better than anyone, right? You can think you're hotter than everyone, but also not think you're better. Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
I
you
also-
can live on the same plane. You can still think like you're pretty and not be condescending and not be realistic. Like this show is always about realistic. Like who cares? I don't care.
But I also think like I can be realistic and not care what others think about my appearance.
Absolutely.
Like
Yeah.
I don't need to feel pretty to be worthy.
Right. And the way you feel
enjoy
about
life.
yourself and the potential of who you can be, it can be separate from how you compare to the general population. And I think the point of the segment, the reason why people like it, is because it gets back to the attention economy and how social media has altered the way in which women perceive themselves based on the amount of attention they can get. And so men, we just don't live in that world. I can't post selfies of myself and garner an audience. That's just not how it works. Maybe for a few people.
You're a bodybuilder. We're on Brian's podcast right now.
But even bodybuilders, it's like men, anybody who works out, know it's men that congratulate you or appreciate your fitness more than women do. So it's like the whole idea you get fit for women, rarely ever does a woman come up and say, wow, you have great shoulders or whatever it may be.
But we also have gay for pay, so there's
Well, that's a wholly
guys who
different
are,
dynamic.
you know,
You're talking about homosexuals then. That's a totally different.
They're not homosexual.
Gay for pay?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty gay and homosexual to me.
Just because the act is doesn't mean they are.
I think behavior.
For pay,
no.
like you're straight and then
Yeah, behavior dominate. Again, I'm not going to go based on what somebody labels themselves as. I'm going to go based on what their behaviors are.
Right.
So,
but it's still winning over favor of men.
Sure, and I'm sure there's lesbian for pay. I don't know. I'm not in that world. But anyways, my point in regards to the segment.
Oh yeah, there is lesbian for pay.
Is because
in our industry. Yeah.
Is because women typically, historically, like let's say the average 5 male and the average 5 female, they would get together and have a family. But because of the way social media has altered the perception, the self-perception of women, is the average 5 is like really waiting for the 7, the 8, the 9. And this is why then it's interesting for people to watch the show and see how women rate themselves to see like how realistic are they in regards to like the actual full spectrum dating market.
I understand. So you think when you say a 5 and it's not like you don't think that a hot person and a 5 like can coincide or like
they could absolutely. My point is though, that's why the average man is having such a difficult time of finding a woman to actually build a family with.
Oh, okay.
Because the average woman probably has had one-night stands, promiscuous encounters with men that are more attractive than the man that she could actually form a long-term relationship with.
See, that's what I'm saying. When you say actually form, like you mean like why can't they form with someone that's like a lot of people that talk to me are like people who are into big women. They're the 10s of the 10s. They're the hottest people. Like I've seen a lot of people who are plus size that come on this podcast and people think that that's not the truth. It is like people that look like you're a very attractive man, hit on me all the time. And that's just the reality of it. And does that mean I'm taking away from the average man of like, because I'm fat, I have to be with someone who's average? Like,
you don't have to. No. And maybe again, the category where these men find you as a fat queen, maybe that's kind of way you phrased it earlier.
Yeah.
So
a
I'm
goddess.
just a goddess.
A goddess.
Well, however you want to phrase it. Okay. So that's kind of the exception to the rule. But generally speaking, this is why it's so difficult in the dating market for average people to find average people. And women because you guys have access to sex and you have that leverage, and then men are so lustful and simpy and can't control themselves. I mean, you guys are able to have experiences with people that the average man is not having. He's not having one-night stands with the female 8 and thinking, you know what, maybe I'm a 5, but one day I could actually, settle down with an 8. We're just more realistic. Men are forced to deal with reality, and women are able to live in the world that men construct and kind of be shielded from it.
See, even thinking that men are like, I'm going to end up with an 8, like, I don't even think like that. Like, I don't think like, this is who, you know what I mean? Like, I just date who I date, and like, if they're 4 or whatever, like, even like the fact that we're talking about a number scale on someone's looks, I just hate that in general. Like, that someone is a number. Like, why does it matter? Like,
well, it shouldn't diminish
it's a bigger issue of how, like, looks is such a big thing in the world, and it's just crazy that it runs, but it will always be like that.
Yeah, it's just a superficial way to kind of view how people perceive themselves in relationship to the general market of dating.
Yeah.
And like, couples finding other people. So yeah, I mean, no matter what number you are, that shouldn't diminish your human worth or who you are as a person. And I don't think anybody watching this thinks that's the case. What the people watching this are interested in is like, what do the chicks think about themselves? Because they probably have some type of rating, and they want to see if it concords with reality, or again, they live in a fantasy world where everybody's a 10 and that's fine if you have that personal belief in yourself.
Yeah.
I think that's great to be self-confident.
That's
But the reality of it all is that we all are on a spectrum of of appearance and attractiveness.
Of course.
And in even the 10, it's not like all people are attracted to what would be the prototype 10.
Yeah.
But typically, statistically, probability on average, people date and marry the people on their same level. And the problem is for young men is they can't get the woman that's on their level because they're constantly focused upwards on this dating spectrum because of the attention that they get online.
Makes sense.
I don't know. In the adult industry, I've noticed that like BBW is a very consistent niche. Like I've noticed that when I gained a little bit of weight, like I got more scenes and I got more action. Not saying I like got to the BBW level, but I fluctuate weight. I'm a thick girl, so I'll speak for the thick girlies. But
well, and couldn't that be because the average man is wanting to fantasize about somebody that they think is actually like potentially realistic for them?
Possibly, but I also think that it's like a like I don't know, just it's a very like. Yeah, it's a huge fetish, like a huge fetish. I don't think you guys understand like how big.
I probably don't understand.
You guys don't. There's two like because obviously I understand of everyone. Like there's two different ends of it. There's people who fetishize us, and it's like literally only about our actual fat. Like they don't care about us. They care about like my belly. It's weird. Like, and that is a whole nother section of it. But there's also people who are just into women and in a person, and they're into me as a person, you know what I mean? And that's a whole nother thing. Like they'll date anyone. But I feel like a lot of people say that there's not lots of men out there for bigger women. Not a lot of people. Like is huge. So many people like big women, your brothers, your cousins, your dad, your uncle, everyone. And you might hide it and you might not, and that's okay if you're not. Like in high school, like I didn't get a lot of guys talking to me in high school because they were embarrassed, right? It's like I had a lot of friends. I was very popular in high school, but the dating scene was not a thing for me. When I got out of high school, the gates flooded open, you know what I mean? Because they felt like not insecure to like hold my hand out in public. It's more of like a school thing, like their friends picking on them and stuff like that. When they grow up and they realize that they have their own decisions and they can make their own choices, and they realize that they actually have always liked bigger women, and it's not a bad thing. Like it's different. Like you look like you're very physical and you might like to go on hikes and stuff. I understand that someone might not want to be with me because I physically can't. I'm not going on hikes every day. I can go to Universal and walk the park all day, and that's fine. There's things I can do, but I'm also not going on bike rides and doing all these things. And I understand my lifestyle might not match their lifestyle, and that's completely okay. And also you might not be attracted to me, and that's okay too. But to be like acting like this is not a reality of like people. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying people. It is such a reality. Whenever I go out, I get hit on all the time, more than I feel like skin, because I feel like they think I want it more because I am big. But it's like all the time. You know what I mean? And
erroneous.
You know what? I don't think it's a fetish, because if you think about it historically, women didn't used to be skinny. Like women used to be like much better than we see nowadays.
I feel like there's different levels of it. Like when it's my size,
you were seen as like richer.
You were rich,
you were bigger.
Yeah, but no one was like,
but that's certain historical periods.
Sculptures too.
Yeah, certain historical periods. But I mean, you look at like if you're talking about statues and Greek culture. Look at
they weren't like stick thin. They had some curves, but they were not like anywhere approaching obese.
Right. They weren't obese, but they had the body. You know, like in the Russian culture, like we're from Russia, we can, it was considered to be beautiful for a woman to be fat.
Well, what I would say again.
Wait, in Russia?
Yeah,
Russia is my
bro.
Russia.
I'm sorry, if you're a used to be.
Yeah, used to be.
Who cares about what used to be?
But I'm saying, like, we're still wired the same way.
No. Okay, it's not wired though.
Like
wired is being attracted to healthy bodies.
Yes.
Obesity is not healthy. When you're talking. Hold on. Stop. What you're talking about is not wired. You're talking about a specific social phenomenon in like feudal Europe where there was mass amounts of poverty and most of the peasantry was like hungry and starving. And so a woman who was obese perhaps was an indicator that she came from a wealthy family. And that is the basis of like it was a social construct and a determination of like, okay, well, she's well fed. So that's the basis perhaps for the attraction. But there's not a wiring for men to be attracted to fat women.
The thing is that like if the basis for attraction is reproduction, right?
Yes.
So like if a woman is very, very skinny, she's not
That wouldn't disprove my claim.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you to successfully have a child, you need to have some curves. Like you need to have some
Not
body.
true. My mom is so skinny. And that's not true.
I think it's like the women bearing hips thing.
I think if you have traditionally, if you have wider hips, it can be easier to give birth.
Right.
She has wide hips, but she's skinny.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the point, generally speaking, in regards to like the statuary you're referring to, those aren't fat women, and yeah, they may have some body fat on them, but it was a signifier of fertility. So when we're talking about like obese people, this is later in European history, and this had to do with kings
wait.
presenting themselves.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Don't change, please. Can you fix your top, please?
To any art museum, like you see all these paintings and you're like, well, this woman needs to go
The
to
Mona
gym.
Lisa, she wasn't super skinny, but she also wasn't obese or fat.
Right, but like by modern standards, like that's not,
Just don't.
Also, I mean, I don't know if like depictions in ancient art or like statues is necessarily. I don't know if we can draw anything necessarily from that. But quick thing. Okay, so you're a 10.
I say as my own self, I kind of said it to piss these people off, but I also feel like I said, I'm realistic, but I think of myself as a 10.
Okay.
Like,
and you said that was a 6?
I was like, I think you're a good looking man, Brian. I don't think you're ugly.
So, but you would be settling for me. Like you would be doing me a favor.
Yeah, I would be doing you a favor. Yes.
No, is that no? Genuinely, I'm not going to.
No, I don't like reading people.
Would you feel like, from a physical perspective, that you would be settling for me?
No, because I rated myself a 10. Are you saying okay? That's what I'm saying. This rating
Wouldn't that have to be the case though?
I get what you're saying, but I don't think you're less attractive than me because I rated myself a 10. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I think I am a 10, but I don't think.
You said
that's what I'm saying. This thing is so stupid because like I feel like this shouldn't even be a topic or like a discussion. But
women rate men all the time on a variety of measurements and factors.
Measurements, literally.
Wait, but hold on. Like I'll give you perspective. You said that you would not date another fat man, and that's a determination based on a measurement of his weight.
No, but we're talking about
physical manifestation.
No. See, that's the thing. I would date a man that's fat if I was skinny. We're talking about like realistic.
No, but you're right. But in practice, for technicality reasons,
yes.
For practicality reasons,
yes,
it just doesn't work.
Yeah. So what are you saying? What are you asking?
But I'm saying you make determinations in terms of who you will date or what you. I don't want to say you probably find. Do you find fat men attractive?
Yeah, I find
so
anyone. I find so many people attractive.
I won't misrepresent.
I don't think I'm. My brain is wired differently than a lot of people.
Okay,
I think that
you make assessments based on who you're going to partner with, based off of measurements. Will you date a guy who's shorter than you?
It depends on how much shorter. I don't mind. I would rather the same height and like maybe 2 inches is the most I would do because of short.
How tall are you?
I'm like 5'7". See, that's how
would you
hard.
Date a guy who's 5'6"?
Yeah, I would.
Is it your preference though?
No, but
What's your preference?
Tall, but I would date someone who's shorter. I'm in love with them.
It's not your preference though.
No, but it's not your. You wouldn't date a fat person. That's your preference, and that's okay.
How big is the if she has a big labia, I might give.
Did we just say big labia?
I only date women with large labia.
Do you have a large labia? Just asking. I don't know.
I'm glad I didn't get the plasty.
Penis size preferences.
I do too. Well, do you think it's okay you don't think it's okay to have a penis preference? Because in my scenario, I didn't have sex for 3.5 years because I was in love with this man, and that's not okay. I don't think that's okay. If you can't have sex with someone because their penis is too small, that's okay to have a preference. I think if like
wait, so my preference is not okay?
No, I did say what preference? You not wanting to be with a fat person?
No, I was talking about labia.
Oh, okay. See, that's the thing. Labia is more like visual. Penis is more like physical. You can't.
Not true.
That is true. A labia isn't making the sex be worse. Like okay, what is the labia doing that's getting in the way of the fornicating?
No, it doesn't get in the way.
It does change.
There we go.
How much labia do you like?
I want Guinness World Record level labia.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So see, but then your nonprofit says, what was that again?
Big labia matter.
See, big labia matters.
What does that mean? Like
Big
how
labia?
tight she is?
No, it's the
little
Audi versus any.
The little flop flops, you know what I mean? But
Patrick's loving this conversation.
I feel you can't compare the two. Like, I also don't think it's okay to judge someone off of any. Like, okay, if they have
innies are fine. Innies are cool
See,
too.
this is
I have a preference for Audis.
Okay, that's fine, but I feel like I feel like the comparison's like an ugly penis or a non-usable penis. Like we're talking about size or the way it looks. Like a big labia is like an ugly penis, or in your comparison. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if someone had a do you know what I'm saying? Like some people don't. Okay, let me.
All small penises are micro penises where it's like practically impossible to have intercourse.
But I'm saying if it's anything like for me, I can't have intercourse with certain sizes, so that's not a choice. It's like that's just what it is, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't not date someone because they had an ugly looking one. Like if it works and it's usable, I don't care what it looks like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's more judgy than like saying it's about the size. Why do you think that doesn't make sense? The size of it is like you physically can't do stuff. The look of it is like judging. That's the same thing of a big labia. That's the same thing.
So do you object to my preference or
No, I think you're allowed to feel how you want and not like I don't, who cares?
Yeah, but I mean, look, women make all kinds of assessments when it comes to men, and if they're going to be attracted to them based on various literal measurements, penis size, height, their physicality. It could be also what else? Like hair.
Mm-hmm.
If they are balding, women typically prefer men with a full head of hair.
But you guys do the same thing, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But women have an issue when men make judgments. We'll rate women based on a scale, but like women will literally say, I won't date a guy. Not all women, but will say, I won't date a guy unless he's 6 feet. That's literally a judgment call based off of a measurement, off of a guy's height.
But that's the same thing of saying I wouldn't date someone who's fat. I wouldn't date someone who's because not my size, because this is a different category. We're talking about like if you're really standing, like if you gain if you're in a relationship with someone who's small and they gain 50 pounds, are you going to break up with them? Like that's 50 pounds.
Yeah, possibly. Depends.
See, that to me is, I might not. That's the thing. You're allowed to do that, but I feel like unless they're physically like changing, like how I said at this size, I can't match you if you want to be hiking and doing all these things, and that's a lifestyle thing. But your partner gains 50 pounds and you're going to break up with her.
What would be wrong with it?
Depends on the reasons of why they gain 50 pounds.
What would actually be wrong with it, though?
See, I don't know. To me, I'm not saying it's wrong for you. I'm saying to me, I would not do that. And that to me, that just is crazy. Like a 50-pound difference. I think maybe 100 pounds, 200, that's crazy. Like that's a very big difference. But 50 pounds is like very easily lost, I feel like.
I mean, honestly, I know people have differences on this. I don't think it would actually be wrong for a guy to break up with a woman even if she lost or even if she gained 10 pounds.
Okay. So
what you'd have to make a compelling argument for why it would be wrong to do that.
Yeah,
because women break up with men for a bunch of totally benign, arbitrary reasons all the time.
Like this is the thing where I'm saying like everyone is allowed to feel how they feel. Like I can't tell you in my life, I would not do that. I would not break up with someone if they gained 10 pounds, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think I would break up with a girl if she gained 10 pounds either.
Yeah.
If she gained 50 pounds,
then it's a different story. That bitch gotta go.
I might not.
Okay.
What are the reasons?
Why did she gain 50 pounds? Was it depression?
Yeah,
was there a change of lifestyle? There could be a lot of reasons that could contribute to a factor of why maybe the relationship is being stressed because of the weight gain. So within your hypothetical, there's a lot of other factors that could easily contribute to why, that maybe this isn't working.
Damn, this girl's sunburned as fuck. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. God damn.
It's literally turning purple.
Oh my gosh.
Were you at the beach today?
Yesterday.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I was just saying there's a lot of other factors that could easily contribute to a rational reason why the relationship may end over 50 pounds. Because that is a dramatic increase in somebody's, especially if you're already dating them and you have a lifestyle and expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of other
Interesting.
factors that can contribute.
A couple things to kind of wrap up on the like rating 1 to 10 thing.
Wait, can I ask him a question really
Nope.
fast?
About what?
I was just gonna ask you, are you on steroids?
I am not on steroids. I am totally natural.
Okay.
Slay King.
DPH is 190 pounds of muscle, steel, and sex appeal. There is no steroid. This is all natural.
Oh.
Are you on steroids?
Do I look like I'm on fucking steroids? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Shit, maybe I should be.
I don't know what's under that hoodie. I have no idea.
So, what the fuck? But you asked why it matters. Why do I do this rating thing? You kind of object to it. It's a check for humility, a check for humbleness,
Yeah.
and then a check for, are you delusional? Are you delusional? And I think that women, they assess female attractiveness very generously, and they assess male attractiveness very harshly. One of the ways that this manifests, though, and there's a clear difference between men and women on this, is that women have short-term sexual access to men who are outside of their league. So, for example, as a woman, if you make yourself sexually available to a guy who's just outside of your league, I don't know, maybe you guys reject leagues, right? But you make yourself sexually available to a guy who's outside of your league, he'll take you up on it. You might get a one-night stand. You might get friends with benefits that could last weeks or months. You might get a situationship, which could last weeks or months. You might get a fuck buddy, whatever it is. Very, very unlikely to ever result in like legitimate long-term commitment. But you can get that level of access to men who otherwise would never commit to you. As a man, if I step to a girl who is clearly outside of my league, and I'm not being like weird, I'm just pleasant, and hey, I'm sexually available for you. I don't get sexual access, and no men ever, rarely, will get sexual access in a limited capacity in the same way that women get sexual access in a limited capacity to men who are just clearly, obviously out of their league. And this is dangerous in a couple ways. So this is why women end up in situationships and dealing with fuckboys and all this sort of stuff. Look, it's a difficult situation to navigate. We all want to get the best that we can get. And if we can get somebody who's like, hey, we'd be lucky to get him, we want to go for that. The difference is men tend to have a more realistic approach to this. It's like, I don't think that I could sleep with women outside my league. And I don't think this is a confidence thing. This is a reality thing. This is a practicality thing. Men get rejected on the front end. Men get rejected instantly. If I step to a girl who's more attractive than me, I don't get a conversation. I don't get a kiss. I don't get a first date. I don't get sex. I don't get strung along for, a couple weeks, whatever. I don't get anything. Women, if you make yourself sexually available to men who are more attractive than you, you'll get something, but you won't get what you really want, which is commitment. And so what ends up happening is, imagine if this was the case. Let's say there was, from average men, average dudes from the age of 20 to 30, let's say that they could consistently have sex with supermodels or just women who, say a guy of 5, he can regularly sleep with women who are 8, 9s, and 10s. Why would he ever, would he ever want to, look, there's some guys who are relationship minded, but you take like the average fucking gooner. Why would he ever get into a relationship when he has a steady flow of sex with women who are more attractive than the women that he can get into a relationship with? The reality is that doesn't happen for any men, but it happens all the time for women. All the time. And then what ends up happening, you start as women playing this comparison game. And some of these guys, they'll keep you around for sex, and they might even not be upfront about their intentions because they want to keep you for sex. So they might dangle the potential of a relationship, and they might not ever tell you something like, by the way, on the basis of your looks alone, I will never be in a relationship with you, but I'll keep you around for sex. And, you know, maybe if you have a pleasant personality, you're not terrible to spend some time with, but I never want to be monogamous with you, or I never want to marry you, or I never want to have kids with you on the sole basis of your physical appearance. Guys will keep you. They'll keep you in that situation for a bit. And so you could either be viewing that and think, okay, well, this is my league. I'm able to get this quality of guy for short-term sex. I deserve that for a long-term relationship. One sec. I deserve that for a long-term relationship, but you keep, it doesn't work with this guy. You go to the next guy, doesn't work. Next guy doesn't work. Next guy doesn't work. And then all of a sudden, you're so used to a certain attractiveness of man, and this could be looks, it could be status, it could be other factors, but I'm just looking at it from the component of looks. And then you look at the guy who's actually in your league, who's your looks equivalent, and you think, whoa, you're just not attracted to him. You don't want to be in a relationship with him. You think you're settling for him. Maybe you finally fuck, I'm 30, I need to have kids. Okay, I'm going to get into a relationship with this dutiful boyfriend who's like, I'm not even attracted to. There's going to be a dead bedroom in the relationship. There's going to be growing resentment. Divorce is coming. And I just think, look, y'all on the cock carousel, and you're dealing with dudes who you can get sex from them. It's like, have you ever, did you go to college?
A little bit, but
Did you in the dorm room?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So it's like, imagine living in a dorm room with 4 other people and you got bunk beds, right? And then you have an experience of living in a mansion. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to go from living in a mansion and having your own room and your own bathroom to going back to having 3 roommates, not housemates, 3 roommates. In that same way, once women deal with a certain caliber of guy, it's hard to go back to the normal dude who's actually, that's the dude you should have been dealing with. That's the dude in your league.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I actually try to change your perspective, because you talking about, women going for the hotter guys. But I think a lot of people, men and women, will be looking for personalities, for the character. So when I was single, would go out on a date, I never rated a man, oh, he's whatever, and rated the personality. I think if we're gonna looking at perspective of how good is the person and the person's character, it does not matter. I never had one night stands, because that's not my cup of tea at all. Never. I swear, never. I do not hook up. I do not I don't judge the hookup culture, because I don't judge anybody who can do whatever they want to do with their body. But I always will seek out a serious relationship. So I'm not interested in anybody who's going to say, I want a casual. Okay, we're going different paths.
What's the shortest? Okay. Of a guy that you have slept with, mm-hmm. They've all lasted 3 years. You're telling me you've never slept with a guy and it only lasted a couple weeks, a couple months? That's never happened to you?
So my ex-boyfriend, we were good friends for years. And then we got into the relationship when, I was single, we were hanging out a lot. So we had the relationship, but as a relationship, like a girlfriend and boyfriend, we didn't work out. But I had never was in a relationship that was like a hookup or just casual or something temporary. If you, let's just say, when I was on Bumble and I saw the guy looking for casual, I'm not interested in that guy. Another thing, when you say about, actually, I do not like extremely hot, handsome guys, because more than likely, just like you said, they're gonna hurt you. So I always avoid those kind of men, because it's I know what I'm looking for. I would like to be in a serious relationship. I would like to be in love with a man, and I would like to build something. If we can live together, be together, get through those, if there's any confrontations, frictions, because people can have a little friction at the beginning to, get used to each other. But I would never go for a really hot guy, because just like you said,
Sure.
you're gonna get hurt.
Okay. Well, I think this is a bit dubious, but
Try to look from perspective. Let's just say I'm single, you're single, and we met on Bumble, right?
Sure.
I would never be like, oh, this guy is like a 5. No, I would be like, let me see what is his morals, what is his moral
exactly,
like how he behaves, how nice he is. That's what I'm judged. And like she said, I actually agree. The moment I'm going to be seeing a personality and how nice you are and sweet and loving and caring,
physical attraction always comes first.
But no,
you can do this cope of like personality. Let me ask you a couple questions. So you said you were divorced and you've been in a relationship for 2 years. How tall is your boyfriend?
Well, he's over 6 feet, but that's not why.
How tall is your boyfriend?
Like 6. I don't know exactly. Like 6. I know he's
centimeters.
6 feet.
Tell me centimeters.
Maybe 6'2". I don't know. 6'1".
Oh my god.
But
Sorry.
My friend, she introduced
How bad
us.
is it? It's all right. I got to fix it. Okay.
I'll get up now, babe.
We can keep talking.
I see what you're saying though. Like, I don't know. I love humor. Like, humor really gets me every time. Like, you could be like, I don't know. Honestly, like really hot guys, like 10s. I don't know. Guys who like when guys think that they're hot.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
I'm like, ew. Like you can't think that
Yeah.
you're hot, but that's just I don't know.
But I
That's
think
just
that also goes
and it's
to
also,
like making sure that you're taking care of your mental health to be able to recognize those things and find what are the characteristics and priorities in a relationship that you want. Because if you are just going for looks, it's more than likely because you haven't,
you haven't matured, you haven't grown, your
Exactly.
priorities
Yeah.
not straight for sure. If all you're seeking out is looks and just getting in the bed with those hot men in hopes you're gonna build a family, it's kind of like you can't change somebody unless a person is willing to change, but they have to change. They have to go through the growth first. You can't be changing them or them growing with you. So like I said, the guys I think there's a lot of great guys out there that's, as you want to say, average looking, but the moment you show that you're loving and caring, I agree that man becomes a 10 for you because it's like, I'm in love with this man, he's perfect for me, whatever the case. And I think if you're going in a date with that, this person 2, 3, 4, you're already setting yourself up for a failure because you're judging somebody based on their looks, not their personality and character.
Like,
don't
have
think
you
that
never
you-
had like a bro or like a guy friend that you're like, why are you dating her? Like, 'cause she's like not that
That's
attractive. And he'll always say, yeah, but like she's the best. Like they always say.
I'm
that.
not
But I feel
saying
like
personality
girls,
doesn't matter, but there's massive amounts of
like she takes
cope
care of
happening
me,
here.
my needs.
I mean, I think
Physical attraction is almost universally always going to come first.
So I'm demisexual as well, meaning I have to like you to be, and that's, I mean, I know maybe it sounds cliche or whatever. I cannot be the person because you're handsome. I'm sorry, I just can't. I have to like you. I have to know that, first of all, I need to feel safe with a man. So if I feel like you're a safe place, that you're caring, that you're there, like I don't want to lay with a hot dude that's gonna be like, get the fuck out, sorry, in the morning. Like I'm not interested in that. I want that relationship, that warmth, that depth. And like I said,
Yes, I'm not disputing that there are women there are women who care less about physical appearance of men. However, the reality is that we all want to get the best that we can get. I think personally, generally speaking, physical attraction is a massive part of dating. And if you disagree, you've thus far not made a very compelling case for this being false or not true. So reality is, look, to my point, the reason why I'm talking about this, she asks, why does it matter? Why do you ask this thing? If there are a subset of women who are moving through the dating marketplace and they don't have an accurate self-assessment of where they stand and they think they're more attractive than they otherwise are, look, if you're a 10 and you think you deserve a 10, You're going to be chasing a guy who is a 10.
But you can be a 10 and be, well, let's just say if I thought I was a 10, my goal is still going to be meeting that guy who is sweetheart and who is willing to, build a family or be together, be serious in a relationship, have 2 dogs, whatever the goal together is. So it's like, even if I'm 10, I will never go and reach out, try to get somebody who's a 10. I want for me, the personality always gonna hit the first spot. You can be Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. I don't give a because
your personality can make you ugly, very ugly.
But you keep guys talking about these long-term relationships and things that you want, and you keep mentioning personality, but in regards to I'm curious how many of you girls would actually want to be married. A couple of you said so. I think you said you don't want to be, but again, from my perspective, coming at it from a religious angle, it's like having a shared worldview is very, very important. And I'm watching all the secular dating, and it just seems like it's doomed to fail because it's going to be constantly a one-upping each other and trying to find something that pleasures you and satisfies you. And unless there's a submission to a higher purpose. And that's why, as a Christian, it's not hard to make the argument that we should only have heterosexual marriage, because marriage is for family production. That's the point of it. And so if you guys want to, not you guys in particular, but in general society, just want to have relationships with people in a secular circumstance, I mean, what actually are what's the foundation for a long-term relationship with its secular standards? It's really just make sure you get along with the person, make sure they satisfy me, and then that can go on and have fun together for, a limited period, and then it ends up breaking apart. And so those of you girls that want to get married, what is the foundation that you're looking for marriage? Because I just don't see, without a religious context and something deeper and more meaningful that unites you, I just don't see how it can last.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. No. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I have some videos actually that I think would be good for this. So Nick, there is. Do I send that? Yeah, you know what? Let's do the TikTok page. There's a TikTok page of a girl named Stella or something.
I don't know what it is. That's why.
And then it's gonna be
I just know
the one where she's outside. I see it in the reflection. Yeah, I think it's that one. You're gonna have to pause it and then just full screen it. All right, so this girl kind of went viral. We've pulled it up before, but I think it's interesting to bring it back up. She calls the adopt man epidemic. Hide that. And then start it from the beginning and then just go ahead and play it.
What is it? So as we're all very much aware, we are living through a chopped man epidemic, and there's a big shortage of baddies. It's gone so bad to the point that if I see an attractive man, it genuinely makes my day. I was walking on the sidewalk earlier and I saw a cute guy in his car, so I waved to him and he smiled back at me. And obviously he drove away after that, but I was like, oh my God, a cute guy? This was at 6:50 p.m. It's 7:17, and I'm still oh my God. And I feel like this is going to power me through my evening. Wow, I actually saw an attractive man today. Diamond in the rough, needle in the haystack. Seriously.
That's weird.
Do you think she's maybe trolling?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's almost like she's a little trolling.
Yeah.
To me.
Well,
I do.
I'm gonna take her at her word. And I mean, there is this phenomenon that I've seen on TikTok where you have these women who make videos saying, whoa, I just don't see any attractive guys. Maybe some of them are rage baiting. Maybe that's the case with that girl. I do think that this is a phenomenon that is not just some troll that women are doing. I do think that there are women who just aren't attracted to a lot of men. In her case, though, let's assume she's telling the truth. She's saying, by the way, chopped means ugly. So she's saying there's an ugly man. Yeah. There's an ugly man epidemic. Do you guys think that she's an attractive woman?
That's-
I think it's just because our standards get higher, like as we grow up. Like when I was younger, I thought it was way easier to find an attractive guy. And now that I'm older, it's less likely. And I think it's just because my standards are higher.
And I think it's also what we've been exposed to.
Yeah.
Like the more we see, the more we listen to, the more we talk.
Look,
changes.
Is anybody here willing to say that that woman is below average looking?
Yeah, I don't even like speaking like that. Like
That's all perspective, though.
Yeah, she's below average.
That's why the whole rating thing I don't like. In
Shula,
general.
she's below average looking.
No.
Anybody?
I
Girl.
think
Okay, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Raise your hand if you think she's below average looking. Okay, raise your hand if you think she's average looking. Raise your hand if you think she's above average looking. Raise your hand if she's beautiful.
Yes, she's beautiful.
Wait,
I think
some
everyone is
people
beautiful
didn't.
in their
Did
own way.
somebody didn't raise their? You guys got to raise your hand.
Yes, beautiful.
Okay,
yeah.
but as
Well, no,
as-
there's average or average.
but as Christians, aren't all humans supposed to be beautiful?
That's
So
what
now
I'm
you're
I'm
judging
not
her.
making a religious argument.
Okay.
No,
well,
he's religious.
but I think
Yeah,
at the
but there can
base,
still be differences in physical appearance.
I think at
mean,
the
the aesthetics are objective.
Yeah, I
Aesthetics
just
are
hate
real.
even like rating. Like that's what I'm saying. Unless
But-
you're dating the person, why does it matter? You know what I mean? Like to even talk. I'm saying, in
Hold on.
my opinion, like I don't like to talk about other people's looks unless I'm
But
dating
why?
them. Or...
Why are we so offended about rating her? She literally, she says she never
Oh.
sees any attractive men. She says that there's an ugly man
Yes.
epidemic. I think it's kind of fair when a woman comes out and says there's a bunch of ugly men. I think her appearance is fair game.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying
Fair
me
enough.
personally, but yeah, what she did was not right either.
It's like
Saying-
I would never walk up to a woman and tell her she's ugly, but if she's like, look at all these ugly men and she's ugly, I might say that she's ugly.
yeah,
So,
fair
but
enough.
we have another tweet pull up because I want to give you guys perspective.
Fair enough.
Pull it up. And then maybe zoom that in a bit.
I mean, if you take that it is serious, then of course
And
their
window tab.
priorities are
Hold
wrong.
on just one sec.
Yeah, that video was wild.
Pull it up. And then make it one bigger. Too much. Back down. Yeah. Scroll down. We're not going to watch it, but scroll down. So scroll down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. If she was a dude, that's her looks equivalent. And she's saying, that's her looks equivalent, bruv.
Did you AI that?
Yes, that's her, and she's,
and he is beautiful.
I guarantee
I
you,
think that
that's
man is
literally
beautiful.
her looks equivalent, and she would definitely say that dude's chopped.
Yeah.
And that chick is never giving that dude a
He
chance.
is giving a little chop.
ever, even though that's literally her male looks equivalent. There's more though. Let's scroll down.
That is a.
That's a UFC fighter
That's a real.
that kind of looks like her. Scroll down.
Oh my gosh, these comparisons are killing me.
Zoom, make it smaller, Nick. Zoom out. Scroll up just a tad. Okay, that's crazy. Scroll down. Okay, scroll down.
Is she still alive today?
Scroll
after
down.
You did this to her?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Like,
Bro,
Jeez.
scroll down one more.
right?
I'm sorry, dude. That she could probably fuck a new guy every single day of the week. This guy is probably an incel. That's the difference between men and women. Scroll down. Is there more? Oh my God! Wait, hold on. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that shit was.
What?
It was okay. Okay, I was just, yeah. You know what though? We have a fun little segment here. Oh wait, first hold on. Oh yeah. We have to do. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes.
Wait, can you scoot? You guys got to scoot a little bit. Okay, so you're 19, better looking at 29,
Yeah.
39,
No.
29.
Yes.
I already asked that one. Okay, so better 29, not 39.
Yeah.
You're 23, better looking in 10 years' time at 33.
Yes, because I'm gonna be not fat by then. I fucking hope so. So yeah, I'm on my weight. I used to be way bigger than this, so surprisingly. But so I'm on my weight loss journey. Hopefully in 10 years I'll be fine shit.
May I ask though, if you don't lose any weight, do you think you'll be better looking? Say you stay the
The same.
exact same weight. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
I don't know. Either the same or different. I don't know. I can't tell until then. I feel like some people are more attractive and some people are not as attractive. Depends on how you age.
Okay, 20 years time, 43. Do you think you'll be better looking?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, even if you lose weight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think
Maybe.
so.
Okay, you're 29, better looking in 10 years time at 39.
I don't know, because I look a lot better than I did at 19. That's for sure. But also, I don't even know if I'll be here in 10 years.
Girl, don't say that.
What the fuck?
You never know.
Don't put that on energy.
Okay.
Is that like a diss towards me, or you were saying what?
I'm saying when I was 19, like I did 2 rounds of Accutane. Like I had a rough. There was a glow up. I've always had the bosom, but there was a glow up for sure. So
no, not better looking at 39.
I don't think so. Unless I get a facelift.
You're 24, better looking in 10 years time, 34.
Yeah, probably. My mom looks identical to me, and she looked really good at that age. So
20 years time, 44.
maybe not so much.
Okay, you're 27, better looking in 10 years time at 37.
Yes.
20 years time, 47.
No.
All right, and then were you better looking at 18 or now at 27?
No.
Okay, you're 36, better looking in 10 years time at 46.
Probably not, but I would like to mature gracefully.
Okay, and were you better looking at 26 or better looking now at 36?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
You're 36. Were you better looking at 26 or now at 36?
No, I think the 30s is the best for me.
30s is best. Okay. You're 31, better looking in 10 years time at 41.
No.
And then you're 31. Are you better looking now or are you better looking at 21?
Yeah, because I was pregnant at 21.
Oh, you have a kid.
Yeah, I have 4 kids.
Oh, okay. You've got 4 kids. Okay. Well, let's say, were you pregnant at 20?
No.
Okay. Better looking at 20 or 31?
31 is better.
Okay. You're 22, better looking in 10 years time at 32?
Yeah.
20 years time, 42?
Yeah.
30 years time, 52?
Yeah.
40 years time, 62?
Yeah.
50 years time, 72?
No.
When's the peak?
60s. My mom
is
would
peaking
hate
at
if I
60.
said that.
Yeah.
I hope she's not listening. But my mother is beautiful, and when I had blonde hair, we looked like twins, and she looks like she is like 39 or 40 years old.
Same with my mom. My mom looks better now than she did when she was like 30.
That's awesome.
Really, she looks so good now, and she's 60. She was pretty rough when she was 30.
All right, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Before we get into the reacts, we are going to to the 10.
To the 10 is
To
crazy.
the 10. We've got. Look, I get the most beautiful women on my panels.
You're saying it in
all
a
the
way
time.
like I'm saying I'm true a 10. Like I said, I'm realistic. I'm saying as myself, rating myself, I think I'm a 10. But
Okay,
I'm also not like
so
I just
who's
hate the rating thing.
Who's a guy who's a 10?
I don't even know. I can't think.
Zac Efron.
See, like I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think of people as numbers. That's the problem I have is like even having to like have to think
who's
of
a
yourself
guy
like
in
that.
your league?
In my league,
Like, give us a male celebrity or something that you think is in your league.
so bad with not. I don't know. I don't know.
Plazo Pluma.
What's
his
this?
name? What's that?
What?
Peso Pluma.
Pluma's crazy.
Pedro Pascal.
Is that?
Jonah Hill.
Wait,
come at me, Jonah
do you
Hill.
believe that ugly people exist?
Yes.
So who is like an ugly person?
I don't, but that's what I'm saying. Like I am realistic, but I also don't want to say it out of my mouth. I would never call someone ugly. That I can also say there is people who are ugly. I can't not say that because that's just not true.
Okay.
I'm saying as myself, I would never like the girl on the screen. If I had a gun to my head, I can tell the truth about certain things, but I'm not going to say that because I just don't like saying that about people.
Word.
But I'm also realistic. Like that's why the whole number thing, it's not about I think I'm a 10. It's more like I just don't like the rating scale in general.
Sure. We're gonna do a few chats, then we're gonna do the we put all of you through an AI to aid you, and then we did a little something extra. So we have Pasty George.
Do you have one of me skinny?
Chloe,
Please
can you
tell
read
me.
these
A lot of
into the
men,
mic?
a lot of men believe that women who use any makeup, fake nails, get body modification surgeries, etc., indicates high insecurity, narcissism, deception, and predatory tendencies. So much fakeness.
Who here has lip filler? Just curious.
I do not.
Ever?
I don't have anything. Swear to the God I don't believe in.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Pasty George. We have Based Thor. Guys, if you want to get your own message in, $100 read, $200 TTS. On behalf of Arizona, especially Phoenix area, along with Desert Joe, we don't claim chair 3. As a representative of Phoenix, Arizona women, you can find her at the Blade. Example of 305 mentality, shame?
The Blade's like
technically from Tucson, but you know.
Tucson.
The Blade? I thought the Blade was like in
Blade.
Vegas, like where you're
It
like
is.
going up to truckers selling yourself or something.
I don't know what that is.
That's a lot lizard.
Lot lizard.
It's usually just like a street where hookers
like
hang
that
out.
song.
Got
that
Pasty
Disciples of
George. Can you
Desire
read this
has.
from Pasty?
Oh,
Chloe?
me?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing that because you think I can't read? Because you always
Read it
make me
before it
look
disappears.
so dumb. Okay, sorry. Chair 6, no offense, but it's hard to take women that have tattoos seriously. And if they display more red flags than their believability, thank you, as well as I can't fucking read.
Credibility
drops significantly.
There we go. You got that. See, girl.
Number 6.
Thank you, Pete. That's you over there.
Oh my God, that's such a stupid name.
All right, and then
They're beautiful. Your tattoos are beautiful.
do you think it's wrong for a guy who doesn't want to date a girl who has tattoos?
No, it's not. It's a preference, and that's
Preference.
okay. Yeah.
Who here has tattoos? Just show of hands.
I have a bunch.
Do you have any?
I would not.
No tattoos.
No tattoos.
And on my tongue there's double whammy. I'm going to hell.
Word.
Word.
All right, we got Pasty George. Like I said at the last podcast, that lady who said we have a chopped man epidemic, she looks like an indigenous crackhead. He's First Nations though, so he gets a pass. He's allowed to refer to people as indigenous crackheads. All right. Thank you, Pasty George. Appreciate the message. Oh, by the way, guys, I got a big announcement. I should have mentioned this. Guys, we got a special person back on the team, boys. I think we got to do a little for the audience.
He's
guys,
like really
Nick,
cute.
Whoa, what the fuck, Chloe? Hey, chill out, bro. My man. You want to get to Nick, you got to go through me. Not like a room. Like I'm his. I'm the gatekeeper. Not like you got to date me for. I'm just saying I'm the gatekeeper. We got Nick back, guys. Can we get some W's in the chat for Nick? Nick is back. Nick is back. Nick at night.
Where'd he go?
You know what?
Oh, that's a scary place.
Yeah, look, school can't. He had to get school going. But guys, W's in the chat. You guys remember Nick? He's the OG. He's OG. We got Nick back. We're keeping Mary's sticking on the team though, but Nick is back. Nickelback. We got Nickelback. Okay. Wick. W Nick. Okay. You guys remember that guy? Yeah, great guy. Great guy. Tall. He still has that same haircut though. The little broccoli cut. What's it called? What's that called, Nick? When you go to the barber? When you go to the barber, Nick, what do you ask for?
I told her to give me a clean cut. She did this 2 days ago.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, good shit, man. Good to have you back. Okay, and everybody in the chat's like, bring Maddie. We should have Maddie just come through, join a panel, like a reunion. Anyways, where were we? Oh, AI. Okay, guys. Pepper your Angus.
Pepper your Angus.
All right.
These things that you say are crazy.
You got it ready to go? Okay. Ready?
No.
Yes.
I always look so bad.
There it is.
Killing it.
How many years?
Ew, that's like a really bad picture of me.
Is the second one 45? How many?
I'd say like the second one is like, that could be 30s.
No, it could not. That's like
Yeah,
my mom
That's like 39 right there. 39, 38.
That's enough.
How old are you, Brian?
I'm 36.
Yeah,
so that's you in
not-
2 years?
That's not
Yes. I'm gonna have long blonde hair
I was like,
and
this is
giant fake titties. Like that.
All
right. Next.
It's like 50s and 80s.
Yeah. Oh my God, put that shit back up there. That is everything.
Here, it's a
That's okay.
She's a 10.
out of 10.
Oh my That's so funny.
You know what though?
You're
Honestly,
gonna make me skinny. Come on. When I'm that, I won't make it to that old if I'm not that skinny by then. Okay.
damn.
What do you mean, damn? It's just realistic.
She's honest, you know.
I'm not one of those fat people. Don't try me.
Also, when were these pictures taken?
Yeah.
Wait, Jay, we got Jay Eck in here.
In the
You know, I think we need to pop a ball of champagne. We need to get Nick a little liquored up back there. I think we need a little, if anybody in the chat, big celebration. We got Patrick here. We got Nick. We got none of you guys. We need a champagne pop, you know?
Come on, fellas.
We need a champagne
Help
pop.
us out.
I kid. About you guys. You guys have been great. You guys also should, you know. Okay, let's do next. And
Oh, it's from the video.
Probably. Looks like my dad.
You look like a cute little girl.
It's just like my dad.
Oh my god,
All
I'm
right.
scared.
next.
Oh, you guys did me dirty. Oh, even worse.
That's, you know, that could be the future.
Definitely
even
not.
see.
All right. Next.
I didn't look.
Oh,
thank you guys so much for that. That's fucking great.
I love the mannequin in the background.
They aged the mannequins.
No, absolutely not.
All right.
oh.
Actually, kind of looks
They look
sweet.
cute.
Yeah, like a sweet old lady. Yeah.
You're like
You say hi to everyone on the court.
That's a babushka right there. All right. Next.
No.
Actually, let's not. Like, you look.
You look cute.
Really? You look like a librarian or something. Like
You do.
yeah. Oh.
Yeah, like this innocent.
All right. And this is Miss Peaks at 60 over here.
I didn't say I was gonna peak.
Or what you said? What you said?
You did say you'd be more attractive.
I think I will still be beautiful.
That was definitely not the question, but okay.
Whatever.
All right. There it is.
See, that's
you look good.
What do you mean?
No,
Brian, that is a good-looking grandma. Don't even lie.
Yeah.
I actually
You're
look
telling
like
me
my
that.
grandma. And
Brian,
You guys maybe
Yeah.
I'm
The
not gonna
middle
lie.
The middle one.
Y'all
looks
did
like
her
my
some
grandma.
favors in all these photos.
Like, fuck.
What?
What?
I'm saying they were very generous to you in like the older photos.
Oh. What do you mean? Did AI
Not
do
mine.
that?
I'm just saying.
The middle one looks like my grandma, and she's in her late 70s.
Okay. All right. Next. All right. Handsome guy. There it is.
You only said that about him. What about the... Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
The oldest one
mayonnaise
kind of
like
looks like
fine
the
wine.
old sugar
Oh
daddy
my
I had.
gosh.
Next.
Where's...
Oof.
Oh,
You see what they see? That's what I'm talking about. Felicity, they always just, they are not generous with Felicity. Damn. Damn.
not the okay.
All right.
Put
Next.
Screen.
Okay.
Wait, put it back
okay.
up
Thanks,
there.
Felicity.
Put it back up there.
What? You got,
What?
guys, you got
Free
use a
beard.
beard.
See the beard. See her?
Hey, what the fuck they do my neck
He
though at
looks
the
like
very
he has
end?
dementia.
She looks like he's lost.
Was that
Who said that? Who said that? You said that? Damn. What the hell? Damn. Dementia.
was that first picture from like 20 years ago?
It's an old. That's like
Not 20.
that's like 2018, 2017 maybe. What, you want to see young Brian? Pull up young Brian.
Loves doing this.
Pull up young Brian. All right, that's young Brian.
That's you?
22, 23.
That's you at 23?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Slay.
Pull up my Instagram now. Check this out. Check this shit out.
Oh my God. He's flexing old
I
photos.
used to, I did good, when I was younger. Shit.
What happened? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Stress.
Shots fired.
Stress is a bitch.
I'm not stressed.
Stress is a bitch.
Sorry, you made me look like a witch, so I had to take it back.
I ain't tripping. I'm old
Oh.
and fat now.
Oh my God, this fat thing is crazy.
Let's see. Young surfer Brian. Yep. Surfer.
You still surf?
Yeah, you still surf.
Nah.
Why?
Back injury,
Slut?
neck injury.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, you have dogs.
Anyways, that's okay. Young Brian, whatever.
many
Okay,
dots
moving
you
on. Oh wait, do we have gender swap? No gender swap. What the fuck?
Oh, thank God.
What the fuck? Let me go talk shit in the Discord.
I think I'm a more attractive man.
Oh, is the Discord doing that?
What the fuck? Rude. Rude. Who said that shit? Wiggles, you motherfucker. Wiggles? Where's fucking Wiggles? Where is this guy? Fucking Wiggles, where are you, bro? Type that shit. Mara Kate? I thought you did that shit, Mara. Damn, that's fucked up. The fuck? I'm trying to gender swap these people, man. Shit. Yo, who in the Discord is going to hook it up with the gender swaps? Get that shit. Nemesis, ban everybody. Everybody's banned in the Discord. Rude. Rude. You know what, Mara? Take this. You know what? You know what? Take this shit. You know what? Oh, wait, fuck. I'm not going to fuck your shit up. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. I'm kidding. Don't ban anybody. Okay. We're going to finish up the notes. We'll do some questionnaire stuff and word. We have Katerina. There's a bunch of Canadian stories you have.
Canadian.
Apparently, you were dating a guy who's on Big Brother, the show, or something.
He won his season of Big Brother.
Is it like in Canada or where was it?
No, they have US too.
It was in the United States.
Well, he won the Canadian one.
Oh,
that's kind of what he's asking you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were asking if it's a Canadian show.
Yeah. Well, it started in the UK, right? And then it's all over.
Maybe.
Okay, so that didn't work out, basically.
I don't know how he won. It like the show made him seem smart,
and
and
you
then
were dating him. And
yeah,
it didn't work out.
Well, yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Oh, okay.
He's like bat shit.
Is that the restraining order one?
No, that was the one after.
Oh, girl.
Yeah, within a couple of weeks, I kind of got like the ick, and then my family was like, "Oh, maybe you're just scared of commitment." So I kind of like forced myself to stay with him. Pretty sure they just wanted me to be like with like a celebrity. And then yeah, I forced myself to be with him. Brought him to my best friend's wedding. He got super drunk, started screaming at me, saying that I was lying about the restraining order. And then when we got on the plane, he screamed at me in front of like everyone on the plane, saying that if he posted a picture on Instagram, he'd get way more followers than me. And then it just kept getting worse and worse. Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah, so everyone follow me so that I get more followers than him.
How is it that you girls all have these tragedy stories with
Because
men?
guys suck.
Could be that your selection is a little off?
Well, that too.
But you don't know
But if
until you're
all
dating.
these women have stories of these selections, that means there's a lot of guys that are falling into that poor selection.
There are a lot of
I
girls.
think it goes to
young
show
gravies.
what you'll put up with.
There's some young gravies out there.
I mean, I feel like for the
You'll date someone
longest,
for 3.5 years with a small dick, you know?
I mean, for the longest time, like
Yeah,
I
no,
thought
it's
that I
literally what you
didn't
put up with.
deserve a good guy, so I like let myself get treated because I told myself that that's what I deserved. Mentally, that was messed up, but I hadn't ever had a good guy.
Yeah.
I feel like guys also start off so small and kind of like work up to like that level. And then by the time it gets like extreme, you're kind of just like, oh, it is what it is.
That's what happens all the in the last relationship I was in, he was the best. And then once we were in the relationship, he turned crazy. And that happens all the time. Like once they get the person, they like flip the script. And he was the most jealous, insecure, always thought I was cheating
Let me
on
guess,
him.
he was a narcissist.
A little bit. A little bit. But
Every ex-boyfriend's a narcissist.
I mean, a little bit.
I get the
I feel like
love
he's an
bombers.
ex because I mean that's why. You know what I mean? If you're a narcissist, like that's one of the check marks, you know. But I feel like you start dating someone and then they turn into that person that you're afraid of or whatever. You don't know until.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think there needs to be a call for these fathers, not all of them. I mean, there's some really good fathers, and I have friends who have really great dads and stuff. But I feel like when there's not a good, stable father in the home who is setting a good example for his son or setting a good example for the daughter, like then how is she supposed to carry on forward having a healthy relationship? Or the son, he's going to think it's okay to, leave or be verbally abusive or physically abusive. And that is a huge statistic actually. But, we as a society need to heal and realize everybody is human, but if you're placed in a parental role or a role where you're supposed to set an example, like, of course, everything you do is going to affect your kin and the people around you. And so these girls choosing bad guys, like, it's going to happen. There's a 60% chance it's going to happen once you've witnessed that in your own childhood or, you know, with
Yeah, I think broken
anything
families
else.
are a huge problem. I mean, the divorce rate now is at 50% in the United States. And yeah, if you come from a broken home, you have a terrible example of how a relationship and a marriage is supposed to work. Again, in my argument, this would be a return back to like, what is the purpose of marriage, tradition, religion, these types of things. But yeah, I mean, the broken family epidemic and divorce rate is terrible. And then when you really start getting into some of the essaying of children, I mean, it's step parents that tend to do it most frequently. And there's a lot of statistics on that regarding men coming into households, and then the woman that they married already has a daughter, and stuff like that happening. So a traditional nuclear family, again, a lot of that stuff just wouldn't be as prevalent in our culture as it currently is.
True. But also with, you know, religious families, they teach the women a lot like, oh, well, you should give him a second chance and forgive him. But now you're also showing your child, okay, he hit me and I'm going to take him back anyways. And so now what does that tell your daughter?
I think it depends on each circumstance and context.
So
But
you do think that like domestic violence would be okay if
no, I'm
it's
not.
going to keep the family
I mean,
together?
that's an extreme take on what I just said. I'm not supporting domestic violence. I'm saying that every instance of domestic violence doesn't mean that it should be divorce, or that the wife or the man shouldn't forgive the partner. That's a context by context situation that I think, again, details are going to really matter there.
Okay.
But just a blanket, like if there is domestic abuse, that should equate. It could be just one single instance that should equates to divorce. I mean, both people need to be held accountable, right? I'm all for accountability for all parties.
What would she need to be held accountable for?
Well, in any circumstance, any situation. So not just one in which the man physically abuses a woman, but obviously it goes the other way in other instances
By like
as well.
14%, but the rest is men.
But I mean, women are verbally abusive. And they're
I'm counting verbally and
they're
mental.
abusive in other ways. Men have a monopoly on physical violence, so obviously men are going to act out that way. But women have other ways in which they can jab and get at their partner. It's usually through words, could be through cheating or adultery. There's other ways in which women also do things that are very conniving. So I'm not supporting either party. That's my point, is that responsibility needs to go to all parts. And so nobody's making an apology for domestic abuse.
But within the church, let's say he's a 2-time offender in the family, but they're married, and the church is telling her, oh, you should forgive him. Do you think that she's supposed to take him back?
That would be a case by case, depending on how exactly that works within that family, that community. I have no idea.
Oh, I have a story to tell about domestic violence. So I was pregnant, I think, with my third child, and went to Florida for vacation. And my oldest child jumped on me like he was playing, and it really hurt me. And I was freaked out that something would happen to the baby. So my husband was like, you know what? I'll bring you to the hospital. We'll check it out. And then we get to the hospital, and the doctor just looks at me in this really weird way. And he's like, are you sure this is what happened? Like, are you sure your child did this to you? I'm like, yeah, this is literally what happened. And then the doctor told me, yeah, it's so common for me to see pregnant women who come with injuries because their husbands beat them.
It's actually the number one reason for death in pregnant women is homicide by their partner.
Well,
it's so crazy.
The number one,
unaliving of pregnant women is actually homicide by their partner.
Oh, I thought you meant the death of the child.
No.
In which case I was
The
going to say
woman.
that's probably abortion.
Well, in how many cases were they married? Because I just find it a bit of a reach that there'd be so much like homicide for somebody who's already married and their wife being pregnant. I could see it in circumstances in which they're not pregnant, or it's an unexpected pregnancy, or it's a different relationship dynamic. Not saying that it doesn't happen, but it just seems like it'd be way less common with a married couple.
In your perspective, yes.
Generally speaking, we're just talking about statistics, generally speaking. Not that it can't happen, of course.
It does.
What do you think of men? Because I've heard you a couple times throughout the night. You seem to like always want to go towards like men are criminals, men are predators, men are like
I'm not
bad.
saying all men. But I'm saying I don't think that men hold other men accountable for what they're doing that gives them a bad image. And you want to call on us to do the same.
Hold other men accountable
No, they really
through
don't.
the police force.
There's been
through the justice system.
115,000 women killed in femicide last year alone in South America. That is crazy.
Wait, 150.
I'm just saying, 115.
150,000 women murdered in which South American country?
In all of South America.
All of South America.
Correct. In 1 year.
Okay, so Peru, Chile, Brazil, Argentina. You're up to date on the South American femicide stats?
I spent a lot of time researching because I rather do that than doom scroll on TikTok. So
150,000 women have been unalived in South America
for being women?
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
We're in America. We're very blessed by where we are.
But you presented this in response to me saying men do hold other men accountable. So are you saying what's the?
I'm saying you never hear the other side. You don't have women murdering men just because they're men.
In Argentina, and they just get away with it.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
you guys do realize that? Hold on. You guys do realize that murders are the most heavily investigated criminal acts possible.
No, but that's South America. South America has a lot of unstable countries like Brazil, they have
like
Colombia.
Mafia ran and
Why do you think everyone's coming up here from Mexico? There's a lot of violence. It's not the same as America. I don't know what you mean.
I don't know
that.
I would need to look at that research in that paper. I mean, I'm not saying there's not violence, and certainly violence across cultures changes, and some cultures are more violent, could be towards women than others. I'm totally on board with that possibility, but 150,000.
It's published.
Are you anti-immigration?
No, I'm saying.
Wait, no. Answer my question though. Are you against immigration, especially from
people moving here?
especially from Latin American countries?
No, and I have a completely different
hold on.
view.
But there's rampant amounts of
men aren't holding
femicide. These women are getting wholesale murdered, and the majority of these illegal immigrants, typically they tend to skew male. And you want to allow them into the United States?
No,
that doesn't make
that.
I feel like this is going in a completely
no,
different.
I have to logically.
Well, hold on.
If you let me clarify without interrupting, I can definitely tell you
so
my
are you
perspective.
okay with illegal immigration?
I think that just like other immigrants who've come here from other countries and they've applied for citizenship and they want a better life here in America.
That'd be legal immigration.
I'm talking
they
about
absolutely deserve to. When we have families who are coming over illegally because they don't have any other option and they're seeking refuge, we actually have programs in place for that. There's also the one that's Violence Against Women Act, which keeps you here for 2 years while you're doing your application for citizenship. If you're experiencing domestic violence,
It doesn't answer my question though. Are you in favor of illegal immigration?
Illegal.
I think no, because I think our system needs to change completely, and it's not a yes or no answer. Like everything needs to be changed, but
should they be
it's
deported?
Not simple. I think the criminals should be deported. Absolutely.
Well, they're criminals by crossing illegally, correct?
If you're here in the country illegally, you are committing a crime.
Yes.
So should we deport all illegal immigrants?
But you are making a point about immigration, saying that all these women killing immigrants were coming over, and am I okay with that? So now you're changing the question.
Well, hold on. No, it's your position. You're saying there's vast amounts of femicide in Latin America and South America, right? That's what you said. And you're saying, well, these men are just brutalizing and murdering all these women in South America. That's a large bulk. The South Americans are a large bulk of the illegal immigrants coming into this country. Yeah. In addition to you have Central Americans too, and then you have Mexicans also. So I would assume, given this exorbitant rate of femicide and murder of women in these Latin American countries, I think you're pointing to perhaps a culture where it's okay for violence against women. You surely then, to be consistent, would not want this cohort of people illegally entering the country where they can victimize women in this country.
I think just like every other country, America should have its own borders and enforce it. And I don't think that anyone is doing the right steps to actually solve the issue that's really going on. I lived in Tucson and my grandma lives an hour from the border. I've seen how bad it actually is. You guys are actually a little sheltered over here from all that.
California has like a massive immigration
yeah,
problem.
but you don't see
Okay,
the
sure,
cartel
maybe-
stuff that we see. Like, it's pretty bad. But anyways, yeah, Tucson's
Should we deport
crime
the
rate.
illegal immigrants?
I think that Trump, like when he was first saying all the violent ones and all the ones that have a record, I think that should be your priority.
I'm fine with prioritizing them.
And
but
then-
should we deport all the illegal immigrants?
By the time he gets done with deporting all of the criminal ones, he's going to be out of office anyway.
So you're okay
should
then
we?
with all the other illegals being here, is what you're saying?
I'm not saying that, but I think they do need to register and actually work towards getting citizenship. And if they're
Well, why
ones
don't
who
we
want
then
to
just
refuse
deport all
that,
of them and then allow them to apply the legal way, and then we can vet everybody and look at their backgrounds and see where they're coming
because they know better. Because
Then we
they
can
know
make sure they're
that
not going to
the
commit
Mexican
femicide.
government is not going to support them or like even provide resources for them like we do. That's literally why they're here.
Why
So-
should we do that?
Yeah, so that's not beneficial to me as an heritage American and taxpayer.
Yeah,
That's
and
totally
that's totally fine.
disenfranchises me.
My thing is, you're trying to get me to focus on something that I'm not even concerned with.
I know, but
because
he's making
I'm
a
an
logically
independent
consistent
who didn't
argument
even
by
vote
saying
because I
you just
hated
described a problem in South
everybody.
America, and he's saying, okay, well, here's a culturally relevant topic
But
to
that
America.
was one event when I'm trying to give you examples of, because your
But
original
you shifted
question
it.
was
But hold on, you're saying I shifted it, which I could dispute, but you shifted it because I was saying men hold men accountable, and you want to move to like, okay, this specific thing in South America where perhaps law enforcement is not nearly as effective as it is in the United States, where we enjoy where law enforcement has far more resources and is far more sophisticated than law enforcement in third world countries.
it was one example that I was going to give you in concurrence with other ones, like the fact that the child trafficking industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean, triple-digit billion-dollar industry every year around the world. And people like Tim Tebow speak on that. And it's men who are the consumers. I'm not saying
So who do
all
we go
men
after
are
with that
terrible.
industry? Hold on. With that industry, who do we go after? The people that are selling humans for sex trafficking and the consumers of sex trafficking? Because it gets back to the corn industry in regards to not holding
It actually
people
doesn't.
performing.
It's the government who's bribed to have those kids
No, I'm
coming
with
over
you. The
from
CIA
Mexico that make them disappear.
The CIA is totally in bed with all these operations, drug trafficking,
Yeah,
sex
it's
trafficking.
all within the government. That
Yeah,
has
well, our
nothing to do
intelligence
with
agencies are
corn. Corn is a distraction. Okay, we're all distracted. All the media is owned by BlackRock, and they just tell you whatever
That's
they
true.
want you to
BlackRock,
actually hear.
State Street,
So we're not
Vanguard.
getting into all of that. You're just seeing what they want you to see. My point being, it's not all men.
Okay.
But it is a lot of men who are doing these things, and I don't see
From particular areas, too,
in
in particular
2025, you can change your gender. You can get married to someone of
I
the
don't
same
think
sex.
you can,
Hold
personally.
on. I'm saying you can do all these things, but why are we still facing femicide in the world? Why are we still facing all of these issues that shouldn't be like prevalent anymore? Women are half of the world population, and yet we're the ones who are always being raped, killed, etc. Like, why is no one
Wait, hold
standing
on.
up for that?
You do realize that men are disproportionately more likely to be victims of violent crime. They're more likely to be murdered. They're
From
more
each
likely-
other.
How
It's
would-
still men on men.
Yeah. So
It's
are
still
you-
men
just to
that
be
are the
clear-
problem.
Okay.
You're
I'm
proving
happy
my point.
to engage there, but you're going to have to concede with me that my point is true first.
Which point?
That men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
Yeah, and it's from other men.
Okay, why would that matter? That sounds like victim blaming. It's a total red herring. What would that matter? The gender of the perpetrator has no impact on the victim. If I'm dead and the person who killed me is a man or the person who killed me is a woman, does that make me any more or less dead?
No, I'm saying that if it were a bunch of women raping and killing men, that it would be a huge issue. But because it's the other way around, it's just normal and expected. And I don't see that people are standing up for it as much as they do for other things.
Wait, hold on. Murder of women by men is taken far more seriously than murder of men by men.
Can I say something?
So I don't understand. Go
Maybe
ahead.
she means that like women are weaker than men. So like as a man, you can protect yourself from another man. Like if something like that happens. But as a woman, like I can't really protect
We are
myself.
very vulnerable.
Yeah, women are more vulnerable, even if men get killed more than women, basically.
What?
Well, because men claim they're supposed to be our protectors, but then why would all those women be killed by femicide? Because they can't protect themselves, and so men are supposed
I don't
to be
know. Why
protectors.
do women?
So who's calling
why,
on these men
hold
to
on.
be
If
protectors?
we want to talk about violence, then I'm like, and I think your framing is really bad faith. I can be uncharitable too, although like probably some people are going to agree with me. Like women are overwhelmingly killing their children in the womb.
True.
And you kill babies of any gender. Like, what is it? 70 million a year abortions. Is it really men that are so violent? Like, at least, you know, when it comes to male violence, there's typically components of like, you know, there's some fucking beef or like gang violence or something. No, even though some of that stuff is like completely arbitrary and stupid, y'all are literally killing unborn children. So who's more monstrous? The men who are like involved in gang violence and like street beefs over like who can sell smack on the street corner, or women who are unaliving their really, really defenseless unborn children?
Right.
When
That
is the last
they were
time you
complicit in
heard-
making.
When was the last time you heard about a female student at a university raping a man and then still getting to graduate?
Well, do you want to answer my question first? Right.
No, I'm saying like you like to redirect the conversation, which I totally respect and I will follow.
You redirect. You're the one throwing out all these red herrings. But okay, let's hear your
What are
other
red herrings?
men
I'm
bad.
stating
Tell me
things that
the
are
next
actually
men
published
Tell me
online.
the
You can
next.
pull up.
Tell me the next men bad thing. Go ahead.
I'm not saying all men.
Okay, what percentage?
That's where
of
you're
men?
missing the point.
Okay, what's the university? What is it? Tell me the university example. Go ahead.
I'm just saying
No,
that
you said something about being able to walk at
when
graduation.
the
Tell me the
when
example.
the roles are reversed, men are going to stick up for other men and be like, "Oh, we're not going to take that from women." But then when it's happening to women, we're supposed to be submissive.
Dude, hold on, wait, hold on.
Women don't stand up for other women.
I can disprove that. First off, I do want to hear your example about the like being able to walk for graduation. In prison, where the population is made up entirely of criminals, there can be murderers in there. Murderers live among murderers. But if you go into general population in a prison and you're they call it chomo, if you're you touch women or you touch children or whatever it is, right, you've got a fucking target on your back. And if you step foot in general population, you will be dead within 24 hours at the hands of the other inmates. So even criminal men who have questionable virtue, even they are going to literally kill, like vigilante justice will kill rapists, and they will kill people who touch children.
Yeah.
So this idea that men won't hold other men accountable, the justice system is very effective. And then in addition to that, there's extrajudicial punishment if these men do find themselves in prison and in a certain situation with an inmate. These guys got targets on their backs. Trust me. So this idea that there's a grape culture where it's accepted, or that there's like a culture where these crimes are the most abhorrent crimes ever. And trust me, most men would will gladly kill a PDF file. They'll gladly kill a rapist. Oops, shouldn't have said that. My bad. Whatever.
Yes, in the US, absolutely. But I mean, on a worldwide scale, no matter where we are, women are still going to be like at the bottom of the food chain when it comes to.
Wait. Oh my gosh. Can you tell me the walking at what was the example you gave?
There was a college, I don't even remember his name, but this was 4 years ago. This college athlete, it's just the example I'm giving you to portray what I'm talking about. He had raped her at a party on the university grounds, right? But because it was a party and they didn't want to say that, you know, he actually did it because he was their star fucking athlete on this team. He got to walk on his graduation. He didn't do any jail time. And it basically just all was.
Did she go to the police?
Yes.
Okay.
She did the whole kit and everything.
So there was an accusation that was made. What evidence was presented that it actually occurred? Besides
because
just
his
the
DNA
accusation.
was found, and his defense attorney was arguing that, oh, well, because there was alcohol at the party, who's to know if she gave him consent or not?
Whoa,
Fair
hold
enough.
on. Hold
Even
on.
though
Wait.
it was
Do you think-
outside behind a trash
Hold on.
can and somebody found him doing it. But anyways,
Wait, are you talking about the
he's a swimmer.
I think I know the case that you're talking about. The affluenza case? Is that what you're talking about? Or no, that was a DUI case, I think.
Yeah, no.
There's some rich kid who I think killed somebody in the DUI and got off really easily.
That sounds like
But I mean, look, I don't know the specifics.
I mean, just on even like a smaller scale, like a way smaller scale, like let's say you went to Macy's like she did yesterday and you went to go shopping and a guy came up to you and was like, hey, Brian, like, what's up? Like, I watch your stuff, whatever. Like, are you thinking that he's going to like flash his dick at you? Like,
but don't you think the sexualization
like, that happens like to women?
Yeah, and that's wrong.
Women, if you walk in the parking garage as a woman and it's nighttime and there's a guy behind you, you get chills up your back. Do you not?
So do I. Cool. Men are victims of violent crime. I don't know if you guys know this. Men get jumped, men get robbed.
Right.
I've been the victim of a violent crime. So this idea that men can just they blithely just walk through the world without a care in the no cares, and they just can walk at night without feeling unsafe. I've been walking in situations where I felt unsafe.
Right.
Would you go on a hike alone?
Depends on where.
Sure. Yeah, women go on hikes alone too. I mean,
yeah, there's 3 of them that got unalived in Phoenix.
Okay, bad thing happened to women. But you mentioned that there was DNA for this example that you provided.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. So if somebody's had a consensual sexual encounter, is it plausible that they're gonna find the other person's DNA on them?
So you're assuming it's consensual?
I'm innocence until proven guilty. Do you disagree with innocence until proven guilty?
You're saying that when she claimed that this happened, that it was consensual.
Hold on. I don't know the specific case you're referencing. You just gave me a vague thing where it sounds like there was a police investigation. They made some determination that there wasn't enough evidence or something to proceed. If that is actually the case, don't you believe in innocent until proven guilty?
I do.
Doesn't sound like it.
But what I'm saying is when things like that happen, it's just common and it's water under the bridge. And
it's not just water under the bridge. Men's lives get ruined, and even just based off a dubious accusation. But
not really. We have one in office right now.
What did he do?
Dubious.
What do you mean?
Did he grab him by the pussy? What did
exactly.
he do?
Like, can you imagine?
It's
can
literally
you imagine if somebody else had said that?
It's a totally dubious. I don't know if you investigated the accusations against Trump. Extremely dubious.
Accusations.
This shit.
There's a voice recording. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Are you talking about the civil case that he had?
I'm talking about from his first election, that recording that came out where he
come
says,
to Trump, but first I want to ask though, if they find DNA, does that mean that a crime occurred? Because I've had unprotected sex with my girlfriend, and if she went and got a DNA test, they would find DNA of me.
But they were not dating. She did not know him, and it was a party with a bunch of other people.
Is it plausible that they had a consensual sexual encounter?
Is it plausible?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not a possibility. He's saying that she got too drunk and she can't remember that she said no. But when the guy found him
so they
outside,
went to a college party and they hooked up?
No, they didn't. She showed up and he was one of the guests there.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but you can't give consent if you're intoxicated. That's like
that's also
when you're
a
past
point.
the point of certain intoxication.
If you're incapacitated, but if you've had a beer, is that great?
No, this girl was passed out in the
that's wrong.
Trash cans.
Well, that's
yeah, that's the case I'm talking about. And
okay, thank you for the new detail that you didn't previously.
But I said a guy.
Yes, if you have sex with a woman who's passed out, that's great.
I said that they were outside by the trash. This guy found him on top of her.
If you both had 2 or 3 shots, wait, let me ask you guys a question. If the guy is more drunk than the woman, is she a rapist?
If he didn't give consent, yeah, I think it goes both ways.
Yeah, it definitely is
That's
both.
about women. If you can't consent, it's rape.
But okay, I'm trying to understand this because there are narratives out there that if you've had any level of alcohol consumption, you no longer can consent. So where is the threshold? Where is the actual line?
If you're not coherent, you can't like answer a yes or no question. Like, and if you're, I don't know, I feel like the line is clear and you should know before you get drunk. Like it shouldn't be, if I was hooking up with someone and they got drunk and they said yes, I probably wouldn't even hook up with them then. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that you should give permission beforehand or not hook up with someone who's blackout drunk or drunk at all. Because then that's where the line
Well, what responsibilities on women for getting blackout drunk and going to situations in which that's
See, that's where
Such a gray area.
Saying that
It's
is
such a
like-
gray area. It's like we're just gonna go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like it's just a gray area, honestly.
Wait, so what was your, say that again? What did you say?
I said, what's the responsibility on women getting trashed and getting drunk in environments where that stuff can happen?
Exactly. So in what regard? Like, what are you saying?
I mean, if you go out and you just have a drink or two and you still have your senses about you, I mean, the likelihood of something like that happening is going to be much less.
But I think at that point, if it does happen to them, it's not like about the woman, like if she was responsible enough or not, and she shouldn't have gone blackout drunk. Like that shouldn't have happened in general. Like that shouldn't even be a question in that scenario, in my opinion. Like if she was responsible.
If a woman got drunk, but she was not incapacitated, as almost any girl who's ever been to college ever has done, and then she regrets it the next day, is that rape?
No. But that's not what. Why are you
No.
making that face? That's not.
But that happens.
I see what you're saying.
That happens with everything.
A lot.
Yes,
and I
it
see what
does.
you're saying. That does happen a lot. Girls will say that, and that's why girls don't have as much credibility about when they say. That's why people don't believe girls as much, because those situations happen, and then these guys' lives are ruined over a situation where they thought it was completely consensual.
Right.
And that's why it's a gray area. But yes, guys' lives will be ruined, and that's why girls' credibility is just like completely gone to shit when it comes to grape, and that is just something that will forever be the case, and it's never going to change.
I just want, for the next generation, like I want both women and men to feel like they're safe, they're respected by the other gender, and that like they don't have to feel like, oh my gosh, I can't even walk to my car at night without, being at risk of something happening. And I don't think that's an unfair ask. So
touchy subject.
I know, but it's because
I'm glad we got into all
but
that.
you guys
I
are
get it.
men, you'll never
Look.
be in our shoes, so you
Oh
won't
my
see
God.
the perspective.
Okay, hold on. Women, okay, there's all these stories of like female teachers taking advantage of their like junior high school students, elementary school students. This is a super common occurrence. It's not like it's downplayed to quite an extent. I personally think it's abhorrent. Whereas like if it's a male teacher, female student, that's just major deal. It's looked at through a completely different lens. Men are victimized too. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of,
and their sentences are worse. I mean, recently I've been following, there's been a handful. I mean, every week you can find a news article about a female teacher sleeping with her students. And it's becoming more and more common. I mean, just go do a Google search. You'll find tons and tons of articles, and then do it based on dates, and you'll see how frequently this is. And then you look at the sentencing in regards to them versus if a adult male did that with the same age female, the sentencing is way different. And they're punished much harder.
And it should be the same.
It should be the same.
That's like more with the courts, like not like what she's saying.
But it's just a cultural disposition that we have that needs to change in regards to how these dynamics work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we were talking about.
Great.
There.
Next question.
No, like before. No, that even
Lord.
led to that.
Well, I think everything started to spiral once we heard about femicide.
Or something.
I know. Ruin the moods.
Well, I get the impression that you like. It sounded like from what you told us before, like you view things through this paradigm of through your own trauma.
No, my mother is a domestic violence victim advocate, and my little sister worked for CPS, and she firsthand saw all these things happening.
Oh, okay.
So it's not from my
But
trauma.
no,
it's
but it
from
is your paradigm. Like you
experience.
view things in a very like biased sort of victim way.
It's not a victim. It's experience.
Well, do you have animosity towards men? I mean, one of the things, because you mentioned you're kind of proud about 1 out of every 4 women like stay single for the rest of your life, and that's a goal that you hope to uphold. And it sounds like, just based on everything you keep saying, it's a lot of fingers being pointed at men, and it sounds like maybe that colors why even you have no interest in long-term relationships or marriage.
No, I just think that
Maybe she's just lost a lot of hope.
yeah, I've lost hope for sure.
Do you think we should believe all women?
No. We're all human, like I was saying before, but obviously there are physical differences between. Yeah, I know.
Like, trust no one.
Trust no one.
Everyone
X-Files
lies.
had it right. Oh my gosh.
Anywho, what other questions are on that list?
Okay. Damn, bro. I shouldn't take the bait, chat. I fucking hate. Oh my god. So fucking frustrating. I take the bait, and it's such a fucking buzzkill to talk about this topic. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We talk about dick size again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, I guess, Jordan, you mentioned using men to take away your loneliness.
Yeah. I mean,
Is that what you did?
I didn't use men. I guess that was wrong wording. You know, I mean, I would find worth in attention and the way a guy would treat me or do things for me or buy things or love me in a sense. And I didn't like being alone. I had to teach myself what it was like to be alone and be content and happy in singleness. But yeah, I would meet a new guy. I would go out. I would talk to random people and use it to fulfill myself for a bit.
Okay. Shula, do you want to put on your costume or whatever?
I guess.
All right, she's gone. And then I'll get into your notes when you do that. Wait, is your name, what's your name? Princess?
Oh,
Because your name is
my,
Prince.
like-
That's your Instagram?
Yeah, I had to change it because I got hacked by.
Audrey.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. We have a TTS coming through.
Sin Magic 14 donated $200 to the female panelists. I speak for every man I know, met or ever heard about. If we see the grape going down in the parking lot,
yes,
we will unalive that particular person. That shit doesn't slide.
Facts.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Nice.
Facts.
You're a good person.
There seems to be this like warped perception that like if a man saw something like that happening, like he would cheer for it. Like
No.
that just isn't the case.
Some guys just don't understand what's going on though. Like they might see it and then be like, oh, whatever, and then just keep walking because they think it's like both sided.
Well, if a woman's yelling help and that's
Well,
going
yeah.
down, like
If
it's
it-
going to be pretty obvious. But if a woman is being raped and there's no, like cry out for help, I mean, how could somebody know? And
Yeah.
it certainly then appears to be consensual.
But like if a girl's like passed out or whatever, they might just think like that they're both doing it consensually.
I just don't know any men. To the super chatter's point, I don't know any men in my circle that would be okay with that or would turn a blind eye to that. Even if they're like my friends, if we heard of each other abusing our spouses or something, like that's just not okay, and we would absolutely hold each other accountable. So I don't. To the super chatter's point, I just don't see this phenomenon where men aren't holding men accountable. We don't live in a utopia, and so there's always going to be crime. There's always going to be these bad things, but on average, I think men are much better than the panel has generally presented how men are and how we interact with each other.
You had a book full of notes.
Oh, well, I had to be honest. I was hoping, I mean, love you as a guest, but if Andrew was on, I was about to flame that man. So my notes were mainly for that man. So we'll keep the notebook closed. But also, why, he brings you down so many points. Why do you keep having that guy on?
He's actually a good friend of mine.
Have
I'm
you
friends
heard
with
some
Andrew
stuff
and Rachel.
Oh God.
I was at his baptism with his family. He's actually a great guy.
Have
a great
you heard
friend.
some of the stuff he said?
He,
He's really mean to me.
Well, hold on.
And I just feel like if you want your career to last long, I would ditch that man to the side. Just saying, because I don't think you're truly a bad man, but Andrew,
He is a good man. I will defend Andrew.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
personally friends with him, and I know he's a good man.
So we're talking about how. Okay, do you think Andrew would? Okay, did you hear the thing he was talking about grape, saying that some women think it's pleasurable? What? What do you mean? This thing? That's a huge thing. That's awful.
Aren't grape fantasies like a huge best-selling like sex novels for women?
So if you think it, absolutely. But do you think in the actual moment?
No, hold on. Before we get into that, you're completely mischaracter. First off, you didn't really precisely state what Andrew said.
Oh, I don't think in any context.
You just said, did you hear what he said about grape? What did he say about grape?
I'm saying in any context to say those words, how you were saying that some women find it pleasurable. I don't think any woman, even if they have a great fantasy,
You're misrepresenting.
No.
Did you watch the very Stop. Let me finish. Did you watch the extremely selectively edited clip? Or did you actually go? Perhaps that's the first thing you saw. Did you go and watch the full exchange?
I saw the full, not like hours before and after, but I'm saying even to say, like I saw some of the points after and before, I'm saying to even say that is insane. Like that, for that to come out of his mouth, even as a like argument, is crazy.
Okay,
but also a lot of other things he said before.
Since you saw the full thing, you must surely know the full context.
No, I said I saw
even if you
parts before and after, not the full thing.
What are the parts before and after, and what was the context of the conversation?
Just the one that the context I'm saying is that when he said that, like he was trying to compare it to something else.
Can I ask you a question?
I think I was there.
Hold on. You were definitely not there. It was during a debate.
Just,
hold on. So, if I were to say, I think it's bad to call black people the N-word. Now, let's say somebody clipped it and started it where I say, call black people the N-word, as if it was an advocation that you should call black people the N-word. You would agree that that would be disingenuous editing, right?
But that's a different cut. Like there was multiple...
It's not a precise one-to-one, but the clip was selectively edited. So in this case, he was asking the guy a hypothetical question to test his to basically test his logic.
Yeah. Are you? That's what you're saying?
Me personally, I would have perhaps used a different hypothetical, but he wasn't making an advocation for grape.
No, that's what I'm saying. Even if he's not saying that, like a person to say that is crazy. I don't care. Like that's what I'm saying. You're saying he used that as an example. To use that as an example is insane to me. I don't care what the example was. Like we can agree to disagree or whatever, but I'm saying like even whatever he said before and after, to say that sentence is crazy to me. I don't care what he was saying before and after, and that's okay if you disagree with me. And I just think his character, he shows a lot of things, the way he lashes out at people, all the things that he does during the show, like there's a little much, but hope for the best for him.
He was the guy was basically saying in some cases X
what?
Okay, the guy he was debating against. Did you see this clip? Do you know what she's talking about?
I do. I forget the guy that he was debating though.
Yeah. So where the fuck? Sorry, my phone just went off. Let me turn that off. Okay. The guy was saying, well, in some instances, here's an exception, then X, right? Are you understand?
I'm just listening. This is my listening side.
Right. And so Andrew he wasn't making an advocation for what he was talking about. He was saying, well, in your worldview, would this logically, this would have to be the case if you're making this sort of argument.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think even then he should use that like topic. I think he could have used something else.
But that's the point of the hypotheticals, to go to the extreme to highlight a point.
I understand. I think that's a little too extreme. But that's okay if you guys don't agree. You don't have to laugh at me. That's just how
I'm not laughing at you.
And I think also the same man who like talks about how women are stronger and this and that, like all these things he says, like aren't like
women are
men are. He can't
don't you believe that men have a monopoly on physical violence? Don't you believe that? we have a monopoly on physical violence. We're physically stronger. Like if every man wanted to subjugate women, all women, and the whole world was divided upon those lines, hypothetical.
Yes.
Men could do that.
Thank God.
Oh my gosh.
What? Thank God.
Great. Men could do that, right?
We got the feminists back at the table.
Oh my gosh, shut up.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's my character that
You're
I created.
Feminist? That's what it is?
Wait, did you put on like black?
Wait, why is it
lipstick
actually
and-
really
oh,
good?
shit.
That's so
There
funny.
you go.
That's kind of funny. I can't lie.
Maybe I should have done the notes, your notes, before we got into that. Wait, okay, but really quick, what were your other things for Andrew?
Oh, well, I'm not saying because he's not here. So, like, I'm not going to.
Okay, give me one. Give me
No,
one.
that, well, I'm just saying, I'm not going to.
Wait.
Can I say something about
Hold on one
Andrew?
sec. Do you think you were saying that he thinks men are physically stronger than women?
No, the fact that he's like dies on this hill that men are stronger than women and can't open a pickle jar, crazy, and like just so many different things. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy.
How's that crazy?
Because he's like, men are stronger than women.
Wait, let me
this
ask you a
and that.
question.
And then he's trying to blame it on
Hold
the
on.
grease.
Let me ask you a question. If a quadriplegic who has no use of their upper body at all.
That's not the point he's making.
Hold on.
Just listen.
If a quadriplegic said who he doesn't have any use of his arms, so he's really physically weak, said that men are stronger than women, would he be wrong for saying that because he can't even lift a pen?
No, I'm saying it's just funny. Like, I'm not saying it's like this. I'm saying it's funny, not like it is funny. The man who says that.
But is he wrong about?
Is the argument still
No,
true?
the argument's still true.
Okay.
And there's other things I'm not going to list because he's not here, so I'm not going to even get into that. But I'm saying,
All right.
I'm saying as a comment, it's funny because it is funny. It's funny. That's funny.
Well, the whole thing was sure it was
Very
it was funny.
hilarious. Yes.
It was fun. To be fair, you have to tap the top of the jar. I think that's the thing. You have to tap it
Side.
or tap the side or some shit. I don't know. Here we have some chats coming through. Then we'll finish up some of the notes here. We have no step on. Hold on. Thank you, man.
No_step_on_ donated $199. If a guy drinks and then makes the decision to drive and gets a DUI, regrets it, is he responsible for the DUI and or wreck? Or should he not be responsible cause he was too drunk to consent?
Yeah, that doesn't compare.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer it though?
It's not even a valid comparison because it's just involving himself. There's no other party.
Okay. Do you want to answer it though, or?
So he chose to get drunk. He has a DUI. I mean, if the girl got drunk and she got DUI, it's still her DUI.
Well, in the instance he got a wreck, so just to steelman the super chat, let's say somebody else was involved and hurt, and there was a wreck.
Sorry, I can't.
Would that be the super chatters trying to make the point about responsibility? The thing that I mentioned earlier about being in the situation and then consenting and taking all those drinks. He's highlighting obviously extreme example. Well, let's say a man is inebriated, drives, and actually wrecks into somebody, alters their life or causes harm to them. If he can't consent, just like a woman says she can't consent when she's inebriated, is it the same thing? I think that's the steelman position of what he's trying to say.
But he's still the one committing an act towards the other person, so it's still not a valid example.
Okay. I'm just trying to steelman what the super chatter. I'm not here to.
I mean, it's like saying, so what? So women should never be allowed to get drunk at a party. Period.
Wait, can I ask a question on this? And I actually don't know what. Let's say that there's a woman who, and I don't drink, so I'm not really familiar. I've never been like blackout drunk, but isn't it possible that you could be blackout drunk but come across externally lucid?
Yes.
Yes.
Like you would, like
Functional
somebody might
blackout.
not know that you're blacked out.
Not that
Yeah,
you're
that I
interacting
experienced
with
that.
them.
Yeah. But so arguably though, like from their perspective, you come across as just any other like normally drunk person. But under your guys' definition, this guy has just committed a rape. Is that correct? If he has sex with her? But he doesn't know that she's incapacitated. And she doesn't indicate to him in any way while she's blackout drunk. Like she's moving around and she's, I mean, you know how people are when they're drunk, right?
This exact situation has happened to me, and I woke up the next day and was like, well, I maybe shouldn't have put myself kind of, it's like a half and half thing in that situation, because I'm like, I must have in that moment said yes, and I regretted it, highly regretted it, and felt depressed about it. But like, do I need to go ruin that guy's life because I gave him full consent because I look like, I am the kind of person, if I get blackout drunk, which I don't tend to do that often, but if I do it, I look completely normal and I like act normal.
But like under your sense of what constitutes that crime, has a grape occurred?
But that wasn't the example I was giving.
I'm giving you this example.
I'm saying that it can be like, if she gave consent and was blacked out, that's something where she's got to talk to a therapist and she's got to figure that out. But I don't think he should be accused of grape if she gave full consent while she was.
But you would argue that a grape did occur or didn't?
I'm saying if she verbally had told him something that gave him the impression of consent.
She was very enthusiastically having sex with him.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So,
but she was, but he was not aware of her level of incapacitation. She appeared to be normally drunk.
Right. So he wasn't intentionally committing that against her will then, and that's not grape. Because the men who, if she's knocked out or she did not give you consent, or she's blackout drunk and still hasn't given you consent, you shouldn't be assuming anything and taking opportunity.
Okay, but
I think that's just safer for everybody.
But what if, so that woman could wake up and, similar to what Lucy said, just be like, oopsie. Or she could wake up and be like, what the fuck am I doing here? I don't remember anything. I was graped. Was she graped?
I think it again goes to the consent, because if
let's assume that
if he's ignoring like the tall tale signs that, oh, she's not able to tell me yes, or she's severely
with
incapacitated.
Her example, she says that she's fairly lucid when she gets that way. So just using her as the example, obviously not her specifically, but that example,
right?
And say that she is lucid and she maybe signals consent, and the guy doesn't know that she's totally blackout, not going to remember any of this. Is he guilty of grape?
Signals consent?
I think it's case by case basis, honestly, because I'm aware that happens to me. Like, I'm aware that I get blackout and I seem totally normal to the or not normal, but you know, like a normal drunk to the person that I'm talking to. Like, I'm aware that happens to me because it like runs in my family. We're all kind of like, we can hold down our liquor. I'm Irish, but so we're kind of, I'm just like that. But so it's happened, you know, more than once, and I haven't, you know, gone to the police. Like, even the first time it happened, like, I didn't go to the police the next day. It was just shitty. Like, it's just shitty you regret it. It's like deep regret, and you just never talk about that guy again, or you tell your friends like, hey, you know, this happened with this guy. But like, to go to the police, I think it's just a case by case basis. If a girl doesn't realize how she gets when she gets drunk, and let's say she's like 18, 19, or whatever age she starts drinking, and she has no idea how she's going to get when she gets drunk, and she's unaware of how she is when she's drunk, then that would be considered grape, because she's unaware. I'm hyper aware of how I get when I get drunk. So who am I to go and ruin a guy's life? Like, that is just a fucked up situation.
But couldn't it be plausible that, you know, when people go off to college, many of these people like didn't drink or didn't drink very much. At college, people go out, they binge drink quite heavily. Both men get super drunk, women get super drunk. I mean, people perhaps do things that they wouldn't have done when they're sober. But I can definitely envision scenarios where maybe the guy got more drunk, the guy was blackout, and the girl was like, she was there. She had a fucking White Claw, and the dude's like 10 shots deep or something. Like, is that, I mean, let's say he's not passed out, but he's like drunk. Is that, I don't know.
Are you saying like, is she now?
Did she rape him? I don't know.
Yeah. Because did he give her consent?
Yeah. Well, isn't the argument though, once you're past a certain threshold, you can't consent.
Right. So then it's still rape.
It's just such a gray area. It's just like case by case, really.
That's why people shouldn't be having sex. Like if they're too drunk, like that shouldn't even be a thing. Like men shouldn't be having sex or girls.
It's such a touchy subject too. I'm gonna look at my phone and have like all this.
I don't go to
hate
bars.
comments.
I don't go to clubs. I don't be drinking like that, and I don't want my girl drinking like that either. But okay, we have some chats we got to get through. By the way, guys, I just lowered it. We're gonna do $69 TTS. If you want to get a roast the panel boys. We have some chats. We have Pasty George. Oh my God. Why is it never want to? Okay. Chair 2. Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson are awesome people. They would roast you and turn you into a full course buffet. Andrew Wilson never said grape is acceptable. Stop slandering him, pork
chop is so funny. Thank you for that.
All I can say is Andrew released a video on that explaining the fuller context. If you want to
love you, Andrew.
If you want to get his side of it. Yeah. But he was definitely not making an advocation or anything like that, like saying it was okay. Even though Chair 3 said Phoenix in her intro and has now changed to Tucson, Base Thor and I have consulted with our Tucson contacts and they don't claim her either. Disavow.
I don't care.
She doesn't care. All right. We have
what are you going to do?
Thank you, Desert. Thank you, Desert George. Appreciate it, brother. We have who is it? It's so amusing and ironic when feministic influenced women argue that women in the world are getting unalived by men each year, yet the number of abortions per year exceeds femicide worldwide. Lol.
True.
Yeah.
Damn.
Facts.
Damn, that's crazy.
I don't think it's feministic to, which by the way, do you even know the definition of feminism?
Do I?
Which wave?
What are you talking about?
Which wave of feminism? There's first wave, second wave,
No,
third
like
wave.
the actual definition of the word.
Well, it depends on which wave, the context, and how it's defined. Third wave and fourth wave feminism are a little bit different than first wave feminism.
Do you want my definition of it?
I have enough like storage.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
I'm begging.
I'll give you the charitable definition and the real my definition. The charitable definition is it is a woman's advocacy movement at best. At worst, it's that plus massive hatred of men, misandry, and actually a movement towards what's the right word for this? Female supremacy, even. Yeah.
Matriarchy.
Gynocentrism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Rollo uses, gynocentrism.
Faux show.
I'm not gonna go down my rabbit hole. It's okay.
You do not want to go down that rabbit hole.
I don't.
No. I'm warning her.
No.
I've been up like
Do you,
a long
let me
fucking
ask you,
time.
what do you tell me what your definition of feminism
She's
is?
sleep deprived.
Yeah, I'm majorly.
I'm exhausted.
As of 8 a.m., I'll be up
She was-
48
she was
hours.
up last-
Okay.
Damn.
She drove in from.
I drove
from
here
Phoenix
from
to
Arizona.
do
Wait,
this
but
today.
what's your definition of feminism?
It's advocacy for equal rights of women. Why is that supposed to be a negative term?
What rights do women not have that men have right now?
Are there male sex slaves in the world right now?
I'm sure there
that
are.
are not children.
I'm sure there are.
I want one.
There's not any that exist in the whole world.
Dude,
There's
let's
no
not get
there's
into
no
these
men that are sex
statistics.
slaves in the
Let's
whole
not get
world.
into these statistics.
I'm just kidding.
Go Google it and come back.
I guarantee you there's men that are sex slaves in the world
You're
that
ki-
exist.
I like how you want to look at the 5 and then there'll be like 95.
Wait, but
I'm not saying that. You said there were none that exist. I'm saying I guarantee you that there's
but I'm
some
saying
exist.
like, how is that?
But how is
equal?
that related to rights? Rights are granted by the government. What rights do women not have that men have?
My goodness. So you don't think women should have the right to live freely and not be sex slaves?
Well, of course, nobody deserves to be a slave. But
Right.
what right? How
Right.
is that related to
Hold on,
government
what,
rights?
What government allows sexual slavery? Can you tell me which nation?
Which one doesn't? What are you talking about?
Well, America has legalized female sex slaves.
Oh my God, no! I'm not saying that they've legalized. I'm saying obviously this stuff happens. And
But
I'm
that doesn't.
saying-
That's not a right. Rights are granted by the government.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
how about a Western country? Can you
you
tell
have
us,
a right to
can
you have a
us
right
one-
to live, right?
Tell us one.
Who gives you that right to live? The government?
Tell us one Western country where sex slavery is legal.
I like how you had to make sure you said Western.
Well, I
country.
like no. You're doing the exact same thing you think you're accusing me of. Every time we push back on your feminist worldview, you want to be like, well, in South Sudan, the fucking who. Bro.
So the rest of the world doesn't matter?
Okay, I don't know about the happenings of feminism in Eritrea. I don't know about feminism in Ghana.
But that's my
Let's
point.
talk about.
I'm here to
we
raise
live in a Western country.
awareness.
We live in the United States. Let's at least talk about the West. But let's preferably talk about the United States.
Let's say this. Let's say you have a daughter in the future.
Sure.
And she wants to travel the world. Are you gonna feel okay that she is safe to travel around the world by herself?
I wouldn't let my daughter do
send
that.
my daughter
Why?
or my son,
because I believe that she needs to be accompanied by a man.
And
Because
why is that?
because the rest of the world doesn't share my values.
Okay, exactly. Now, if it was your son, would you say the same thing?
I would still prefer him to be with a group of people, but even then, at least a
could
man
he travel
can.
the world alone?
You know what's funny is she has this sort of xenophobia towards these like Eastern countries or these third world countries, but she's totally in favor of allowing their immigrants to come to our civilized Western country. How do you reconcile? How do you reconcile always like deferring to this argument of, well, what about in fucking Somalia? There's not feminism in Somalia, but you're like, well, I think it's okay if we just have open borders and like all their immigrants can come into the United States.
When did I say that?
You literally said you're okay with
No, I did not. You're putting words in my mouth. I did not. I promise you.
Feminism has given every modern civilization a lack of a replacement rate regarding birth. So almost every civilization which feminism has become somewhat normalized, they're not even at replacement rate, which is like 2.1 children per woman.
But why do you blame it on feminism necessarily?
Because it's totally shifted the relationship dynamics and the way that women perceive themselves and men, and what's the point of us getting together in the first place? And then the idea that you don't want to have a child because of your career or money or the different things, and that now you have your child's a fur baby. Like this is all types of this is feminism seeking into
the other things. Like, for example, when we used to live like agrarian societies, then children were an economic asset because we needed people to work on your farm. But as we shifted to industrialized societies, like
so industrialized societies were below replacement rate because we weren't.
Not at the beginning.
What are your pronouns, by the way?
My pronouns are Zur, them.
Nice.
I am transracial and transageist.
What race do you identify as?
I identify as black.
You identify as a black woman, right? Yeah, I could see
I'm
that.
not a woman. I'm non-binary.
Oh, sorry, non-binary, black, transageist or whatever.
And I'm also neurodivergent.
Well, we got that before you put the costume on. Just kidding. All right. How did we get back to? I don't know how we got back here.
It's a long winding
we were
road
reading a
we're on,
chat or
right?
something. It's a long winding road. We got some
I was
guys.
in a debate team at my private Christian high school.
Oh, shit. You should get refunds. Just kidding. I'm kidding. You've been doing great. I love you.
No, you don't.
I love you. You're wonderful.
Wow.
Not in
It's a strong word.
Yeah, it's love. It's all love. It's all love. We're just having a little conversation.
Not the internet though. The internet's not all love.
All right, we've got Snapchat. Brian, been watching the podcast for the last 8 months and going through videos from most recent. Told us, looks like you're finally losing weight. Nah, bro, it's staying the same. I think I gained 2 pounds actually. So shit. I got. It's coming off though. It's coming off. Chloe's my personal trainer. Anubis Reloaded. She was wrong about the case. He was. The Brock Turner, that was okay. He was charged with the crime and convicted, but his sentence was light.
He was still allowed to graduate too.
Okay.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah,
I recognize the name.
Thank you, Anubis, for that. Thank you for the super chats, guys. $69 TTS. I've lowered it here at the end of the stream if you guys want to get one in. So we have Inquisitor Zeal. Boom. Thank you, man.
Inquisitor Zeal donated $69. Chef 3 said everyone being safe is a reasonable request. It's actually entirely unreasonable and divorced from reality. Nobody owes you safety. And no, there's no right to live. Delusional.
I didn't realize the government could decide if we live or die.
Well, I mean, couldn't they though? Like, let's say there was, like, look at Cambodia, for example, or there's been a lot of dictatorships. The government can take away your rights.
Yeah, but you were talking about the U.S.
Right. Even in the U.S., it's conceivable that a government could come into power that could take away your rights. And by the way, I'm speaking descriptively. I'm not saying that should be the case, but you would agree that it's logically possible that in the United States, a government could come to power that stripped back people's rights.
Yeah.
It's possible. So do rights actually exist is the question you have to ask yourself.
Right.
But just
So
because
none
you
of
can
us
take
have
it
the right
away,
to
it doesn't
live.
mean it doesn't exist.
But it's a mental fictation that's granted by the social consensus regarding the government. So that's where, again, the argument's made about duties versus rights. Rights are granted by the government. As people made in the image of God, we have duties. And Andrew talks a lot about this and uses this as a point to differentiate between how we engage in society, and that men and women should have duties and responsibilities because responsibility comes with duty. And the idea that women, feminism, can live in a world that men created without any responsibility or duty to the collective. Right, you guys, when now we're in apparently a war with Iran, you guys aren't going to be conscripted to go to the front line, but men have that obligation, and that's
getting conscripted.
it's a hypothetical. I'm not saying that Trump is using the draft right now, but I'm saying in that instance, men have a duty to society that is we all have socially granted. What duty do women have to society?
I volunteer as tribute.
Well, we have children.
Do they? Because it doesn't seem like they are. I mean, we're totally below replacement rate. I know. Well, good for you. And I think that's fantastic. And you're married and you've been married for a long time and you have 4 children. You have contributed more to society than the vast majority of women because of that.
Without women, we wouldn't have Wi-Fi. Do you realize that?
Oh my God.
Anyway,
This
all right,
girl-
whatever.
This girl is killing me.
I am my mother's daughter. Okay.
Wait, you do realize though, without men, y'all would still be living in caves and like teepees and shit.
Without women, humanity wouldn't exist.
Okay, well, okay, now we're getting to like.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they would be the same for men if there weren't any men. You wouldn't be
Actually,
able to
no. They
reproduce.
just started making
Okay,
children
but
out
if
of
historically there were,
bone marrow.
if all men disappeared like today, that'd be
Oh
the
my
end of the
God.
species.
I would hate life.
Probably.
The world would be.
It's actually women who invented everything. That's my character.
There we go.
Okay.
It's her character. It's her character. Don't let her bait you. Okay, finishing up the notes. We have Shula. I should have done this before you put your costume on because
it will sound totally weird.
it's all good. Okay, you said your husband was on a blind date. Oh, this is about your husband?
Yeah, it's a story about my husband.
Okay, the girl was very disrespectful, ignoring him, texting on her phone. Then she ordered the most expensive thing on the menu and had it packed to go home, and she just left. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see.
That's crazy.
You said that.
He was so shocked.
She was just hungry. It was not me. Okay. It was not me.
Chloe, scoot in a little bit. You said dating for the sake of dating is bad, especially for women. You should only date for marriage. Okay.
Yeah, if I do it wearing this, it will sound really weird. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's what I believe. And I am religious. I'm Jewish Orthodox. So that's what I did for myself. Like I only dated for marriage. And, that's why we dated for such short period of time, because like you're not supposed to live with the person that you're dating, and you're not even supposed to touch because touching is a distraction. So like we didn't touch the whole time, and that's how we got married. Yeah.
You said there's like matchmakers involved. There's no socializing between men and women.
That's a different kind of society. That's not the society that I was part of, but I mean, I could talk about it.
Oh, okay.
So you never did anything like oral or like
what the fuck?
Any like
What?
other before? Like she said, dating before you didn't touch anything. She said
I
she
did-
said that.
You didn't kiss him until you married him?
No.
Girl, good for you.
But look, they're still married.
That is no, I'm not hating on that. I love that's your journey.
That's cool.
I respect it. I adore it.
She got married
Love
young.
that. Not my
still
journey, but I
married,
respect your journey.
Still married.
4 children.
Thank you.
Like I think that's amazing that you can like only.
But that's because she comes from a community that's very insulated, and they
Yeah.
date within their community. So I'm sure that her community, her parents were involved in choosing the partner and going through a process to confirm. Because again, the whole point is long-term marriage and children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you touch the other person, like it's a distraction because then you don't see the whole person. You don't see like their personality. You don't think like, oh, is he going to be the right husband for me or the right father for my children? So, and it works. So,
How long were you with him before you got married?
3 months.
3 months before you got married? Oh, okay. So you weren't waiting that long before you get to.
That's why marriages happen quickly because if you wait for too long, then
got it.
You might be tempted to do things you're
Got
not supposed to do.
We have 3 chats coming through. We got Pasty George back to
Pasty
back.
George donated $70. Nowadays, there are more and more women posting videos online denouncing feminism and stating that how it robbed them of motherhood to further its revenge agenda under the guise of women's liberation.
Well put, Pasty George. Well put. W's in the chat for Pasty George. I need to. Never mind.
Pasty George donated $70. Many modern women always say that they feel scared and unsafe. Yet, they travel to other countries, especially to ones with high rates of crime, including SA and rape. Women. Ha 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 ha.
Okay. Thank you, Pasty George, man.
This
Appreciate
guy's
the
got
TTS.
money.
Hey, he's got that casino money.
Yeah.
He's got that. Yeah, he's a baller.
Do you know him personally?
Yeah, he's my homie.
Love
He
that.
took me to the reservation. He's First Nations Canadian.
Took you to
Do you want me to link you up with Pasty? You're single, right? You want me to set you up?
No.
You don't like First Nation? Are you
Well, I don't
like
know what he looks
racist
like.
or what?
I don't know his personality. I don't know anything about him.
He's great.
Rate him 1 through 10.
He's a 10. He's a 10 out of 10.
I don't know if I trust your level of niceness.
Judgment of character.
He's very handsome.
I don't know if I trust your judgment on that either.
He's got
Is he pasty?
no. That's the weird thing is he's very
Tan.
He's tan. He's tan. He's
Huh.
different. You don't date Native Canadians?
Tan native.
Do you have a type or something?
I actually don't have a type. Personality.
Just personality?
Yeah.
You're a personality gal?
Yeah. My exes are all over the place.
Alrighty. We have Sycophant. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Psychopathic donated $69. Been a while since my last dono, but Brian, you are a wizard sleeve loving weirdo lolly a freak lol.
Yeah, man. He's talking about large labia, big labia matter. Yeah. We all have our types.
What do you do with that organization? Like, do
The what?
your big league BLM?
Oh, we do advocacy. It's very
Uh-huh.
grassroots.
Okay. I understand.
It's just very love and peace.
Is that your legitimate preference?
Yeah.
Really?
People think I'm
Loose
joking about it.
labia.
Well, hey, not loose, large.
100% you'd
Large
enjoy my
is
videos.
loose, I feel.
See, this is the thing. Sometimes girls be labia catfishing. Like some girls will claim, they have an outie, but it's not even. It's maybe a midi at best.
Oh my god, not a mini.
But yeah, some
I
girls
think I
be
have a midi.
catfishing.
Now I think about it. What do you have?
I've looked up the labiaplasty several times.
I don't know. I like mine.
Who here has looked up labiaplasty?
Now I want it.
What?
The fuck?
What?
It's okay, babe.
Yo, Natalia, big Natalia. Thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. Fuck you, Natalia. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, don't kill me, Natalia. Okay. Just kidding. Love you. Thank you, Natalia. Guys, W's in the chat. She just gifted 20 memberships. Oh my goodness.
Ferris donated $69. Do you all have plans for when AI floods the beauty market with tens that will do anything that they are asked for $1 a month and annihilate slow effort beauty-based content creation of etc.?
Yeah, that's fun.
Wait, what? Are they saying like AI will take over the OnlyFans creators?
Don't they already have that?
Yeah,
they
already
already have
happening.
it, yeah.
And it's like, I think it's quite obvious that they're not real. And also, like, they'll eventually find out that, like, it's AI talking to them.
I saw an Instagram account, it's a beautiful AI girl, but she had like over 1 million followers.
The amount
You know, I was actually on the way to the studio. I was thinking about this today. What is going to be, moving off of that specifically a little bit, what is going to be the first like #1 music hit that was made by just AI?
AI terrifies me.
Like eventually I think there is going to be a song that like hits #1 on the charts that's just AI. Those are made from AI.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like already happening. We don't even know. And like the artists
I wouldn't be totally surprised.
Yeah.
Like country or EDM.
There's also a guy. He says he uses AI, but he puts like a woman's image over him, like a beautiful girl, and he does OnlyFans, but he pretends to be an AI woman. Yeah.
Do you find that morally wrong?
I mean, I find
I'm just curious what the people think about.
It's also fascinating if you really think about it. But he claims to make great money.
Yeah, there's too many Sims out there. That's for damn sure.
I think just on the how fast AI is going, maybe within 1 or 2 years, this podcast could be reproduced. And it would look really good. I mean, the AI already looks good, but like it could be done. Maybe I won't even do the show anymore. Just fucking do AI episodes. That shit will be crazy.
I miss your YouTube pranks. Go back to that. You will never do that again?
Nah, probably not. I mean, I have like 300 more ideas, but
Wait, you did pranks?
Are you kidding?
yeah, I used to do.
That was like the best.
camera.
That was like my childhood.
Like punked.
No, not like punked, but like hidden camera
They
stuff.
should bring that back.
They should. Okay, I think that's it for the notes. We're going to do some of the questionnaire stuff, then hopefully get wrapped up. I don't know. Soon-ish, but no promises. Okay, so, oh wait, is that it for the? Is that it for the notes? Oh, what? Okay, we did 1 to 10. You know what? Let's just do this quick. Actually, hold on. I'll save that for later. So, okay, we did. Oh, Shula, you said red pill is just as toxic as feminism.
Yeah, I just.
Just as?
Yeah, because I'm an ex, and it's just like the number of men who are angry and lonely and they hate women is just insane.
Into the mic.
Yeah.
The mic.
Yeah, the number of men who are like lonely and angry and they hate women is just
move your
insane.
big head, bro. Hey, put Chloe, put the mic at the edge of the table.
My back is hurting. Like
want-
this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so by red pill, I mean people like Andrew Tate, like Nick Fuentes, and I think they influence men in a really bad way.
But I mean,
I wouldn't consider Nick Fuentes red pill per se. Maybe politically, but are you meaning more like the manosphere type
Yeah,
stuff?
manosphere. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
I
meant,
wouldn't
yeah.
consider Nick Fuentes part of that. But I also wouldn't consider the manosphere or the red pill causing men to be angry at women. And the red pill manosphere generally is not MGTOW, which is men going their own way, where they totally want to disavow women totally. So I think there's a lot of useful stuff that the manosphere talks about. And on a descriptive level, I agree with a lot of it as a traditional Christian. On a prescriptive level, meaning what we should do based on the way that society is, I differ quite drastically from the manosphere because I'm going to return back to tradition and religion as opposed to some of the remedies that they recommend.
Right. So I understand that like feminism is toxic and it's caused a lot of this, but like they're doing the reverse and it's really toxic, just as toxic. Like because like feminists,
I wouldn't say it's just as toxic.
Yeah, because feminists blame men for everything and they demonize men, and the manosphere people, they do the same to women. And
But okay, let's go ahead and
just as
grant.
bad.
I disagree, but let's grant for the sake of argument. Like, let's say yes, red pill is mirror opposite of feminism.
Mhm.
But when you say just as bad as, can it ever be the case that like the handful of like somewhat influential red pill creators have nearly the amount of reach and institutional power that feminism has?
No.
Oh, but I'm saying in the future, like I can see it being like.
I'm sorry, they're not going to teach red pill in college.
Well, it's a lot. I mean, it's just starting. Feminism didn't start like being really big.
Red pill. So again, I disagree with your assessment, but even granting that like they're the mirror, they're kind of just like the ideology is bad. But you agree that some ideologies have more reach and influence than others?
Yeah, but some ideologies start off small, but they have the potential to expand.
I mean, sure. Is it possible? I don't think it's probable. Realistically, though, currently, there's no way that you can actually make the claim that red pill is as bad as feminism.
Okay, but like, look, for example, at what Andrew Tate is saying. Like, he's saying, I have like 100 kids. You know, to be a really powerful man, you have you have to like sleep with all these women. You get them pregnant. You move on to another woman. Like, it's not toxic to say.
I mean, it might be better than the anti-natalist position of feminism, which is don't have children.
Right.
Focus on your career. Or put off children, or don't have children. I don't necessarily agree with polygamy, but I think that might be better than the anti-natalism of feminism.
No, but they say that feminism led to promiscuity, and feminism destroyed the family. Like, if you practice like what Andrew Tate is saying, the result is promiscuity, and the result is like, there is no family. If you have 100 kids, you can't take care of your kids. You can't be a father. So the result is also fatherlessness, right? So I see this as being potentially very, very damaging.
Sure, but I don't think, again, Andrew Tate or anybody who advocates the same things as Andrew Tate has nearly the level of influence that feminism does.
It's growing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's growing.
No, it's Andrew Tate has been deplatformed since like 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
His influence has waned substantially. He's been look, I don't know the truth of his criminal cases or whatever that are currently pending. There's some disputes as to whether it's sort of there's a political component there. But he's been attacked by the Matrix. He's lost vast amounts of his influence and all the platforms. He's been deplatformed.
But he's got like millions of followers on X. Like, he's posted something.
And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he posts something, like the next second he's got like thousands of likes and views.
Right, and feminism is taught at every single college in this. Feminism is taught at every single university and college in this country. There's thousands and thousands of universities and colleges across the United States. They have millions or billions of dollar endowments. That is power. It's systemic. It's institutional power. And it's not just the university system. You look at media, you look at journalism, you look at news, you look at corporations, you look at governments, not just the federal level, but you can look at, the county, the city, whatever smaller jurisdictions there are. Feminism is so entrenched and steeped in all these levels of society. To say that red pill ideology, which is like completely and is completely small and insignificant in comparison to the power that feminism has across institutions.
Right, but like, I see it as a tidal wave. It's coming and it's growing and it's growing. So I'm not saying that feminism doesn't have more power. Of course it does.
Would you prefer red pill or feminism?
I think they're both toxic.
If you had to
and
pick
awful.
one.
No,
if you had to pick
the
one.
reason I created this character is because I don't like extremes. When extremes.
If you had to pick one.
I would move to another planet.
You had to pick one.
Seriously. No, I'm not. I can't. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could, but
I just think they're mirror images of each other, and they're both just awful.
Okay, but I disagree. I don't think that, like Patrick was saying, as it relates to some of the prescriptions of the red pill and the red pill, like what exactly is that? It's
very
kind of
amorphous.
It's hard to define it, but like
But
I think
but
you
gen-
know what I mean.
But some of the things, I mean, generally speaking, the red pill is talking about we live in a gynocentric world order. I mean, that's true. Divorce courts are totally lined against men and are robbing men from paternity and access to their children. That's also true. Hypergamy, that it's very difficult for men to find women that won't like level up at the first opportunity that they have. That's also true. So there's a lot of things within the red pill that are very much true, just about the state of the world. And I may have my own differences with Andrew Tate regarding polygamy or how he does his own lifestyle and family organization. But most of his content is really getting young men to desire to become the best version of themselves. And I think if we want a more stable and less of a crime-ridden society, men, especially young men, becoming the best version of themselves is the best thing that's for everybody at this table, and it's going to make everybody at this table more safe.
No, but he's trying to make men in his own image, and that's not a good image for men.
Oh, I agree that your masculinity is not defined by your Bugatti and stuff like that. And I think if he was pressed, he would also agree with that. That's just part of his bravado and like his persona and his online image. And that's where, again, in regards to prescriptions, yeah, I would totally disagree. But I think the red pill is a necessary antidote and counterweight to feminism, just to try to level the spectrum and give young men the opportunity to re-envision and perceive the world in a correct way so that they can navigate it correctly. Because there's a lot of odds that are stacked against young men. Like this whole idea about we live in a patriarchy and men are privileged, like it's just not the case. Right. Young men, especially white Christian men in America, are the most demonized, and they have no privilege. Like what privilege does let's say he comes from a lower middle class white Christian male, what privilege does he have in this society?
Yeah, no,
None.
I get that. But like there are a lot of things in the red pill that overlap with like your general, conservative ideas. And that's fine. I'm not disputing that. I'm disputing all these different like radical ideas that exist in the red pill.
Fair enough. Yeah, I would disagree with those prescriptions as well.
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I think we're all done with the notes. We have questionnaire stuff. We're going to blast through the questionnaire. So why don't we start? What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Go ahead. Dog.
$1 million.
Okay. What about you?
Like 100K.
100K. All right. What about you?
If we're both working, I would just want it to be equal to whatever I'm making.
Wait, do you want to share what that is, or Lindsay?
Six-figure range.
Well, say you guys get together and you make the same amount, and then later in the relationship you start to make more or considerably more. Is that going to affect the dynamic between you and him, even though when you first got together, maybe it was totally comparable?
No, because I've supported my ex all through COVID when he got fired right before the quarantine. So no.
Yay. She's a provider. She wears the pants.
I am
daddy. She's a boss babe. She's the girl boss.
She is daddy and mommy.
Dude, for Father's Day, I had my mom wear the call her daddy hat, and then I put her pronouns are mom, dad.
What about you?
Totally depends. As long as he can like afford his own lifestyle, like if he's already living on his own, affording all his bills and everything, that's good for me.
Give us a number. Throw out a number.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Also, like Canadian currency is way different than here.
Yeah.
So
give us. Yeah, that's just like
can you round it in general USD?
And it's also like I think it's more expensive here.
Do you guys have cars there? In
cars?
Yeah, cars.
No.
Do you guys have?
We actually still ride horses to get around. Yeah,
that's what I figured. Yeah. All right. So 100K. You want 100K? What do you want?
Sure.
All right, Canadian, I guess.
I don't really care as long as the guy just like treats me right.
Wait, into the mic.
I don't really care as long as the guy treats me right.
Treats you right, so you can work. Have you dated a McDonald's
employee? No, I have not dated a McDonald's employee. But if I come across one who's like really nice and funny,
yeah, nice and
then
funny,
maybe I'll date a McDonald's employee. Brian,
is it okay if his wiener is?
No.
Who was that? Who
Micro?
said?
No.
No, just like average.
Then no.
Who said that?
But I kind of like
Was it
a six.
No, another girl said that she needs a certain size wang.
Isn't that you?
Somebody, I don't know.
Just for functional purposes, she needs
Yeah,
a certain
for
size.
functionality, she needs it 5 or more.
We're talking if I'm just like pretending or actually enjoying it, you know.
All right, Anastasia,
Yeah, 60 plus.
60 plus. Very nice. what about you?
Well, I'm married already. So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Are you the breadwinner?
No, I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Oh. Wait, by the way, so originally, and I was trying to find the tweet, I think you tweeted at me responding to either like something I said or Andrew said, maybe?
Yeah, I was talking to Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He's brilliant at firing people up.
yeah.
Do you know what it was or don't
I think
remember?
we're talking about Israel. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just avoid that one. Okay.
You
What
guys
about
really
you?
angry.
Minimum income?
I don't really care. I think it's more so I'm not gonna provide for someone's lifestyle. If they want to live a certain way, they can provide for that themselves.
But I mean, there must be some number, right?
I mean,
Like-
not really. I don't know.
But you
I
wouldn't
wasn't raised that way.
Would you date a guy who's works at a fast food joint?
If he was respectful and he works hard,
Okay.
I think
Alright.
it's the integrity behind working.
How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date? Go ahead, Sea Dog.
I'm
God
5'7".
damn, bro, look at that microphone. That microphone's like tilted, like way. Damn, that's
What?
Chloe, put that. This girl's turn. Man, go straight. Turn it straight. Scoot that way. Scoot. Get. There you go. Okay.
I'm 5'7".
Do you have like scoliosis or what's that?
Bro, I'm just really.
This poor girl's spine's all fucked up. Huh?
No, I don't have scoliosis.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just like my back hurts all the fucking time because of my titties. So.
Do you ever regret? Wait, just curious, how big were they before?
They were pretty big, like a C cup or A, B, C. Yeah, C, a full C.
Anybody else
before.
here have fake titties?
Nope.
No.
Can't say I do.
But C's that's kind of big, right? Like ish.
Now
It's like a
they're
handful,
double
right?
D's now.
No, why are you saying that?
I'm so hungry.
Get this girl some applesauce. Do we have any
I
applesauce?
actually would love that.
Do we have any food? Do we have any food? Maybe I should. Maybe we'll
My
get,
tummy's
get
been
this
like
girl some
growling
food.
so loud the whole podcast. I hope you can't hear it.
No, I have. Don't worry, we haven't heard it.
I keep having to readjust so that you guys don't hear the grumbling.
Wait, so did you have back pain before you got the surgery?
No, it was after, and like I do kind of regret it. Just a tad.
She doesn't like toffee crisps. So wait, but that's kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Like you'll have back pain for titties. I have a chronic back injury and chronic back pain, chronic neck pain. To get rid of I don't know if the viewers know this. I'm using ice packs like half the show. I use it on my neck, use it on my back. All right, relax. This is mine. I'm greedy. Okay. To get rid of my back pain, I might actually, like, if it was the case that I had to get fake titties to get rid of my back pain, I would do it. That's how bad my back pain is. You got fake titties in the like kind of the reverse.
Honestly, I didn't think that. I thought it was only like natural girls get back pain, to be honest, but no.
How much do implants weigh? Are they heavy or?
I feel like they are heavy.
More on how she's so small and they're so big. I think that's why.
Boobs in general just cause back pain.
Okay. All right. We have. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
Wait. You're talking to me?
I guess, yeah.
5'7", 6 feet.
Okay. What about how tall is young?
He's 7 feet tall.
He's actually 7 feet.
Yeah, he's actually 7 feet tall. I
That's
think.
insane.
Or like almost.
Do you think he's like?
Honestly, it's kind of like weird. Like he's like too tall.
Okay, what about you?
I'm 5'7", like 5'7" I would do 5'6", but that's like the least because a short and a
You
fat
wrote
is
5'7" here, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. What about you?
I'm 5'3", so probably 5'7" and above.
Okay, what about you?
I'm 5'6", and minimum would be like 5'10", but like nothing over like 6'3".
I'm 5'7", and I like 5'11", guys.
What about you?
I'm 5'5", and I'm fine with anybody 5'6" and taller.
Okay.
Well, I'm 5'4", and my husband is 6'1", I think.
All right.
I'm 5'4". I would prefer like 6, but I have dated somebody almost the same height as me.
Okay. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or random bear on a hike?
I keep writing down bear, but I think I'm like reevaluating that. It's definitely a man. I'm literally so dumb.
You always say it like sad. All right. She picks bear. What about you?
Oh man, a bear is like always gonna kill you. So I have to choose a
Okay.
man.
What about you?
I'm better at handling men than bears. So.
All right. What about you?
It's which one I'd rather.
Cross paths with?
Oh yeah, a man.
Okay.
Maybe.
A bear, because like I feel like if a man were to kill me, it would be like in some psychotic way out there, and like a bear is just I'm gonna die pretty quick.
All right. What about you?
A man.
Okay. What about you?
It depends if it's a black bear or brown bear.
So it's a random man or a random bear. So it could spawn in a grizzly. It could spawn in like a
polar bear, black bear.
Polar bear.
Oh, polar bear would be cute.
No, they're the most dangerous.
They're the scariest.
Yeah, they're the most
Yeah, like,
dangerous
he'll
of all
die,
bears.
like,
Oh,
so
me
fast.
too.
All right. What about you?
Bear.
Okay. Those of you who picked bear, why do you pick bear? Going this way?
I don't know. I kind of agree with her saying that if I were to die, it would not be in some crazy.
Right, but the hypothetical doesn't necessarily indicate that.
The man's gonna.
I don't want to come across like some random dude on a hike. Like I feel like I'm in the middle of nowhere if I'm by myself.
You'd rather go across a random bear?
I
feel like that could be avoided.
I'd probably have like more of a heart attack seeing a man in the wilderness. I'm not even gonna lie,
Really?
just like alone.
You have more of a chance of fighting it off, though.
No, no. The bear, like he may go away, but if he comes
Wait,
up,
can you scoot the mic back?
brown, you lay down, black, you fight back. It's like the wilderness. That's what you do with bears. It's a polar bear, you're fucked.
All right. So is there a component here like the man could essay? Is that a component?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
But also just like he might have like gear on it. I don't know what he's doing out there.
Maybe he's a park ranger.
Yeah, but like then what if the bear is just like a little bear and he just runs off?
It's just kind of
Actually,
stunning
that's
that
dangerous.
the randomness of coming across a man like invokes so much fear and the thought of immediately he's going to kill you. I mean, you've yet to come across a man who attempted to do that, right? So what's the probability?
I don't put myself in those situations.
Wait, wait. Hold on. You've put yourself alone in rooms by the time you were 18 with like 100+ men, unless you were fucking in public or some shit. But
willingly, I wasn't like in the wilderness and I saw him. And
but
was
you
like,
would
Yo.
willingly go out into the wilderness, and it's plausible that not the wilderness, it's on a hike. So it's like
I don't know if you're trying to prove like that I'm a dumb bitch, then sure, like
Thank
probably.
you. Wow, she's just like
I don't know,
just
like
call me a dumb bitch.
Like yeah, like I don't. Okay, cool. Like I'm dumb. I don't know.
Wow. All right. I mean,
Like, I'm not.
that is
I'm
an
not a
acceptable.
debater. I
will accept that as
I
your
accept
answer.
defeat. I accept defeat. I cower.
She wants to get back. Do you want to get back to talking about?
God, what?
Never mind.
What do you want me to
But so I guess final question then. I know you don't want to really engage too much on the debate, but is there a component like the guy could like do some creepy pervy shit, essay, whatever?
Yeah, but like
Okay.
also, yeah. I mean,
And-
sure, but like I'm not saying it in like a hyper feminist way. Like, oh my God, he's for sure gonna like. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Because I feel
Not
like that's
really.
like where you're trying to get at.
No, but what's your risk assessment? Like, do you think 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%?
I just know if I
Like,
saw a
what
man out in the wilderness, like he'd be like way more set in like his gear than I would be, just in general, because I wouldn't know anything about being in the wilderness. And I just feel like he'd be like, I just don't know what the fuck is he doing by himself? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, I don't like that. You know, it makes me get the heebie-jeebies, Brian.
It's a hike, though. It's a hike.
But like, I don't like. This is just so hypothetical.
hike?
I don't do that.
You're not a
No, I
hiker?
just stay inside. I stay inside. I just picked up
You
tennis
ever been
lessons.
to the club?
Have I ever been to the club?
The club.
The club?
In the
The
club. In the club.
Yeah, I've
In
been to the club.
The THA in the club.
Oh, I've been in
In
the
club.
DA
In-
club.
Oh, the club. You've been in the club?
Yes, Brian.
Have you been in the club? CLURB.
I haven't been to the club, but I've
Never
been
been
to
to
the club.
The club, but not. What about the club?
No,
Now
not
we're
that
speaking
one.
German or
Not
some
that
shit.
one.
Okay, that's great. Okay, well, you ever walked past a guy in the club? Their
I
club?
have many times.
Okay. And then for you, is there a risk assessment? Sorry, I didn't mean to stab you there.
You're all right.
There's a risk assessment, like, okay, the guy could essay. What percentage of men do you think would be inclined to do this, I guess?
Are you asking me or him?
I was not afraid of the bear.
Yeah.
Oh,
for you.
well, the way he pointed made me think.
I was just vaguely.
Or afraid of the man, rather.
I was
You chose the
vaguely
bear. Yeah, you
gesturing with
no.
my hand in your direction.
Only because that's the mindset that I immediately went to, just because that's my biggest fear is to get kidnapped and like taken. So I don't know. I don't think most guys in the world are like that, but the small percentage there is scares me.
More so than a bear.
Yeah.
See, this like,
But what percentage of men do you think are? Is it 10%, 50%?
That are gonna hurt you?
Yeah.
I think it's 100%, Brian. I think it's 100% of the men.
15, 20%. I don't know. I mean,
Thank you for your contribution. Appreciate it.
I feel like, but the same
It's
like
110%.
I think all men are bad, Brian. Let's hear it.
Tell me how you really feel. It's okay. You can open up. This is like a
They're
therapy.
terrible.
It's
Men are
therapy for you.
terrible.
This is actually
Don't
an
ever listen to
intervention.
them. They're all liars, pieces of shit. Just kidding.
She's getting drunk off the water. What's up?
I'm tired.
So what is it? 10%?
Cranking up.
10%. All right. I'm not gonna debate you much on the bear thing then. Disagreements. What women deserve at a certain weight.
Why you look at me like that?
That was your note.
Oh, what did you say?
Disagreements. What women deserve at a certain weight.
Oh, I was just saying in general, like the weight topic, like what your
Okay.
stance on it. But we already talked
Yeah,
about
we
that.
talked about it.
Yeah.
And then going to my homegirl, my Caucasian, Lindsay Lee. What?
Oh, yeah. I love this
Gender
interaction.
bias, but it's natural as a man.
Gender bias.
This is the question is, do you have any disagreements with the show host? You said gender bias, but it's natural as a man to have gender bias.
Yeah, because of course you're gonna of course you're going to favor with the side that you're a part of.
Isn't that what women do?
Exactly.
You know, what's interesting though, they've actually done studies on this. And while it might be the case for me that I lean more favorably towards men, they've actually found that not in a gay way.
We were all
So
thinking it.
women have an in-group, women have a strong in-group bias for women, and men have a slight out-group bias for women.
Okay.
So this means that actually men show like favoritism towards women,
Well, yeah.
and women show really strong
Just not you.
favoritism for women. Yeah, I mean it's not a monolith here. There's probably women who have a out-group bias for men.
Well,
It's like-
yeah, I mean, because obviously the cooch or mouth feels better than your hand, so of course they're gonna favor us.
Wait, what? What? The cooch in your the what?
And mouth is gonna feel better than your hand. I mean, of course.
She's saying that the reason they have an out-group preference is because they have the opportunity of sexual activity.
Oh yeah, the simps. Yeah, she's talking about the simps.
The Sims,
The
basically.
multi-billion-dollar.
These damn
Her
simps.
fans.
It is
Yes.
true. That's why simping is a thing.
My lovely fans.
That's why these women ain't really simping out here. It'd be nice to find a female simp. They're just.
Oh, I'm a simp. Oh, I simp hard on guys.
Yeah, I'm
serious. I'm actually serious.
Loosey goosey.
No.
Loosey goosey.
Loosey goosey.
Getting loose on water over here. And
Oh,
delirium.
show. Okay, blasting through the questionnaire then, because there were. Let's see. We have a woman's past should not matter, and Katerina, you disagree, or sorry, you agree. You agree. A woman's past should not matter,
Yeah.
and
what everyone else
you're
did.
the only person who circled that. That's kind of
Nice.
surprising. I'm not sure I believed that from the rest. Okay, why is that, Katerina?
I feel like I've lived like 100 different lives in the last like 24 years. So like you change so much. I don't think that someone should. be,
When you
like-
say you've lived 100 different
like I've
lives,
changed so much over the last 24 years. So I don't think like someone should come in and judge me for something I did like 10 years ago.
Tell us what you did 10 years ago.
To this day?
Yeah, tell us what you did.
I don't know. Nothing specific.
You got
just like
sunburned 10 years ago?
yesterday.
She got, damn, this girl's like,
People
God
shouldn't
damn, look,
judge me
she's
for
fucking red.
yesterday.
Looks like carrots.
I know. It's bad.
Shit.
I'm like bruising from it.
It's fucking Canadians come down here and think they can just kick it in the summer solstice. What the
Well,
fuck?
our UV only gets up to like 8 highest. That's like a really good day. Yesterday was 11, so not a good day.
They do have sunscreen though. Anyways, okay, so woman's past should not matter. So what did you get into in your past?
A lot.
Like with penis?
Well,
You're talking about penis?
no, just like when I was like, I don't know, like from like 14, 18, I partied a lot. And like a lot of people who like know me from that age would come in and be like, oh, she's a party girl or whatever. And now I don't even drink. So like a lot changes.
Wait, you weren't drinking?
I did drink like a
okay,
lot.
you did
Yeah.
drink.
And now I don't drink.
You don't drink at all?
No.
When's the last time you drank?
4, 5 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. You're the only one who said a woman's past should not matter. The question then is, what about body count though? You guys think should body count matter?
Yeah.
Loosey goosey?
I feel like.
I mean,
What if
Lindsay Lee?
I've had
what have
sex
you
with
been?
so many people. I'm like, if a guy
Yeah,
told
I
me
don't
like,
know.
if he was like, you've had sex with so many people, like you, I'd be
Ew.
like, I kind of get it.
Okay.
But like at the same time, I'm like, like I
She's
kind
like,
of
I get it.
I kind of get it.
it.
I get like where they're coming from to a certain extent. Do I agree with it? No. But like, am I gonna make a big deal about it? No.
Well, this is the moment of the show where we, what's your body count?
Oh my gosh.
I don't think I said it last time I was on. I'm not going to say.
Hey, I thought a woman's past should not matter, Katerina.
It doesn't, but some
also
things are
speak
just
Russian?
better left unsaid.
Do you want to do a range?
Definitely over 7.
Okay.
Between 7 and 1.
What about you? Body count?
1.
Come on. You told it. Just, come on, give us a number.
1. Brian, you don't believe me?
Bro, you said
I
at the
wore
beginning
my
of the show.
I wore my most conservative dress today.
For me. Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
You didn't know I had the hots for you?
Oh.
Am I too grimy for you, Brian?
She does. She likes the white ones, you know.
I like them all. No, it's up there.
Give us a ballpark.
Oh my god.
Give us a ballpark.
Like the 4 or 5.
100.
See, senor.
I just don't even have time for that. Like that's like I
How do
don't
you even
judge you.
keep
I'm like,
track at
you know what I mean?
that
It's not
point?
even I'm judging. I'm like, how do you even?
Wait, but early on in the show though, you said prior to graduating high school, it was like what was it?
50.
150?
Ballpark's what she said. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and wait, that was 12.
It's
You
not
said
like
12
my
Jesus Christ,
proudest
12 to
thing, you know,
18.
but I'll share it for
Wait, 12
everyone.
to, hold on, let's do the math, Patrick. So wait, she's 27.
I'll make sure everyone knows.
Wait, 27? You're 27?
I'm 27 years old. Yes.
Okay, wait, so from 12 to 18, 150.
Thank you so much for calculating
And then
this.
that's
I really
so
needed
that's
this.
6 years.
6 years, 150.
So 6 years. So 6 years. Another 6 years gets us to 24. That means 300, and then 24 to 27. What's half of 150? That's 75.
Yeah.
375. Oh my God.
Is it that? Do we find it out?
According to my calculations, your body count is 375.
But she's doing.
Is it too grimy for you?
Oh, but she's been doing
6 to 8 hour work days.
Oh, that she's been. You know what? Let's just
Yeah, but I cut
go
down
ahead.
on scenes. I
We're
only
going
do
to
like
add
4 or 5
a multiplier. We're going to just go ahead and round up to 500.
Awesome.
I
And
think
if you're
that's
related
fair.
to me and you're watching, I'm so sorry.
She's so sorry.
I don't know. Actually, no, I'm not.
You know what? There's only one way to actually test this.
Oh my God, Brian.
Oh my.
Got to get the. Where's this?
What is happening?
He's calculating.
It's over 9.
With an iPad?
With an oh my God.
Yeah, 500 is about right. That was pretty accurate. All right, good talk.
Maybe I should start like making guys like sign their name in a notebook or something.
Do you have a list?
I did at one point.
Do you still have it?
No, I think it's actually in my parents' home.
Wow. You should call them up.
Tucked away.
Hey, mom and dad.
Yeah. Hey, can you find this journal? It has a bunch of names in it.
Yeah, the first. Yeah, there's a couple. If you see Chuck. Okay.
Oh
good talk.
my God.
Body count. Lindsay Lee.
I don't know.
Linzimus.
It was 1 until I was 21. Just FYI.
And then what happened?
And then I got recruited into Korn by Brittany Amber. And I don't know. I've stopped counting.
Ballpark. How many? Well, you've done over like 200 scenes or something, right?
Yeah, over 250 scenes.
250 scenes.
And then that's not collabs, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, I know.
Oh shit.
I have to do one tomorrow.
Is it over 100?
Yes.
Over 200?
Yes.
Over 300?
Yes. I don't know after that.
You have to be more than me.
I don't know. I was very loyal to my high school sweetheart. So
You really got a good start on her.
Yeah. You know what? I'm fucking stoked.
Body count?
I don't think it's anyone's business unless it's my partner. So I'm not sure.
YOLO.
Oh my God, you don't
YOLO.
kiss and tell. I love that.
No, I mean I'm not a Virgin Mary, but I'm also not gonna share. It's nothing crazy.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dreams come true. Just do it.
Okay, sir. Because I think my brother really likes your podcast and I'm worried he's watching, so I'm like not gonna.
He's not watching.
Nothing is impossible.
I don't see him in the chat.
It looks so real.
Would you, Chloe, would you get with Shia LaBeouf?
What are you waiting for?
That guy?
Shia LaBeouf, yeah.
Who wouldn't?
He's cute.
I heard he
wouldn't.
smells. I heard he's a smelly guy.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Like odor, like bad. Yo,
It's the musk. You know, the
he
man
kind of
musk.
looks like it. You know.
He looks like a
He
smelly
looks
guy?
like he might be a little musky. Sorry, Shia.
Excuses. Play like a champion.
Ballpark range. Is it over 10?
I don't know. Only I know.
Okay.
We'll keep it that way.
Sea Dog, Chloe, what's up?
I already said it was 5 earlier.
Man. Okay.
Me.
What about you? Body count?
3.
3. Okay.
1.
Okay.
I'm not gonna disclose that.
Ballpark.
All right, guys.
No, only because I don't want my son to grow up one day and then watch me hear me say that.
He ain't gonna watch this shit.
You don't know that? It's the
Well, I'll be
everything on the
eyebrow.
internet stays there forever. And I mean,
Okay.
I kind of will tell my partner, but
I have a question for you. Last time I was on, you showed a video of some girl who like bows down to her husband, and you're like, "That's how everyone should treat their husband."
Yeah.
You have a girlfriend right now?
That was my girlfriend, actually. Should we
Oh.
play the video here? Well, since she brought it up,
So she bows down to you
let's
every
do,
day.
window tab for the bow video is fine, and then
You said
go ahead and play
was.
it. This is
You
Nick.
know
Oh, you just have it set up.
Oh my
Go ahead.
That's
This is my ex-
crazy.
this is my
That was way too
ex-girlfriend's. Go
fast.
ahead.
He was on it.
So this is boom, huge bow, huge bow. Did you see the bow? And she's got. This was after a long podcast day, so she do my laundry. She had my dinner ready. Yeah, just got home to the apartment, so I was hungry. Had my dinner. This is a girl. A good girl's gonna have your dinner, some food ready after a long day of work. The beer. She's stirring my noodles.
This is actually you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I dumped her though because if you know that her eyes are
Do
crazy.
you know what language that was?
What language?
Yeah, at the very end, it came up with some words. Do you know what that language was?
It was American, obviously. Look at the bow though. So yeah, Katerina, what's your question?
Oh, does your girlfriend bow down to you every day?
Oh, I didn't specify my relationship status, but
You said you had a girlfriend earlier.
When did I say that?
I can't remember the exact
didn't say-
context, but you definitely
So I'll say
did.
this. I don't disclose my relationship status on the show. If I did have a girlfriend, trust me, she would.
Okay.
Or does.
Oh my god.
Or maybe I'm a virgin. Who knows? I've never.
You just talked
I've
about how
never
it was
been intimate with
uncomfortable
women.
with girls with big butts. Stick it in. Like you just called
Maybe
called
that's
yourself
just-
out.
Maybe I'm just imagining how it would be.
You told us when you lost
were
your
watching
virginity.
what?
Yeah.
I was watching Teletubbies. I don't do that. I don't watch. Honestly, though, I don't watch porn.
Are you a butt or a boob guy?
I'm a labia guy.
Oh my god.
That is
I'm a
sick.
labia guy. Give me A cups, no butt, and a giant labia. Or wait, A cups, no butt, and a giant labia? Yeah. That's
Well, I guess there's a type for
there.
everyone.
Look. Oh, really quick on the plastic surgery thing we were talking about before. I would prefer a girl with A cups than perfect fake titties. I would prefer a girl with a little belly fat than the lipo belly. I think it looks kind of weird. I prefer a girl with no upper lip than with the weird lip filler thing. No offense.
What about natural titties?
Oh, well, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
You look great.
Okay.
So the only thing wrong here is my
Boobs are
body
approved.
count and what I do for a living.
Whoa, hey, pump the brakes there, okay, loosey goosey. Hey. I ain't shit. There's a lot. I don't wanna,
Look, his face is getting red.
I'm blushing. My face is naturally red. Okay, these girls always come
Right.
up. Oh my god, I made them blush. Now I'm just red in general.
Right.
Good
The white
talk.
man.
Good talk. Wait, what were we? Flat butt over BBL all day, every day.
Some BBLs look crazy nowadays.
They don't look right.
None of them really look good. I mean, I'm all for I don't think that you can get surgery if you want, but some of them look crazy.
Especially
Diaper
over
butt.
time, it gets so weird.
Yeah, and lumpy and wrinkly.
Yeah.
I agree, but if you already had a big butt, like my friend Taylor, she has a freaking fatty, and so do you. So, but yours is all natural round.
It's my selling point.
My selling point.
What the fuck?
But between the two, butt guy, I would say. I mean, both are
thanks.
nice, I guess. I don't know. But labia,
Good to know.
it's labia, butt, boobs. That's
Oh,
the
okay, so
order.
the butt comes first.
Yep.
No, labia,
Well,
butt,
but before
boobs.
the boobs.
Yep.
Yeah, more okay. Butt guy over boob guy, I guess. Yeah. All right, let me let some chats come through before we get into more of the questionnaire. There's quite a few that have piled up. $69 TTS, guys, get it in. Actually, you know what, Nick? We should pull up Twitch. Oh my goodness, $69 TTS, guys. But go to twitch.tv/whatever, guys. If you're watching, drop us a follow and a Prime sub, guys. It's been. Well, that's a tier 1, 21 minutes. It's 38 minutes since we've had a Prime sub. I think the Prime subs are bugged, boys. Can you guys test it out and maybe check in the chat? I think, thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. Yops, appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We have to do some chats here.
Oh gosh.
$69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. Get it in. We have Base Thor, Chair 3, in his example of why. Oh, it's just going to read it.
Based Thor donated $69. Chair 3 is an example of why 304 math should be a subject taught in schools nowadays. On behalf of Desert Joe and I, you can keep her where she belongs, to the streets and not anywhere here in Arizona.
Do you want to respond to Base Thor?
He's probably illegal anyway.
Damn, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Pasty George donated $70. Some video game companies are now utilizing AI for their game creation, which has sped up the creation process immensely. AI steadily replacing a lot of things in many industries.
They should use AI for all these TV shows that now take 2 years between seasons. What the fuck is that? Lost, which they filmed on location in Hawaii with like a mega cast. They pumped out 24 fucking episodes or some shit per year. What the fuck? Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, 8 fucking episodes. You're giving me 8 dog shit fucking episodes in 2 years? What the fuck? That's some fucking bullshit, let me tell you.
What the hell? What the hell?
Anyways, all right, these girls don't know about House of the Dragon. They butchered that show. Okay, all right, we have Demon Slayer. Oh my goodness.
Demon Slayer donated $70. Black man, white man, or grizzly bear lost in the woods. To add, what racial preference would you prefer your husband? Ladies, honesty.
Racial? Okay, raise your hand if you want to marry a white. Wait, this sounds a little sus. White guy, black guy, brown guy, Asian guy. All right, they're
anyone.
The only one person answered.
Their arms aren't working, I guess.
Well, that's
Wait,
like-
really quick on
like,
the bear thing.
It's like
though.
cancel culture. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Say
You
that
don't
shit.
have a preference.
Yeah,
You can't have a
and then you
preference.
get canceled.
I think it's okay
To have a preference.
preferences.
Get you canceled.
No,
I'm on it. You're
You're on the
have
whatever
your
podcast.
You can say whatever you want. I have to do things, you know.
Oh, because
the industry.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, pull up the photo, Nick.
I forgot about
pull up her photo.
the
I
moral
see what you
sanctity
said.
of the
Pull up the photo.
industry.
Oh my
I
god.
get
You know,
it.
I can't.
She has to be very careful
You guys.
because
Isaiah.
He looks so good in that photo.
Blacked pays very well.
Actually, no, that was a collab. That was not
Oh, okay.
Blacked. I haven't worked
You-
for them yet. I would like to work for them. So
All
if you guys are
reach out
watching,
to her, I guess. I don't know.
Vixen, any company,
Really quick,
reach out.
for those of you who picked Bear, which was you, was
Me
it?
too.
Okay. Do I,
I'm like regretting this
I don't know.
decision now to choose bear.
Fuck it. I won't bring it there.
I'd
I
still
won't
choose
do that.
Bear.
What do you mean?
Over anybody I saw. No, Bear every
So
time.
I'll just break down my arguments super quick on this. So I think if a woman picks bear over man, that's a sexist position because there's some implication there that men are there's so many men. There's this overestimation that men are dangerous or predatory when the reality is the majority of men would never even think of harming somebody in this way. And I think about, well, okay, if we change it to make it racial, so if the question then becomes, you instead of man versus bear, it's minority group versus bear, and then you pick the bear over the minority group, I think that would be racist. So then too, it must be sexist to pick bear over man.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're a racist. and a
I
sexist.
do. Okay, I get that perspective. I think in my head, I think it comes through like experience, and obviously, like I don't think every guy is bad, nor do I think the majority of guys are bad.
Mhm.
I think with my experience, I chose a lot of bad guys, and so now my initial response and like thought process is like, if I were to encounter something like that alone, that's where my head goes, but not necessarily saying that that's actually like realistic.
We have a super chat here. Ashley Bursell, Chair 1. I beg you to talk to your father. You not only fake your body, but you fake your voice too. Do you remember what it's like to be you anymore? I don't think you do. And Chair 2, you're 23 and that big. What the fuck? Hey,
It's okay.
don't come for my homegirl, Audrey.
I was even bigger than this, so it's okay. Can I talk about something about
Sleepy
being
therapy
fat real quick?
because you're less.
How would that have anything to do with
Yes, I am 23 and this big, and that's why I'm also here, is because I also want to tell other fat people it is a very big deal to be this big at this age. It's not good. I don't think it's healthy. I'm not one of those big girls. Like, I promote that it's not a healthy lifestyle. It's literally like the same thing as being an alcoholic or an addict. I've been addicted to other things. It's even worse, in my opinion, because it's hard. It's the hardest thing to stop doing, because you have to eat every single day. You have to make that decision every single day. And I wouldn't wish the food noise and the problem I have in my head on anyone else. Like, if you don't understand, you're lucky you don't understand.
As a fellow fat person, I feel specifically, I feel like I agree with you.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Like, damn straight.
Am I on the team?
The fat team?
Yeah.
You'll be on the fat team. Go ahead.
I'll be on the fat team.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
She saw me. She saw
In
me
your
eating
opinion,
back
you
there.
think that you're on the fat team.
I identify as fat.
Yes, but I wasn't even bigger than
I mean,
this.
it's
I
true.
lost like 70 pounds. I
You see this guy?
almost had my own
This
TLC
is
show.
peak male performance over
Yes,
here.
I see
I'm
that.
just getting. I got it. Anyways, whatever. Sorry. I'm taking. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but I just feel like it's like, even to say that comment, it's like, who cares? Like, I'm very aware of my issue, and all fat people are aware. Like, leave us alone. Like, we know we don't need to hear it. We don't want to hear it. It's like, the only opinion you should have is if you want to date me or not. That's only, like, it shouldn't matter that I'm fat to you if you don't know me, if you're not my friend, if you're not my partner.
I almost wish girls didn't want to fuck me.
Ryan.
Like, because I
What do you
feel like
mean?
if I was deprived of pussy, then it's like, fuck, I gotta lose weight. But it's kind of, you get in this like, I'm not you, I'm talking about me.
No,
Like,
I know, but
I'm like, well, I'm getting pussy, so I'm kind of good.
So you are. So
Like,
you're not a virgin.
wow. She's quick.
See, that's why I never lost weight, because the only reason I started losing weight was for my health. And like, I should have prioritized that a long time ago. But also in that relationship, he wanted me to be big because he didn't want me
He
to.
was a feeder.
Well, that's a whole other thing. There's feederism, and that's like, there's even death feederism that people are addicted to feed. Yes, this is a problem. I've been in relationships where these men, they
fetishize on it.
And then, yeah, not only that, but they use the fact that we have this issue, because it is an issue. It's a thing that it's an actual issue. And people who have never been plus size, they don't understand. And I hate when people are like, oh, well, just lose weight. Fuck yeah, duh. Like, it's so much deeper and it's so much rooted. I've been fat since I was a child. It's a thing that I really can't, it's the one thing in my life that I don't have control of. I'm successful. I have great things going for me. I have a great family. I have all these things that I have good besides this one thing in my life. And it sucks that in life, this taints me so many points. And I'm aware of that. So that's why I'm trying to work on it. But
I thought you were 10 though.
I'm a fucking 10. But I also know in the real life that I'm fucking tainted because I'm fat.
Were your parents plus size too? Or?
So my dad passed away when I was 6. He was a fatty too. Love you, Dad. And my mom was very big. She's actually disabled. That's another thing. My mom is disabled because she was big and her knees are completely blown out. So I'm so aware, right? I'm so aware that I'm big. My mom is disabled because she was big, and I'm still fighting this fight, right? It's like, I am so aware and I'm still doing this. Like, so people act like people are not aware, and these fat people are walking around and all they do is they're lazy and they don't, it's crazy. Like, all we do is eat food. It's like when I go to McDonald's, instead of getting a small meal, I get a large. That's the only thing that's different between us. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the same person as everyone else. I just have bad decision making when it comes to food, and I'm very aware of that.
I feel that. As a fellow fat person,
you understand.
I get it.
Yeah.
No,
Sometimes you just want the 10 piece, not the 6. You know what I mean? And I can't help that.
I'm not really a nuggets
I think that's
guy.
the best thing I've
I'm not
ever
a nuggets guy. I'm
what?
I'm a burger guy and a
Yeah.
burrito.
Stop talking about food. I'm getting hungry.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we can't do that. I literally haven't eaten at all today, which was a bad
so
decision.
hungry.
Oh my god. Okay, we got super chats coming in. We got Pasty George. Thank you, Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $70. Again, a bear is chosen over a man. Yet, many women will still choose travel to other countries with high crime rates and missing person cases. My mind is blown, ha 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 ha.
I thought we talked
I
about
already
this.
admitted I was a dumbass.
This is already a comment that came up.
Like, for me personally, I encountered like black bears in the wild, so I don't think of bears as something dangerous. So that's why I picked the bear. So
I picked it because apparently I'm just fucking stupid. I don't know. Fuck.
Self-awareness. Just kidding. Just kidding. You're very intelligent.
Roris donated $69.
Thank you so much, Brian.
How many bears have you ran into in your lives? How many do you think you would survive?
Per encounter.
How many men have you ran into in their life, and how many have harmed you? You are all idiots.
A lot of men.
Actually, yeah.
I have actually ran into a bear one time. I was on shrooms, a black bear.
Are you sure it's real?
No, it was fucking real. Yeah.
Are you sure it's
No, it was a fucking black
Giant
bear.
shrimp.
Yeah.
What about man or shark?
Oh, no.
Fuck a shark.
Definitely not shark.
Man,
Like,
for
let's
sure.
say you're paddleboarding.
Man.
You're paddleboarding. You rather come
I choose
across
the
a
man that time. I don't even care
or-
if he
Yeah.
does anything at that point. Fuck a shark.
Sharks are my phobia. Fuck that.
Like I would rather be in danger with the guy on that end.
jellyfish or man.
Oh my gosh, man.
I get
Jellyfish.
nightmares about jellyfish. It's really weird.
I
You
got
just
some
you
Were you
just
stung by
pee on
one?
yourself and then the pain goes away.
That doesn't work. Trust. It's weird though. As a
Have
somebody
you
who
tried it?
used
Have
to
you
surf,
tried peeing on yourself when you got
I
stung?
get nightmares about jellyfish. That's just weird. Okay. Base Thor. Base Thor. Thank you, sir.
Base Thor donated $69.
Uh-oh.
Cinderella took off one shoe and found love. The problem with modern dating is women nowadays take off all their clothes and still can't find love.
Hey.
Yo, Base Thor. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Psychopathic Gaming donated $69.
Thank you, dude.
Trump 2028 get fooked nerds lol chair one. You'd be a gem if you weren't so modified.
I literally have my titties done and that's it. I mean, I understand if you don't like that. That's fine. But thanks, kind of.
You look like a Barbie.
Thank you.
They're just jealous that they don't look like you.
Thank you.
They're jealous. Okay. Thank you, Psychopathic Gaming. Appreciate it. Oh, wait. Was that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Anthony Two-Tone. Thank you, man.
Anthony Two-Tone donated $69.
Thank you.
How about a random man going for a hike to go for mental health to help him before his last chance? Now imagine men hearing this from women's first thoughts. How do you feel now?
My dear Felicity, could you grab that for me? I think it dropped. Oh, do you perhaps go the other way? Oh. Right here. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, back to the questionnaire.
I like that place.
Oh my gosh.
Aviel, thank you.
Aviel donated $69. Hey Lexi Lindsay, long time no see. Surprised to see you on the show. Would have thought you would move up in Amazon after you and Augie got promoted to Central after being PAs for flats.
Okay.
Okay.
I moved up in Amazon to corporate before I quit.
She also did you
Lol Paladins donated $69.
Oh my god,
Haven't been able to watch
Lol
in a
Paladins.
while.
Oh my god.
Keep slaying the bad logic like you would a hummingbird. Regarding weight, the thing that finally worked for me was keto. It's a trick to silence the food noise.
I don't think the food.
Yo, Lol Paladins. Where you been, bro? It's been like I haven't seen this guy in a year. This guy's an OG. Lol Paladins, I still have your little thing set up, by the way. It's still there. Not at the 69 threshold, but I do appreciate it. Wait, Lucy, Lindsay, sorry again. Lindsay.
We're LL and LL.
LLs. L.
Yeah.
Federation.
Yes.
Lindsay, did you get linked up with, did you hook up with Matt Rife?
No, because he had a girlfriend.
That's good on the roster.
Plus, didn't he suck off those two execs to get where he is now anyway?
Wait, what?
Anyways, I don't know.
Man, how are you going to throw Matt Rife under the bus when he put you on?
He didn't put me on. It was...
You went to his show. He did a whole segment.
My fan bought me front row tickets and was like, I want you to give your signed DVD. It was my first DVD I ever had out to Matt Rife as a gift. And I took my neighbor who was a virgin and he actually talked to her most of the time. It was like 15 minutes he talked to her because my next door neighbor is this like 27-year-old
still a virgin?
Yeah. And she's watching my cats right now. Thank you. And the interaction with me was like 3 minutes, so I didn't know he was gonna be doing
Hey,
it.
he said your name. That went viral. That thing.
Thanks.
You gotta show. Got put a little respect on Matt Rife's name.
I've
You gotta put a
worked
little
very
respect.
hard for.
I disagree
where
with
I
him
am.
though. He's against large labia.
Oh my god. Oh yeah,
He
you did say that.
He did say some shit about that, and I had to check him. You know.
I get frustrated because I've been doing this since I was 22, and they've casted me up as a MILF since I first started.
I can see that.
And it's freaking annoying. They're like, "Oh, because they're too big to be a teenager."
I'm always a stepsister.
Okay.
Or they're like, actually, just don't give her lines. Just don't have her talk.
Ashley Burcell, I know it's hard. I was an alcoholic for years and had to be put in rehab involuntarily. It's hard, but there's life beyond what you're doing to yourself. And sometimes it takes someone outside to finally say something to you for there to be finally a change. Thank you, Ashley.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Even when a fat person says, this is what I'm doing, this is my fault, even you want to still say something like, I understand it's my fault. I'm the only one putting the food in my fucking mouth. Trust me. But thank you. And I have been addicted to other things. Like when I was in high school, I was very addicted to like Molly and other stuff like that. And that was easy because that you just don't buy it. You just don't use it. Like this is every single day I have to work on it. Now there's DoorDash, there's Uber Eats. Like America wants you to be fat. Like America hates fat people, but then literally does everything to make them fat. It's like, it is insane. So I think
it's patriotic to be
fat. Am I being patriotic right now?
You're very patriotic.
Thank you very much. I hope I give that.
All right. Ashley, thank you for that. Okay, we have psychopathic.
Psychopathic Gaming donated $69. A Barbie that's got fake tits. That's modified, especially since you probably had amazing C cups before you went all fake. Get them reduced and find God, sweetheart.
Thank you.
I love that.
All right. Thank you for that. Psychopathic. We have Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $70. Share 2. I have a cousin who struggled with her weight since she was a child and reached 280 pounds in her 20s. She tried Ozempic and after some months she is now around 130 pounds.
Slay
It
for her.
works.
I don't want to do Ozempic because of the effects it has. Same thing where I don't want to do weight loss surgery. So literally just
Wow donated $69. Trade your life for any given man or the bear.
Thank you, Doge. Wow. Trade your life for any given man.
Would they forfeit
Or
their
the
life
bear?
so any man could still live, or just allow the bear to live? That's how it reads.
kind of a stupid question.
I wouldn't trade my life for either. I guess.
Wait, trade your life for a bear's life?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fuck no.
there's lots of bears out there.
The fuck?
Okay.
Get to hibernate.
Sorry.
That's sweet.
I don't know.
All right, let's blast through the questionnaire. We're caught up on the chats. Guys, if you want $69 TTS, get them in. All right, so why don't we start? We already did Chloe's stuff. You know what, Chloe? We're just going to put that over there.
What are the wipes for?
The makeup wipes. We do a segment called
Take off your
Everybody Takes Off Their
makeup.
Makeup.
I'm so happy I got on
Yeah.
here today.
Okay. Audrey, a man dating a transgender woman is straight. You agree with that statement? Katerina, you agree with that statement?
I feel like if a man, I feel like this is my stance. I feel like a trans woman is a woman, and I don't think that means they're gay. And I think a lot of people who date trans women don't think they're gay. Like, so.
I think they're gay.
And that's your opinion. That's fine.
Okay, wait, like full surgery, everything's done.
That's what I'm saying. They're fully done, and they're like that.
It
That point,
doesn't.
because their brain is a man and their vagina's fake.
No comment.
They are a man, so their chromosomes are XY, and you
Yeah, I
can't
don't wanna get
change
in that
that.
debate.
And even if they get the surgery to have,
Do you respect trans individuals? Like you might think it's a man,
I
but
think it's a
when
mental illness.
so I think because okay. So you don't think think it's a real thing though? Like
It's a real mental illness. Yeah.
you think it's just a mental illness,
Yeah.
not
Gender dysphoria. Yeah, I think it's a psychological disorder
Okay.
for sure. And I think our culture is perpetuating it.
I think back in the day, it was like it was like, I don't know how to explain. Like now it's so out there public, like teachers are teaching like those things, not okay in my opinion. I think that is just ridiculous to be teaching them so young. But I also believe, I have a friend who, before all this stuff was out there, she transitioned, like one summer she just left and then came back, and she came as a boy. And I think like she didn't even know all these things that back then, you know what I mean? Oh, like you don't get today it's all over, like the phone in school. Like back then it wasn't like that. And so I feel like that's how
Still a mental illness, but the contagion is now spread through social media.
Yeah, that's a debate I don't really want to get into, but that's very.
I think you're right when it comes down to. Sorry if anyone is against this, but if like people think of themselves as like animals, like they think they're like a cat or whatever. Yeah, I think you're right in like that sense. But when it comes to like different genders, I don't think so.
Absolutely, it is.
But it's like a medical base. Like there's lots of research about it. Like that's the thing. Like people calling how she's dressed up now, the Zers, them, like that stuff. I don't play with because that's like crazy. Just be calling yourself whatever you want. But I do think being transgender is an actual medical thing. That is like, do you know what Blair White is?
Yeah.
I
know him.
See, that's like a disrespect. Like I feel like even
it's a man.
Okay, I understand.
don't abide by. I'm not going to allow people to police my language because language reflects reality. And we talked about the word. We talked about the importance of language and how we're co-creators. I'm not going to allow people to dictate the language so that I live in a false reality.
Do you know who Caitlyn Jenner is?
Yeah, Bruce.
Let's skip this segment, please.
Next subject.
Well, it's because like I don't agree, and I think you're allowed to feel however you want, but I also feel like I'm very big about respecting people. I think when it comes to like the whole children thing, how we're pushing it on our children, that stuff needs to be stopped. But I also feel like there's two separate things. Like someone can be a transgender person, and that's a real thing. But then there's opposite case of where there's kids like asking for surgeries to do all those things, and that's not okay either. Like I think there's two sides of it. You know?
Obviously, you have to be a certain age to fully come up with a decision because you can't be like 5 years old being like, I want to be a girl.
No, actually, they're on hormone blockers as they are.
No, I mean like you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, but they're still blocking them to have puberty and therefore totally altering their biology forever, and often because they go on hormone blockers before puberty, like there's been cases where they can't climax, they have all these long-term problems because of it. And so the fact that parents are even able to abuse their children in the name of virtue signaling, piety signaling, look, I have a trans child, and what are the chances that one woman has 3 trans children? Well, clearly this is all being orchestrated, and that this is a social contagion, and we're destroying people. And the fact that people are okay with young people getting hormone blockers and not going through puberty and allowing them, because everybody when they're young has weird ideas and can be incredibly influenced. Nobody can make that decision. Just because a boy plays with something that's the color pink does not mean that they're signaling that they're actually think they're a girl.
That's what's happening now. I feel like back then, like when my friend in middle school, when they transitioned, it was way more like, I feel like that was their decision. They were feeling those thoughts and went to a doctor and went to a therapist, because it's not a thing nowadays that you go to a teacher and the teacher's like, well, nowadays it's like the teacher's like, yes, you are this. And they confirm that. And without them being like, maybe you should talk to your parents or this and that, they're kind of putting it in their head, you know? Yeah. Back then it wasn't a thing like that. So I feel like I've seen it firsthand, like where people actually, and he is still how he is now, and that's how he feels. Right. And I feel like I just want to respect that. You know, I'm not in their body. I can't tell how they feel. I can't say that that's not real. You know what I mean? That's their reality to them. And
sorry. Go ahead. So actually one of the pranks that I did, I was dressed up like this and I asked people, should we ban puberty blockers? And most people agreed that we shouldn't ban puberty blockers. And,
see, that's what I'm saying is the end of both spectrums. Like, I don't think that's okay. I don't think kids like doing that stuff very young, because there's lots of detransitioner people and like people who regret it in the future, I think. But I also believe that people who are transgender is a real thing also, because I follow Blair White and I do see that she has the perspective of both sides, you know, and she believes that this is a real thing that she is, and she also understands. And
some people believe they're an animal.
Are you against like a whole trans community? And I love transgender.
Are you against gay people as well?
When you say
I
against
do.
gay
I
people, am
love
I
them.
against
They're the
homosexuality?
best.
Of course.
So you think it's a sin, and
Of
you
course.
okay? And then so your day to day, like, are you judging gay people? Like, would you be friends with a gay person?
I don't see why I
Wouldn't?
mean, what do you mean be friends? Am
No,
I
I'm
going to be
saying, like,
cordial?
where
I'll
does
be
the line
cordial
cross?
to a
Like,
gay
would you be
person.
friends with I'm saying, are you gonna openly
I don't
offend
know if
them?
we'd have much in common.
Wait, I have
Did you ever run
After
track?
the manslaughter.
gay people.
Say what?
What do you
I just like went through this crazy relationship with a gay guy. He's like quite like well-known actor, and I thought that he was gay. I mean, he slid in my DMs, was like, "You slay, babe." I'm like, he's obviously gay. I literally was like on the phone with him. He sounds like he has like a higher pitched voice than me, and just very feminine, and like he made like, you know, he was obviously gay and like made himself seem like he was gay for a long time. And then literally the other day he confessed his love to me on the phone and asked me to be his girlfriend.
So he's not gay.
Not gay. The whole time he was just
He was
like
giving gay,
but no, he like pretended to be gay.
You were gay fish.
To be like around me. And then it was
invited to sleepover?
Yeah, that sounds pretty gay for him to do that. And I mean, is there a question behind that? I don't even know what to say.
I just trying to say a statement. I just wanted to say that.
So he wasn't gay.
Talk, and I love that for her.
So he wasn't gay.
He wasn't gay. He was literally pretending to be gay to like hang out with me. It was so weird. Very weird.
Alright.
He was
Wow.
a gay fish like
Do you strictly
Kanye.
feel your ways about these things because of the Bible?
I mean,
this
yeah,
what-
I believe God revealed himself through scripture. Absolutely.
So did you feel like this way through your whole life? Like, did you always think that, like before? 'Cause you
Did I
said
always have an innate repulsion to see like gay men? Yeah, I'm repulsed by it.
you're repulsed by gay.
Yeah, I mean, at most people, I mean, there's like multiple
Not
studies
most
that
people.
Yeah.
heterosexual men, there's been multiple studies done on this regarding statistics and the repulsive level that people feel when they see certain things. And two men kissing, heterosexual men, find that one of the most repulsive images to look at. And
I was
that's
watching-
innate. That's in our biology.
Yeah, was watching a thing that someone was saying how gay men, it's like they're more repulsed by that than gay women. Like, I feel like, and stuff like that. I don't know. There's something about men being gay that's like, I feel like shamed on more than women being gay. I'm more about like letting everyone love who they want to love. And
Free
because
love.
is marriage like the end thing? Because yours are like marriage, kids. Like, is it okay like to not want that? Like, why is that such a end goal to you? Like, why is
That to me, that's the point of relationship, long-term
I
relationships.
feel like you need like just a really, flamboyantly gay like best friend.
I don't see how that would. No, I don't need
I think
that
you guys
at
would get
all.
along.
I don't need that at
But
all.
what is it about being gay that's so bad to you? Like, what is it? Just the fact that it's in the Bible and they say, like, personally, without the Bible aside, like your
Yeah.
personal opinion on that and why
Well,
that
my
is
personal opinion is going to be informed by my personal
by
beliefs.
your religion.
Yeah.
You're saying that that's what's rooted by it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's contrary to nature. It's repulsive. It doesn't. There's no fecundity to it. Like, it can't reproduce life. And the point of sex and why it's pleasurable, I believe God made it that way for the production of life. And so again, it's just a basic violation of like what sex was intended for. And I see it as a perversion, and the more that these perversions are normalized, it perverts all of our society. And so I don't see. I know the slippery slope is a logical fallacy, but if there ever is an example of a slippery slope, homosexuality wasn't even legalized, gay marriage, till 2012, 2014, so the Obama era. And look at where we're at. So what are we, 13 years later, and now we're talking about hormone blockers for children? Like, that's a slippery slope, but that's actually a real example where everybody said, hey, once we allow this redefining of what marriage is between a man and a woman for the production of children, we redefined it. And they said, oh, well, we just want to get married. Well, most gay people actually don't want to get married. And what we see now is just a total slippery slope of perversion that has plagued Western civilization.
So what do you think of like gay people just being
I do,
there?
just for the sake of time, I do have to move it on. But Lucy, you did also, for 23, wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they are trans. And you agree with that.
Can you read it again? Sorry.
Okay, so for example,
I like one brain
let's say
cell.
I didn't want to date a transgender woman. You think that would be wrong?
Yeah, like why not?
Because
Like, why wouldn't it?
that's a man.
Oh, you believe that too?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Are you surprised?
No, not really. I mean, I don't
it's
know.
not.
I get back and forth.
Okay, well, let me ask you: Is
I
a
just-
transgender woman a male?
See, I am also about realistic, like, because even like Blair Wright says, like, at the end of the day, like her genetics, like, but I'm like her. I'm gonna call her because that's how she wants to be portrayed. But also, I understand, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm all about respect. Like, unless it's
You
crossing.
can be respectful.
No, do you go? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you're, and I don't think it's okay.
You're asking
you're
if
not
it's
being
right
respectful.
or if
Like,
it's wrong for a straight man to go for a transgender
No.
woman.
Well, is it wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they're trans?
No.
I mean, you're asking me.
Yeah, asking you.
So I don't think
but you
it
agree
is.
with that. You think it is
yeah,
wrong.
No, I
You think
mean,
it is wrong.
I think
Or you
it
think
is
why
wrong.
not?
Yeah, like why not? But like
Because they have
also
a
like
penis.
you know,
I
like,
don't want to date somebody who has a penis.
But what if they
or had
have the surgery so that they don't have
Okay,
it?
sure.
That doesn't-
Don't want to date somebody who's ever had a penis.
Because like if they tell you that like, hey, like, you know, I'm transgender and you're into that, like why would you
Also, it's not a
go
vagina.
into that?
That is not pussy. That's not pussy.
see, like, and that, but it also goes deeper level. Like, obviously, they can't reproduce, and they can't. There's bigger. Like, that's why I didn't write yes, because I understand it's not. I don't think it's transphobic to not want to date a transgender, even if you are transphobic. I don't know, whatever. But
What does
I'm
that
saying-
mean? I don't have an irrational fear of trans people. Phobia is
No, I'm
like
not
an
saying
irrational.
you, I'm
I know, but in
saying-
general, like, I just hate how like homophobia, transphobia, like society creates these words, which the etymology of it means an irrational fear.
Yeah, I'm
I
using
don't
the
have an
word that
irrational fear
is-
of a gay person or a trans person.
Mhm.
I have a moral standard that I believe these things are wrong and they're deleterious to our society.
So they should just all hide and fake their feelings
That's
just
what
for
I'm saying.
people
I
who don't
think
believe in
if
it.
we lived in a better civilization, I don't think this would even come up as a major problem. And are there people that were presented themselves in other ways? Yeah. If you look into the history of temple prostitutes and various pagan societies, there would be young boys that would sometimes be castrated. They would be eunuchs, and then they would be a temple prostitute, and they would present as a woman. Yeah. Has that happened in history? Of course. And then people want to say, yeah, but some people are born like androgynous. Okay. That's still an exception to the rule. The vast majority of us are not androgynous or hermaphrodites.
We should ask the blue-haired lady. What do you think?
Not lady.
So has her septum pierced. It's
Not
very
not
typical.
lady.
Well, I
Goes
think
hand
it's
in hand.
incredibly transphobic if you're not willing to date trans people, obviously.
What do you think, though, for realsies?
No, I think you must be like what's it called, bisexual, if you want to date
Yeah.
someone who is, transgender.
Otherwise known as gay.
Yeah, because like you're attracted to both. You're attracted to both male and female, so you're
What-
obviously bisexual.
What going around the table? What is a woman? Starting with you.
Oh my god.
No, we're not doing
No, I'm not.
Nick, can you close the door? What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want to get into this.
What is a woman?
I'm not gonna get. I just want the I'm not gonna get into it.
A biological female that was
I want what you believe. Go ahead.
It's just not even answering this question.
Why
I
is
feel like
that?
it just goes in loops. This question is very circular, and I don't want to.
What is a woman?
A magical creature. That's what she is.
No, but what is?
I don't know, and I don't want to get into this. Okay, I'm not debating
What?
with him about if it's a woman or not.
I'm
Because
like.
he is very educated, and I am not going to
Okay,
get
well,
into
I'm
that with the
stupid.
big words.
Okay, debate me.
He uses too many big words. You can't fight with him.
All right, don't then debate
Like
me.
my brain doesn't even have the.
He'll sit this one out.
Like,
I'll sit it
You
out.
like get off on that, like debating. Like you love that. Are you like a little bit of a masochist?
Not the mouse.
Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Probably
Fuck,
not.
I don't get
know.
off on
That
it.
was Satan.
Just gives me a
No.
headache. I mean, okay.
You want to talk about
What
grape
is a
again?
woman?
I'm not answering that question. I'm not like debating that right now.
What is a woman?
A woman is a woman.
I mean,
Okay, like, that's the thing.
but isn't it mind bending? I'm sorry. Did I step on your foot? Isn't it mind bending that even you are like have an aversion to answering that question? Like that's such a basic question.
I understand, but like also I'm on their side of like I believe that there's people who feel that way, that they're trans, and I respect people. So if I feel like answering this question, and I understand that this shouldn't even be a question, like this is crazy, like that this is a question that I even have to think about or whatever because the people what they would say. Like I understand that. I can see both views.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't want to just I respect everyone and I be whoever the fuck you want to be.
All right, I'll ask the rest of the panel. Chloe, Sea Dog, what is a woman?
When you're born with a coochie and you can like give birth.
Yes.
All right. Lindsay, what is a woman?
See, it's such a.
I like Chloe's response. I'm copping hers.
Well, put it in your own words.
Oh
though.
my gosh. Okay.
Coochie.
I think that it goes back to your DNA and the chromosomes, obviously. So you can't change that.
Okay.
You can change the the genitalia, obviously.
Katerina?
But the DNA itself, yeah.
Katerina, what is a woman?
I think it's different in everyone's eyes.
What? How about your eyes? What is a woman?
It's I don't know. In every woman, it's different.
The fuck?
Yeah, I can't even answer that.
She's Canadian. She's gonna get thrown in prison if she dares say what's it called, a thought crime or something.
Yeah, hate speech.
Well, you guys put people in jail way more than Canadians.
A woman is a person with a vagina.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, but hold on.
You
Wait, I'm
got
not gonna
it
let you
there.
get away with that one. Do you think is a neo vagina a vagina?
I'm sorry.
A neo vagina. That's what they call the
If they pay
bottom
for it.
surgery thing or whatever.
Oh, the
Like so, transgender woman who has
well,
a
I mean,
vagina.
if they turn it into a vagina, what else would you call
Can we
it?
put air quotes around vagina?
What if it had a long labia? Would you approve?
No, no.
Really?
That would just be like skin from the. Yeah.
What if it was like the best you've ever
Not into
seen?
No.
I think it's a person.
It's not. That's not
it's a person
pussy.
with a
It's not
coochie.
pussy.
Do they make like
But
fallopian
it is.
tubes when they do that?
Babe, no, they're not.
That's a good
That's a
question. Good question, Chloe. But no.
That's such a good question.
What is a woman?
A woman is a human being.
Is a what?
Is a human being.
But a man is also a human
Yes,
being. So
you're
what's the
right.
difference between a man and a woman? What is a woman?
Genitalia,
Okay, so a woman is what?
a vagina.
Is she? A woman is a vagina. Okay.
No, she has a vagina.
All right. What about you? You got to pull your hair down a little bit.
Yeah,
It's,
sure. A woman is anyone who doesn't identify as a man.
That's the best answer.
wait. Oh wait, hold on. No, give it. Okay, wait. Give us your feminist answer, then
That's the feminist
and then
answer.
this give us
If
your
you
real
don't
answer.
identify as a man, then you're a woman.
What? That's the first time I heard that. What's the real answer then?
2X chromosomes.
Okay, tilt your mic down just a teeny
Yeah,
bit.
2X chromosomes.
Grab it from back here. Just tilt it down. What about you?
A woman is someone that was born as a biological female with reproductive organs, and yeah.
All right.
Wait, I have a
And
question.
Don't you feel though that the trans identity, like the idea that a man can become a trans woman, it diminishes the unique capacity of what you guys have. Like you guys are able to do something that we as men cannot do, and that's give birth. And you have all these innate characteristics that men typically don't have. And the fact that you're willing to redefine who you are as women to allow men to lump into your category totally diminishes the uniqueness of you. And really, you guys are just like flesh objects, right? Because that's really what the trans, but that's what the trans woman is, right? You can't reproduce. He doesn't even have the capacity to live as a woman. And yet by redefining it, you guys all diminish yourselves by going along with it.
But like, what about people? Because there's been cases where people are born with both like male and female
That's an
parts.
exception. That's why I brought up with androgyny and hermaphrodism. And how you think that's really frequent? You think there's like there'd be a whole country of people that just have both parts?
Well,
we
no,
just
but
put
if
them
they
all-
choose to be a girl, then you're gonna be like, well, no, you're both.
and but their chromosomes determine that, right? So they may be born with like a small penis or something like that, but they're whatever their chromosomes are, that's the way that they're going to then reconstruct their genitalia. That's typically how that goes. So it's not like every person who's born intersex just lives their life as intersex. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was possible. It's really weird.
Everything's possible.
Oh my god.
All right, moving on to the next thing. Guys, if you want $69 TTS, we're going to batch them a little bit just to get through some of the questionnaire, but we do see them. They are coming through $69 TTS. So we have, okay, hold on. Lucy, The statement is women are the primary victims of war, not men, to which you agree. Why is that?
Can you read it again? I'm sorry. I have like half a brain cell right now.
Women are the primary victims of war, not men. You agree. Why is that?
I just agreed to it to piss you off.
Okay. Good job. I'm so angry.
I can't debate that right now. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All
I'm out
right.
of
We
words.
have Audrey. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA.
Oh,
wait.
did I say?
Hmm.
The only thing is
hold on.
bodily autonomy, if they believe that and stuff, but everything else, I think we have the same rights.
Did you believe in bodily autonomy in 2020 and 2021?
Wait, what are you asking?
I'm talking about particular medical.
the Fauci.
Yeah, particular medical.
Ouchie.
Yes. So the jab, the jibby jab, the
I don't
things
know.
that. So
Oh,
my
understood.
point is, there's been an obvious contradiction.
Chloe, can you take
An obvious contradiction within the women that are typically pro-abortion, because it's
Mhm.
always my body, my choice.
Uh-huh.
And then when it came down to 2020, 2021, all of a sudden the people who didn't want to take these medical measures, they didn't have a choice in the matter. And that's a fundamental contradiction. So the same people, and typically the people that were in favor of abortion were typically more in favor of also getting the jab. And the conservative communities typically were less in favor of getting it. So my point is, were you in favor? Were you mad that people maybe didn't get it? Or you say my body, my choice, and
No.
my curiosity is, does that mean that you also held that opinion during that time?
No, I'm
2020?
not like full on just like pro abortion. Like everyone should just be doing that. I'm just more like the whole right of it to be taken away completely is more like for medical bases and like for emergency stuff. And I feel like also people who have like there's people who get abortions like all the time, like just like it's like nothing, like it's a weekend activity, like that's not okay either. Like I know, but I also feel like that right should be allowed for them.
Well, hold on. Let's get back to the actual statement, though. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA.
No, that's what I was saying. You were saying that, and I explained that that's the only thing, and everything
Just
else.
abortion, everything. Okay, there's
Yeah.
not. Okay. All
I
right.
feel like
And then you also circled that women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Lucy, why do you agree?
Overall, I think that like as far as like wages and stuff go, I still think that if
Okay,
you have like the
wage
same
gap.
level of job, I feel like
Why you
You're
guys
not
are in
getting
the
paid as
adult entertainment industry? Do women or men
oh
get
no, I
paid
wasn't
more?
really talking about that. That's
That's okay. That industry, it's okay for there to be a wage gap in favor of women.
no, I didn't say that. But
You would agree there is a wage gap though in the porn industry, corn industry.
yeah, in the corn industry.
Yeah.
don't women get paid more?
Wow. Yeah,
Or-
women do
Yeah.
get paid more.
They do. They get almost double more.
And but then gay men, don't they make even more than women?
I have no
I'm
idea.
pretty sure because I think even some
Possibly.
straight people even do gay porn to make more
Yeah.
money.
Well, I mean, really
Thank you.
quick,
They're not straight then.
I did go do this.
really quick on
I did do
the.
this, but I feel like
Although Audrey, to your point though, as at least so the statement is women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. You could say and argue that as it relates to abortion, that this is a uniquely, this is kind of uniquely something that women might want to have, but I don't think it has anything to do with equal rights to men because men don't have any reproductive rights.
I get what you're saying.
So I don't think it would be evidence of an inequality that exists between men and women.
Brian
While it
might have swayed me.
While it might be uniquely some exclusive right that women want to have,
Mhm.
men don't possess a right. So I don't think
So
it
it can't
can
be not equal, you're saying.
I don't think it can be viewed from the paradigm of unequal to men, if that makes sense.
I didn't think of it that way.
Sure.
Um,
Moving on though, just for the sake of time, Lindsay Lee, Matt Rife's girlfriend. Just kidding. Men are more privileged in society than women. How so?
I think we already discussed that pretty in depth.
Well, just really quick, reiterate. Like, what's your main argument there?
Actually, I think there's pros and cons on both sides. I think that women do have, a sense of the pretty privilege, and we do have our choice of the men out there, because more than likely they're just going to grab onto the opportunity to hook up, and we're picky.
I'm going to pull a Lindsay Lee, and I'm just going to bring this. I'm going to remove us from America. I'm going to just zoom over to Ukraine. Do you think men are more privileged in Ukraine than the women?
I'm not familiar with their marriage laws or
I'm not talking,
anything.
no, I'm not talking about like dating or marriage.
Well, but that has to do with privilege.
It could be, I suppose it could be, could do with privilege, but are you familiar with the war going on in Ukraine?
I am, yes.
Heard about it.
Yeah. So at the outbreak of the war, there's martial law. All the men between the ages of 18 to, I believe it was either 60, 65, they had to remain in the country. They couldn't leave. They were probably in short time going to be involved in some degree with the military. All the women, regardless of age, could leave the country. Since you like to zoom around the globe when it's convenient for you, I will do the same thing, as this is quite convenient for my argument. I would say that women in Ukraine are more privileged because they're able to flee their country. Meanwhile, the men are drafted, and they oftentimes get abducted by these military police, and then they get pretty much a basic amount of training, and they get shipped off to the front line. Many of them end up dying.
Well, like you said, it's our duty to produce children. You got to protect the cattle, you know, otherwise we're not going to be able to produce.
Hold on. One, are women doing this? And then two, is there like a state mandate or a draft for women to give birth?
No, but you're asking about whether, I think they're privileged. I mean, if
who, the men or the women?
The women in Ukraine.
Yeah, they're way more privileged.
Yeah. Okay.
Like in totality, because how can it? If you look at the experience of a lot of the men in that country and you contrast it with the experience of the women. Well, the women were able to flee Ukraine. The men were forced to stay. Many of them injured in war, died in the war, soldiers. The women could leave. They could go to Stockholm, the United Kingdom. They would go to Miami. We had a girl on the show a couple months ago, Ukrainian woman. She's been kicking it in fucking Miami fucking dudes. And then her countrymen are literally dead in some trench in, I don't know where the fuck in Ukraine. And well, that's female privilege.
Our value is to reproduce. And if we're not around, the male race, the whole entire race will just cease to exist. So.
Oh, can I add something?
Yeah.
I have a friend who went to.
Tilt your mic down.
Yeah. I have a friend who went to Odessa, Ukraine, and she noticed like she didn't see any men, like some maybe boys and maybe some old men, but like it's only women who are around. Like it's crazy. It's like you don't see that in the normal world.
Sure. All right. We're gonna.
But no, I mean, I wanted to be in the military. I think that women and men should both be drafted. So.
All right. Quite a few of you have objections to number 12, which is. Starting with Audrey, wrong for high body count men to prefer to date low body count virgin women. Lindsay, you also agree with that statement. Katerina, you agree. Lucy, you agree. Anastasia, you agree.
Right.
Also Jordan, wrong for high body count men to prefer to date low body count virgin women. Why is it wrong?
What did you say? It's wrong to? I think it's wrong to judge for a man to want to judge someone for having a high body count if they have one, just because if they're a woman or whatever. I feel like if someone has a high body count, they should not judge or date someone in that same category. But if you have, if a man is a virgin and I think that's okay to want someone who meets your same values or whatever.
Let's say in this example, the guy's slept with 30 women, and he's like, he wants to be with a virgin.
I don't think that's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's wrong if he judges someone who wants has a bigger.
He wouldn't date a woman who also has a body count of 30.
That's when it's wrong.
But he's not.
It's a preference.
It's his preference.
You have preferences.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying he has a body count of 30 and he's judging someone else. I mean, I guess it's more like I think it's wrong, but I guess he can do it. You know what I mean? He can do it and he can have a preference. And obviously that's what he was going to date. But if he's more like talking shit about other women who have body, like if he's talking shit about a woman who has a body count of 30, that's crazy because he has a body count of 30. Like that's just not okay just because she's a woman. But if his end goal and he wants a virgin or whatever that's who he's going to date. That's who's going to go after. And I can't stop that or I can't judge that. But
do you think it'd make logical sense for a man who's ready to get married to pursue a younger woman that has a lower body count for the purpose of rearing children and building a family?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if they're, I don't know. I think so, but I think it's more about judging someone for it. Like he shouldn't be able to say anything about a woman having a high body count if he has one as well.
So your contention is just he can't say bad things about other girls?
I'm saying to judge someone off of something that literally you have as well. He fucked 30 girls, she fucked 30 men, and then he's going to say this woman is something because of what he has done as well. That is double-sided and doesn't make sense to me.
What if he doesn't support his previous past?
Then that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if he doesn't support his past and he wants to date a woman that's a virgin or whatever, I think that's okay. It's more about like shaming a past that he already did. Like, I don't think he should shame himself. I don't think he should shame other people. Like if he wants to move forward and wants to say, this is not my life anymore, and he wants to date someone who feels the same way as him, then that's okay. It's more about the shame. Like he shouldn't, if he is the same thing, going through the same thing, he shouldn't be putting that on someone else just because she's a woman. Am I boring you?
No, it's just yawning. But I mean, if there's not shaming language associated, this is just something internal inside him. He's just like, I'd rather date a low body count woman or a virgin. Would you still think that that's objectionable or wrong?
I just think it's weird. Like if he feels that way, then why does he have a high body count? You know what I mean? Like why is he? I feel like if he feels that way morally and he feels that way about a woman, he should feel that way about himself. He shouldn't have a high body count either. And I think it's an okay thought to have. It's an okay stance to have. But to be on the opposite end of it and to have a high body count and then also saying, you can't do this, then that's just ridiculous. Like,
well, what about this framing? Somebody who yeah, I'll frame it. So let's say somebody was an alcoholic.
And
must they be beholden? Like, must they continue grabbing for the bottle, going for the bottle?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying.
You're saying that if people made previous mistakes and now they're trying to change, you're saying in a sense that they can't be critical of other people because he was once an alcoholic, so he can't be critical of other alcoholics?
Okay. Yeah, I understand that, but I just feel like it's hypocritical, and I feel like maybe it's in the way he says it. Like if he's like, this was my lifestyle, I think he needs to be open and honest, being like, yeah, I was a little... I did this and that, and maybe you should like try to teach her.
What if the determination is his thought process is it's actually not? He doesn't think it's bad for him.
That's ridiculous,
right? But you might say that that's hypocritical. But I'm more so looking at he just wants to date low body count or a woman who's a virgin. But he's made a determination. You would agree that we all want to get the best partner that we can get, and in his determination. And I mean, there is studies done on, promiscuity and this sort of thing. He's just like, the best partner for me would be somebody who has a low body count. Like, for example, you're overweight, but you don't want to date somebody who's overweight.
Yes.
Does that make you a hypocrite?
No, because I think that's
practically speaking, it works out better.
Yeah,
it works out better.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, so your example is me being overweight, not wanting to date someone who's overweight. That I don't want to do that because of physical reasons, right? Not because of the way they look.
Maybe a guy doesn't want to date a girl who's fucked a lot of dudes.
But what does that have to do with like that's just like a mental note. She doesn't. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. This number is literally in the ethos. Like it's not even you don't know it's real. You don't know what it is because they could be lying unless they have an STD. You don't know how many people they slept with. So I don't understand why that number matters unless you have to once you hear have to see every person that they had sex with. It's like all this. I don't know. I don't understand this whole deal with the number. I just don't care. And I think the whole fat thing is those are separate issues. This is a physical thing. If her having sex with 30 people made her physically unable to have sex with him or something, it actually changed her labia and it turned BLM labia, then
Right,
that
but
would be a
you
different
would
thing.
agree that people choose to date or not date people on other metrics besides just what is physically compatible.
Yes.
So in this case, while maybe the body count thing is a stretch as it relates to like physical compatibility, there's plenty of other components of body count that are valid.
Like what?
Like what?
No, not arguing. I'm like asking you what you.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, the ability to pair bonds.
It did sound sassy when I said that. I meant like.
No, I'm
pair
not
bond's a
upset.
big one.
Pair
The
bonds,
ability to pair bond. I mean, the STD thing, we want to just grant that in this specific instance, well, okay, if there's no STDs, I think it's just a natural, it's just kind of there's an evolutionary and biological basis for men's revulsion to this.
Mhm.
So there's that.
Can
Yeah.
if you were dating someone and they like how she was saying how they like she kept it a secret, like let's say you're dating her for a year and you love her, best girlfriend, like wife, bought an engagement ring already, and she's like, listen, I gotta tell you, I screwed 50 guys. What do you say?
I'm breaking up with her.
See, to me, like you can have that opinion, but to me that's insane. Like you're in love with her.
She lied. She lied.
But, okay,
You
but
said she lied.
The lying is that is such a because see, that's what I'm saying. Like the body count shouldn't even be an issue that you have to lie about. That's why I'm saying. Like I feel like it shouldn't be a thing.
It's the day before our marriage, and she tells me, by the way,
You're
Brian,
canceling the wedding and flying your in-laws back to Hawaii. Like that's crazy.
Yes,
I think
The
my
mar-
family would understand if that happened.
I believe your family would understand that.
All because of a number,
I mean, this is
though.
my stance. I feel like everyone's allowed to feel how they feel, like I've said, but I also feel.
Well, look, moving on to number 5, men should pay on first dates. Everybody here, I think, circled, yes, men should pay on first dates, except maybe for Anastasia. Isn't this a double standard? Like, if simply by virtue of you wanting a man to pay for the first date, this creates a double standard. You wouldn't pay for a first date
see, I did
because in order for you to want the man to pay for the first date, you can't pay for the first date.
Well, I think
so why is it that you're allowed to have a desire for a man to do something that you're not willing to do yourself?
Like I wouldn't pay. I would pay for. I think it's whoever.
But how?
Okay,
can,
yeah. So I'm explaining. So I think.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. You said, would I prefer? Yeah, I would. Like, I think that is just a traditional thing, like how the man pays for the first date. I think that's. Do you think a man should pay for the first date?
Well, for me, I was looking for a wife, so I dated very traditionally and
Yes,
dated
and that's
traditional
why-
women, and yes,
that's
I
what you do.
paid for everything.
So I think it's just respectful. But I'm also about like 50-50. Like once we start the second date, I'm paying for. If
Oh, the
I
second
ask,
date. But-
no, I'm not about them paying for everything for me. I don't do that. I pay half. When I was in a relationship, he bought one dinner, I bought another dinner. He bought drinks, I bought
I'm
drinks.
talking first date.
No, I know. I'm
Talking
saying
first date.
I'm saying the first date. I think especially
The
if he
guy should
asks you, he should pay. And I think if I ask them on a date, I should pay. I think if I'm like trying to.
Okay, but hold on. Do you ask men out on dates?
Yes, I do. You don't know me, Brian.
Okay, fine. Most women, fine, you're the exception. Most women are not initiating like that.
And they should. I love that. That's like a powerful thing. A man loves if like, especially if they like you. That's a
Yeah, I have.
Look,
you wouldn't think it's hot if a girl like came to you and was like, "I want to take you on a date, Brian, and I'm gonna pay for it."
Yeah, you
Would
know
that-
how many
how would that make
DMs I've
you feel?
slid into?
I mean,
Oh
I
my
like
God.
it when
think it's
women
getting more
simp.
common now.
The way you worded it came off maybe a little.
What?
I'd prefer a little more feminine touch, but like, yeah, I like it when women simp. I like it when women simp. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I mean, but they don't do it is the thing.
Yeah.
it's super rare.
Ask men on dates, women. That's great.
But I guess my main thing here with the whole like wrong for high body count man to prefer to date low body count virgin women. I don't think in order to desire a trait in someone that you also need to possess said trait.
True.
And so we see this all the time in women. Like, I don't think it's hypocritical, for example, for a woman who's broke to find a really wealthy guy attractive or want to date him. I don't think it would make her a hypocrite. A woman who is not a professional athlete, I don't think it's wrong for her to want and to date a professional athlete or to be attracted to professional athletes. A woman who is not a rapper, I don't think it's wrong for her to date a professional rapper or to be attracted to a professional rapper. I don't think it's wrong. Like any of these metrics, and women are constantly dating men that have traits that they themselves don't possess. We could talk about height, whatever metric it is. Women are always chasing after men that have things that they don't. I don't think there's perfect symmetry in this regard, but when it comes to like high body count, yeah, I don't think men should be promiscuous, but I don't see an issue with them realizing that it happens to be the case that low body count or virgin women are going to be like optimal girlfriends or wives. She's shaking her
I
head.
don't feel like that's true. Like they're not all, like a woman who has a high body count isn't like automatically deemed a horrible wife or whatever. Like, because I feel like they also, just like the man who changed their life, like they can do that as well.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the totality of the person, but I don't think it would be wrong to have a leaning towards this particular preference. And look, to be fair to your point, there are probably virgin women or low body count women that are fucking awful, and there are maybe women who have a bit of a higher body count that are wonderful.
What's the line for you? Like, how high is too high? Like, if a girl's like, this is the number, and you would stop talking to them.
I mean, it varies on her age. So
We're talking your age. You're dating.
my age?
Your dating pool. But you're.
uh,
What's a number that you're like, whoa?
I mean, I think once you get over 10, it's a bit of an eye raiser. Over 20, then it's definitely high.
And yours is over 10 or under 10?
But the preference. Oh, excuse me, Miss who wouldn't reveal her body count.
I told you if it was I didn't say the number. I said over or under 10, and I said that. Did I say?
Didn't you say like over 7? Or who said that?
I said that.
Oh, okay.
Brian, but if a man who had a big body count has a virgin, isn't he makes her, what you said, grimy?
Grimy?
Grimy.
Look, but just to be clear, if a woman in her own standards, she doesn't want to date a guy with a high body count, I think that's fine. Like I don't have a double standard like, oh, women have to accept men who have a high body count. I think women care less about it. But I mean, if a woman who is a virgin didn't want to date a guy who had a body count of 100, zero problem.
I see what you're saying, but you kind of said if a woman sleeps with a man, kind of like, what's his name? Young
Gravy.
Young Gravy.
Mm-hmm.
And you automatically become, more grimy, right? Or grimy. What it was basically your body count raises.
Yeah, if you sleep with certain...
multiplies. Then you're kind of putting a good, pure girl for failure. Instead, technically, she may not care, right? But now she slept with the boy or the guy who had a high body count. So now she's in that category where her body count multiplied. And then if they didn't work out, now in your eyes or some other guys,
well, she's not being forced to date him. If she's made the calculus that she wants to be with this guy,
right?
Again, I'm not in favor of promiscuity in men. I'm not in favor of promiscuity in women. I think that at the very least, if you're going to sleep with somebody, you have some intention of pursuing something long term. So in this case, from my worldview, if a man who has a high body count, I would hope that he's desirous of pursuing a long-term relationship. Guys, be quiet, please. I would hope that he's desirous of pursuing a long-term relationship with this low body count woman or virgin woman. If you're a high body count man and you just want to like run through a bunch of chicks, like I suppose you should probably do that with high body count women. It's probably going to be easier. But I mean, I don't suppose it's even necessarily wrong if you're interested in casual sex. I think men would still prefer to deal with a low body count woman.
You really think that because I slept with him, then I have more bodies now?
Wait, what?
Because I slept with Young Gravy, like you think because he probably has a high body count? I don't really know.
I don't know enough about Young Gravy, but
that's what you said earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, certain types of dudes, it doesn't even necessarily like the guy could be a virgin, but he could be grimy in other ways. Like just his physical appearance could be kind of repulsive. But like in the sense, not that he's physically unattractive, but like the Tekashi 6ix9ine. Like if that dude was a virgin, but a girl fucked him, I'd be like, that's kind of great. Like, the rainbow hair and shit. Please don't shank me, bro. But And it could also be like, I don't know if they did drugs. Like if a girl fucked an
I'm not really
addict or some
talking
shit,
about
that's
that.
grimy.
I'm talking about, like you said earlier, like if a girl with a low body count has sex with a guy with a high body count, that makes the girl have more bodies from just sleeping with that
here,
one
I'll
guy.
give this example. So let's say a girl, and look, the most optimum thing would be for a girl who has the lowest body count or who's a virgin. But let's say a girl has slept with 3 men who were virgins, or she slept with one guy who's fucked 1,000 women, and that dude's grimy. Her body count's 1, right? Versus the girl who slept with 3 male virgins. And the calculus there is the girl, I think perhaps the better bet is the girl who's got 3 bodies.
Because you think the girl has like, now she has like hella girl bodies because he fucked other girls.
No, it's the multiplier.
But how's that multiplying? It's not like he's gay.
It's just guy math.
It's bro math. Do you not understand though?
I understand what you're saying, but I think it's not very like right.
They don't want to be where another man has been, and plus you're transferring that bacteria and like everything from that person each time. So
yep,
that's the argument.
I think there's studies too that say that DNA from sexual intercourse, like some pieces stay in the women.
Really?
Oh, I've heard about this. The crypto chimeras, or wait, what is that? I don't know the exact name for it.
That's really weird.
There's something. I think it might have to do where, I could be wrong on this. If the woman gave birth or got pregnant, and I guess if she got an abortion, this too. If a woman got pregnant or gave birth to another man's son, to another man's kid, part of his DNA stays in her. And this is maybe the crazy part. Again, this might be, I don't know if this is true. This is just something I read. That DNA could be in the next kid.
So you're having a kid with 2 guys?
Well, that's really weird. I have a degree in biology and it makes no sense to me.
I don't know, some weird membrane shit. I could be totally off, but I would need to look at it. Don't, that's just like crazy speculation. I remember reading something somewhere. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. Wait, you said the first time I met you that you don't eat pussy because you
I thought you like the labia.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
But you don't? So
Nope.
you don't
Wait, can you mute your
pussy.
mic?
But hold on.
Why are you so invested in whether or not I eat
Because
pussy?
Brian,
What
that's
the fuck?
You really don't?
God, you really don't?
No.
That's why.
A little
I've
rude.
not gone I've not gone down on a woman since the Bush administration.
Not the Bush. Okay, the Bush. Do you
Literally, it was like
you have
2008.
them do stuff to you, or you strictly have sex?
Is the house market
Yeah,
crash just too hard
they'll
on
go
you?
down on me.
So why is it that you won't go down on them?
He doesn't want to taste
Am I not?
the
Are
other.
men? Shut up.
That's
Bud.
what you said.
Wait,
Hold on. Are men not allowed to have sexual boundaries?
No, I think so, but I also think that like you shouldn't be asking her to give you that if you're not giving it back. Like I feel like it's like
you really just don't do it.
No.
Just for the woman.
So you like long labia,
Yes.
a lot of labia,
I know
and
it's
you don't
confusing.
want to put
It's
your face in
confusing,
that.
right?
Does it just gross you out? Like what's the?
So you just want to look at it
I
like an
wanna
exhibit?
look. Hey, look. There's hands. There's
Like what
toes,
the
There's
fuck?
pee-pee.
You just want to touch. You don't want to touch
it.
around.
Huh?
It's like an art exhibit for you. You just want to look at it. You don't want to. You don't
Not
want to
with
put your
my-
tongue on it, but
No,
you know,
not
but a
with my-
girl can go and choke herself out on your, on your, you know,
All right.
Dangling.
How long is
But
this
God
been a thing?
forbid you go down on a girl. So we,
Yeah.
Did you have one bad
What?
experience?
Am I not allowed to have sexual boundaries?
I think you are, but also it's just a.
You guys are a little.
I
little
actually
grapey
I will agree
conversation
because I don't receive, so I'm
Why?
Lindsay
What do you mean,
Lee.
because you don't
W.
like
Lindsay
it?
Lee.
oh my God, it's a match.
See,
Uh,
I feel like that's fine now.
now he likes
I
the
don't know.
butts, remember?
Did you have a bad experience?
no, not really.
Did you have a bad
but-
small labia?
No.
Okay.
I read though when I was very like in 2008. Well, there's a couple angles here, but in 2008, I'm pretty sure I read an article that it causes throat cancer.
Oh, it scared you from
It
the.
causes, going down on women causes throat and face cancers.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Because of,
Never mind.
HPV and
So even when you're married, you won't, or that's a different situation.
probably not. No, it's not my preference.
Do you go down on women, your wife?
He's being really
I'm not
quiet
gonna
right now.
talk about like what my wife and I do. Just for I'm willing to
That's
talk
really
about my
sweet.
relationships and stuff like that. But
I did not mean to be rude.
no,
That's
you're
actually
fine. No,
really
this is
sweet.
the whatever podcast.
It's
It's
the
totally
whatever
acceptable.
podcast.
It's totally acceptable. It's
Crazy
just for,
shit.
I promised her that I'm not going to bring up any, like I'm not going to talk about anything sexual about what me and my wife do.
That was like the quietest you've been this whole episode. So
I love that you respect your wife like that. Everything.
But yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, it's not even a deal breaker. Like if the girl doesn't want to do it, it's not a deal breaker for me. But if she does it out of revenge, then that could be an issue.
Revenge? What do you mean?
Like she's like, oh, you won't do it, so I won't do it. That's like a tit for tat thing. But there are women who genuinely don't enjoy giving head, and then under those circumstances, it's whatever. I'd prefer if she does, but I mean, whatever.
You
it's not a deal
don't
breaker.
care if
No,
you
heads-
receive it or not.
Huh?
You don't care if you receive head or not?
No, he does.
No, I do have a preference for it, but it wouldn't be a deal breaker. Like if she just wasn't into that, it wouldn't be a deal breaker.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
okay.
crazy. I've never heard
I
a
mean,
guy say
there's-
that.
there's
Never.
more.
I've never heard a guy say that. Ever.
I mean, we could
Out of
still
the
ask.
out of the 500 men I've met.
If you just
Out
had
of
to
the
that,
1,000 men. Oh, I forgot to press this.
Out of the 500 men I've
Wait,
met, they've
for
never
the
heard
body count for everybody.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Oh my gosh.
No.
All y'all. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You just have a bad experience, and that's why.
On it? No,
In
not
2008?
really. No, honestly, no. I just saw that article, and then I just never really enjoyed it.
No,
to
I meant
begin with.
receiving because most of the time it's like
Oh.
a deal breaker for guys.
No, I'm a big fan of it, but it's also, I mean, there's more to a relationship than just that. I
Even
guess.
if you were dating someone, like dating a girl, and she was like, "Listen, I love you, but like we gotta start getting this going. I love you, but we gotta get this start going. Like you gotta start giving me this. Like, would you not even change for her? Like,
No. The only scenario people ask me, I would do it for the perfect woman.
the perfect woman
Mhm.
with the perfect big labia. Everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
I hope you find her.
I hope you find that big labia and enjoy it.
Appreciate it. Did you have any other questions, Chloe? You want to, or no?
What do you think about consent, non-consent?
Oh my god.
Oh, not this again.
I wouldn't do it just for liability reasons. Like I also wouldn't like if my girl wanted me to like rough her up, I just wouldn't do it because
You
it's a
don't
liability.
like rough sex.
Well, I mean that's a little different than roughing her up, but yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not really interested in that either. I mean, you can like pull her hair and like spank her and whatever, but I'm not really. I mean, rough sex. I don't know, like the jackhammer shit. I don't like that.
What is that?
The jackhammer
Bam, bam, bam.
doesn't feel good. I'm not going to do that shit.
Slow and steady wins the race.
I'm not into the jackhammer.
Every
all right.
What's that?
It's like every scene for this one company. It's just every time.
Nah.
Freaking
It doesn't feel good. I don't think it feels good for me. Anyways, okay, let's get. God damn, Chloe, why are you asking all these sexual questions, man? This chick's a pervert.
Let's get to know you.
Such a pervert. Okay, maybe one or two more, then we're gonna get this wrapped up here. We have Audrey. Adult age gap relationships are wrong. Oh, I need to fix this.
Well, wait, sorry. The reason why I asked that question is because previously I talked about how I pass out during sex. So that's like kind of the only thing that I can do is like consent, non-consent, right? Because you guys were earlier, you were saying that it's great if a girl is like passed out.
Oh, you're that girl.
She
You're the one who
claims.
passes out.
She claims
That's
that
a
she
clip I
passes
watched.
out.
What do you mean claims?
That person already knows.
You pass out every
That's
time.
the whole purpose of consent and non-consent is like telling your partner before is like either.
Hold on, I'm gonna let some chats go through before we dive into that.
John donated $69. Chair 2,
Guys,
I
get 'em in,
appreciate
last
your
call.
honesty with wanting a Big Mac versus a 10-piece. Could this be an addictive delusional, similar to the self-rating scale?
Wait, what does that even mean?
Is that Big Mac a 10 of 10?
Wait, what do you mean addictive delusion? What do they mean by that? I appreciate your honesty. Well, no, Big Mac. What do you mean? I was explaining that like the only thing that makes me like fatness is only like a decision on making food, like between your portion sizes. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
I'm saying nothing else makes me fat besides food. And that's the only reason I'm fat. Nothing to do with my personality or
All
anything.
right. We got more chats. I'm going to let a few more come through, guys. $69 TTS. Get them in, boys.
Pasty George donated $70. A man who dates or fucks, or both, another man who is pretending to be a woman through surgery, etc., is gay. The exterior of the body can be modified, but not the genes, including the chromosomes.
Word. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate the message. We have Rorid. Thank you for the message. $69 TTS streamlabs.com/whatever.
$69. No one denies trans people are real and that they truly believe that. What we won't do is be bullied into changing everything and language and women's safety and identity to keep the charade. Brian, bring me on.
Okay. Yo, Rorid, thank you for the message, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have Pasty George with 2 back-to-back. I'm going to let them both come through.
Pasty George donated $70. I have an irrational fear. I'm afraid to walk alone at night or even go for a hike in the woods out of fear of being raped or essayed by a gay or trans woman. Ha ha ha.
Yeet. Thank you, Pasty George. We have another one coming through here in just a moment.
Pasty George donated $70. I will never forgive those who enabled the Fauci lockdowns and forced jabs. I lost a friend to that time. After her second jab, she died from sudden onset heart failure. Her nickname was Angel Eyes.
Damn. Yo, Pasty George, thank you, man. Sorry to hear about that. We have Reap What You Sow. Here we go. Thank you, man.
Reap What You Sow donated $69. Weekly repeat. Men and women are different. Women view a 30-year-old virgin male the same way a man views a 20-year-old woman with 30 bodies. Women want men who are desired. Men desire virtuous women.
True. That's true. Well put, Reap What You Sow. That is true.
Psychopathic Gaming donated $69. As a man that makes approximately $756,400 a year, I am choosing a woman that has modifications, red outfit,
what?
and any of these
You're
women.
choosing?
No matter what mental gymnastics they jump through.
Well, I said I only date guys that make $1 million a year, so.
Ooh. Does he have to pay the simp tax, by the way? Was he simping a little bit there, or for you? I don't know.
I don't know.
Why do you sound sad every time? Like you say it like sad.
Everyone always said that my whole life, that I sound like I'm depressed and sad, but I'm not. I'm actually happy.
No, just the tone of it, I guess. Wait, so you're asking about? I'm not even gonna get into CNC because of your passing out thing.
Well,
Oh wait, are you saying that young grave?
No, I told him before. He was aware,
So
and
then
that's
is
the
it
whole point of
consensual then?
yeah, it is consensual. That's like what it is. Like consent, non-consent is like consensual. For me, it's a little different, but I feel like for other people, if it's like a fetish, it's like you have a fetish of being raped, and then you tell your partner first that that's what you want them to do to you. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But I was just asking, like, what your thoughts on that was.
I mean, if it is genuinely a thing where you pass out during sex, and if you disclose this to the partner and you're otherwise having a consensual encounter, I would imagine that and they continue, and you'd say like you're fine if they keep going, or
Yeah,
would you prefer they stop? I
usually-
don't really know.
Usually I'm fine with it.
You're saying because you pass out, you let your partners know that so that they don't feel like they're not doing it consensually. Because I feel like it's the same thing when you're in a relationship. Like if they're into it, like while they're sleeping, like technically while you're doing it sleeping, it's not consensual. But if you let them know prior, huh?
Well,
I'm saying,
saying,
you
like-
wake up
like
to
if you
sex.
wake up-
Like if a
your
man
wife
just
wakes a
sticks,
guy up,
like that's technically because people think that if you're in a relationship, you can't rape your partner. You can. Grape, sorry.
It's okay.
And yeah, I feel like if you have that
Anyways, I'm
conversation
gonna move it
before.
off of the Chloe's weird passing out thing. Ashley Brissell, thank you for the big super chat, Ashley. Do it through Streamlabs though, because YouTube takes a brutal cut. Do you understand you're still blaming everything around you except yourself? You blame your
How?
environment except your own actions,
Fucking
putting food in your
dumbass.
mouth. It's scary to blame yourself, but you need to start blaming you for your own behavior.
Babe, that's all I've been doing this entire time, you fuckface. So I feel like people, this is what I'm saying. Like, even when a person is defending them, not like literally saying that it's literally my fault. I said that since the beginning. People are still saying that I'm not like it's just crazy. Like, we will never win, even when you have the mindset that I do. And I take full accountability and said this multiple times, and I'm the only one that does it to myself. So you're an idiot. Thank you.
Wow.
That's an idiot. What do you mean? This entire time I've been saying it's my fault.
I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have been taking ownership.
Thank you.
Wait, going really quick. I
Idiot.
think we're just.
Sorry. That's stupid.
Oh my god. Okay. So, you would not date a police officer, Audrey. Why is that?
I'm not like fully against them. I would rather just like not, because it's not. I'm not like against cops or anything. It's just kind of
okay.
scary, like thinking that like they.
You're not like FTP.
No,
In
I
case
mean.
they find your Molly stash, you're just
Yes,
worried.
I don't do that anymore. I don't do. But no, it's just like the thought of them like having a gun and like being so accessible.
like guns?
No, I'm not against them. I'm saying just. It's just my preference. I wouldn't date a cop, but I'm nothing against them. Nothing against guns. Do whatever you
Word.
want. Word.
I brought this up a bit earlier, and some of you had some interesting things to say. Men should pay on first dates. Going around the table, just show of hands. Should men pay for first dates? Show of hands. Okay. Why? To you and to you. Why?
Because I just think that I don't know, men should be men and pay for pay
Should
for
women be women?
That's yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Should-
mean, yeah.
But so are there other traditional gender roles that you expect men to?
I just was raised traditional, and I know
But
my life isn't
how did
traditional.
that
It's
turn out?
alternative now. But if I go on a date with a guy and he doesn't pay, I think less of him.
Will there be a second date?
No. If I have to pay for the first date,
Well, say you don't pay for his share, but he says 2 checks.
I'd be like, it's fine. I'll take it and I'll never see you again.
Okay, so it'd be
Splitting a check is even
What about you,
easier.
Lindsay Lee?
I think for me, it's that I can charge so much online for my time. So if I'm going to take the time to go out to dinner
No,
and
seriously.
waste my life trying to find someone that
the love of
won't
your
bore me, then yeah, I do want the dinner paid because more than likely I'm not going to go back out with them.
Little transactional, but I guess my question to you is, you said it's traditional. My dear,
I know. That's what
My
that's why
dear,
I backed it up
you-
with. I know I don't live a traditional lifestyle anymore.
but how do you reconcile being a mattress actress?
Because I'm a hypocrite? I don't know.
Okay, that's an acceptable answer, I
It's
guess.
the same with the body count. If she can
I'm
have
very
high-
self-aware.
But you,
It's different.
You,
That's different.
You
That's
compared it with
different.
football. You compared it with all those things. I'm
Yeah,
saying like
different.
I feel like I'm
How's
just
it
gonna be
different?
used in so
Different.
many like out of context
Different.
reels for Instagram. It's gonna just be like, yeah,
at least
I'm a hypocrite.
At least you look good. The bob is
There you
bobbing.
go. But again, though, I'm trying to reconcile this whole, you want men to be traditional, but you're way far away from traditional yourself.
Right.
Yeah, because I am living in a delusional world in my head, Brian.
Right.
I'm glad that we went over my psychosis today.
I know. Ironically, we both ended up in the same spot with very different backgrounds, but we're both doing safe
I'm
things.
Delulu.
so-
Like I don't know what's going on. I've only been in corn for like since October, and I'm just fucking confused. But
Okay.
I don't.
Do you have
it
any
is what it is.
objections to men who wouldn't want you to date you because of your work?
No, I don't care if a guy like doesn't want to date me because like he thinks I'm a whore or whatever. whatever. Cool.
Should men be chivalrous?
If he wants to date me because I'm more cool.
Hold on. I gotta do let me do sorry. Nick stepped away here. So 1 second. Yeah. Should men be chivalrous to whores?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my Lanta.
That's what she just said the word.
Should men
Chivalrous is like
should men be chivalrous to whores?
I don't think they have to, but I think it's a very good sign of like, I still respect you as a woman and you're safe with
it just
me.
depends on the
But
guy.
can't you respect a woman and not pay for her shit?
Yeah.
At that point, you're kind of like my kid.
Wait, is that
do you
the
not pay for
hold
the
on?
first
Is
date?
that the only way to respect a woman is to pay for her? Okay.
No.
it's
No.
like it's like a normal thing. The first date.
Lucy's funny. Lucy Goosey, she's funny. She's a funny gal. But
Listen, I'm aware like what I do and how people view me now and how many, people have been inside of me and blah blah blah. You can judge me or you cannot judge me. You can be with me, you cannot be with me. I don't care. I really don't care. And you know what? And I'll judge you too. So it's cool.
yeah, that's fine. Wait, so but you asked me a question. What was your question?
I don't remember.
Oh, do I pay for first dates?
Yeah.
Well,
because you're so adamant about it. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
are you the guy that doesn't?
No, I pay for first dates. Although I used to not.
A good man.
I used to not do it, but now I do.
So what's the argument? Why are you even arguing so much about it?
Well, I
Don't you
think
think it's just a nice thing?
so.
to do?
He's
Well,
trying to
here's
get a
the
debate out of
thing.
me.
If your goal as the guy, I'm assuming if you're going on a date with a specific woman, you're not just doing it for the fuck of it. You're doing it for some purpose. Whether you're a guy who's interested in casual or you're a guy who's looking for a relationship, the most optimal move to make on the chessboard when it comes to dating is to pay for the first date. It's never going to hurt you to pay for the first date, and it's oftentimes can hurt you if you don't pay for it. So from like that perspective, yeah, the most optimum move, just pay for the date.
Well said.
Yeah.
I have a question.
But if we're having like a conversation about what's fair,
right?
And I'm like bird's eye view, I'm looking at a situation, I'm like, okay, here's this guy, he's on a date. Like, for example, even if it's not a woman who's involved in sex work, I don't think a guy should pay for the first date if a girl fucked a different dude that morning. Like, let's say she fucked another dude recently. The guy shouldn't. I don't think that's like, if she's coming to a date with another man's seed still inside of her, that you're not a traditional woman, that dude should not have to, he shouldn't be on the date to begin with, but he definitely shouldn't pay for the date.
That's oddly specific, like it happened to you or something.
The seed
to be in your
No,
head.
I mean, not to my knowledge, but like
Okay.
you literally said that you were on a date with a guy.
Yes. Yeah.
You were on a date with a guy, and then the guy who you were also fucking, a different guy who you were also fucking,
Let's say it again.
walked up. Well, hey, I'm giving the example. Said, enjoy my seed or whatever to the other dude or some shit, you know?
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah. No, and honestly, I just sat there and finished eating and he left and yeah.
Do you think in a world without any sort of like adult content, what like men would be able to figure out how to satisfy their desires and pleasure and all that stuff in a healthy way?
Are you asking if they would have less fetishes?
Well, yeah, because I mean,
I think they would absolutely.
there's a lot of men who,
The porn-
you know,
What?
they'll
Porn.
watch the content version so that they don't
Right.
go out and act on it.
But there's been a lot of research on people beginning to watch porn and how it intensifies over time. And so I think a lot of sexual fetishes actually arise from early exposure as youth
I would
to
agree.
porn. And then it gets harder, they get more explorative, and then all of a sudden they have some weird kink or fetish because they've built some neural programming and loop that's how they get off. And so if there was less of that, yeah, I think we'd have less sexual fetishes.
But
I
why
agree.
Why is it wrong to have like a certain sexual fetish unless it has to like involve someone like underage people or whatever, like something that's actually bad? You know what I mean? Like, are you saying fetishes in general are bad?
I wasn't making a blanket statement regarding fetishes in general, but I think fetishes lead to for a form of perversion. And so
And perversion's bad.
absolutely. And so my point is that the corn is a catalyst for these types of fetishes and perversions that get out of hand.
Mhm.
So yeah, maybe some people have different things. I'm not making blanket statements about that, but corn is certainly a catalyst of why this is becoming more and more normalized and more people have these weird kinks.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
They wouldn't see it without.
I mean, like, I can't disagree with that, but at
Yeah.
the same time, like, I do corn and it has changed my life as I know it.
Yeah.
And it's no takesy backsies.
I feel like the red pill guys though, they teach these men that, you know, if you're not feeling right mentally, like you shouldn't go like seek a counselor and talk to them, and you got to tough it out, and you just got to be like David Goggins and all this shit.
I would say go find an Orthodox priest. So that's
well, but you know,
right,
there's
but-
a lot of people who won't. There's a lot of atheists and men who don't believe, and they're not going to go do that. But my
Right.
point being, like, there's some women who like they'll make them just feel good about themselves on OnlyFans or wherever, and it's like, what if he would have offed himself the next day if she hadn't just said some nice words to him? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some
Wait, what?
benefits,
Wait,
but it doesn't
Hold
justify
on, men
the
are like
entire.
not unaliving because the typer chatter who's like a dude on OnlyFans, but it's the girl's OnlyFans page, but it's the typer is like, no, don't do that.
In like
well, no, I'm not. I'm
And then
speaking
he's
from
like,
personal
$10
experience.
matter, don't do it.
I'm speaking from personal experience. I've had
You've-
dozens
you've
of men who've
saved
told me
men from
not even just a life thing. There's been a
I
few
save
like
lives.
that, but there's been a few who've said like if it weren't
This
for
girl.
talking to me, like they don't know where they would be, and that you know it's something where they just feel like nobody else wants them. So
Hey, I have
Damn.
a question for you guys. Do you know who Ryan Pownell is?
yes,
Are you like what is your
Wait,
thoughts on him?
no, I've heard that name. I don't know him.
he's super Canadian.
He has not been inside me.
Well, when I because when I sucked him off, he was like, you like that dick, eh? And I was like,
Oh, so just because he
God.
said A.
But
Oh, does he
over
say
and
sorry?
yet
Sorry.
no, like no, because
I know, the
Have you seen
sorry
Letter
thing is
Kenny?
so
at
true.
AVN I sucked him and Kane off, and then they were just going off on the
Who the
A.
fuck is that
All
guy?
Ryan Pownell.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. The TTS is now 30. TTS is now 30. We're gonna do a roast session.
Wait, are you
on a-
switching the subject because you don't like Ryan? Because I know he came on here.
Oh yeah, I guess we have some.
Does he do
beef,
corn?
I guess I don't know.
You guys,
He's the
I think
host
you
of
guys
Pillow
have
Talk.
beef.
Huh?
You guys do have beef.
Pillow Talk podcast.
The guy came on like a year ago. We had a debate. He talked some shit. I mean,
He like
this
buys
guy-
a lot of my OnlyFans and then
did
tells
you
me about it.
have you hooked up with Ryan?
Hell no.
Why not?
No, he's just not my type.
Too Canadian.
I mean,
Wait,
besides,
can we have a picture of him? Like, who is this guy?
nah, I'm not.
But
Nah. Well, I
wait,
can't.
I have
my,
one
my
more thing to
producer's
say
gone.
about him because I was like,
God.
wow, he's
Wait,
like,
could you tilt the mic or sorry, scoot the mic to the edge of the table?
I'm like, that name sounds so familiar.
I
got
really
the
liked
Pillow Talk
him.
show.
I
Yeah, I don't
liked
know
him a lot as like a friend, and like I thought that he was like a cool guy that was like connected to the industry and stuff. But then literally the other day he was like, he sent me a voice memo right after I got off the whatever podcast before this one, and he was saying, he was bashing me basically for talking about Young Gravy, and he was saying how like I'm a horrible person for like saying shit about Young Gravy, and that I made him and Ari get into this huge argument and stuff. And I just think
Wait,
that
who's
that's
Ari?
fucked up.
Girlfriend.
Oh, okay. I thought the Ari.
Well, I think you're about to get them into another argument.
Yeah.
Like a bigger one.
It's probably already started.
Your phone's just blowing up right now.
Wait, have you ever had a pregnancy scare?
Never.
Okay.
Why are you asking?
What would you do if Young Gravy got you pregnant?
I would have his baby. I don't believe in abortion.
Imagine if she's pregnant with Young Gravy's.
Okay, good.
Next
kid.
up on the news.
I mean, it was last Saturday, right? You
I
guys.
can't hear this. Ari is like a blessing to this earth. Like, have you seen her? Like, I'm sorry. I feel bad for her right now. I can't even hear this.
But like she obviously knows and she's still staying in the relationship. So
I just
is it really fully her fault?
All right, guys, $30 TTS. Send in some roast, guys. $30 TTS. We'll go for another 10, 20 minutes. And then I need to get this wrapped up because, it's been a long show. So,
all the way home.
all right, $30 TTS. We had some lingering here, though. So we got Pasty George at 70. Thank you,
Pasty
man.
George donated $70. Many women expecting traditional values from men when they themselves are far from traditional is insane. And yet they wonder why men are looking for virgin women in non-feministic countries.
I mean, the whole thing with the paying thing, it's like chivalry is for ladies.
Chivalry is dead, isn't it?
Well, and women killed it. But
to his point, like I have no problem paying for everything, and that's the expectation between me and my wife. But she's a traditional girl, so it's like the expectations of me being a traditional man, a provider and a protector and a leader, like that's the exchange.
Wait, question. Going around the table, everybody wants the man to pay, I think, except it's just you. Chloe, will you take a man's last name if you get married?
Of course.
Will you take his last, not hyphenate, you'll take his last name if you get married?
No, well, the only reason is because my dad passed away, so I want to keep hyphenate and keep my last name.
Okay, what about you?
Fuck my dad. I'm changing it.
So if you get married, you'll take his name?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you? Will you take?
Exact same answer. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. I'll probably like add it to after mine. I have like a pretty strong like family heritage. I don't know.
So you would not?
I would just like add it.
You'd hyphenate. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I would take the name.
Did you take your husband's last name?
Yeah, I'd take his last name.
So no and no. But you guys want men to pay for first dates?
It's not a no.
You want men to pay for first dates?
No, wait, that's why I'm saying I would hyphenate it. It's more because I don't have anyone else to carry my dad's last name, and I want to keep his name alive.
That's fair.
That is fair, Brian.
What's your last name?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, I thought it was out there. Okay, I didn't
No.
know. That's fine. That's fine.
But I just want to keep his name alive because my brother's not gonna have any kids, and there's no one else to carry that last name.
Why won't they have kids?
My brother?
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to have any.
Oh, okay.
I think just there's lots of reasons, but I think
But I mean,
what?
Is he
that's
also
not very traditional.
Well, it's not traditional.
Not taking the husband's last name.
But why? So you hear my reason because my dad passed away, and I want to like that's still
Well, okay.
Because I'm not
My dad passed away,
and what?
And for this reason, I don't want to do any of my traditional duties.
But I'm not a traditional person either, and I also
Then why do you
would-
want men to pay for first dates?
I feel like I'm traditional in some ways and some not. Like I'm saying
Okay,
that like
so-
the last name thing, that's why I would take their last name, but also hyphenate it.
Are
'cause
you-
I think that I should take your last name, but I also want mine.
Are you traditional in any ways that come to your detriment conceivably?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, are you picking and choosing like tradition is a buffet? So okay, I like it when men are protectors and providers, but oh wait, I have potential duties or I have things
Ooh,
that I
that's
have
me.
to do? Yeah, that's
No,
definitely
but
you.
that's not. I don't think that men have to do things that I don't. Like I don't think like a woman who wants a man who provides, pays for everything, and they just sit home and they don't cook him a meal or do anything. I think that's ridiculous as well. I think a woman who wants things, they should also provide things as well. I think it's an exchange, but also I don't think it's a problem if a woman doesn't want that life either. Like I think it's.
I think you should just like pick and choose, like
That's
whatever
what
you
I'm
want to
saying.
do,
Like,
whatever you don't want
if
to
she
do.
doesn't want to cook for me, she doesn't want to. That's fine. But I feel like if I want a certain life and I want like that, I'm okay playing that role as long as like I'm getting what I need as well. Like it should be an equal payoff thing. Like
I feel like it's okay to pick and choose if they're both okay with it.
that's
you
what
know,
I'm
like,
saying. Yeah, like
if
I'm
he's
not picking
okay.
or choosing like in my own regard, like saying like he needs to do this and I won't do that. It's not like that. It's more like some things I'm okay with, some things I'm not. You know?
I feel you, girl. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think women dictate a lot of terms in the dating marketplace. So this idea of like, okay, if women are okay with it and men are okay with it, I'm still just having a conversation about what is and what isn't fair. So if I'm from a bird's eye view, I acknowledge, like, with my criticisms when it comes to you guys being promiscuous or involved in sex work, but still expecting men to pay, I know for a fact you guys don't have a problem finding men who are willing to pay for you on dates. This is, despite your promiscuity, despite you being modern women, you can still find men to fall into their traditional gender roles and pay for dates. What I'm saying here is, it's not that you can't find it. I'm making a criticism of whether that's a fair shake for the guy. And I don't think it is. I don't think it's fair for a guy to pay for a first date with a woman who is sexually involved with another man, or who's a porn star, or whatever it is, corn star. Whoopsie.
That's what I'm saying. And these people are like, these men are knowledgeable. Like they know that they're doing this. Like who cares what they decide to do? Like these men know that they're paying for dinner for these women that are sexually active with other people, and they're okay with that. And if you're not okay with that, that's okay. But also it's okay if that man's okay with it. It's okay if someone thinks something's okay and you don't think it's okay. You know what I mean? I think everyone's allowed to do whatever they want.
It's not fair.
But that's what I'm saying. What does that mean? Like fair? Like
fair or
because
not?
it doesn't matter if it's.
Is
like,
it fair?
They enjoy it. They're paying for it.
Well, it's not fair if they do it, but it's also not. I don't think it's fair to have that expectation, which you do have.
I don't think it's fair either, but I'm still gonna have it.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
Because
I guess that makes sense.
Why is it fair? You don't think I should take their last name? Like, why is that such a big deal traditionally? Like, and I am taking their last name. I just want to.
Well, I'm trying to yeah.
Are you saying comparing the two with traditional and that, and I should have that opinion and that opinion? Is that what you're saying? Like,
well, it's just how do you reconcile like holding men to certain traditional gender roles, but then also, okay, I don't want to take the guy's last name.
and you think me hyphenating is not taking it?
No, that's the traditional thing is you take his last name fully, not hyphenate. That's some
Actually,
feminist.
you know what? I'll change that.
bullshit.
I'm gonna take the guy's last name because
bullshit.
I don't think my family really wants me to have their last name anymore.
There you go. Love that.
So
for
you know what? I'm gonna
Loosey
add on.
goosey, I love that.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna officially go change it to Goosey.
Great.
Thank you guys so much.
Great. All right. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Get some messages in. Get some TTSs in. I'm gonna let these come through. We have. Hold on. Lazy. Did I?
Lazy Raccoon donated $30. The lack of logic with the girls on this panel is astonishing, especially the bigger girl in red. The only fun and reasonable one is Chloe.
Wait. The one in red? Bigger girl? She's wearing pink, sir.
Colorblind.
It's color. You might want to check your eyes, Lazy Raccoon. Thank you, though.
XD donated $69.
Thank you, Cha. Appreciate it.
Chivalry, which is a medieval code for knights describing virtuous behavior for them, was right in assuming the women were godly and virtuous too. It doesn't apply to 99% of modern women.
That's facts. That's facts.
True.
That's facts. Chivalry is only for ladies. Okay. Good talk. No pushback.
Do you believe a guy should like open the car door for me and like open the like where does it like stop? You know, like the chivalry for me specifically. You know.
What would it look like for
being
you?
a whore. What does it look like for
What
us?
does it look like for that?
What do whores deserve?
For a whore.
Look, I'm not. A guy shouldn't be disrespectful.
Oh man.
But you can get your own door. You can pay for your portion of the food when you go to dinner.
Is it because I'm grimy?
Huh?
I'm grimy, so you just don't want to open the door for me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I just wanted. Okay.
I'm so hyperly independent though. That's why I didn't answer because I'm like, I don't even know how to accept it anymore. So.
Yeah, it's like you know.
No, it's okay. I like assholes.
Can I ask you guys another question?
Oh, wait, here we go. All right, all right, go ahead, Chloe.
Do you guys squirt?
That is such a question.
Do you want them to raise their hands or?
No, I just want to ask you guys. I mean, you guys are porn stars. Is that a crazy question?
Can you?
Yeah,
Wait,
I
Chloe,
can.
try to just stay straight with
Young gravy makes her.
I
can't hear about that.
I can squirt, but I can only squirt if I'm writing it, and I would love to learn in other positions.
She belongs to the
I don't want
streets.
to. I won't get into this right now, but like because it's just like a really long conversation. But I can from the front and the back end. Well, not like the back, but yeah, I can squirt. I'm doing the back.
How did you learn how to do?
Oh my gosh!
How did I learn how to do that?
Or it's just always been like that?
You should make a crash course.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
got your ebook coming out.
I'm gonna do a sex education.
She's a slut and she
for people.
knows it.
Oh my gosh, this pin.
I can't even hear what she's saying. I'm not learning anything.
She wants to learn. It's you gotta just know your body.
Oh man. Yeah, you have to find what works for you and your
We
angle,
have.
So.
Oh, is this Chris Brown?
Based Thor donated $30. I can make a broke bish rich, but I don't puck with broke bishes. Oh, these 304s ain't loyal. Whoa, 304s ain't loyal. Women have so much evil in their blood that God has to drain it out once a month.
Wait, what's a 304?
That's an area
like
code.
Yeah.
It's an area code. Yeah.
Area code.
Definitely an area code.
There are people who like walk in Vegas, 304.
Oh,
you see them
okay.
at the casinos. That's what they call 304.
So he's referring to like
yes.
me. Okay.
Oh,
Like us? I don't know.
Well, I think 304s are more like prostitutes, like than corn stars.
Yes, exactly that. Guys, get them roasting if you want. Get them roasting. We're gonna get this wrapped up here pretty soon.
Oh, can I share something funny?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the pranks I did that went absolutely viral. It went viral on lives of TikTok, and then it was picked up by like Sky News Australia, Hutch Twins. So I did street interviews on college campuses, and I asked men, "Would you?" Okay, this will sound really weird. Did you watch this one?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so I asked, would you donate one of your testicles to benefit trans men and help fight toxic masculinity? And it was like a joke at first, but everyone took me seriously. Like, it was so.
Oh, I saw that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Who's willing to remove their makeup? We're gonna.
Please,
do...
you'll save me the trouble. That was not helpful.
Can I I'll go change.
Well,
do you need me to be?
Yeah, just leave it on.
Okay.
Yeah, leave it on. I mean, we're gonna wrap
This is gonna take like so long. I have like 8 layers.
I would have too much
I
makeup
know.
on for this.
It's okay.
I'm really not afraid to be without makeup.
I can't. No, God.
What
I'm
brand
just.
are
I
you?
can't wait to look at my phone.
Since we're just asking a bunch of random questions, who here has been diagnosed with a mental illness?
Wait, what?
You don't immediately look at me.
Hey, she's.
You don't
What's
believe
up?
mental illnesses?
What?
What have you been diagnosed with? BPD, bipolar, APD.
ADP.
I think was it the BPD?
I mean, not technically, but like.
What's ADP?
Okay, it's more so like, I don't know. I got a few things, but I will say
yeah.
most of it has been trauma induced.
Yes, it can definitely cause that. It can definitely
Can you pass one of
cause.
those wipes, please?
Yeah.
Yes, pass. Chloe.
Are they for sensitive skin?
Yes, they're for sensitive skin. And then when you're done, I want you guys to let me know, and we're gonna hold them up.
Oh my gosh. That's so
Are you gonna take it off? Audrey.
It's not even about. I literally can't.
She's got a
I
hot
look like
date
a
after the
routine.
show. She's
Yes,
got a
I
hot date
do.
after the show.
Yes, I do. A 10.
Makeup.
You can see my face.
Oh,
my face on
okay.
Instagram.
Katerina.
My face is so burnt right now. Those
Yes,
will like
please.
sting me.
Please do it.
No, like I need
Rude.
like not
Like
wipes.
I won't even. I will look insane if I try to
Wait,
take it off.
chat.
You do it.
Chat. I have a question for
I
you.
use like intense makeup remover.
Would you if
Breaks the skin barrier.
would you rather a girl with a low body count but she has BPD, or a girl with a high body count but she doesn't have PPD, borderline personality disorder? What do you pick, chat?
It's a little.
I need to know.
Wait, what was ADP?
Antisocial or it's ASPD, antisocial personality disorder.
Oh.
You got to pick one, chat. Nope. I see Matt. You can't say neither.
Also,
Is that Metro Matt?
Are you saying we all have that?
No.
Oh.
Maybe.
Do you think I have a mental disorder?
I don't know. Take off the fake lashes and I'll tell you. I need to look into somebody's
You
eyes.
have to see if it's like giving mugshot or not.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
want me to take
know,
my
that feels so
lashes off
good.
too? Yeah.
Sure, actually.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying that I can't use those.
And makeup.
Do it.
Oh, look how pale I'm getting.
Katerina,
This is
take
great.
What?
off the makeup.
It's gonna hurt so bad if I do.
Yeah, do it.
No.
It's not about the
Okay.
makeup thing.
You're not
now.
there.
It's about my face.
I thought I got shit to do out of this.
Do I look ugly?
Do you still have makeup
I
on?
do
You look
have-
gorgeous.
I think you
my
need to
eyeliner
get
is,
the
like,
rest.
kind of-
You like look
She
the
needs to get the
same.
rest.
Yeah. Why'd you look at me like that,
Flop on the
Brian?
bed and pass out.
Ah.
All right, hold it up. Hold up the damage. Starting over here, hold that up. You still working on it? Hold it up.
I can't like see my.
All right, there's that.
That's actually not bad.
Hold it up, Chloe.
Oh, I got massive cake on this, baby.
Oh shit. You have
Oh
my
yeah, baby.
Oh my goodness. Did you hold it up? There you go. Okay. Damn. Congrats,
look
guys.
at me, Snow White
Your
over
skin
here.
is so clear though, you don't even need that much makeup.
Thank
All
you.
look gorge. See, I just look like this naturally.
I can't even.
What? Honestly,
Can you
though,
take off your
wait.
makeup?
I've been kind of like giving you shit all night. I actually think you look better without makeup.
Hey, take your lashes off too.
Like, oh wait,
I mean, oh wait, she's
like,
are you a ginger?
No, I'm
Under there?
blonde naturally.
Oh.
Yeah, same.
No, yeah, no, I like, yeah, whatever. I don't have any brain cells anymore.
She has great skin though.
Word. All right. Ashley, thank you for the super chat. Okay, guys. Oh my God, is it broken, guys? Is Streamlabs broken? Because this is a bit uncharacteristic for.
Work bloke donated
boost
$30.
the audio.
This is why men should follow the black pill instead of the red pill. You should definitely explore self-improvement, but the reality is either neither red pillers or feminists care about you.
Faux show. We need to end with the Patrice clip. It's been a while
What
since
even
we
is
did
like
Patrice.
the red pill? Like, I don't understand that, honestly.
Well, I mean, there's different variations.
I just
It's
think of
from
The Matrix.
the film The Matrix. It's basically just the truth.
I think you look so pretty without makeup.
Thank you. I just feel like I look really pale.
You kind of look like Eminem. Has anybody ever told you that?
What the heck?
You're the first, right?
No, you kind of like.
No, she doesn't.
Wait, do we have any bleach in the studio?
Wait, can you start playing Without Me? Because I love that song.
Bleach.
Are you like
We're gonna
Eminem or
bleach
like
her
Slim
hair.
Shady or
Slim
like
Shady.
Marshall Mathers? Like, where are we going with this?
All of the above.
Not like
Dude,
his
she does
latest-
look like Slim.
No,
Shady.
in what way? I really don't see
Two
it.
trailer park girls go around the outside.
Superman.
I
is a
can't
good
take
one.
myself seriously. I don't know.
Not a jealous man, but really nobody knows the end of. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Oh, were you singing it?
about the hose and black.
Nemesis donated $40.
Hey, Nemesis.
Jet 2
Thank you,
is
man.
what Gorlock sees when he looks in the mirror. W Bricks
That
and W
is
W Mary.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, thank you, Nemesis.
Stupid.
All right, Pasty George. Respect to the women who took off their fake
Hasty George
faces.
donated $30. Respect to the women who took off their fake faces.
I think it's all. I think it's all off.
God damn! Can we get a plastic surgeon in here to take them titties out? God damn! My
Is
girl
it off?
Chloe, her back's all fucked up. Can we get her some? I don't know. Wait, what were we talking about? Eminem or something?
Yeah.
Yo, I think the super chats are bugged, boys. Not the super chats, the Streamlabs, because people normally would be just bombarding us right now, but we've gotten like 5. Once I pushed it down to 30.
Everyone's probably
$30
asleep now.
Nah, man, people up, people up.
Because I'm on here.
We still have we got 3,600 people watching.
Oh,
3,600.
Shout out to Estrella.
It is late. It is late. Whoa. Okay, Chloe, chill out. All right.
I'm dying at girl.
Well, if anybody wants to, it could. I've had issues with Streamlabs working before, I guess. So maybe it could be bugged. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll open it up for another 5 minutes. If you want to do $30 super chats, so you're doing that through YouTube, $30 super chats, get them in, folks, get them in, and we'll read it via YouTube because perhaps it is the case that Streamlabs is bugged, boys. It might be bugged. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we get this wrapped up here? Final thoughts.
I just want to say thank you to all the men that do support us and also to the hosts for at least hearing all of our perspectives.
I'm kind of like sad that you guys didn't want to teach me how to squirt in other positions.
Just get our contact
After the
info.
show, yeah.
Okay, that's sweet.
Yes. Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to press that. Okay.
Maybe I'll make a podcast. I'll go over that.
Yeah. Oh.
Thanks for the support.
Wait, for what?
Slim Shady donated $30.
Hey.
Chair 5. Guess who's
Oh, yeah,
back?
we are.
Back again, Shady's
They're
back.
talking.
Tell a friend, guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Bro, okay, guys, just here. Picture this though. Look at her. And then short hair, bleach, buzz cut. That's fucking Eminem, bro.
Wait, AI it?
Wait, can somebody?
I think
somebody-
she looks more like Emma Thurman from Pulp Fiction, like with your haircut.
Oh, I get that a lot. I actually dressed up like her for Halloween one year.
I love her.
When I was still an innocent woman. Yeah, you believe that?
You look like Katy Perry.
You look like you could be.
Let's hear it.
Never mind.
Please, I'm begging you. I want to hear it so bad.
You know like how the Baroque paintings of royalty in like the 1600s, before like they actually got kind of good at art. To be fair, there was some great art.
Think that I would?
You
know that?
kind of look like you were royalty in the 1600s. A painting of royalty, but not from, there was like some very like Carpeggio. Wait, what's that fucking guy's name? Who is very talented. Like I don't know, maybe some like small principality in like Eastern Europe.
Okay.
A painting. That's what you look like.
So I look like that, and I look like Eminem.
Yes.
Royalty.
What is his name? Who's the fucking
Brian.
artist?
I always joke when I get out of the
Carpaccio?
shower, I look
No.
like an Anglo-Saxon boy. from,
Carvajal,
like,
thank you.
1800s.
I thought
He
it
was
was gonna be like something like mean.
I mean, it could be taken that way because there was
really?
a lot of inbreeding
Okay.
among the
So you're-
royalty.
okay, I see where you're going.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're, but you know what? Does
Are you
anybody
saying
see
I'm
my
an inbred?
vision? Huh?
You're saying I'm an inbred?
No, but does anybody see my vision?
Yeah, I see
You look
that.
like you're gorgeous.
Like she looks like, put her in like a queen outfit or some shit. And she looks like she could be like, but again, not like one
You
of the
probably-
major lineages when it comes to royalty. This would be like, we're talking like Yugoslavia or, like a small principality.
Okay.
You should make an X-rated version of
Am I right, chat?
Pride
Okay. All right.
Slim Shady donated $30.
Oh my God.
Did I already do this one?
Chair 5.
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Guess who's back? Back again,
My
Shady's
bad. Didn't mean
back.
to re-trigger
Tell a
that.
friend, guess who's back? Guess who's back?
All right. Thank you for that, Slim Shady. Thank you. We have Pasty George here. You're listening
Pasty
to
George
NPR.
donated $30. For some reason, Chair 6's character reminds me of an 80s cartoon character.
True.
LOL.
Chair 6? Her?
think.
Chair 6? Which Russian woman are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
I think the one in character.
Yeah, I think you mean 7.
Chair 7?
Yeah, with the way that she's dressed up.
Trent Reznor?
What's that thing?
It said that somebody looks like an 80s cartoon character.
Hold on.
I think you fit the bill.
I guess.
Lazy Raccoon
Lazy
donated
Raccoon.
$30.
Thank you, man.
Who lies more, girls with filters or guys with height in their Tinder bios?
Height.
Nice. Nice.
Oh,
What if we
girls
don't have
with
to use filters?
Dude, guys are actually crazy. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm 6 foot," and then I see them in person,
like,
and
who
they're like
told you that?
5'3". I'm like, who thought you would get away with that?
Okay, we have Pasty George here. Then we have Joseph.
Hasty George donated $30. Oops, my bad. I meant Chair
She has
7.
unlimited money.
It'd be
Word.
crazy if you meant anyone else.
All right, there's another one coming in. Pasty George, thank you for the TTS.
Hasty George donated
Thank you.
$30. Jeff 5 kind of looks like Jill Valentine from Resident Evil 3, Nemesis on the PlayStation 1. In that game, she is sometime akin to special forces and kills zombies.
Nice.
Joseph Lanov donated $30. Jeff 5 looks like one of the fat sculptures that would have been made of the royalty in the 1600s.
Stupid.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sending the fun. We're going to react to a clip and we're wrapping.
With a
I sent the clip via private chat if you want to pull that up. We're going to do Patrice clip. We have not done it in a while. I'll have you just get that full screen. It might start auto playing. All right. Any final thoughts from anybody else before we wrap this? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Thanks for letting me on.
Thank you for coming.
Also, I used to be such a big fan of your YouTube channel. I used to watch. No, you don't do it anymore. You don't
the
do
prank videos.
But I'm saying that was like my thing back then.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
Good
very much.
ideas. Thanks. We'll see
Thank you very
how many people hate me after this.
Nah, you guys were. Everybody was chill tonight.
Nobody beside your family.
Oh,
the ones that matter the most.
Well, I'm saying that as a joke based on what she said. She's been
yeah.
making light of the situation.
Oh yeah, no,
I wouldn't
I'm
say
very
that if it was
lighthearted.
We got thick skin.
Word. All right. I like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you a call to action before we watch the Patrice clip, and there's maybe a couple more chats that are going to filter through. For Chloe, what? Face that way, man. Chloe, Lindsay, Lucy, and Gertrude, would you guys consider stopping sex work tonight, right now, on the Whatever podcast?
For like,
your soul.
Honestly,
Yeah, you know
he
what? You
made me
convinced
want
me.
to not do OnlyFans anymore.
You convinced me. I'm not gonna do it anymore.
Okay. What about you? Will you stop doing sex work?
But that's the thing, is that you're asking me to put other people under financially.
How am I
Like,
gonna
the people
save
I
lives?
support? So
Who do you support, like a Guatemalan family or something?
my family.
Oh, I thought you aren't cool with them, or I don't know. Are you cool with them, or?
No, my mom's fine.
You
My
pay their
sisters are great.
mortgage, or
She only
what do
said fuck her dad.
Oh yeah, but that's because he's doing meth or something. I don't know.
Yikes. All right, Chloe, what about you? Will you quit tonight?
I said that he literally made me want to quit OnlyFans earlier when he was speaking, because I think he's very well spoken and I think he's the smartest person here. And I would like to quit.
I'm never gonna quit.
What would you do to replace OF?
Just social media by itself, like YouTube.
Do it.
Be the next Nala. All right. Pasty George. Thank you. man.
Pasty George donated $30.
Thank you.
I want to thank the panelists for attending this podcast and to the host Brian and his guest. Thank you all and good night.
Thank you, man. I hope you have a good night over there in Canada land. Really quick, pull up Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. All right, guys. Guys, it's been 59 minutes since we last had the Prime sub. Guys, I think it's bugged. Oh my, Lethal. Thank you for the Prime. Guys, there's 1,300 viewers. Kindly follow and like the... Wait, you can't like on Twitch. Follow and drop a Prime sub if you... Oh, Kath. Thank you, Kath. Guys, just check if you have a Prime sub available. Thumbs, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it, guys. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you just do a quick link to your Twitch. And then every single month, you can drop us a Prime sub. It's, a couple dollars of support that if you've already have an Amazon Prime account, it's like, why not? Let me just support this creator. It'll take you 30 seconds to link it up. And then every single month, we don't even have to be live while you do it. You can just, whenever you can drop a Prime sub. Borg, thank you for the Prime. Raccoon. Oh my God, Raccoon. Thank you for the follow, man. Thank you. Live Dodo, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate all the support over there on Twitch, guys. Trying to build up our Twitch. because Felicity is going to start a gaming channel. She's going to start playing World of Warcraft. Maybe Chloe will do some cameo. She's going to play some video games. But we don't know. All right, we're going to wrap it up with the Patrice clip, then we're out of here. Go for it. Oh, can you do? I wonder if there's a way. Yeah, it's going to be in the video tab, but is there a way for you to open it in like a new window? Not like the Dropbox
8.5
player.
Let
me ask you.
Any luck or? I saw that. Well done. Lindsay Lee. Matt Rife, the man who got away. Do you have it?
Says you're like promo.
It's what?
My flashlight's coming out soon.
What do you mean? We'll just play it. That's fine. We'll just play in Dropbox.
I want to get one.
Oh, no, I liked it the other way.
I
I'm going to send
How
it
was
to
it
him
the other
because then
way?
he can
Can you
see
make
the big
it how
idea.
it was? Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
So
hide
dare
that.
die.
Put in video tab, please. Video tab. Guys,
I really do.
I need you guys to pay attention. We're going to react to this video. It's very short. I need you guys to pay attention to what he says because this will change your life. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question. Here's a serious question. Okay, ladies, if you didn't have a vagina, like say it was a terrible train accident, right? And the doctor was like, we have to remove your pussy right away or you're gonna die. How would you keep your man past, you get a 2-month guilty, I can't leave the bitch right away because you just lost a pussy in a train accident. Can't just walk right out on him. How would you keep your man past that?
This
Pause it.
mouth? What
Pause
are you
it.
talking about?
And then you're going to leave it there for temporarily. So going around the table, what do you do to keep your man?
I'm really good at sucking dick, so.
She was the mouth that got away.
Okay.
Yes.
Like she said, there's other ways to please a man than just sex, but I just hope he stays with me through that.
Mouth and ass. I don't know. Hand.
How I what?
What do you do to keep your man?
Oh, stay loyal, cook for him. I don't know. Just do all that basic stuff.
Were you listening?
Not really.
If you lost your vagine, in a wreck or something.
There's a train accident, terrible train accident. You lost your pussy. What do you do to keep your man?
Oh, in that way. I don't know.
Oh,
Wow, that was profound. Okay, what about you?
I probably just, blowy.
And
Good old
titty
blowy.
fuck too. And anal.
You look so much like Eminem.
Do you want me to rap for you?
I kind of would like you to do that. Actually, can you
Would
start?
you like me to rap on here?
Yeah.
That's a
Mom's
certain
spaghetti.
price.
I don't pay for raps. This is a platform for you to jumpstart your rap career.
Two trailer park girls go around the outside. I created a
Okay,
monster.
what do you do to keep your man?
Yeah, the other way.
Huh?
Basically, hand, mouth.
Okay, all right.
Can I get a surgery and fix it? No.
No,
No.
no.
Maybe I'll have my flashlight.
I'll have to figure something out.
Okay, what about you?
I don't know. I don't think I'd want. I don't know how to answer that.
What do you
because-
do to keep your man?
Well, I'm not gonna do. I mean, old me, yeah, would have done those things, but I guess like now, I don't think I'd probably be single then if that's only what a guy would want from me. If that did happen, unfortunately, I don't know.
Okay. Let's play the rest of the clip. Go ahead and play it. Pay attention.
Whoops.
Wow. Nothing? You can talk. You can talk. Suck his dick. Okay. Mouth. Asshole. Okay, great.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now, I've been getting pussy beamed the whole show, right? But I give women the opportunity to say, I'm going to make myself worth more. But you just classified yourself as a series of holes. But I'm supposed to treat you special, but you're just a bunch of holes for yourself. No one said learn how to play Xbox, learn how to play pool, tell better stories, get another bitch that got a pussy to come on in. Well, look, whatever.
You guys failed. A lot of you guys failed. All right, that's pretty much it. Any final last words from anybody? Or okay, cool. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We have Base Thor here.
Base Thor donated $30. Remember, put a little pepper on her pillow so when you put her face in it, she sneezes and her kitty will grip you like a gorilla fist. Since y'all know everything, what was 3-6 Mafia sipping on?
3-6 Mafia. Are those the guys that made that Stay High song? Stay high, till I die. Is that 3-6 Mafia?
No, I know what
3-6
song you're
Mafia.
talking about,
Really
and
good.
I think that you might be correct.
Wow.
Grape and codeine or something.
Nice.
I'm Eminem, you know.
You can pull,
so I
you
would
can pull
know.
that up. All right, guys. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, last call. Hit the like button, please. GG. Well played. Whoops. Well played. Well played to the panel. GG. Well played. Thank you for tuning in tonight, everybody. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a really good panel next Sunday, so be sure to tune in for that. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, hold on, there's another one coming in. Chair 5, thank you. There it is.
Chair 5 donated $30. His
God.
palms
Oh, yeah.
are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, there's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti.
He's nervous.
He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair 5. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, guys, let me just double check here. Everything looks good. Like the video, please, on your way out. 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat. Good night, guys. We will see you next time. Good night.
God bless.